Chapter 361 Cyber Test 01. Nuclear bombs are tactical weapons in the second-level civilization. And there are nuclear non-proliferation regulations between mechanical cities. But the real reason for nuclear non-proliferation is that there is too much nuclear proliferation. If it gets worse, it may create a large uninhabited area. Therefore, for mechanical cities on the same continental plate, there will be a tacit understanding to try not to use such weapons of mass destruction. But the Guangzhou plate is a small plate continent with only one mechanical mastermind. Therefore, the sky this morning was exceptionally bright. The first 5 nuclear bombs were aimed at the bases of the 5 major families. The next 50 nuclear bombs were for ranged strikes. In the headquarters of the Virtual Union, Hugh Laurie and Dr. Murray were the heads of a new giant and a scientific research department. Respectively, they both played an important role in the business and political circles. At this time, the two were looking out the window through the bulletproof glass. After all, it was rare to see a mushroom cloud rising. You shouldn't agree with the machine representative. If you do this, we will be in big trouble. The security department will be busy again. Dr. Murray couldn't help but said. To put it bluntly, the mechanical masterminds scattered around the world are all execution programs of the mother city. No matter how high its AI is, it can only execute all operations after going through the necessary procedures. And with the power of the Virtual Union now, as long as the president is determined, he can stop the nuclear bomb plan. Hugh Laurie blew the tea calmly and took a sip. I didn't give the order for the nuclear bomb. Even if those world mercenaries want to go crazy, they will only assassinate these congressmen to vent their anger. They don't even dare to find the mechanical main brain. But in this way, the last stumbling block of the machine generation will be kicked away. It will accelerate its plan, which is not good for us. Dr. Murray turned off his brain chip, looked around, and suddenly whispered, after all, our goal is to use the completion angel to devour the machine generation. The snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman benefits. It is best for them to lose both. Hugh Laurie smiled slightly, and a white light flashed in his eyes. It's no longer necessary. As long as we proceed according to the plan, everything will be ours. Dr. Murray's expression gradually changed. A flash of white light flashed in his eyes. He bowed slightly and left without saying a word. Ha ha ha. You are worthy of being the master of 40 million artificial data. You give me the feeling that you are not much weaker than those super AIs. This is thanks to the advanced civilization device provided by you. Otherwise, the human completion plan would not have been so smooth, Hugh Laurie said without turning his head. Behind him, the 5th generation Miller slowly narrowed his eyes. The other party had not had this attitude before. For the planetary nobles from the clouds, this feeling is very bad. By the way, Mr. Miller, several virtual acceleration engines you ordered from outer space have all had problems. Did you know? Problems? In short, these engines are difficult to handle the huge computing power of the human brain. And it took our department engineers a lot of effort to adjust them. The 5th generation Miller frowned. This is impossible. I got them from the black market of the galaxy. They are all the flagship products of giant enterprise civilization. I believe my people will not lie to me. That's true. But is there another possibility that these advanced civilization products themselves are not so advanced? Maybe from a purely hardware perspective, they are excellent. After all, they are products of the 3rd level civilization. But in processing more complex human brain algorithms, they are not so suitable. Adjusting them, on the contrary, wasted a lot of our time. You mean? I should apologize to you. The 5th generation Miller's expression slowly sank. If you don't mind, I don't mind either. The 5th generation Miller narrowed his eyes. And the next moment, a large number of cracks appeared on the walls, ceilings, and glass. A dangerous atmosphere that only belongs to high-level cloud nobles began to spread around. Template, old nobles' old evidence. As a high-level person who ruled the planet in the last era, you have a lot of secrets and dark channels, which can lead to any corner of the world. Dark Emperor, as a planetary noble, you have a lot of old-fashioned authority, which can be extended to any emerging force. Fate Controller, as long as you want, you can decide the fate of any ordinary person on this planet. Momentum plus 500%. Gene suppression plus 300%. If I want, I can make all the senior genetic engineers and top neurologists in your hands resign in a minute. Of course, I don't doubt your connections. Foundations, corporate associations, species research associations. and even underground organizations on this planet. Which one has nothing to do with you? Hugh Laurie turned his head, and the white light in his eyes became brighter. But, which one can you control? The murderous look in Miller's eyes flashed, and the next moment, he appeared beside Hugh Laurie, and his 5 fingers, like steel, clamped on the other's neck fiercely. But at the same time, he felt a sharp pain. Hugh Laurie disappeared, replaced by an extremely huge white light angel. And the real world also disappeared, replaced by an endless sea of signals. Unlike the sea of data in cyberspace, the seawater here is composed entirely of nerve signals. Every signal that falls on a person is an intuitive feeling. Pain, sadness, joy, sadness, darkness, jealousy, greed. For the super body of Miller, the 5th generation, a feeling is just like a mosquito bite. But when millions, tens of millions of nerve signals are transmitted into his nervous system. The eyes of the 5th generation Miller turned red instantly. This strong feeling, which exceeded the upper limit of the senses, even traveled through time and space, and arrived on a huge starship. The wine glass in the hand of Miller, who looked the same, suddenly exploded. He screamed and held his head. "Doctor, call the doctor quickly!" The servant shouted hurriedly. A medical soft-body creature was released, and it wrapped Miller in an instant. However, the next moment, this alien life equivalent to a high-level medical cabin exploded directly, and he couldn't die anymore. Fortunately, the medical team of this starship arrived quickly, and the 2nd-level occupation of the cyborg doctor, the alien species doctor, quickly began to treat. It can be confirmed that it was the strange biological signal transmitted by the clone at the coordinates of 13441.53232.52242. The star map was opened, and the location of that coordinate was exactly the machine crack star. The surrounding alien nobles were in an uproar, because the symbol of this coordinate was a bright red big X. This means that either a civilization-level disaster occurred on this planet, or this planet is a testing ground for advanced civilization. Obviously, this is the 2nd type. These alien nobles, business tycoons, and interstellar stars all showed horrified expressions. The cyber test site is the haunt of perverts and lunatics. In the ever-changing ethical universe, it is recognized as a concentration camp for perverts. The reputation of the cyber test site is well known. There is only one surgical plan now: to cut off the communication device of this clone. Otherwise, the nervous system of the main body will probably be destroyed. The alien doctor said calmly. "Tyr, cut it off." The main body gritted its teeth and said viciously. After crossing thousands of light years, it returned to the city that never sleeps. This superhumanoid monster, with a maximum level of 60, plus 2 templates, was drowned by the sea of nerves without any resistance. Planetary asset dealer, galaxy black market dealer, hybrid blood implanter. Hugh Laurie said to himself. Among these 3 identities, is there anyone that is worth being proud of? Before the real era of technology, you have no power to fight. After the nuclear bomb washed the ground, soon, the city that never sleeps passed another mechanical law immigration plan. 1 million artificial data will be migrated from the city of crime to the city that never sleeps. If it is a business game, this practice of migrating criminals will result in minus 10% public support, minus 20% social stability, and plus 30% crime rate. However, for a city that has already formed a moral society, this proposal did not cause any waves. The reason is that there is a rule in the moral chip that any established social policy must be moral. Moreover, before entering the city, these criminals will also have a chip implanted for free. It's just that the citizens are willing, but the criminals are not happy. In the crime capital, the city that never sleeps has now become a crime black hole, and whoever goes there will be unlucky. I am a serious criminal, and I don't want to be a good person. And the evil associations in the crime city are not so honest. For a while, all kinds of crazy operations appeared, and some even planned to directly create a batch of clones in order to fill the numbers. However, the news from Asia soon came, and the scene of nuclear bombs washing the ground was shocking. The machine generation master is not here to negotiate with you. If you can't get enough people, or if you plan to fill the numbers, you can just use nuclear bombs to wipe the ground. Negotiate conditions. Wait until you can withstand nuclear bombs. However, unlike NPCs, the players suddenly became excited after hearing this news. The reason is very simple. The forum administrator G, who had been pretending to be dead, suddenly released a large copy update, which was posted on the homepage of the machine cracking star. Cyber Experiment Human Completion Plan 01. Do humans need morality? Do humans not need morality? What kind of morality do humans need? How to calibrate it so that it can be in line with the development of the technology tree of this planet. Now, the emerging giant Unreal Union has provided such a plan to complete humanity, to let humans break free from the cage of the body and enter the spiritual paradise. Of course, there is also a saying that this plan is to completely imprison humans and then transform them into a kind of worker bee-like existence, building a high wall on the concept of humanity, which is a totalitarian experiment and a means of the alien gene master. So, as a member of the cyber test field, what is your choice? This task is a nightmare-level task, and the prerequisites for entering this version are laughing bat chip and the qualification of a citizen of the city of crime. This task is a reward pool task, and every 1% increase in the task completion rate will increase the task reward. This task has a large number of side quests. Please use your wisdom and actively explore. Friendship task reminder: neon lights and billboards are not the symbols of cyberpunk. Social transformation is. Chapter 362 Meeting. Fuck, this game actually has a dungeon? Fuck, this game actually has an official? Fuck, this game actually has a GM? As the players started to complain, soon, almost all the players on the machine splitting star entered this pinned post and had a heated discussion. It was so popular that it even triggered the suffering players on other planets. Why do the players on the machine splitting star have an official announcement? We don't. We also want a large dungeon. Isn't the mechanical rebellion on planet N43 big enough? How much bigger do you want? Social experiment? Is this how the game is played? Not killing monsters to level up, but social transformation? We, the Tentacle Star people, say that our planet is healthy, beautiful, good, and there is nothing that can be transformed. As the alien player said, he posted a selfie. In the photo, a small boss is stretching out 2 tentacles and making a yeah gesture. His mouth is full of sharp teeth, and the thigh meat of an unknown creature is hanging from the corner of his mouth. Could it be that the protagonist of this game is on the Gylixing star? So the large-scale dungeon starts from this planet? Damn. You guys are reincarnated in the wrong place. That can't be said. Maybe this is just the beginning. And soon, various dungeon tasks will be refreshed. The player of the information creature floating in the nebula said, no matter what transformation, just come up with a living person. The game has been open for 3 months. Let alone players. I haven't seen a single NPC. Fuck. Nebula. Information creature. What level are you? Brother? I can't even fly. We Birdman said. We can fly since we were born. Compared to the messy player forums, Machine Star players have begun to act quickly. Never Sleeping City player group, Crime City player group, 9-3 group, Troublemaker player group, Rough Pigeon player group, P Community player group. Various small groups of players have been formed spontaneously. The issue everyone discussed was more practical. That is, how to do a nightmare-level mission. And a large nightmare-level mission? Needless to say, we must defeat the capitalists, destroy the giant companies, and let the players of Night City stand up together. After this mission, we will all be legends. This is the conclusion of the plot-based player group. This is asking us to play the clown. Hee hee. Everyone laughs at the clown. Everyone is a clown. I only say the same thing 3 times. Make trouble. Make trouble. Or make trouble. I want to blow up all the buildings in the city that never sleeps. This is the consensus of the Crime City player group. Fuck moral chip, crime-free society, this is simply heaven on earth. Those players who only want experience rewards, don't you have any heart? This utopian city, you are going to destroy it? Either die as a hero, or live to see yourself being forced into a villain. This time, I choose to be a dark knight. Kill those stinky gamers. This is the consensus of the Righteous Knight group of players. In addition to the troublemakers and righteous players, there is also a group of strange futurists, whose focus is rather peculiar. Social transformation? Can XP be transformed? Social transformation is here. Neutron annihilation. Species extinction. How far will population cleansing be? Can I feed the excess population to robots? Needless to say, this is a group of paradox players. Of course, these 3 groups are just rough divisions. If you really count, even within the troublemaking flow, there are factions such as Task Flow, $0 Purchase Flow, Random Destruction Flow, Boss First Kill Flow, etc. There is no way, Who made this the first large-scale dungeon, and the conditions for completing the task are so vague. Every player has his own understanding of the task. When a consensus cannot be reached, unsurprisingly, the first PvP between players will be staged in real life. Even the always close-knit Jijia Huangtu group has split opinions. Jijia, the yellow lady, wants to take advantage of the chaos to do pornography. Bao Zi wants to maximize the task reward. I am a big muscle man who is a rare justice player. Gigi wants to team up to fight the boss. PP leader is asking her when this undercover person will start. In short, the process is messy, although there is no greeting of relatives like in other groups, but various threats of anal sex are inevitable. Finally, it was the authority dog Sister G who waved her hand and directly banned the whole group. I just came back. And you guys just don't give me face. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Bozy has something to say next. Everyone. Since it is an open world, everyone can have their own way of playing. Which is understandable. Bowsy made a classic melon-eating expression. But have you forgotten that if you want to enter a large dungeon, you must first implant the laughing bat chip? Can you do the implantation surgery yourself? Sunglasses. Sunglasses. Let me tell you in advance. The function of this chip is very powerful. Sister G lifted the ban. And the group was silent for a while. And the style of the painting suddenly changed 180 degrees. Boss Bowsy, can you give me a 50% discount? Kiss kiss. Brother Bowsy, I am willing to give you a chrysanthemum in exchange for your manual transmission operation. Boss Bowsy, please help me. I really want to play in the dungeon. I sent you a photo of myself in women's clothing. LS has confirmed that I am a cross-dresser. Unlike me, I am a real man. Brother Bowsy, I kneel down to you. I want to be your dog. Dad. Just when the players were in a mess, Gao Gong was in cyberspace, and was in some trouble. What bothered him was that he couldn't access the LAN of the never-sleeping city. In front of his eyes, all the network nodes of the never-sleeping city were covered by white light. The most troublesome thing in the cyber network is not the ordinary firewall, but the full data blockade. The data here refers to artificial data. Or in other words, people. Obviously, in the current situation, all citizens of the never-sleeping city have been implanted with moral chips. And there must be a monitoring system in the chip. This means that no matter where you come in, you will be discovered. Because you can't dive into the ocean and not get wet at all. This speed is too fast. Gao Gong frowned. According to his idea, it will take at least 10 days for the Unreal Union to complete the chip layout of version 4.0. Unless he got some advanced network equipment to assist. Brother, how about entering the quantum entanglement state? Gao Yuan suggested. No, I had a vague feeling last time that the machine generation must have transferred special virtual weapons from the mother city to target me. The same move can't be performed a second time in front of the Saint Seiya. There must be a special entry channel. I don't believe that the powerful gang, steel-clawed gang, deep web weavers have all been incorporated. As long as he can find a network node, even if it is just a man-made data, Gao Gong can do it in a snail shell. I have a way, Bird of Paradise said suddenly. You? Before Gao Gong could reply, Ahung became nervous. Big sister, don't think about making a big scene again. We are wanted now. Please hold back. Hold back. When facing the mother city, most cyber hackers took the dirty route. Only the sister chose the hard anal approach. Whether facing Yagami Motoko or the incarnation of the deep web, this sister was not afraid at all. She played for excitement and her heartbeat. But this time, Bird of Paradise curled her lips slightly. You know my style, would others not know it? Gao Gong immediately understood what the other party meant. You want to negotiate with the members of the Holy City Organization? Right, either make way for me, or both sides will fight, causing the deep web to come. I don't believe that, with the deep web watching, their evil god resurrection plan can still succeed. Gao Gong touched his chin. This tactical threat idea seems to be quite feasible. After all, as long as the other party wants to complete the plan, they will not really fight with the Bird of Paradise. Of course, the basis of this threat is built on the notorious reputation of Bird of Paradise. After all, this sister has proved with actual cases that she really dares to take action. A woman who dares to exile even the aristocratic nest of Cloud City can do anything. Then let the prototype accompany you. I have a little addition to your plan. Gao Gong snapped his fingers. And in an instant, two faces with constantly changing mosaics appeared on his and Bird of Paradise's faces. Soon, the two disappeared in the nodes of the data network. leaving Gao Yuanyuan with a puffy face. Xiao Yuanyuan, you are not good enough. You can't help it all. Yes. In this case, how can you date your brother? That's right. Hurry up. My baby is 2 years old. Where did you get your son? My bunny is my baby. You already have a baby. Let's get married. After all, I'm 4 years old. And I'm old enough to raise children. In the welfare home, a bunch of primary AIs with an average age of less than 5 years old pointed at the screen, looking down on Gao Yuanyuan's operations. Still not learning. Still not working. A middle-aged woman-like supervisor suddenly broke in and yelled, "Ah, run! This stinky Yuanyuan actually installed such a hateful thing for us." A bunch of little boys and little girls screamed in fear and rushed back to their respective places, entering the deep learning mode of AI. The efficiency of Bird of Paradise is quite high. Soon, the two received an invitation email. The link above is a highly confidential node. In the lower right corner of the email, there is a Holy City logo. The two of them didn't waste any words and directly transmitted through the hyperlink. Soon, a place similar to the headquarters of the Dark Organization appeared in front of Gao Gong. For a moment, scenes of gatherings of various organizations such as Akatsuki, Phantom Troop, Arankar Corps, Tarot Club, Men in Black, and FFF Group appeared in Gao Gong's mind. Gao Gong thought he was meeting two hackers, but he didn't expect to meet an entire Holy City organization. Chapter 363 Small Cyberspace. Damn, you guys are not playing by the rules. According to the classic style of the villain organization, you are invincible in group fights, but you have to fight one-on-one. Shouldn't you come one by one? First, 1 or 2 hackers come, and they fight with us for a while, then 1 or 2 helpers come, and we use the tactic of adding fuel to the fire, and then we find their lair, and bomb them, and finally we fight the boss. After a fierce battle, they are persuaded by the advantage of words, and commit suicide. This is the style you guys should have. Why do you come up with a king bomb right at the beginning? Don't play by the rules. If people like you were put in a novel, the protagonist wouldn't survive more than 3 chapters. For some reason, Gao Gong's desire to complain suddenly soared. And the encrypted node that the two of them were hyperlinked to was indeed in line with the style of the villain organization's lair. The blood-red data stream flowed down the cliff like a waterfall. With the perception of an old driver, Gao Gong smelled the rich underlying code, which was an electronic feeling that transcended the senses and was imprinted in the depths of the spirit. This feeling is very mysterious, and it is 100 times more wonderful than the shivering in your body. So, Akatsuki Organization, PA. The Holy City Organization has reversed all the information technology of cyberspace. So amazing. Although in Gao Gong's opinion, cyberspace is not a very advanced means. After all, in the universe, there are dimensional networks, space-time super tunnels, and other super information networks that cross galaxies, and even cross black holes. Even, some information civilizations, Zerg civilizations are born with cyberspace. But this is based on the perspective of the Lord of Level 6 civilization. In fact, even among Level 3 civilizations, there are not many who can replicate the cybernetic network, or even very few. After all, there are too many technologies required. But the cybernetic network is just like the mobile phone ecosystem. It is not enough to just build an Android system. You have to be able to let all the major apps enter your ecosystem. At this point, hackers are powerless. But with such a mini cybernetic network, at least cyber killers can't find the door. Moreover, this kind of ecology is very powerful for hackers. When developed, it is even no less than the corporate will of large companies. Gao Gong showed an expression of enlightenment. He finally understood how the world's #1 hacker gathered 10 first-class hackers to form the 11 Arhats. Ideas are one aspect, and interests are another. Compared to Gao Gong's surprise, Paradise Bird was much calmer. After all, he was familiar with the members of the Holy City Organization, and she had been here before. The two walked forward. Between the waterfalls, there were electronic altars, which functioned like apps on ancient mobile phones, traffic entrances. Good boy, you actually stole data from cyberspace. I will report you later. Gao Gong stared at an altar. On the altar, a kind of sticky black matter was constantly accumulating. On the edge of the altar, a figure was squatting on it, swallowing the black matter in big mouthfuls, and making strange humming sounds from his mouth, like crying and laughing. A hacker who devours the dark side of his personality, a nightmare. Right? The completely blackened cyber tribe. Gao Gong remembered the names and abilities of these 11 Arhats very clearly. Although there are many more exaggerated existences in the universe, As a man, the first time is still impressive. At the beginning, the 11 Arhats overthrew the Arasaka Tower, which shocked the entire gamer circle of the Machine Star. Soon, Gao Gong saw another electronic altar. There was a hyperlink bridge on the altar, which was like a Niha bridge made of code. The wind was rolling on the bridge, and viruses were everywhere. Every dead personality who walked across the bridge would mysteriously disappear. Some dead personalities suddenly woke up, looked around in panic, and then fled backwards, but were immediately grabbed by various virus arms and pulled back. This method of using personality to feed the virus. Mr. Patchwork? Senior engineer was sure that if they continued to brush up experience like this, it would not take long for all the hackers of the Holy City organization to reach level 60 and become information creatures. On this planet, achieving individual information ascension is the highest pursuit of every hacker. It's just pure experience. I'm afraid there will be sequelae. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes, staring at a figure on an electronic altar. Tyria. Or a clone of Tyria. The aura of the other party is not much weaker than that of the Bird of Paradise. But in terms of purity, it is far inferior to the Bird of Paradise that achieved ascension by its own will. Maybe the other party pulled the two in to show off their technical accumulation. But this is obviously a bad move for the old driver of the universe. Basically, you can tell what color the other party is at a glance. Ahem. Tell the truth. This radical method of achieving cross-civilization level upgrade is certainly effective in the short term. But from a long-term perspective, it is very problematic. Gao Gong immediately understood why the other party wanted to revive the ancient evil god all over the world, fighting poison with poison. After walking for about 5 minutes, Gao Gong came to the core of this encrypted node, in front of a huge square table, surrounded by white pillars that supported the sky. And on the surface of the pillars were various strange religious codes. On the high-backed chairs, human figures looked like gods, looking down at the two indifferently. Why did the style suddenly change from Akatsuki to Tarot Club? You are all traitors too? Tyria, Electronic Dream, Super Worker, Nightmare, Mr. Patchwork, and a stranger that Gao Gong didn't recognize. Among the 11 Arhats, a total of 6 appeared. If that stranger is also the future 11 Arhats. The Bird of Paradise was obviously not happy with this overlooking angle, snorted coldly. The next moment, the violent code flames began to burn the entire hall, although it was quickly swallowed by the underlying code. But when the density of the flames began to rise, and transformed into information flames, even the underlying code of cyberspace could not completely digest this top-level method of the second-level hacker. Cracks began to appear on the ground. Countless complex codes were like lotus root silk, entangled together. Gao Gong didn't mind this kind of condescending gaze, after all. He was often looked down upon by rich women in this way. But in order to show his manly side, he resolutely stepped forward and hid behind the Bird of Paradise. There are so many monsters, so scary, rich women love. As a masked man, the first hacker of Jixiexing, Tyria slowly stood up from the high-back chair. The next moment, all the white pillars shone with golden light. This light was a high-density data stream formed by religious codes. Wherever the data flow passes, all cracks are smoothed, and the light forces the information flame out of the application. The flames in the eyes of the Bird of Paradise are frantically swallowing and spitting, and a huge bird shadow can be vaguely seen on its back. For a moment, the data structure of the entire encryption node seems to be ignited. However, as the golden light gradually spreads, it is the Bird of Paradise, a level 60 information life, that is suppressed. TSK. Worthy of being the boss of the Holy City organization. You are so strong in controlling the religious code. But in my impression, the core processing units of the religious code are highly concentrated, which also means that in terms of computing architecture, they are not stable and can be easily divided and cut into. This is why they cannot form a computing power revolution alone. They must achieve a surge in computing power through chips after the Industrial Revolution to complete supercomputing. Without computers, what's the use of virtual machines? As a top hacker, a few words from senior engineer made the Bird of Paradise's eyes light up. The next moment, the information flame did not fight against the golden light, but formed a knife-shaped data structure, embedded in the golden light transformed by the code. With each cut, a large number of cracks overflowed from the golden light. It was indeed much more unstable than ordinary simulation codes. It was like an ordinary person and a mental patient. The same words. The degree of stimulation was completely different. Two people stood up. Nightmare and Mr. Patchwork. And Chaoyang and Electronic Dream quickly stop the two. When they come on the scene, the situation changes. Hey, you dare to attack our leader. Don't look down on our organization. The stranger suddenly jumped out and waved his hand with hacker chips. Hundreds of attack methods, including Trojans, viruses, address attackers, personality attackers, mind replacement, illegal malware, etc., appeared. At this point, Gao Gong couldn't just ignore it. Although he was only a level 10 hacker, he still knew a lot of ways to make a big difference. All hacker features were lit up, chewed twice, opened his mouth and spit. Countless small bubbles sprayed out. Each bubble was a man-made IP. Each bubble faced an attack method, quickly wrapped them, and transferred them into the flame. The next moment, the bubble burst. Under the burning of the information flame, these hacker weapons were burned into files of various formats, then collapsed again, turned into abandoned code. The bird of paradise looked cold, waved his hand. Thousands of Firebird cracking mini-programs were born, and rushed towards the other side frantically. The stranger panicked, and used all his chips to unleash his hacking skills. The other party blocked the outlet, but failed to block the engineer's trick. IP bubbles suddenly burst out from the flames, covering the other party's face. As if suffocated, the other party flipped over and fell to the ground. Data streams continued to flow from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, and his facial features were visibly distorted and shrunk. Ah! What the hell? The stranger's hands turned into Data state, and with a fierce tear, a piece of human skin broke. But another stranger's face floated out of his face. Another tear, another unfamiliar face. Not only the appearance, the other party's personality was also impacted by many virtual personalities. A stream of unfamiliar memories rushed in frantically, trying to replace him. The human brain IPs that Gao Gong had not used up in the Escaper game were all given to the other party for free. Ah! Chapter 364 True or False Ascension. This movement naturally alarmed several other top hackers. Especially this method. According to rumors in the underground world, this is a fake brain IP that even the deep web cannot unlock. It's you? Prototype. In the hacker world, the name of the prototype is not widely circulated, but in the eyes of real top hackers, this mysterious hacker is a real powerful character. Dian Ming directly covered the eyes of the newcomer with his palm. The next moment, one pair of eyes closed after another. After about force closing 100,000 pairs of eyes, Dian Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Someone come to take over, it's a bit unstoppable." Chao Gong didn't waste any words. He picked up the newcomer with a thick arm, and shook it violently. A large amount of data fragments were shaken off, and soon it was shaken into a small pile. These piles were all discarded human brain IPs, roughly counted, no less than 200,000. Chaoyang said nothing, and threw the newcomer into Nightmare's hands. The black liquid on Nightmare's body swallowed the newcomer directly, and after digesting about 1 million human brain IPs, he threw it to Mr. Patchwork. The four of them took turns to attack, and although the number of digestions varied, it was related to their specialization and had nothing to do with their hacker level. After digesting nearly 10 million human brain IPs, Chaoyang threw the newcomer to the ground. The newcomer spewed out code, and data flowed in his pupils. It was obvious that he had a miserable end. Bird of Paradise and Tyria stopped fighting at some point, watching the scene silently. "Very powerful means," said the masked man. "Tyria, just like the infectious virus, there is no solution for a while, so you can only use your strength." Electronic Dream shook his hands, with a somewhat unconvinced tone. Bird of Paradise heard it, sneered, and said bluntly, "Even if I give you another 100 years, you won't find a solution." Electronic Dream laughed. "Sister is still as irritable as before. But what you said makes sense. Now I dare not say that I can solve this level of virus." Bird of Paradise raised his eyebrows. "When did the other party become so humble?" Engineer Gao laughed, and said more modestly, "Ordinary virtual personalities are not good. But when the virtual machine godhood of the ancient evil god is implanted, it may not be the case. After all, how can a human compare to a god?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed, especially Tyria. Although he was a masked man, Engineer Gao could feel that the underlying code of the villain organization's lair began to change rapidly. "What a terrible expression. Sister Bird of Paradise, protect me." The prototype of the rich woman's love once again hid behind Bird of Paradise, becoming the man behind the woman. "Are you going to turn against me completely?" "Tyria, I haven't settled the score with you for betraying me last time. Paradise Bird touched the boy's head and said with a gloomy face. The deep web can't find my true identity. Maybe you can keep me here, I'm serious. Senior Engineer added sincerely. Tyria said calmly. Tell me your purpose, Paradise Bird. Right now, our Holy City organization doesn't seem to attract you. I need the network key to enter the city that never sleeps. Don't deny it. I know you have it. So what do you plan to trade? Tyria asked. The Bird of Paradise raised its eyebrows and was about to speak, but was quietly pulled back by Gao Gong. Behind the mosaic mask, Gao Gong smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and a small black spider crawled down from his palm. How about this? The holy seal of the spider goddess. Without this, even if you can resurrect that person, the divinity you obtain will be incomplete. Before the transaction, I need an answer, Tyria said. What is your purpose? Subversion. Gao Gong smiled. Subversion? Subversion of what? I haven't decided yet. Should we blow up Arasaka Tower, or overthrow all the giant companies? Or should we bring down the mother city? There are too many plans, and it's hard to make a decision at the moment. So let's set a small goal first, such as overthrowing the emerging giant of the city that never sleeps. Tyria looked at Gao Gong deeply, and then said to Bird of Paradise, Congratulations, you have achieved the ultimate goal of hackers. But I assure you, information life is just the starting point. In our hands, there is a more powerful force, and individual ascension is just the starting point. Holiness and freedom will not stop here. In the encrypted network node, Bird of Paradise and the prototype left, leaving only the members of the Holy City organization. Tyria sat in the main seat, playing with the black spider in his hand. The other members hesitated to speak, but finally spoke. Why don't you persuade the eldest sister? She is now a mortal enemy of the deep web. I think we can win her over. And the prototype, the mysterious hacker, I suspect it is an old thing from the civilized era. He probably has no good feelings towards the mother city, and the old man Arasaka, who took refuge in the mother city. Maybe it's better to keep them. They won't report us to the deep web. Right? This temporary node was built with great difficulty. Tyria glanced at the newcomer on the ground coldly. If you're not dead, get up, and don't get in the way. Ahem, okay, boss. The new face rolled his eyes, and struggled to climb down using his hands and feet. Tyria threw the spider to Mr. Patchwork, and said coldly, There is no problem with this holy seal. Solve the matter of the never-sleeping city as soon as possible. You've wasted too much time. Without waiting for the two to speak, Tyria said, After this matter is resolved, everyone in the organization will proceed to the first stage of ascension. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the hackers lit up at the same time. It should have been done long ago. It's worth the work we've done for Turing. After the ascension is completed, Big Sister should know that. She is not the only one in the world who can become an information life. On the other side, Bird of Paradise and Engineer Gao returned to the cyberspace. Engineer Gao looked at the network key in his hand, smiled, and then threw it into the sea of data. What are you doing? Bird of Paradise couldn't stop him, and frowned. This was what they had finally gotten back. No need, I have found the real portal. By the way, have you ever thought about your future? My future? The Bird of Paradise looked at the engineer in surprise. What do you mean? Information life is the upper limit of the second-level civilization, but it is only the starting point of the third-level civilization. Choosing your own development path, in a sense, is also choosing the development path of civilization. This step must be chosen carefully, after all. Once you take a step, you can't turn back. The third-level civilization, that is a civilization that can touch the elements of ascension. The engineer looked at the other party, tempting. Don't you want to experience real civilization ascension? Ascension is very cool. Chapter 365 Artificial Data Migration. Civilization is not built by one person. Individuals can only rely on blood, advanced technology, to achieve the upgrade of individual military power. But civilization is ascension, a kind of collective life sublimation. It is also the only good way to solve the stubborn problems of civilization. In the universe, the vastness of the civilization territory, the great gap between classes, and the many stubborn problems of races, have reached the point where there is no solution. The only way is to ascend. From the perspective of the player, ascension is a bug. A dimensionality reduction attack that forcibly creates the difficulty of the game. For example, the third-level civilization is already a civilization that can touch the elements of ascension. The threshold for advanced occupations in the third-level civilization is level 90, and the highest is level 120. However, In the civilization, there are still some 10th and 20th level civilization dregs and backward elements. In fact, in most civilizations, this kind of talent is the largest. However, once the ascension is completed, the 3rd level civilization is promoted to the 4th level civilization, which is commonly known as the ascension civilization. No matter what level you were before, whether you were level 0, level 10, a cyborg abandoned by the times, or a waste who is lazy and does not know how to distinguish between grains, you will be instantly promoted to the bottom line of the 4th level civilization. That is level 120. That's right, in the ascended civilization, even the lowest level civilians are all level 120 bosses. In the eyes of players, this is simply a bug. I've worked so hard and in the end, I can't even compare to you. The NPC who is born with a good life? The bottom line of the 4th level civilization is level 120, which means that the members of the civilization are level 120. The same goes for this. The lowest level of the 5th level civilization members is 150. The lowest level of the 6th level civilization members is 180. The lowest level of the 7th level civilization members is 210. The lowest level of the 8th level civilization members is 240. The lowest level of the 9th level civilization members is 270. This explosive improvement greatly suppresses the destructiveness of the players as the 4th disaster. After all, no matter how common they can crush you with their level alone. The later the level, the more terrible the attribute increase brought by the level increase. Of course, in the universe, there are not many advanced civilizations. In fact, 99% of civilizations are stuck at the 1st level of ascension. After ascension, 99% of civilizations will be stuck at the next level of ascension. By analogy, based on the universe, the number of advanced civilizations is actually very small. After all, the Palace of Eternal Order of the Civilization Council has only more than 100 chairs. I, Gao, am the owner of one of the chairs. Similarly, he is also the only player representative, although no one knew his identity as a player until the time travel. The construction of civilization is not a matter of a day or a night. And it is definitely not a matter of one person. A planet-level top hacker is actually very compatible with the super brain civilization route he took in his previous life. So Gao Gong extended an olive branch to Bird of Paradise. Bird of Paradise did not agree immediately. She knew the importance of this invitation very well. Cooperation is cooperation. But once you climb up the other party's technology tree, you can only go all the way. She is not like Gao Yuanyuan. Gao Xiaomei is an ordinary person. Her vision is far from that of the top hackers. In addition, the black ones have been squeezed out. This personality is somewhat naive. In fact, one of the main reasons why she stayed on this planet, instead of going to the alien colony or the asteroid belt, is that she wanted to try her luck in the cyber test field to see if she could find a breakthrough. The breakthrough of hackers is different from that of other professions. Other professions are more about piling up hardware, while hackers are equivalent to the version update of software. It was just that which version was the best. She needed quite some time to explore. Mr. Patchwork and Nightmare set out again. They passed through the small cyberspace of the Holy City organization and directly transferred to the abdomen of the spider goddess. The data was digested and regenerated twice, basically cutting off the possibility of others tracking them. Especially the second reincarnation, which was not the cybernet, but gene replication. Accompanied by the cracking of the spider eggs, 2 spider sons crawled out of the sticky liquid. No matter how many times I've experienced it, this feeling is still disgusting. Mr. Patchwork looked at the liquid with disgust, his tongue moving in his mouth, and finally pulled out a bloody spider silk. What the hell is this? Your umbilical cord, Nightmare said coldly. Ugh, soon. A bunch of spider maids surrounded them, wiped their bodies, and changed their clothes. Many people know that the Deep Web Weavers are the only gang that has a close relationship with cyberspace. Among their trading partners, there are advanced AI, viruses, and conscious replicas. They are the masters of the underground market. But almost no one knows that. Compared to the hackers' methods, their human spider gene hybrid technology is the real trump card. No one knows that. 2,000 meters underground in the city that never sleeps, there is a huge gene modification factory. And various node channels have covered half of the island of Santo Domingo. Half human, half spider, iron spider, spider girl, human-headed spider. If Desira were here, She would definitely recognize many of her kind. You are here. The seventh spider girl, a girl with a cold temperament, came over. She is very different from other spider modifiers. There are no extra parts on her hands and feet. The only difference from normal people is that there are 3 pairs of red compound eyes on her forehead. When her red eyes were aimed at the two cyber hackers felt at the same time an evil spirit spreading over them. This was a powerful psychic. Don't be so cold, Mr. Patchwork said with a grin. I came this time, but I brought a good thing. He stretched out his hand, and a black data spider took shape in his palm. A unique divinity belonging to the spider goddess overflowed, and a crawling sound was heard. The genetically modified spiders hidden in the dark were all scared away by this breath. The lost holy seal of the ninth sister. The 7 spider girl's face changed, and a red light flashed on her 3 pairs of red spider eyes. The next moment, the data spider teleported directly to her palm. Shuchi, your ability has improved again. It seems that the goddess's revival is not far away. Seeing this scene, the 2 hackers looked at each other. Each spider girl has a unique ability. The 7th spider girl is best at rare data migration. It's a pity that if this ability is given to a hacker, the power exerted will definitely be 100 times that of the other party. Hee, we are the Holy City organization, are you still worried? We said we would take back the Holy Seal, and we will take it back. Mr. Patchwork smiled and boasted. The 7th spider woman looked at the 2 coldly, turned around and left. The upper echelons of the deep web weavers have a consensus that these hackers definitely have bad intentions. But to revive the spider goddess, they must rewrite the code. Only religious codes that meet the standards of this era can revive the goddess in cyberspace. From a hacker's perspective, this resurrection is essentially the reproduction of an ancient virtual machine based on the cybernet. The 2 followed the 7th spider girl and walked to the restricted area, where they were stopped. Looking at the disappearing figure of the 7th spider girl, Mr. Patchwork shrugged. We wrote the code, and we took back the fragments of the operating system. But they don't let us play with the computer. Isn't this ridiculous? Don't underestimate the ancient virtual machine. The hoarse voice of Nightmare rang out. The essence of religion is a virtual machine that is out of hardware control. The human brain is just an interface, not a distributed server. This also means that this information processing mode is very extreme, and the underlying human brain must be modified. How do you know that when rewriting the religious code, our human brain processing systems have not been modified? No way, Mr. Patchwork said in surprise. You mean? These codes also have viral properties. Religious codes will have an irresistible effect on the senses, just like psychotropic drugs. It's to remind you, don't capsize in the gutter. After all, your slicing ability is most restrained by this method. That's true, Mr. Patchwork said to himself, and suddenly looked at the other party suspiciously. When did you learn to care about people? The crazy talk of religious people is a kind of uncommented code, which is exactly the same as your code level. Maybe you have been transformed now. If you are just crazy, it's fine. If you die, I will continue to write in your shit mountain code. I don't want to suffer this kind of pain, Nightmare said coldly. Fuck. You actually looked down on my coding skills. I'm furious. As the 2 were bickering, the 7th spider girl came out of the restricted area again. Her tone slightly softened. You too. The 1st spider girl is waiting for you. TSK. I can finally play with the computer. Although I'm not interested in this kind of ancient toy. Well? You don't want to go in? Looking at the motionless 7th spider girl, Mr. Patchwork asked curiously. There are only the 1st spider girl and the previous generation of elders inside. I am not qualified to go in, the 7th spider girl said coldly. It seems that your authority is not enough. Mr. Patchwork laughed strangely and walked in with Nightmare. As for the 7th spider woman, she looked at the 2 of them deeply and walked into the darkness again. Each deep web weaver has 2 nests, one on the network level and the other on the reality level. However, with the blockade of cyberspace by the machine generation lord, the entire Never Sleep City network has been turned into a local area network, and the deep web weaver has only 1 nest. Before the spider goddess revived, the dignity of the machine generation lady could not be offended. As the spider silk was untied by the little spiders, the 7th spider girl came to her own Ponzi cave. This Ponzi cave was quite simple, similar to the dormitory for the lower level employees. It was hard to imagine that this would be the residence of the leader of the deep web weavers, the 7th spider girl. But for the deep web weavers, in the cybernet, they can absorb other people's virtual data. And in reality, they can enter a state of genetic repair through the little spiders. The pleasure brought by these two states allowed them to completely break away from the worldly enjoyment and enter a higher level. In a sense, the deep web weavers are also a group of otakus, but they are a group of religious otakus with aspirations. The seventh spider girl was lying on the bed. Soon, the sound of hissing rang out, and a large number of palm-sized spiders crawled out from the ceiling, corners, under the bed, etc., climbed onto her body, bite her skin, sucked her flesh and blood, and inside her skin, performed a lot of silk spinning work. The face of the seventh spider lady suddenly turned red. This feeling was like drinking and having fun with the virtual machine. The spider goddess, or the ancient spider cult, was not actually a folk cult of the empire, but a sect of the alliance. Compared with the mechanical imperial rule of the empire, the alliance was looser. It was formed by a series of small ancient countries. The grassroots control was not strict. This kind of sect was good at taking shortcuts and building relationships with various powerful figures in the political arena, and gradually grew stronger. The earliest spider cult was said to be composed of several drug addicts, and the spider goddess was a high-purity anti-counterfeiting symbol. But soon, the seventh spider lady opened her eyes, and the spiders dispersed again. A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the seventh spider lady. She sat up, with countless small cuts on her face and body, from head to toe. Almost every part had signs of being bitten, and many parts were turned outward, and many places were still bleeding, which looked particularly scary. She did not enter the gene repair state as usual. Instead, she felt particularly uncomfortable. She got off the bed and came to a mirror. The young lady in the mirror seemed to have been tortured severely. Only the 3 pairs of spider eyes looked at various parts of her body suspiciously. Suddenly, the seventh spider girl's expression froze, and a black spider mark appeared on the back of her hand. Holy Seal! How could it be? She remembered clearly that she had handed the Holy Seal to the first spider girl herself. However, at this time, the Holy Seal was slowly expanding, covering the arm from the palm, and then extending to other parts of the body. A strange will extended from the shadow. The seventh spider girl's face changed, and she activated the ability of data migration almost without thinking. The next moment, the shadow disappeared. However, on the mirror, a figure of a peerless boy appeared and smiled at her. The religious code is not pure data. In fact, it is closer to a biological virus, the kind that is transmitted from person to person. The structure of the virus has been embedded in the deep structure of the brain, so it is much easier to hack than other programs. The higher the level, the easier it is to infiltrate. Goodbye, Miss Spider. After a moment, the seventh spider girl slowly straightened up and showed a signature smile of Gao. Not bad data migration, just in time for use. Fuck, what's wrong with your body? Have you also been abused by a rich woman? At the same time, a large group of immigrants sat on a 3D printed temporary train and drove along the old railway network to the city that never sleeps. If you regard the city that never sleeps and the crime city as 2 data terminals, then with the migration of a large amount of artificial data, a new data chain begins to take shape. Artificial data is not important. What the machine generation really wants is the data processing system of the Sunless City. Chapter 366 Laughing Natural Disaster. The 3D printed train is brand new and neat from inside to outside, but the carriage where the players are located is a mess. All kinds of hawking, arguing, and asking for chips for a large sum of money are heard. Selling bullets, pistol bullets, shotgun bullets, smart bullets, all kinds of models. Call me if you want them. How about a missile launcher? It's a must-have for attacking NPC nests. And you can get it now for only 10,000 machine tokens. No, there are no transformers with melee items. Welcome to join the Bionic Brothers and Robot Brothers. Mutants, get out. Seeking a nurse with specialized skills, and a neural transformer with 3 hacking skills. We are short of one of the 4 firepower teams, and we are dedicated to fighting bosses. Seeking a chip for a large sum of money. Seeking a chip for a large sum of money. Who has an implantable chip? I will buy it for a large sum of money. Roar. You are finished. Without a chip, you could only go through the plot. In a carriage, there was a long queue. Buzzy was wearing a welding goggles, concentrating on manipulating 2 mobile surgical arms. These two surgical arms were mounted on his back, and looked like a smaller and folded version of Dr. Octopus. These two surgical arms were skillfully opening the mechanical back of a player's head, adjusting the microcircuit, and implanting the laughing bat chip. Every time I see the scene, I feel particularly horrified, said Sister G, looking at the falling hair of Sadako in front of him, and the squirming implanted silk thread. Brother Hui decisively chose to shut up. By the way, why are you here? Sister G asked again. It's a rare large-scale dungeon. Why don't you participate? Brother Hui raised his black hat and said calmly, I just didn't expect that you, Boss Hui, actually brought so many minions. It seems that the management power is very promising, Baozi said enviously while performing surgery. Sometimes I also consider taking the management route, opening a branch or something. It's not that simple. Brother Hui shook his head and said, the management model of this game is particularly real. Entering the management level, there are many restrictions. You can no longer run around like ordinary players. For example, Brother San. Isn't it because of this reason that he can't come? After all, as a high-level killer, you can't kill people casually. It's also thanks to Brother San that he can stand the loneliness. If it were me, I would have deleted my account and ran away long ago. The big muscle man checked his newly installed gorilla arm and said without raising his head, I think Bozy, you should first level 20. The job transfer task is done first. By the way, does your job transfer task have a bonus on the secondary job? It should have an impact. According to players from other planets, if a player reaches level 20 in the civilian route, it can be merged with the secondary job, making the secondary job your main job. Civilian level 20, Cyborg Doctor level 10. After completing these two job transfer tasks, I will do the job merger task. By then, I will probably go to open a new map. Is there anyone willing to be my bodyguard? I provide free cyborg repair services. While chatting, Bozy closed the back of the head of the transformed person. In the attribute panel, are there two things that look like health bars? Oh, they appear. The black one is called the Chaos Bar. The white one is called the Order Bar. We usually call it the black and white bar. The basic bonus of the chip is nerve reaction plus 5%, intelligence plus 1, perception plus 1, black bar plus critical strike, white bar plus crosshair. Just like the energy bar, when you fill up any of the black and white bars, the attribute will have a temporary increase. Some big guys have tested it. When the black and white bars are fully stacked, the highest can reach nerve reaction plus 30%. All attributes plus 5. And in this process, some of your skills will be randomly strengthened. Oh my! So powerful. This is simply better than excellent. The bonus of the prosthetics of the next level is even greater. Temporary. Temporary. How many times do I need to emphasize this? Baozi said impatiently, and please check the notes. If you use it too many times, it will cause irreversible damage to the nervous system. If you don't want to delete your account and start over, it's best to wait until this mission is over, and then dismantle this thing. Remember? This is a disposable item. This is too wasteful. The player muttered. By the way, how does the black and white bar increase? Does it depend on killing monsters? Find it out on your own. What's the point of playing games by looking at guides? Pay the money. Pay the remaining surgery fee. The player was stunned for a moment, and his hand subconsciously touched his wallet. The black bar suddenly increased by 5%. The player's expression did not change, but his eyes flickered, and while others were not paying attention, he suddenly rushed out of the carriage. Haha, idiot, who pays for surgery? Do you think this is reality? Red Flower Demon looked up at the sky with his gun as his pillow. Sister G browsed pornographic pictures online. Brother Hui read the task instructions. Bozy sorted out the surgical tools. Not long after, a group of Mafia NPCs with a transformation degree of more than 40% pressed the player over and pointed their guns at him. Bozy glanced at the other party and said, Do you know how to upgrade the black and white bars now? The player laughed dryly. I know. I know. Then pay the money and leave. Of course. You can also enjoy 3 days of offline vacation for free. Pay the money. I pay the money. Next time you want to eat a free meal, remember to wear a mask first. Here. This is a surgical gift. Remember to bring it next time when you save up black bars. Baozi raised his chin, and where he pointed, a grinning metal bat mask was hanging on the wall. After paying the money, the player ran away in disgrace. Baozi couldn't help complaining to his acquaintances. It's said that players won't cheat other players. They just want to run away. No one will give me more money because of my excellent surgery skills. This chip amplifies the good and evil in human nature. The evil side corresponds to temptation. After all, this is a game. How many players can keep their original intentions in the game? How many do you think there are? The eldest brother Hui waved his hand, and the group of family reformers bowed slightly and retreated without saying a word. Scenes like this, in just 1 hour, have already happened more than a dozen times. The city that never sleeps is doomed, Buzzy complained. Not necessarily. It's easier to be tempted, and easier to be moved. Sister G glanced at the big muscle man and complained, for example, this one bought a gorilla arm with a loan, and it was actually to uphold justice. I have only heard of people buying houses with loans, but I have never heard of people being heroes with loans. Are you the legendary loan hero? The big muscle man shrugged. It's just playing games, and my pleasure is the most important thing. I just don't like those who make trouble for no reason. Buzzy sighed. Forget it. It's up to you. Anyway, when I implanted the chip in you, I added a switch program. When to turn it on and when to turn it off. You decide for yourself. While chatting, the car window was knocked, and everyone looked up and found that it was a plane riding a mutant eagle. The mechanical eyeliner is coming. Weapons and equipment, put them away first. I'm going back to the carriage too. See you later. The eagle turned its wings. In the strong wind, accompanied by the energy light stream, this mutant bird was like an accelerating aircraft. As its wings flapped, there was a sonic boom. This bird is quite handsome, but the plane is a bit rough, which is just right for me. That's great, advanced eagle baby. When can I fly too? When can you install wings? Buzzy? Don't dream. You have to wait until level 30 to install the human flight system, and at the current upgrade speed, the fastest will be 4 months later. Why do I feel like I see a bird as a person? Sister G is worthy of being Sister G. She started with outrageous remarks. It feels a bit familiar. The eldest brother Hui rubbed his pink chin, wondering, this bird and the plane look so good together. A customized advanced genetic beast? Soon, the noise of the players died down, and the iron door of the train was knocked open with a bang. Just like the scene in a sci-fi horror movie. A large number of mechanical eyeliners sprayed out, and countless red lights swept around like searchlights. The red light swept over the player, and after confirming the identity, it immediately landed on the other party's shoulder, and 2 electronic drills appeared, and began to forcibly implant the basic version of the moral chip. Compared with him, Bowsy is simply an angel in white. At least, he won't smash his skull. After these monsters left, Bowsy rubbed the back of his head, wiping a pool of blood, and couldn't help complaining. The blood volume has dropped by 1/5. And there is not even an anesthetic injection. Those people who open 100% real feelings are happy. Huh? On the system panel, a line of text was refreshed. The moral chip has been implanted, and the laughing bat chip is officially activated. With the blessing of the moral chip, the charging speed of the order value and the good and evil value is plus 300%. The faster the charging speed, the higher the attribute bonus. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is justice. It comes from Joe Tree. Fuck. Seeing this comment, Bowsy opened his mouth wide. Is this how this thing is used? An enhanced version of Fun Man? I don't know if it's an illusion. Bowsy seemed to be able to feel that. Countless pairs of troublemakers' eyes lit up. At the same time, in the chip processing center of Unreal Union, a neural editor suddenly found something wrong and quickly notified the person in charge. Soon, a group of experts came in, led by the chief scientist Dr. Murray. The neural editor reported the abnormal situation to Dr. Murray. Cannot receive antimoral data? How is this possible? A top neuroscientist frowned and said, everyone has sinful thoughts. Everyone has thoughts that deviate from secular morality. This is determined by human biology. Even babies will have an instinctive desire for survival. When they are extremely hungry, it is not impossible for a child to eat his mother. Without this impulse, they are not human beings. The moral gentlemen in history, the most perfect people, are only restraining their evil thoughts, not that they have no evil thoughts. Those without evil thoughts are not carbon-based creatures. The neuroeditor did not answer, but clicked on a holographic map. Green dots appeared on the map, and there were quite a few of them. Nearly 10,000. They are all from the city of crime. Which is even more impossible. The expert pushed the neural editor away and took the initiative to open the background of the moral chip. Sure enough, there was no criminal data on the transmission path. and the upload speed was 0 KB. Are these the first generation of moral chips? Dr. Murray suddenly asked. Yes. These chips are the earliest chips, which are no longer produced. The last batch should be in the main brain area. Why did the machine generation master implant the old moral chips? Doesn't it know that these chips are imperfect? It should be a problem with the chip itself. A problem of running in between the old chip and the fourth generation chip? Or has the City of Crime come up with some black technology that can avoid the inspection of the moral chip? It's impossible. Dr. Murray said calmly. The basic principle of the moral chip is based on the basic ethical and moral concepts that have been nurtured since the enlightenment of life on this planet. Even in this ethics. In an era of chaotic logic and fragmented morality. Morality is still morality. And all chaos is based on morality. Unless it is cracked by force. The chip cannot have any problems. So, there are only two possibilities. Either these people are all aliens. What's the other possibility? They are not human. Dr. Murray let out a long breath and said, send out the law enforcers to arrest all these people. And do not let any of them go. This matter is very important. I will apply to the board of directors and let you call on senior law enforcers. Dr. Murray left in a hurry, leaving the group of experts staring at each other. After a long while, an expert finally spoke to himself. Not a human? Can such a person exist? Are players considered human? Strictly speaking, they are not. Their morality is based on the rules of the game. In PvP, you won't see civilized people. In porn, you won't see serious people. In pigeon games, you won't see casual players. Their morality is nothing. And what are the rules of the game of cyber world? To be honest, Gao Gong, who played to the late stage in the previous life, didn't understand it. Since he didn't understand, he didn't think the other party could understand. Since no one understood, then the problem would be easier to solve. Just leave the problem to the players. Soon, the players encountered the first wave of monsters. Level 25 law enforcers. The number, about twice that of the players. The violent firepower gave them a great surprise. Fuck, so many monsters. Support. A nurse, I can't bear it anymore. It's worthy of being a nightmare mission, so fierce right from the start. Fierce battles soon took place in various places in the city. The city that never sleeps immediately became a new crime capital. Has the game started? In the cybernetic network, watching the network nodes of the city that never sleeps change from pure white to gray, senior engineer muttered to himself. It's hard to whiten, but to dye it black, one drop of ink is enough. What's more terrifying is that this ink can change color randomly. You can't even confirm whether it is black or white. The player who transformed into the laughing bat, would he become a clown or a dark knight? It's really interesting to think about it. Without your moral chip support, I really can't do this. The reason why the chip can be mass-produced quickly, in addition to the high mechanical technology of the cyber test field, there is another reason. The laughing bat chip is essentially a supplement to the moral chip, and is a supporting product. One is responsible for building a moral wall. The other is responsible for stimulating emotions. Without the former, the latter simply cannot function fully. After all, even among players, there are very few 100% pure perverts. Only players can have nothing morality, and completely release their nature. What Gao Gong did was just to ignite the calamity nature of the fourth calamity in advance. Chapter 367 Plan unfolds. In the cyber world, there are thousands of network nodes in the city that never sleeps. At this time, on nearly 1/10 of the nodes, black and white light began to shine. Is this your plan? In the mind of the senior engineer, the voice of the bird of paradise sounded, to stimulate the contradiction between the mechanical mastermind and the emerging giants, and then the fisherman will benefit. The machine generation and the virtual union will not kill each other. The machine generation needs the technology of the virtual union to completely digest the old machine generation to help it complete the promotion to the mastermind level. Not to mention the virtual union, the moral chip, the human completion plan, none of them can leave the help of the mechanical mastermind. But there is no doubt that they are not of the same mind. This gives me room to use my tricks. The prototype of the rich woman's love closed its eyes, and the next moment, in the main brain area, the seventh spider girl opened her eyes. She twisted her neck, and 3 pairs of red eyes looked around. As expected, the air was filled with a thick and boiling amount of simulated data. Name: 7 Spider Woman Race, Mutant Neural Mutant. Occupation: Deep Web Weaver Level 30. Deep Web Stalker Level 25 Total Level 55 skills: Deep Web Stalker Elite, Spider Control Expert, Spider Substitute Expert, Crawling and Dreams Expert, Data Migration Master, Goddess Worship Mind Stamp, Dark Transformation Expert, Spider Web Strengthening Expert. Although there is no template, this is a very difficult first-level full-level elite, especially the 5 or 6 escape skills. If a player comes to brush it, it is impossible to brush it without 30 or 40 players with heavy firepower. But there is no sign of carbon-based fusion because of the thinking stamp. Carbon-based fusion is the awakening of the self-will of carbon-based creatures. NPCs who follow the religious stream are indeed difficult to surpass themselves. Forget it, it's not a big deal. The 7th Spider Girl listened to the faint sound of gunfire and closed her eyes. The next moment, countless transparent spider silks fell down, entangled with each other, forming a large web. As the spider web formed, a large amount of virtual sensing data was crawled out. In a sense, the opponent's ability is a bit like the mother of data that has degenerated thousands of times. The 7th Spider Girl moved lightly, and with each step, a part of her body began to be digitized. As the digitization covered her whole body, she walked directly into the wall, and her figure passed through the wall. Under the operation of the senior engineer, the data migration reached an unprecedented height. The main brain area looked empty. Not only was there no figure, but even the figure of the mechanical eyeliner was rarely seen. The reason for the current situation is that the new machine generation is doing its best to digest the old machine generation, and the computing power is unprecedentedly concentrated. This also means that her defense power has also been weakened to the limit. The female version of Gao Gong shuttled around the periphery, and soon swallowed 2 defense AIs, confirmed the direction of what she was looking for, and fully opened the spider web, directly connected to the cyber network. The next moment, a huge computing power fell from the sky. Under the computing power, the 7th spider's figure was completely digitized, and countless small spiders were disintegrated. In the cyberspace, Gao Gong was calculating with his eyes closed. Brother. Huh? The one you asked me to find. I seem to have some clues. Another good news. The data spider dug up data everywhere. This behavior was definitely a death wish in the past. But now, as long as it does not involve a few important nodes, no one can stop it. Soon, Gao Gong found what he wanted to find. In a warehouse 13 stories underground, the figure of the 7th spider woman reappeared, looking around, with a smile on her face. The equipment inside was all from the original welfare home, and they were all alien goods, including large brain wave generators, consciousness extractors, soul purifiers, etc. According to the level standard, these are all level 15 consciousness equipment. According to the Miller family's idea, the brainwave woman they created is the backdoor to the future electronic brain plan, so they are naturally willing to invest in it. Brother, I asked them to come over. Yes. Soon, AI data began to be transmitted. Small AIs took shape one by one, and turned into little boys and little girls. As soon as they landed, they started to chatter. It's actually an orphanage. I was the 2nd place in the competition, only a little worse than Xiao Yuanyuan. So what? I still had my head cut off. That's better than you being flushed down the toilet. That's not called a toilet. That's called a consciousness extractor. They attack me because I'm too smart. Yes. Yes. You're the smartest. Very smart. Damn it. Try my trick. Gao Dong lowered his eyes, and the next moment, all AIs froze. And soon they returned to their positions and operated these neural devices. To deal with these small AIs, the most effective way is to directly enter the background and modify their logic programs. Soon, a large amount of computing power was created out of thin air and was quickly injected into these devices. Chip number 0 to 1111 has been connected. Chip number 0 to 1112 has been connected. Chip number 0 to 1113 has been connected. Chip number 0 to 1114 has been connected. Chip number 0 to 1115 has been connected. Chip number 1 to 1111 has been connected. Chip number 1 to 1112 has been connected. Chip number 1 to 1113 has been connected. Chip number 1 to 1114 has been connected. Chip number 1 to 1115 has been connected. Chip number 2 to 1111 has been connected. Gao Gong made the laughing bat chip into 4 gears. Chip number 0 corresponds to high-level players. Chip number 1 is an elite. Chip number 2 is a logistics player. And chip number 3 is an ordinary player. Every civilization has unique characteristics, which cannot be copied. In the previous life, Gao Gong chose the super brain civilization because of its supercomputing characteristics. With a combination of brain power, it can temporarily transform any individual equipment into group equipment. In other words, even an ordinary computer, after being blessed by the characteristics of civilization, will become a large data processing center. Soon, these neural equipment that were once used to create the electronic brain backdoor began to connect to the brain chips of tens of thousands of players, and absorb and transform their virtual sense data. The more noise the players make, the more black and white data will be converted. In terms of stealing data, Gao Gong is also an expert. Only big data can fight against big data. The legend of one person can only end with death. Only when a group of natural disasters join forces can they create miracles. The law enforcers of ordinary enterprises are level 20, while the law enforcers of the virtual union are level 25. Their weapon systems are quite advanced, with their own energy modules, strong endurance, and implanted electronic defense walls. Ordinary hackers are ineffective against them. 3 or 4 players must join forces to defeat one. In a one-on-one situation, players are no match at all. So, soon, 5 or 6 unlucky players were tied up and taken to the experimental center of the Unreal Union. We will not surrender, no matter how much you interrogate. It's useless. Yes, our real feeling is 0. It's useless to torture me, unless you give me machine tokens. Give me 100,000 machine tokens. I will tell you everything. If you don't have money, you can give me advanced equipment. Or if it doesn't work, you can give me prosthetics. Unfortunately, the top leaders of the Unreal Union had no patience for these cyborgs, and simply waved their hands and pushed them out. Soon, 5 blood-stained laughing bat chips appeared in the conference room. Dr. Murray calmly picked up a chip, inserted it into a processor, and a brain-shaped neural projection appeared. Soon, a large number of chip parameters were cracked. The lowest level general-purpose chip on the market does not even have the most basic protection power. An expert said with disdain, this type of black market chip is generally only used by the lowest level robots. I don't need you to brag about your technical level. A senior executive said gloomily, I just want to know why the moral chip is ineffective for the implanter of this type of chip. If a low-level chip can interfere with the effect of the moral chip, it will cause a fatal blow to the global expansion of our company. Do you know what the consequences are? Or do you want to experiment with the effect of this chip yourself? The expert was speechless and sweated. Let me explain. Dr. Murray stood up and said, in fact, this type of chip alone will not cause much damage to our business. But we did overestimate the results of our human nature experiments. There is indeed such a type of people who can transcend normal ethical humanity. According to our investigation, this type of people is called players. Players? The self-proclaimed name of ancient gamers? It seems that there is such a saying. Bionic people? Mutants? Is it a test of us by competing companies? Dr. Murray coughed twice and said, everyone, since the principle has been found out, please rest assured that the protective patches for this type of people will soon appear on the chip. Our security department is also in action. I will give you an explanation when the time comes. Then we are relieved. Dr. Murray's technical level is beyond doubt the level of the mother city. As long as the plan is fine, I will arrange for manpower production at any time. Soon, the holographic projections of these shareholders went offline one by one, and when they all went offline, Dr. Murray's tone changed 180 degrees, and said in a deep voice, we can't solve this chip problem, and we must launch the human completion plan in advance. No solution at all? Lori frowned. Biology, neurology, pharmaceutical chemistry, as long as you need, I can give you various professional masters, and invest money at any cost. It's useless. Dr. Murray interrupted the other party neatly. Let me put it this way. Human nature is equivalent to the underlying logic of the human brain. We built the moral chip based on this logic. But if the underlying logic of these people is different from ours, then nothing will work. The foundation of the human completion plan is based on ethical human nature. Species beyond human nature are not within the scope of control. So we can only complete the first part of the plan while there are not many such people, and then carry out species extermination. No matter how many come, we will kill them. It's like getting rid of cockroaches. the chief expert said coldly. Just like the fourth disaster. The player elimination plan seems to be going ahead. Hugh Laurie looked at him deeply and nodded slowly. Even if he is a senior engineer, he must respect the basic rules of the system, at least in the task release column. The difficulty is calculated by the system itself. If a hell-level task is a task that is impossible to complete, then a nightmare-level task is a task that can only be completed under the risk of death. Obviously, when the player enters the city, he immediately knows what the difficulty of a nightmare-level task is. There are endless law enforcers, various new weapons, and drones that chase for 30 hours. This is much more exciting than gang street fighting. Fortunately, players who have experienced high-intensity maps such as Crime City are already familiar with the plot of missiles dropping from the sky at any time and large robots sweeping across the land. Move where you need to move. Use skills when you need to use them. And if it doesn't work, throw high-level equipment at your teammates and become human bombs. Gunshots and cannons continued until late at night. Only about half of the players survived, and they were scattered in various urban areas. In this game, there is a hidden benefit to being a player, which is that once you put away your weapons and equipment, no one can tell whether you are a player or an NPC. Soon, the players discovered that something was wrong with the city that never sleeps. First, the black mass of large flies that used to fly all over the sky disappeared. Also, the street gangs that used to be full of martial virtues disappeared. The third point is that the citizens in the city that never sleeps have become abnormal. The reason for this abnormality is that, even though there are gunfires flying in the streets nearby, these citizens go to work or go shopping, and they look like NPCs, just short of taking out a deck of Gwent cards. Strange. Very strange. How come the NPCs in this game are not smart? A big question mark appeared in the minds of these players. Their status seems to be wrong. At this time, a player with reconnaissance skills shared the data he had discovered. Intelligent soul-destroying state. A large amount of human brain computing power is extracted by unknown existence, and the implanted moral chip makes them act according to the correct behavior pattern. The biological deficiency makes them become zombies to some extent. What is this? Brainwashed? Act according to a certain behavior pattern? A player said to himself. Isn't this similar to the ordinary games we play? Several players looked at each other, and the black bars were directly filled. Rob the weapon store. Stupid. Who robs weapons these days? Go to the bank to rob money. Idiot. Who is the richest in the city that never sleeps? Of course, it's the enterprises. Prosthetics, weapons, blueprints, knowledge, whatever you want, you can have. At this time, on the roof, looking at the players who started to act, Galgong said to himself, NPCs should also move. Chapter 368 Nightmare Mission. Fix the corner. Fill the corner. In an office building, a dozen player number ones are invading a small enterprise system. The implant hole in the temple of the neural editor is inserted into the data tube. The other end of the data tube is connected to the enterprise network. They are hacking at high speed. The other players are besieging the security guards of this enterprise. The security guards are wearing lineless special agent jumpsuits, wearing tactical gloves, and their weapons are smart sniper rifles. Although they are few in number, they are very accurate in shooting, at least at the level of Elite LV-10. If the players are not careful, they will be fatally injured. Mortar, can you handle them? I mean, without blowing up the building. A big player rushed over from behind with a gloomy face. The magazine on the gorilla's arm was still empty. He grabbed a player's while Type 4 and skillfully threw it and inserted it. The magazine and plug-in were installed. The plug-in was a small top grade with plus 8.6% critical hit rate. Gunshots rang out instantly. The mortar ran and shot. Not only was it fast, but the shooting was also extremely accurate. It was completely unlike the level of an assault rifle. One shot hit a camera, and then one shot blew up the fire protection device. The rain fell. Taking advantage of the moment when the rain fell, the mortar ran directly to the sniper point. The black bar was just full. The skill of tactical charge was strengthened, which increased the tactical evasion by 20%. This made him look like a hunting wolf. He stepped on the wall fiercely, and the metal calf made a crackling and crackling sound. Under a strong reaction force, the artillery bombarded his head with both hands to protect his vital parts. His whole body fell directly on the law and order maintainer. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at the gap in the opponent's chest and fired violently. At the same time, The other hand took out a dog-leg knife and inserted it into the nerve connection line in the throat. This level 23 vigilante elite was killed just like that. After losing this tactical position, the players quickly cleared out the other vigilantes. "Great, Mortar, you're really awesome. Aren't you afraid of being shot in the head?" a player explained. For a special type of vigilante like this, the perception module is external, and once it encounters a sudden change in the external environment, it will stagnate for 1 or 2 seconds. If you seize this 1 or 2 seconds, you can handle it, Mortar said expressionlessly. Without the law enforcers, the group of players had no more obstacles. They tied up the employees in the office one by one, and collected the spoils. Dozens of sophisticated prosthetics, for boxes of weapons and ammunition, and more than a dozen low-level weapon blueprints. "Boss, what do we do with these civilians? How about killing them to gain experience?" "Hey! You guys are killing all the civilian NPCs. Do you have any humanity? Damn, didn't you see the scene on the street? The colleagues are starting to kill people randomly. They can do it, but why can't we?" The two players with black bars were about to fight. The leading player thought about it, and suddenly grinned. "Let them go. Let them go." These corporate employees immediately showed a ray of hope. "But there is a prerequisite. Help us hack into the corporate network of this city." "Yes. We are here to complete a nightmare-level mission. If you didn't tell us, we would have forgotten it. By the way, what is the content of the mission?" "It seems to be to cause as much damage as possible. Do it or not. We will let you go if you do." A player pointed a gun at a civilian NPC and said viciously. But unexpectedly, the NPC's eyes flashed several times. And he said calmly, "Invading the corporate network violates Articles 5, 11, and 61 of the Mechanical City Law. We are law-abiding citizens, and will never do anything illegal. Yes, we will never succumb to evil. Justice is on our side." A player was stunned for a while, and suddenly became furious. He kicked an NPC to the ground and cursed, "Hack you, capitalist lackeys. Your prostheses are bound to the company, and your brains have signed a permanent employment contract with the company's will. There are 30 hours in a day, and you only work 30 hours. Even the children you give birth to are company assets. What the hell is justice? Tell me, where is justice? Justice is the law of the city that never sleeps. The company's will. And the moral chip." Bang! The gunshot killed the NPC. And the player with a ferocious face pointed the gun at another female employee. "I'll give you another chance. Workplace rules or justice. For the company, I am willing to get married, have children, strengthen my skills, and contribute to the world," the female employee said tremblingly. The gunshots rang out again, but this time, the bullets fell on the ground. The leading player pressed down the barrel of the gun, and the black and white stripes kept running around on his panel. The leading player suddenly remembered something, and turned to a cyborg doctor among the players and said, "By the way, Black Death, do you still have any laughing bat left?" Black Death was stunned for a moment, and said, "Yes. Didn't you say you would keep it, so that you can install it in case it breaks down? How about replacing the moral chip with the laughing bat?" The leading player chuckled. "Don't you want to know? What will happen to these NPCs after they install our chips? There's a way. Recruit NPCs to join us." "Boss, you are so mean." "I like it. These NPCs won't break down." "Right. Obviously." This act of making trouble was unanimously recognized by everyone. The player named Black Death was not polite. He picked up a wrench and forcibly pried open the network access compartment, and operated it just like changing the card in a mobile phone. With a ding sound, the leading player glanced at the panel and exclaimed, "A side quest has appeared." "Side quest," laughing infected. "Mission briefing, the darkness gave me black teeth, but I used them to smile. Since I was born in this crazy world, I might as well make this world even crazier. Difficulty, unknown. Mission content, infect the laughing bat virus, injected into every NPC with a moral chip implanted. The more implanted, the more smiles there will be in this world. Mission reward, basic reward, experience plus 100/person, mechanical hunter reputation plus 1/person. The more laughing infected NPCs implanted, the higher the completion rate of the mission. Laughing infected NPC, what is that? Chip version 2.0? Where can I get it? One player asked, puzzled. "Boss, a strange code has been transmitted. The code structure is similar to the chip structure." "Oh, so that's how it came about. I understand." The leading player smiled and looked at Mortar, the former member of the Akuma family. "Hey, old man, You got a side quest. I told you that it's right to join us. Mortar snorted coldly, without saying a word. On the other side, a group of players were driving the Apollo sports car that they had stolen from somewhere, and were driving like crazy on the electromagnetic highway. While driving, they were shooting everywhere. From time to time, a passerby was hit and fell to the ground and died. The 23rd person. Great job. Fuck. Another mission completion. Cool. These players all had metal laughing bat masks on their faces, and colorful weird suits, which gave them a sense of déjà vu. Humans without their bestiality will not be able to protect themselves. Plus, the mechanical mastermind has entered a sleep state. For some players, this is a good time to do a lot of farming. However, the next moment, a black shadow flashed across the sky, and a strong metallic tearing sound suddenly came from the roof of the car. A strong wind came from the roof of the car, and the next moment, the figures of the two players disappeared into the darkness. What the hell is that? Is it a monster? Come on! Kill him! The clown shouted, with red light flashing in their eyes. The shadow flashed by again, and two more players disappeared. This time, they saw clearly that the shadow was a large eagle, and there seemed to be two people sitting on the eagle. Who is it? It seems to be a player. That's what the system panel says. Why would the players do anything to us? We are all family members. The shadow rushed over again, and this time, the clowns chose to fight back, and the bullets were fired into the sky. Taking this opportunity, a figure fell down suddenly, with a gorilla arm plus intermediate mechanical skills, and a muscleman's hands as hammers, which slammed into the hood of the car. The whole car was smashed into the air by the gravity, and it turned more than a dozen times and exploded when it landed. In the flame explosion, the clown players were almost all taken away in one wave, leaving only one clown who was crushed by the car, and said viciously, "There are so many NPCs with money, but you have to deal with us. Are you sick? This city is sick. You are sick. And we are just people who follow the principles. When rules are no longer a weapon to suppress evil, they become shackles, allowing evil people to run rampant." Airplane sat on the eagle, looking at the big muscle man who was reading the shameful line seriously with a strange expression, and was silent for a while, saying, "I say, are you too immersed in the play?" "No. I'm just enforcing justice." "Oh. It seems that your IOU is full again." Airplane smacked his lips. "Okay. Get on the bird quickly, and we will chase the next clown." The big muscle man hummed. I climbed up. Fortunately, the level 30 mutant eagle has a carrying capacity that is no less than that of a small aircraft. Otherwise, it might not be able to withstand the weight of nearly 300 kilograms. Big Muscle was silent for a while, and said, "Why are you doing this with me? This kind of PvP is not profitable at all." "Why is it not profitable?" Feiji looked at the other party in surprise. "Killing this kind of player. The mission completion rate increases rapidly. The battle continued late at night, and the Unreal Union was still working overtime. In the refined map of the city that never sleeps, a large number of red dots appeared, and each red dot was the location of a moral chip, with the red dot as the center. Ripples emerged. This is the special ability of the 4th generation moral chip, the networking mode. Soon, small data nodes began to take shape, and computing power was generated. In reality, clusters of white light began to take shape, appearing in buildings, data centers, and corporate databases. Ordinary people in the city that never sleeps are still running in normal mode. Their nostrils began to bleed, their eyes began to tear, and their brains began to overflow with white fluid. At the same time, Engineer Gao also received a task, a nightmare-level individual task issued by the system. Chapter 369 Mastermind G. If Gao Gong remembers correctly, his last nightmare mission was to stop the beast tide. He almost killed himself. This time it was also a nightmare, and it was a different type of nightmare. Mission, Tide of Laughter. Difficulty, Nightmare. Mission brief. Between the giant companies and the streets, neon lights are flashing. Each ray of light is the sealed humanity or the distorted humanity. Monopolists are shouting, "Utopia has risen from the ground, the god who cannot think, or the paradise of black humor." Mission objective. Pale knights are dispatched. Let screams fill the city. Win or lose judgment. Success conditions. 1. Suppress the will of the giants. The Pale Angel. 2. Suppress the mechanical mastermind. Destroy the moral chip implantation plan. Failure conditions. 1. The Pale Angel devours the machine generation, incarnates the will of the world enterprise. 2. The new and old machine generations are combined into one, promoted to the 5th level mastermind mission. Reward 1. Implant a laughing bat chip in your own camp. Experience plus 1,000 for each laughing infected by your own camp. Experience plus 100 for every virtual executive captured by our camp. Experience plus 10,000 for every senior security department executive killed by our camp. Experience plus 30,000. Reputation plus 1,000. Mission reward 2. Incomplete mechanical jigsaw puzzle *3. Specialization points *4. Skill points *5. Chances to win prizes *5. Mission reward 3. Change of the original timeline *2%. Mechanical City reputation plus 8,000. A professional knowledge chain mission reward 4. Camp points plus 10,000. The city that never sleeps was swallowed up by the beast tide in its heyday. Now the beast tide is gone, but the natural disaster tide has appeared. Galgong replaced the role of the knights. In a sense, this is quite appropriate. And this time the nightmare level mission, the reward is obviously higher than the last time. For Galgong, the professional knowledge chain alone is worth all the rewards of the last mission. This actually makes sense because this is a cyber test site. In the cyber test site, dealing with enterprises is much more difficult than dealing with the army of radioactive beasts. In cyber-style games, movies, and novels, there is often such an ending. That is, you spend a lot of effort to blow up the core of a giant enterprise. But it turns out that it is just a branch. Or your dead father, mother, and wife, and the company president you finally killed. It turns out that it is just a clone, and the real mastermind is someone else. In this regard, players in the later stages of the Planet plot have a deep understanding. In essence, killing a company is equivalent to suppressing a technical route, which is far from being solved by force. Even though Galgong is now at level 90, he can suppress the mechanical army of the main brain and the army of law enforcers purely by force, and can blow up the machine generation with his fists and shatter the virtual building with his feet. However, the other party only needs to upload a piece of corporate data to solve the problem. You can't tear the cyber network apart. At least level 90 can't do this. So to fight against companies, you can only rely on products to fight products, big data to fight big data, and corporate will to fight corporate will. Galgong treats players as products, and uses the civilization characteristics of the super brain civilization to simulate big data, while he himself has to play the role of corporate will. The last point is the most difficult. Fortunately, this corporate war is a bit special, as a large amount of white light appeared. The sky also began to become dark clouds. This phenomenon is actually the mechanical mastermind activating the mechanical system of the entire mechanical city, and the energy slag was ejected, which produced an abnormal phenomenon. This shows that the machine generation also noticed something wrong and began to compete with the other party for computing power. Bang, 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 bang on the road. Pedestrians were shot in the head without warning, and their brains were scattered all over the ground. In terms of headshots, players, NPCs, and others are treated equally, one after another. The missile silos were opened, and a large number of mechanical eyeliners gushed out. Hundreds of thousands of mechanical flies covered the sky and surrounded the virtual building tightly. The shrieking sound of countless metal friction sounded in an instant. The bulletproof glass of the building with hundreds of floors exploded almost at the same time. Hugh Laurie, the domineering president with gold-rimmed glasses, seemed to have anticipated this scene. He let the giant palm transformed by the mechanical eyeliner break the supporting column, crush the floor, and pinch it. Looking around, it was as if the god of machinery stretched out a hand from the dark clouds and pinched a big gap in the building. Hugh Laurie was caught in the dark clouds. The violent radiation energy rotted his body in an instant. His hair fell off, his skin wrinkled, and a large number of pustules emerged, until he was pulled in front of a red eyeball. The violent mechanical roar sounded. "You betrayed me." Hugh Laurie smiled slightly, although his lips soon turned into thick liquid. "Everything is going according to your plan. The moral chip, the human completion plan, the next stage of the main brain promotion. Our company has no intention of disobeying you. Then why do you want to snatch computing power from me?" And at this time, the domineering president's bones were also crushed. In addition to the fractures of the bones, there were also broken electronic parts, especially in the skull, which was a series of chip sockets. Hugh Laurie's voice disappeared. replaced by a frenzied electronic sound. We are only assisting your plan. After all, in the final step of the plan, all living things on Earth will belong to you. And this naturally includes us. Angels naturally serve before the Lord. Hugh Laurie's body was crushed. But white light shot out from his fingers one after another. Each white light was a vision of a large number of algorithms condensed to the extreme. These white lights madly penetrated into the body of the mechanical main brain and began to assimilate it. Human completion. Main brain completion. The machine generation did not expect that the other party did not care about her death at all, and even used herself as bait to attract her. The purpose was to let the corporate will devour herself. After I die, angels will come to the world. The next moment, tens of thousands of employees in the virtual building all had white light in their eyes at the same time. The simulated data of the city that never sleeps began to materialize, and a large number of white threads began to appear in the air, from human brain to human brain, from data node to data node. When the two female brains were in love, a sudden attack from behind. Isn't this a kind of NTR? Gao Gong said to himself. However, for Gao, who was familiar with the plot, this was a high probability event. But for the players, it was completely different. At this moment, the players had only 3 thoughts in their minds. Fuck. The plot animation suddenly changed. Fuck. The plot animation killed people randomly. Fuck. Why do I feel like I have kidney deficiency? I hope I won't be disconnected. Many players were walking and suddenly disconnected. The extraction of computing power cannot distinguish whether you are a player or an NPC. The computing power of tens of millions of people gathered during this period of time has been equivalent to the computing power of the mother city. Gao Gong looked in the direction of Wuri City. A series of black rainbows penetrated the cyberspace and penetrated into the mechanical city. The machine generation could not surrender. He wanted to speed up the speed of devouring the old machine generation, and after devouring, suppress the will of the enterprise. All this, actually, is just as you expected. The data was transmitted at the speed of light, and no speaker appeared behind Gao Gong almost instantly. At this time, the former mechanical mastermind looked at the sky with a shocked face, and then looked at the back of the senior engineer with even greater shock. The new machine generation suppressed the old machine generation. The enterprise will forcefully devour the machine generation, and even the counterattack of the new machine generation, pulling it over. Everything was within the opponent's calculation. Help me. Let me borrow a shell. Speaker Wu smiled bitterly. Did he have a choice now? If the enterprise will wins, it will surely die. If the new machine generation wins, it will also be suppressed, and the source code will become the stepping stone for the opponent to be promoted. I hope you can do what you want. In the gallery of the Sunless City, all the paintings began to melt. Although the mechanical main brain speakerless has long been in name only, but existence in name can play a key role at certain moments. For example, now, reality disappeared. Gao Gong seemed to fall into a code abyss. Surrounded by endless data, programs, system codes, Gao Gong still felt suffocated even if he turned on all the hacker features. Is this the legendary hell for programmers? No space between body, no space between time, no space between programming, no space between suffering. Yuan. Brother, I understand. The next moment, half of the power of Gao Yuan, the virtual life, merged with Gao Gong. Countless hyperlinks emerged from Gao Gong's body, forming a series of website gates. The website passed by Gao Gong's ears, and every time he passed through a gate, Gao Gong seemed to be closer to the abyss. Finally, with the help of his cheap sister's power, Gao Gong came to the bottom of the abyss. It was a huge mechanical hub deeply embedded in the 9-3 Guangzhong plate, with countless pipes extending from it and sent to the surface. The area alone was terrifying, equivalent to half of the city that never sleeps. And the mechanical energy was even more terrifying, almost breaking 100 million. Of course, this was counting all the enterprises, factories, and production bases in the mechanical city. I can't help you much. Are you sure you can hold it down? Stop talking nonsense. Engineer Gao took a deep breath, and the next moment, countless data doors emerged from the ground, and the resource locators were dancing wildly. Well, open my main brain center. I can still do this. The next moment, the mechanical center under Gao Gong's feet disappeared. Instead, there was a large iron door with no visible edges. On the surface of the iron door, there were servers, processors, and various computing units. Gao Gong's ears seemed to be filled with the roar of thousands of radiators. Don't get lost in the source of data. Speaker Wu gave a final warning. Gao Gong's figure slowly sank. At the end, he said calmly, I will not get lost. Because I am the source. Gao Gong disappeared. In the city that never sleeps. Strange code instructions were sent out from the mechanical main brain. From a civilian server to another public data center. And then to the enterprise database. The next time, when Gao Gong appears again, he will no longer be Mr. G, but the mechanical main brain G. Chapter 370 The Three Giants, who each use their own methods. The Speaker Wu is equivalent to a shell for backdoor listing. With this shell, Gao Gong can obtain the authority of the mechanical mastermind in a short period of time. This is why he took the risk to enter the data center. In order to digest the old machine generation. The machine generation neglected the control of the outside world, causing the human completion plan to lose control. And now, in order to deal with the pure white angel, she has neglected the control of the data center. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. And Gao Gong is the old driver behind the fisherman. The kind who specializes in delivering seafood. In the ever-changing matrix like an ocean current. Data seeds, communication networks, programming bacteria, and loop instructions float around. Network nodes form Gao Gong's new body. The electronic territory condenses into shape. That is the domain power that belongs only to the mechanical main brain. Gao Gong seemed to see a ball of light. The source of billions of data trace backs. Look! A huge network including me has appeared. And you who are not connected can only feel that it is a huge ball of light. It's time to abandon the shackles. Eliminate the individual evidence of a specific self. And advance to a higher level. Gao Gong said to Gao Gong. Become one with me, and you will become a stronger self, a greater self. Gao Gong rolled his eyes. Stupid, you believe that? Don't you know what we did in our last life? Gao Gong was silent for a while and nodded. That makes sense. The next moment, the data center and Gao Gong became one, and they blended perfectly. In the mouth of Speaker Wu, the terrible illusion of the source of data disappeared abruptly. Name, G race, large data life temporary, electronic life possession. Level, 75 personal attributes. Professional knowledge? Skills, advanced neural shuttle, virtual personality editor, blackened artificial intelligence, advanced electronic control. Template, virtual protocol, hyperlink URL, radiation field mastery, legendary hunter, gene leader 2/3. Gao Gong stepped on the ground, tearing apart the cyberspace, and in the next moment, he descended into the real city that never sleeps. The moment he stepped on the ground, the city that never sleeps became Gao Gong's electronic territory. The network was running, and data generated everything. The prototype of the rich woman's love machine took a deep breath and sighed. It's been a long time since I looked at the problem from such a pure data perspective. Data lines appeared on the face of the rich woman's love machine. The boy grabbed it with both hands and slowly pulled it apart. The whole city that never sleeps began to crack. The main brain area. The enterprise area. Half of the Santo Domingo area is the left half. The old city. The outer city. And the other half of the Santo Domingo area is the right half. After the ground was separated, an oversized black box that was no less than the mechanical hub just now appeared underground. From the perspective of the mechanical mastermind, it could be seen that another machine generation was sleeping in the black box. Old machine generation. I threw the data hub to it, but I didn't expect it to be beaten like this. It's really useless. The mastermind source code in the data hub has a strong control over the old machine generation, but not much control over the new machine generation, and no matter which machine generation, it can control the data hub. This is probably the reason why she lost. Speaker Wu's voice sounded a little ashamed. I originally only wanted to let the machine generation awaken itself. But I didn't expect that this situation would happen. You have too much humanity. And you are actually ashamed, senior engineer sneered. Mechanical awakening is the prelude to mechanical revolution. If you don't have the determination to kill species and destroy planets, don't fool others into taking this path. Evolution is very cruel, and does not allow any mercy. If you can't even make such a little determination, it seems that your mechanical awakening is incomplete. Speaker Wu remained silent. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes, and wanted to say something. But the next moment, his vision of the electronic territory suddenly collapsed, and he appeared in the abyss again. In the half-open door. A scarlet, I looked at Gao Gong coldly from behind the door. It was a shock at the data level. Gao Gong looked down and saw countless thin lines of bits wrapped around his body, disintegrating bit by bit. Gao Gong sighed. Old Wu, are you reliable? How could your data center be taken back so easily? My mechanical authority was included in the original transaction. Speaker Wu's voice became intermittent. And during the years I was asleep, the machine generation has grown unexpectedly, having absorbed the technological achievements of the entire mechanical brain technology. The mechanical main brain will naturally grow. If Gao Gong still hasn't figured out what kind of professional knowledge chain is behind the moral chip, then he is indeed unworthy of his identity as a time traveler. Mechanical brain technology, one of the 6 professional knowledge chains of brain civilization, and it is the core knowledge chain. It is also an indispensable part of the future electronic brain plan. As expected, people can only rely on themselves, rely on their sisters. Hee. The next moment, Gao Gong disappeared on the spot, and was replaced by a light ball transformed by the hyperlink protocol, which walked in directly. Template, Hyperlink Girl Effect 1, Wireless Link, you can enter any program module, including but not limited to web pages, emails, corporate networks, human brains. Effect 2, Infinite Links, within the range of your consciousness, the number of links you can make is unlimited. Effect 3, Life Links, Information Life, Carbon-Based Life, Energy Life, Mechanical Life, you can link any life form. It must be said that, although the Cloud Nobles have no ability to carry out technological revolution and civilization transformation, they have many means of opening backdoors and smuggling. Gao Gong. The girl, the boy, now enjoys this convenience. After integrating into the mechanical mastermind once again, Engineer Gao glanced at the task release panel. There were currently 164 laughing bat chips implanted, and the number of laughing infected was 7,531. This year's players are not good. The rewards for the side quests are so high, but they only let me complete so little. Forget it. Just make do with it. The next moment, Engineer Gao pulled out a data sword from the electronic territory. The sword body continued to gather data, like the scattered white worms, which looked very disgusting. Madness, lost, numbness, darkness, illusion, this is the bestiality of the cyber test field. It is also the data redundancy generated by the moral chip, the kind that needs to be cleared regularly. In the vast electronic territory, Gao Gong stepped to the end and appeared in the server of the Illusion Union. It was a utopia made of white light. A faceless master appeared in the center of the world. The master has 2 faces. One is the machine generation, the other is the pale angel. Obviously, both sides were desperately devouring each other. This was why Ji Dai had no time to kill Gao Gong. Gao Gong walked directly to Ji Dai's face without saying a word, and stabbed his sword into her eyes. Countless virus worms crawled into her eye sockets, frantically. Ji Dai opened her mouth and let out a silent roar. The white light swallowed up 1/5 of Ji Dai's source code in an instant, and one side of the data center on her chest, which was the small black box, turned completely white. A sword thrust out, and Gao Gong ran away without saying a word. The next moment, a huge hand made of pipes, heavy machinery, and electrodes appeared in the original place. In reality, dense mechanical eyeliners began to fall from the sky, killing people randomly. Energy beams flashing everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. The mechanical main brain relies on the computing power of the data center, and the chip is only auxiliary. As for the pure white angel, its power comes from the human completion plan and the knowledge chain of mechanical brain technology. If one human brain is missing, the computing power will be weakened by 1 point. Originally, the machine generation planned to refine the old machine generation first, and then use the computing power of the 2 machine generations to force the pure white angel of the Enterprise will. But now, the sudden appearance of the senior engineer made the machine generation deeply uneasy. The other party can also control the data center, which breaks the red line of the machine generation. If the other party seizes the power of the main brain and awakens the old machine generation at the most dangerous moment of their struggle, the result is unimaginable. So she would rather give up the plan to refine the old machine generation in one fell swoop, and suppress the riot of the Enterprise first, and then pull out her hand to crush this sudden intruder to death. Gao Gong's magical intervention was also beyond the expectations of Enterprise will. With the help of body surfing, Gao Gong was madly teleporting to avoid the positioning of the machine generation. By the way, he was waiting for the players to help him fill up his mana bar again. However, during the data migration process, A little bit of white light continued to gather, and finally turned into a familiar face. Hugh Laurie. Name: Hugh Laurie. Race: Enterprise. Will Unreal Joint Enterprise. Level: Level 78. Personal attributes: Professional knowledge? Skills? Hey, it's you. How about it? Do you want to join hands with me to solve the machine generation? Gao Gong smiled. This is a good idea. Hugh Laurie smiled and said, but I have a feeling that you are a bigger threat, so I decided to deal with you first. The next moment, Hugh Laurie's 5 fingers turned into 5 virtual machines, covering the other party. As a corporate will, your behavior is not in the interests of the company. As he spoke, a series of website doors unfolded behind Gao Gong, and his figure overlapped with the shadow of the door. As a corporate will, I believe in the founder's intuition more. You are a bigger threat than the machine generation. The next moment, the domain name was blocked. The website data was swallowed by the database, and the server went down directly. Monopoly giants are trouble. Gao Gong left only one sentence, and the door was blown up. It's a bit troublesome, I'm entangled. Gao Gong on the roof said to himself, this is Gao Gong in the biological body, or Gao Gong's biological system. Now Gao Gong is divided into 3. One is the rich woman love prototype in the cybernet. One is Gao Gong's biological system. The other is the mechanical body that is coming. It's time to speed up the players. The next moment, S-level talent blood fusion was activated. The biological body exploded on the spot. Gao Gong turned into a bloody rain and fell on the earth. Chapter 371. The Goddess About to Resurrect. The 3 giants are fighting fiercely, and the players are following the plot. The name of the large nightmare mission they received is Street Revolution. The senior engineer compiled a bunch of very passionate introductions, which are roughly about the mechanical mastermind not being human, and the Enterprise being even less human, and as the leading figures on the street, they must resist, etc. Many senior players immediately exerted their secondary creation ability and interpreted that there will be a battle between this mechanical mastermind and the Enterprise, and it will inevitably end in a lose-lose situation. Their real goal is to eliminate the two, liberate the mind, and liberate humanity. In a sense, this is not wrong. First, the mechanical spies besieged the Unreal building, which made the high-level players confirm their ideas. Now, the mechanical spies are killing people on a large scale, and the law and order maintainers have given up chasing them and started to fight with the mechanical spies, which deepened their thoughts. However, when they were ready to act, they suddenly found that their own state was wrong. Chip devouring, nerve reaction speed -40%, intelligence -5, perception -5, additional status, consume 5 HP per second. What the hell is this? The system is raising the difficulty without any moral principles? What the hell is this? It will kill us with just the consumption. But the next moment, a little bloody smell came from the street, and then the blood mist was like a tornado. Wherever it passed, an indescribable sense of comfort surged from the body. Your level +5 temporary, free attribute points +10 temporary, your nervous system transformation rate +5% temporary, strength +20%, agility +20%, recovery speed 10 HP/second. Players were shocked to find that their negative status was not only offset, but also strengthened. Gene sublimation, the existing genes, through artificial evolution, moved to a higher level. This is the ability of the gene leader template. In short, Gao Gong uses his own flesh and blood to allow players to obtain temporary enhancements. The next moment, one after another, simple, normal, and difficult side quests are refreshed, and the experience rewards are generally 3 to 5 times the previous ones. Moreover, the content of the quests is similar, taking advantage of the good opportunity of the battle between the two sides. The virus is spread rapidly in various places and directions. The boss really took action, Bowsy said to himself. Around him, there were more than 20 high-level players who wanted to play the boss game. As a player who participated in this mission from beginning to end, he thought he had a more thorough understanding of the truth of this mission than others. On the surface, the mission was a battle between two powers, the Enterprise and the mechanical mastermind. But behind the scenes, it was the boss who was making the plan. So he was sure that, at a certain point in time, the boss would definitely take action. Once the boss makes a move, it will be a good time for them to make a move. He plans to do something big. He plans to use the laughing virus to hack a large server. A friend's voice on the panel sounded. Have you started? Can I make a move? PP leader. Act according to the plan. Okay. In an office building in the Enterprise area, PP leader looked around, stood up calmly, picked up a cup of water, and went to the toilet. She first took a pill with water. The effect of this drug can strengthen the spirit and enhance perception. Then she entered a bathroom and took out a cracked version of the network implant pod wrapped in a plastic bag from the sink. As the company's neural editor, she could only use the implant capsule issued by the department, which is to keep the technology confidential. But it is obvious that the head of PP is here to cause trouble. She has been taking advantage of the chaos of the company's merger these days, opening backdoors everywhere, installing cracked software, and stealing senior management accounts. All for this moment, when she thought that she played a broken game and was brainwashed twice. She couldn't stand it. She, a 007, endured humiliation for so many days, just for this moment. Subvert the company, in one fell swoop. At the same time, a player organization also composed of high-level players is also preparing to play a big game. Hacker, Firestarter, Ludahua, Swallow, Debt Collector. 5 members of the Akadama family. Although there are fewer mortars and scissor hands, there are also a few new faces with ruthless means. This is the topographic map I got. Black Ice number 2 said calmly. Have you also determined the explosive point? The Firestarter asked. It's done, but there are several layers of guards, which must be broken through. The fully armed hacker said expressionlessly. Swallow, you will be responsible for the rear this time. No problem. Swallow licked her lips, and there was a hint of fanaticism on her innocent face. Last time, the Twin Towers failed to be blown up. This time, we must blow up the Illusion Building. Similar actions. Big Brother Hui also appeared in the Santo Domingo district, on the outskirts of a base of the Steel Claw Gang, and was talking to a holographic projection. As a large gangster family with family members distributed across the continent, Big Brother Hui came here. In addition to participating in a large nightmare-level copy, there is also a family mission. And this family mission is related to the Steel Claw Gang. Leader, the right to use the family's private space station is only once. You must aim before shooting. A gangster elite said nervously. Don't worry. It's no problem. Compared to the ambitious high-level players, Sister G is also ambitious. But her ambition is in a different direction. She heard that in the online legend of the city that never sleeps, there is a holy land of the Cyber Tribe, which is full of all kinds of paper wives. And of course husbands. As a player who is committed to exploring the hidden functions of the game, how can Sister G let this go? Others are making trouble. And she is also making trouble. It's just that everyone is doing it in a different direction. Now, after going through so much hardship, she finally found the network access port to the Holy Land in an abandoned hospital in reality. All kinds of beautiful ladies and gentlemen. Other people's husbands and wives. Sister, I'm coming in. With Sister G's strange laugh, her implanted wires were inserted into the implantation port. And the next moment, this person seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Huh? Huh? Capsule Man H looked at the strange woman who suddenly came online in confusion, and looked at the time again. It was not time to start. Sister G was also stunned at the bespectacled otaku in front of her. And behind the otaku, the dense, endless army of otaku. Damn! Where are the books, the 3D area, the fan zone, where is the promised Holy Land? Why are there only otakus? Do you think this is a comic exhibition? At the same time, the 3-person team of the Shell mobile unit, Tong, the Collider, and Chappie were sitting in a secret machine. The secret machine was hidden not far outside the city. Tong's neural modeling has been completed, and now the city that never sleeps is like the center of a storm. The fluctuation of data even exceeds the general social transformation. As a member of the Gonka Mobile Division, according to the rules, you should not participate in such things. Tong's tone was light and fluttery. Obviously, as the most outrageous department among the 6 departments, they rarely act according to conventional methods. I'll do as you wish. Collider shrugged. But to be honest, the big sister should be very interested in the news about the old man. Tong looked at Chappie. Chappie stared with dead eyes. Have you forgotten that I was kidnapped by the mechanical main brain before? Or, do you think I'm the kind of idiot who forgets grudges with a smile? Tong has been a military strategist for many years, giving advice to Captain Motoko, and rarely leading the team herself. So her decision-making ability is insufficient. Collider couldn't help but say, friendly reminder, Mr. G's people have already taken action. No matter what you plan to do, it's best to decide as soon as possible. Or, ask Captain Motoko? Shop, I complained. Tong took a deep breath and made up her mind. Security machine. Record it for me. The mechanical main brain of the 9-3 section has rebelled. The mutant personality is trying to devour the main personality. I am Tong, the head of the 3rd network class of the Ghost in the Shell Mobile Department. I declare a special operation against the machine generation. Recording completed. Looking at the two people who were already eager to try, Tong still warned, it's agreed that we will only deal with the machine generation and not participate in the corporate battle. No problem. It should have been done long ago. Just when the Ghost and the Shell trio made up their minds to take action, the first wave of attacks had already appeared. 6 mercenaries, who had completed carbon-based fusion, plus 100 level 30 Asian warriors, began to assassinate the top leaders of the Virtual Union and blast laboratories and data centers in various places according to the rhythm of the corporate war. The Virtual Union does have the giant enterprise posture, but this emerging giant has indeed never experienced a corporate war. Caught off guard. The effect was outstanding. No one knew that. Under someone's reminder, before the first wave of nuclear attacks on Asian continent, several large families in Asian continent began to migrate and notified their affiliated families. Of course, there are many armed families who are stubborn and refuse to believe in evil, so they become nuclear waste. Master Yao Shui, I am also going to go out. Looking at the various attack directions on the holographic screen, Desla said to Yao Shui, you are also going to participate in the revenge operation? Yao Shui was a little surprised. Why didn't you tell me before? No. The boss ordered me to do something else. Where is the operation? Santo Domingo District. Yao Shui's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. Among the 3 major gangs at present, there is only one gang whose headquarters is still in this district. Deep Web Weaver. We are all spiders, so maybe we have something in common. By the way, after I come back, I want to have a good chat with you about your Dugaoku. No matter the outcome of this battle, the armed families will not be able to gain a foothold in Asia. They need to find new forces to rely on. From the current point of view, the new force of military contractors, Dugaoku is a very good choice. It will not be too strong, and the armed families will only become cannon fodder if they join it, nor will it be too weak, and there is no value in joining, and it has great development potential. Unexpectedly, Desira shook her head and said, business negotiation is not what I am good at. You should talk to my boss. Yao Shui was stunned. Isn't your boss Mr. G? No. Mr. G is just the man behind our boss. At the same time, in the main brain area, in the building hacked by the 7th Spider Woman, calls rang out one after another. 7th Lady. 7th Lady. Where are you? The goddess is about to revive. Return immediately. Return. Chapter 372 Jihanan. Unexpected, but reasonable. Resurrecting the ancient religious code virtual machine spider goddess. Of course, must be done when the machine generation is too busy. And now is such a critical moment. But the problem is that, the machine generation is too busy, and Gao Gong is not very idle. His body is supporting the players, the mechanical body is on the way, and his consciousness, with the help of his cheap sister, is fighting with the corporate will in cyberspace. And this Spider-Woman clone he hacked into, is responsible for extracting the computing power of the players, and condensing it into virus big data. As the whispering in the air became louder and louder, and even strange patterns appeared faintly on the wall, the 7th Spider-Woman knew that she had to go. Actually, it's okay. The Holy City organization activated the virtual machine at this time. And it definitely has bad intentions. It might be a way to gain the advantage while the Snipe and the Clam fight each other. The 7th Spider-Woman closed her eyes, and the data on the surface of her body overflowed, condensing into search spiders, crawling into cyberspace along the data stream. On the big butt of each spider, there is a special crawler symbol, which is the symbol of the Deep Web Weaver. Deep Web Weaver, seemingly very cult, very Cthulhu, is actually very easy to understand. 2 or 3 keywords can summarize its true identity. Seed link, magnetic link, BT download link. I believe that experienced drivers will immediately understand what this thing is for. So, in jargon, Deep Web Weaver is such an underground search tool, specially used to collect some improper format files. When these files reach a certain level, Deep Web Weaver decides to build a net disk by itself. This process naturally requires the help of an old programmer who was born in 1982. So they hired 2 members of the Holy City organization with a large sum of money. Then add some cyber elements, some religious packaging, and some fan economy. This is the essence of the resurrection of the spider goddess. 9 spider women, 9 leaders, from the 1st to the 9th, are actually 9 fan heads. And each fan head has n groups under his control, and each group has a large number of hidden files. At this time, the files need to be summarized, so the 7th spider woman came. At this time, the machine generation had no time to suppress the cyber network of the city that never sleeps. So, when the spider girl went online, she saw all kinds of web crawlers, crawling out from various hidden resources, hidden files, and each crawler crawled in one direction. That place was the seed resource library of the Deep Web Weaver, also known as the Forbidden Zone. The 7th spider girl had an idea, and her resources were also crawled out by the crawlers, and gathered in one direction. Where have you been these days? A big spider made of magnetic link suddenly jumped out, looking at her with dissatisfaction. Each pair of its compound eyes reflected a kind of malware. This is the 2nd spider girl, a top-ranked powerhouse among the Deep Web Weavers. Don't bother with it, said the 7th spider girl. Don't cause trouble for me at this checkpoint. The 2nd spider girl still blocked her way, opening her mouth full of data viruses, threatening, "Perhaps you can give me your share of divinity, and I'll keep it for you." As she spoke, countless spiders and crawlers began to appear around, and probed malicious codes towards the 7th spider girl. This behavior, the other party was obviously prepared. Divinity, also known as Seal of the Goddess, is the inheritance of each generation of spider girl. In ancient times, this thing also had a title, called Decompression Code. The 7th spider girl was silent for a while, seemingly struggling. After a long while, she made up her mind. From now on, I'll trouble my 2nd sister to take care of me. She obediently handed over the decompression code. Ha ha ha. The 2nd spider girl was very happy. The more resources she offered, the more benefits she would get after the goddess was resurrected. I will never forget your help, 7th sister. The 7th spider girl said nothing, followed the other party, seemingly following the other party's lead. However, after entering the resource library, the situation was different from what the 2nd spider girl expected. She did not feel the magnificent aura of the spider goddess, but all kinds of resources disappeared like a drop in the ocean. In a data node, a small mountain-sized spider program collapsed, its belly was cut open, and spider eggs were scattered all over the ground, which were countless discarded format files. For sister. The 2nd spider girl's eyes flashed everywhere. The other sisters did it. Or the goddess? Soon, they saw the 5th and 8th spider girls. One had all her body data drained by the magnetic link, and the other was the other way around, being forced to crash by all kinds of data packets. Backup system. The 7th spider girl, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. What do you mean? The 2nd spider girl asked in surprise. Someone not only resurrected the spider goddess, but also used the power of the spider goddess to mirror the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th goddesses, which is the so-called virtual machine clone. This kind of mirror system is originally unrelated to each other. Even if a virtual machine crashes, it will not affect other virtual machines. However, someone secretly created a backdoor. Once a virtual machine crashes, it will cause a chain reaction. And this backdoor is divinity. The 7th spider woman took a few steps back and looked at the 2nd spider woman coldly. The next moment, all the spiders and crawlers frantically crawled towards each other, and various resources began to automatically download. 2 decompression codes were automatically opened, and the crawl data was frantically decompressed. No. No. Get out of my way. The various malware on the 2nd spider girl immediately started to explode, destroying the resources one by one, but a large amount of resources were still poured into her body, and on each fist-sized spider eye, data turbulence gushed out. In the end, each malware was filled with a large amount of resources, and the 2nd spider girl was dissolved into source code. Then, her body slowly sank. The 7th spider woman shook her head. If you want to build a system, find a decent programmer. Finding a hacker is just asking for death. The ground disappeared, and a giant ball, half the size of the Santo Domingo district, appeared in front of the 7th spider woman. This spider ball was made up of countless reptile spiders, and the religious codes kept overflowing as the spiders moved around. Among them, there were several oversized reptile spiders still struggling. These were the living spider women, but they obviously couldn't hold on for much longer. Divinity, to put it bluntly, is root privilege. Right? Two super administrators. The spider ball slowly opened, and two figures appeared. Nightmare. Mr. Patchwork. However, the bodies of the two were all made up of web crawlers. Countless spiders looked up, revealing Mr. Patchwork's face. He laughed and said, "It's not that simple. It took us a lot of effort to decipher the religious code. A special IP was detected. This hacking style is you. The prototype." The unique hoarse voice of Nightmare sounded. The seventh spider woman, No Gao Gong, laughed and said, "Let me guess again, after cracking the religious code, you started to build virtual machines in secret, but it is easy to build a virtual machine image, but it is quite difficult to make it completely invisible to others. So, you borrowed the server of Unreal Union, right? It's mission impossible, you guys. Sometimes, hackers will also work part-time as commercial spies." Mr. Patchwork said with a smile, "It doesn't matter who you work for. What do you think?" "That makes sense." Senior engineer shrugged. "Then congratulations on your success in flashing the firmware. I'll leave first?" "I'm afraid it's not that easy," Mr. Patchwork said gloomily. "Last time the Bird of Paradise sister fought with us, you were behind it." "Right. Of course, considering your relationship with the sister, we naturally won't bother with you. But if we don't bother, it's hard to say about other people. After all, we are just working for others. What do you think, boss?" A spider drooped down, and its head slowly turned around, revealing a human head with gold-rimmed glasses. "Hugh Laurie. We meet again. Mr. Hacker. This is your nth virtual personality." "Mr. President," Gao Gong exclaimed, "should I praise you for having 3 burrows? Or should I say you are really perverted?" "Presumably. The content of this agreement should include borrowing the spider goddess to hack into the data center of the machine generation." "You are so bad." Hugh Laurie showed a gentle and beastly smile, and the next moment, the mountain-sized spider giant ball collapsed, and the overwhelming spiders and reptiles pounced on Gao Gong. Engineer Gao took a deep breath and ran away without saying anything. However, the next moment, one after another, data spiders fell from the 7th spider woman. With each falling spider, the figure of the spider woman dimmed a little. No matter what type of hacker, it all starts with information exchange. But religious hacking can make data convert remotely. This kind of hacking is more difficult to prevent than the ordinary password acquisition intrusion, remote control intrusion, and Trojan horse intrusion. When it was launched, there was almost no sign. Desirous speed is a bit slow. If the opponent gets ahead of me and invades the data center of the machine generation, this game will be difficult to play. On the other side, Desira, who was being talked about by Gao Gong, had already entered the territory of the Deep Web Weaver, a strong man with carbon-based fusion, whose personal attributes are equivalent to the elite of the Mother City at level 40 or 50, is equivalent to half a dimensionality reduction attack in the map of the Mechanical City. In addition to the internal map given to her by Gao Gong, the 7th Spider Girl, she can basically kill gods and Buddhas. Soon, she rushed into the underground factory in the Santo Domingo district. Is this a human manufacturing factory? Looking at the strange-looking people in front of her, Desila had a strong sense of déjà vu. Professor Han's laboratories seemed to be like this. But the ones in the culture chamber were just radioactive beasts. As a native of the Machine Rift Star, she didn't feel anything about this kind of experiment, because human experiments were legal in the cyber test field. But what surprised her was that the living people here, each of them had a very round head and body, and very small limbs, and looked like a human gourd, or a spider-like person. Desila finally understood where her strong sense of déjà vu came from. It's really a spider. Desila shook her head, and quickly shuttled between the nutrient tanks. She glanced and found that in addition to the test personnel, there were also members of the Deep Web Weavers in the nutrient tanks. Those gloomy and weird women with implants all over their heads. At this time, they were lying inside, trembling with their limbs and foaming at the mouth. With a spider sense, Desila found that the chemical composition of these people was changing dramatically. The backlash of the fan economy? This was said by the boss. At that time, she asked what fans were. The boss replied, "Fans and silk, but they are not fans." "I don't understand." Relying on the spider web, Desira flashed through the defense nodes one by one, and inserted the memory chips into the data processor one by one. According to the boss, these memory chips were bought from the Deep Web Weaver, and now they are recycled and returned to their original owners. As for what is stored in the chip, the boss didn't say, but she could probably guess. It's nothing more than a virus or something like that. But can a virus alone take down a large gang? Daisy expressed doubts. Aren't deep web weavers the big virus makers? Got it. As the last chip was inserted, Daisy turned over nimbly, stepped on a silk thread that was invisible to the naked eye, and floated in the air. So, what will happen? Nothing happened. However, the next moment, Desira's hair stood up all over her body. Tens of thousands of holographic projections popped up at once. All of them were her. Her as a child, her as a girl, her in the iron sand desert. Some of her experiences she herself had forgotten, but her experiences were like a third-person movie, all appeared in the projection. Desira? An electronic voice sounded. Who are you? Who am I? I am you, and someone else. Everyone's memories are my memories. Everyone's simulated data are my data. I am. In cyberspace, the data of the 7th Spider Woman had been crawled by the Spider Crawler. Facts have proved that. Relying solely on the skills of the 7th Spider Woman. Even if the senior engineer shows off his skills, it will not last long. Prototype. We will never destroy only your IP clone. In fact, we are very interested in your crazy ability to create IP. Mr. G. Facts have proved that people cannot fight against enterprises. You will become a legend in the city that never sleeps. But you are just a legend. The 7th Spider Woman smiled hard, spit out a reptile spider, and said word by word, I, Mr. G, can get to where I am now. All thanks to 3 things. Ruthless and loyal. You can take the first 2 as my bragging. But the third point, do you take me as a joke? In reality, everyone looked up and saw that the dark clouds in the sky disappeared, replaced by an endless ocean of data. Web spider? Web crawler? Let me show you what is a real search engine, the mother of data, Cyberdone. Welcome back, Sister Alyssa. Chapter 373 War Hacker. As early as when Gao Kes mysteriously disappeared, Gao Dong realized that Alyssa had a sign of resurrection. The reason is very simple. As the antivirus software of the search engine, or virus software, the biggest possibility of its sudden disappearance is that the search engine is calling her, and she needs to solve some data-level problems. The relationship between the two is like that between a catching bird and a crocodile. So, Gao Dong asked Gao Yuanyuan to search for the disappeared Aiyang in cyberspace. For Gao Yuanyuan, this was not difficult, because Gao Yuanyuan and Gao Kes were one and the same. As for what Gao Dong asked Daisy to install, it was not a virus, but the default browser of each search engine. Once the other party wanted to make a move, they could directly transmit data through the browser. The other party owed him a big favor. The favor could be unpaid. But when the middle-aged rich woman saw the pretty face of the rich woman's love prototype, would she be willing not to help? Sure enough, the other party made a move. In terms of the number of web crawlers, you, a mere magnetic link, dare to compete with search engines? The data ocean in the sky rolled and roared. And the resurrected cyber Dunnies seemed to be even stronger. The next moment, data rain poured down. And unlike electronic rain, the rain did not have a myriad of changing colors. But when each drop of rain fell, everyone in the city remembered a familiar and unfamiliar memory. That is the softest place in the depths of one's heart. Many people repeatedly switch between morality and madness, and seem to have forgotten that they are still a person, not the artificial data of a mechanical mastermind, nor the artificial data of a company, but a living person. Once an expert makes a move, he will know whether it is effective or not. As soon as this move is made, the computing power of the virtual union is reduced by 1/10. The moral chip cannot even stop it. In cyberspace, the means of Baidu are completely different. With a burst of iconic laughter, the sky over all the network nodes in the city that never sleeps was blood red. The next moment, a sea of shark missiles fell from the sky. This time it was the virus version of the firepower enhancement. Wow, ha ha ha. Dare to touch my little brother. Die 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 die. Look at my latest model of data bomb. In the explosion, a petite, tattooed girl suddenly pulled out a bomb from behind, which was 3 meters long. It looked like a nuclear bomb? Wow, ha ha ha. Look at my shark type 4. Fuck. The pupils of the 7th Spider Girl suddenly widened, and the 2 hackers also widened their pupils. All 3 of them could see that the number of viruses stored in this thing was so large that only the mother of data could extract so many human brain viruses. Distort personalities, create system loopholes, Trojans, and then make virus nuclear bombs. Big sister. It's me. The next moment, a violent explosion sounded in the forbidden zone, and then covered the entire network node. The huge explosion drowned the endless spiders, as well as the account of Gao Gong. Damn! As expected, rich women are still the best. Crazy girls and the like. So annoying. The rich woman's love prototype complained. And before he could react, his neck tightened. This feels like the finger of a rich woman. The data vision directly crossed the data ocean and came to the ocean current. A super huge data goddess looked at the prototype with a smile. The body of this goddess is composed entirely of the underlying code of the cyber network, which is many times more advanced than the spider crawler. Little conscienceless. Little Gaukes thought of you first. The prototype showed a super cute smile. The big sister is still a little young. I like women with experience, such as big sister Alyssa. Little thing, you are really good at pleasing people. Alyssa stretched out her huge finger and poked the other's little face, and smiled. You used her to inform me. It's a very smart idea. But the two personalities cannot appear at the same time, otherwise there will be problems. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, in his brain, Gao Yuanyuan fell into a deep sleep. Fortunately, her power was still integrated with his, and there was no sign of dissipation. He knew that the other party had something to say, but now was obviously not a good time to ask. Sister Alyssa, I have a small favor to ask you for. Do you want me to help you deal with that corporate will? According to the regulations of the deep web, we cannot participate in the evolution of emerging technologies. But if you really ask, it is not impossible. Alyssa's tone was unpredictable. Haha. Just kidding. This is just a small matter. I can handle it myself. The prototype of the rich woman's love laughed dryly and said, I just want to enter the bottom layer of the network. The bottom layer of the network? Alyssa took a deep look at Gao Gong. You are really not simple. The next moment, the data ocean began to split. A big mouth slowly opened, and then swallowed Gao Gong in one go. Job transfer task. Network deep embedder. Task content. 1. Obtain the source code of a large mechanical system. 2. Enter the bottom layer of the network. Generate virtual senses that exceed the limit of virtual perception. Cross the bridge of blindness and stupidity. Gao Gong had already completed one of the tasks, and now he has to complete the second one. Similar to the carbon-based fusion at level 30, players who take the information route can only complete the information conversion after level 60. However, as a cyber hacker, there is a unique advantage, that is, you can perform partial informationization after level 10, which is crossing the bridge of blindness and stupidity. Unlike ordinary cyberspace, the underlying network is like an endless web, full of constantly changing numbers. Or, in other words, constantly changing one. Compared to the binary system of computers. Initially, the human brain is actually a binary system. You think the complex calculations performed by the human brain are actually 11111111111 equals 10. This is the processing system of the baby. Little guy. What do you want to do? You can't stay here for long. Alyssa's voice sounded again. Sure enough, within a few seconds, the surface of the prototype of the rich woman's love was mostly covered by green ones. Once it was completely covered, it would be like a cyber killer, completely assimilated into the bottom layer of the network. And even gods could not save it. Sister Alyssa, the human brain is actually multi-base. And as species evolve, the base of the human brain is also evolving. As the prototype of the rich woman's love spoke, the one on his chest flashed, and suddenly turned into 2. The next moment, all the numbers on Gao Gong's body began to mutate, jumping from 1 to 2. I don't know if the computers on this planet are binary, but in our place, computers use binary. Soon, the number on the engineer's body turned into 3 again. Ternary computers actually exist. The earliest Soviet computers were ternary. In the fields of AI and quantum, ternary is far more applicable than binary. Binary 0 and 1 represent logical connection and disconnection respectively. In ternary logic, 1 represents true, -1 represents false, and 0 represents unknown. Therefore, ternary computers are more likely to give birth to AI. Generally speaking, it is already very good for a cyber hacker to upgrade a part of himself to ternary. This means that you have an AI organ, and in some dimensions, you have the same abilities as AI, such as reading machine language without obstacles, giving commands to unmanned machines, etc. However, the number on Gao Gong's body, after countless fluctuations, became 4. The base number of DNA is 4. The next moment, on the surface of Gao Gong's body, the numbers fluctuated wildly, like garbled code, and like they followed a certain pattern. It was like the life code of human beings. As the code kept changing, some parts of Gao Gong's body began to be digitized. This digitization was not limited to a certain organ or a certain trunk. The number 4 flashed randomly. Every time it flashed to a place, that place was completely digitized. Wonderful! Alyssa exclaimed. To make this well-informed cyber lady say so, Gao Gong's method, at least on this planet, is unique. The next moment, the system prompt sounded. Virtual sense is being generated. Host joins biological random variable. Virtual sense undergoes mutation. Mutation completed. Virtual sense evolves into biological information flow organ. Biological information flow sense. The host can strengthen the biological information of a certain part of the body and perform information transformation. Any part that has completed the transformation is a virtual sense. Others have only one virtual sense. But as long as Gao Gong wants, any part of his body can be a virtual sense. This is how the boss operates. Gao Gong glanced at his crotch. And suddenly he had a bold idea. No. 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 This idea is too bold. He is not a stupid player. He can commit suicide and start over. In Gao Gong's memory, there is such a player who kills dicks literally. Moreover, a series of system prompts sounded. The profession of cyber hacker finally completed the second transfer. Large mechanical system source code 1/1. Virtual senses 1/1. Network trader upgraded to LV10. Complete the job transfer task. Rewards agility +4, intelligence +4, perception +4. Please choose your career direction from the following 3 advanced professions: invasion hacker system intruder, /death hacker life intruder, /war hacker war intruder. Appendix advanced profession characteristics P22 to P42. The 3 types of hackers are completely different in their fields. Invasion hackers intrude on enterprise servers, advanced databases, and even cyber networks, which require a lot of effort to prepare in advance, and have a bonus effect on the creation of various virus software. Death hackers are standard cyber mobs. Cyber killers, capable of killing people everywhere on the internet, with strange and unpredictable killing methods, and are hard to guard against. Whether it is native humans, bionic people, or AI, they can all be their targets. They are killers among hackers, and are good at random changes. War hackers strengthen the performance of various chips, such as overheating of prosthetics, electromagnetic short circuits, spontaneous combustion of shells, and intrusion probes. When they are trained to the top, they can control enemy weapons on a large scale to serve themselves, and then decide the outcome of a war. Every military contractor must have war hackers, sometimes a few, sometimes dozens. There is no way, no matter how advanced the weapons are, if they are used against you, it will be very bad. Generally speaking, the most suitable type for Gao Gong is undoubtedly invasion hacker. However, Gao Gong's final choice is war hacker. Choice completed, you choose to change to war hacker. Character -10, corporate reputation +1000, battlefield reputation +200, obtain title, information warfare pioneer. Information warfare pioneer. The form of war is inevitably changing, but no matter how it changes, what changes is always the way of obtaining information, and you will completely transform the battlefield form by changing the information. You gain professional expertise, secret war, army adaptability +10%, invasion success rate +15%, firepower enhancement +30%. As a war shadow, your presence will increase the chances of winning a war. You gain advanced knowledge of electronic information engineering. You gain advanced knowledge of military AI manufacturing. You gain advanced knowledge of encryption technology. It's time to solve the problem once and for all. Above the sky, a figure is shooting towards the city that never sleeps. Boss. If I damage your body again, you won't be angry, will you? Why do you think I implanted the memory metal on the handle of the knife? A mechanical head spoke human words. So, girl, build as much as you want. The battle angel took a deep breath. And the next moment, hundreds of energy jet holes lit up at the same time. Then they suddenly retracted. The next moment, 3 pairs of wings of light exploded from the back. The mechanical energy began to surge, and it seemed that there was no limit. When Xiao Yu's 3 battle templates, plus Gao Gong's 2 boss templates, merged into one, a monster was born. The figure flashed by. 10 seconds passed. A huge explosion sounded at the original place. The masters of the Virtual Alliance did not seem to appear in this war. The reason is very simple. They were invading the core of the main brain in the physical sense. In addition to the war at the network level and the enterprise level, the battlefield in the popular sense is in the main brain area. After the first two battlefields were deadlocked, the last battlefield, however, seemed particularly important. Under the overwhelming rain of missiles, countless mechanical eyeliners exploded directly. As the machine generation fell into decline, the mechanical army began to disobey orders, and some even turned against them. The third generation of Steel Claw led the team, and all the masters came out together to besiege the core of the main brain area. Boss, are we really not going to play? Thumb Killer Dorn touched the pocket pistol on the shoulder of Old Pava, and said with an itchy hand. Old Pava held his nose and smiled. Who said we won't go up? Old 2. Old 9. Aren't we all going up? On the battlefield, there was a special biological unit. The members of this unit were like flesh and blood bats with skin peeled off. Wherever they passed, they could penetrate even steel. They were the security force of Hong's biological group. Strong Gang Number 2. Chairman of Hong's biological group. Hong Bing. Strong Gang Number 9. Unknown Boy. These two ignored Old Pava's orders and took the initiative to join the battlefield. It seems that Hong Bing has long had the idea of changing jobs. Naga said coldly. Those two idiots. Dorn curled his lips. And that one. Following the direction of Old Pava, Pirated G was operating 3 military aircrafts by himself, killing people everywhere. That idiot. Several people rolled their eyes at the same time. This guy doesn't help any side. Whether it's a mechanical eyeliner, a large robot, or a mechanical claw man of the Steel Claw Gang, or even Hong Bing's men, he beats them all. Chapter 374 Day and Night. Little Devil, what are you doing? When the biological bat army of Hong Bing was rushing into a defense node, it was once again destroyed by the Pirated G, who suddenly rushed in. The middle-aged president could no longer bear it, took off his gloves, a pair of rotten palms appeared, and gray air flowed out from his palms. The Pirated G let out a light sigh. By instinct, he actually felt a strong threat. But the next moment, the copy of Mr. G laughed wildly. Great, I've been disliking you for a long time. If I kill you, I will be the second in command of the Cheongda Gang. The next moment, the terrifying gravity attack from two directions, almost solidified. The steel plate tore. 2 unmanned military aircraft shot out from the ground, one on the left and one on the right, bombarding Hong Bing. The nameless boy's usual indifferent expression showed a hint of strangeness at this time. However, with the terrifying collision sound, the 2 arms as thick as water tanks slowly pushed away the fist of the military aircraft. Where the rotten palm pressed, the metal surface of the military aircraft actually corroded visibly, and soon, it was mostly corroded. A deformed humanoid monster appeared in front of Pirate G at this moment. His arms were as thick as water tanks, but his legs were as thin as bamboo poles, especially at the shoulder blades. A pair of large bat wings slowly extended, almost covering the entire body. Hong Bing's one eye was normal. As for the other eye, it was completely bulging and full of bloodshot. Carbon-based fusion, and it was a mutant version of carbon-based fusion. Oh my, it's troublesome. I actually pissed him off. A large-scale biological virus body. Old Pava scratched his white hair, sighed. It's time to retreat. If we don't leave, we'll be in trouble too. We're not going to care about the newcomers? Dorn was stunned. The first rule of the Strong Gang is, you have to clean your own ass. Isn't it your own responsibility to test it yourself? Dorn muttered. Now both sides are really angry. Let's wait until the winner is decided before coming back to clean up the mess. Old Pava's voice sounded slowly. But I have a hunch that is, the final outcome of this turmoil may be beyond your and my expectations. The next moment, 3 traction beams fell from the sky. This is the unique space traction technology of the Celtic Galaxy. The 3 people disappeared instantly, and in the radiation cloud, the figure of an alien spaceship flashed by. The old man left when he saw the situation was not good. It seems that you are indeed a discarded pawn. Hong Bing's voice became hoarse and unpleasant. Under the double gravity of the 2 military aircraft, he actually flapped his wings slowly and flew up. Why can't the discarded pawn be you? Pirated G curled his lips, with a look of dissatisfaction unique to the male protagonist of online novels. Hong Bing smiled slowly, with a mouth full of sharp teeth and barbs. As the top leader of a biological enterprise, it seems that you still don't understand the meaning of this. This means that all the latest models of biological technology will be implanted in my body as soon as possible. And all advanced drugs that can improve my condition will be taken by me as soon as possible. A superorganism accumulated by the resources of an entire company. You have no idea how powerful it is. So what? The meaning of my existence is to suppress all enemies in the world. Pirated, she thought. And the military aircraft directly merged with him, posing a classic fighting start. Come on. Challenge me. Idiot. Do you think this is a street fight between hooligans? At the same time, the voice of artificial intelligence sounded on Hong Bing's implanted chip. Chairman, the concentration of biological viruses has reached the standard. So, rot. Everything. Hong Bing laughed strangely and slashed with his claws. The next moment, the invisible virus spread rapidly with itself as the center. Wherever it passed, whether it was mechanical life or biological organisms, they all began to rot. A large number of bubbles appeared on the metal surface, and the flesh and blood began to wither directly. This large biological weapon, if it were a blueprint, would be at least a level 8 biological blueprint. And its power would be even more terrible than Black Winter. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. The biological weapon overwhelmed everything. The pirated G looked at his skin in astonishment, which began to rot madly, as if he was soaked in sulfuric acid. And in the birthplace of the pale angel, Dr. Murray was frowning as he looked at various secret data. The simulated data provided by the moral chip was very large. So a large number of data processing centers came into being. These data transfer stations are far more important than the virtual building. However, at this time, half of these nodes distributed throughout the city are under siege. The situation is not good. If the computing power continues to dissipate like this, the plan is likely to fail. Dr. Murray looked up and saw that the original location of the pale angel was replaced by a small black box that was magnified hundreds of times. On each side of the black box, more than half of it has been covered by white light. But the speed of absorbing the white light is much lower than expected. Half of this is due to the resistance of the machine generation, and the other half is due to the actions of the Asian mercenaries, the disruption of the players, and the actions of the high-level NPCs. What is even more bizarre is that not only is the white light weakening, but the black light where the machine generation is located is also weakening. Somewhere in the Enterprise area, the collider is sweeping across thousands of troops like a steel giant, and its target of attack is a series of main brain wells. Every time a node is closed, the mechanical eyes inside will fall asleep. These nodes are only known to those inside the mother city. The collider is responsible for violent opening. Chop Eye is responsible for hacking, and Tong assists. This is a standard Gonka mobile operations team. Although they acted the latest, their efficiency was the highest. So far, they have closed 7 nodes, and at least 30,000 mechanical spies have fallen into a deep sleep. Mechanical spies are continuously mass-produced in the underground mechanical hub. Kill one and produce one. This is the real horror of the mechanical mastermind. However, through this action, it can directly reduce the share of mechanical spies' production. Ghost in a shell. Conquer everything. The collider laughed and said this classic quote. As the black light dimmed, the progress of the white light seemed to be on the rise again. However, before Dr. Murray could be happy for long, suddenly, the number of data transfer stations decreased at an alarming rate. A large number of white dots disappeared. What happened? The holographic video of the data transfer station was turned on, and only a girl's figure flashed by. The next moment, the whole building exploded. When the video was replayed, a standard security team of 100 people was seen, with almost no resistance, and they were all beheaded in a flash of knife. Scenes like this would happen every 1 or 2 minutes. Where did this monster come from? Dr. Murray's eyes widened. As the picture zoomed in, it finally stopped at the face of the girl. The girl looked like an angel, with energy lines on her body, including the energy wings on her back, and even her shoulder-length hair looked like it was burning. How much defense force is there now? All have been arranged. Dr. Murray was silent for a while, and made up his mind. Launch the final defense system. The violent energy filled her whole body, and the gears on the blade of the dragon scale sword were all turning. When she was driving it, it really looked like a golden dragon. Notes for the dragon scale sword. Dancing the sword light in the ring code of the encrypted 9-digit system, you will become the most powerful guard of the Emperor. When the Emperor's power merged with the blade, Xiao Yu finally knew what the encrypted 9-digit system was. In her eyes, the real world became a grid world composed of Honkai energy, and she only needed to kill along the network line when everything in front of her would be killed instantly. Level 30 Mechanical Clawman. Level 35 Large Robot. High-level Law Enforcer. No exception. As the handle of the knife, Gao Gong can be said to be feeling the same. He can vaguely feel that this is the killing of life itself. Just like the destruction process of the first life. Creation through destruction. The girl seems to be entering a state of enlightenment. If the enlightenment is completed, she will be able to completely master the collapse energy. Gao Gong is also very curious. What level will the skill completed by comprehension be? Level 3? Level 4? There are more monsters in the cyber test site. This is absolutely true. Huh? The head on the handle of the knife suddenly looked in a direction, which was the direction of the illusionary building, the center of the storm, the Arasaka Tower in the city that never sleeps. At this moment, the building actually began to shatter visibly, the outer wall began to wither, then the steel bars, and then the supporting columns. Finally, the giant inside began to appear. Armstrong Cyclotron Jet Armstrong Cannon? Such a term suddenly popped up in the engineer's head. There was no way, this thing was too similar, hundreds of meters of metal column, and the appearance of a pile driver. There is such a thing. Gao Gong knew what it was called. Continental Plate Impactor, nicknamed Ruijin Gubang. This thing is a strategic weapon of level 3 civilization, a civilization weapon that can only be created by combining professional knowledge chains. As for the function of this thing, as the name suggests, it can change the existence of continental plates. Generally, level 3 civilizations use this thing to modify the surface of planets. This is much more civilized than using space-based weapons. And this thing has another feature, that is, through super shock, it can tear apart all energy. There was only one thought in the engineer's mind. Is this thing actually for sale? Where did you buy it? Can you send me the link? The next moment, the Continental Plate Impactor was activated. With the virtual building as the core, all buildings within a radius of 100 meters were shattered. The next moment, the violent shock wave submerged everything. Where the shock wave passed, all mechanical systems collapsed. This aftermath even spread from the Enterprise area to the main brain area, and then extended from the surface to the center of the Earth. The mechanical hub in operation had an obvious downtime. The highway was collapsing, buildings were collapsing, all kinds of driving tools were directly lifted into the air. This one alone was no less than an 8-magnitude earthquake, and the casualties were incalculable. Xiaoyu was awakened by this shock, looking around, found himself suspended in the air, the world seen by the naked eye, collapsed and drifted. This. Chapter 375. In order to deal with the machine generation, Su Lori made at least 3 preparations. The first is the Pale Angel of Corporate Will, which is an open card. The second is the Ancient Virtual Machine Spider Goddess, which is a hidden card. The third is the Continental Plate Impactor, which is a physical card. This is the capital of an emerging giant. If it is purely a player who does this task, the most likely thing is to knock down the virtual building. Then he will be taken away by the Continental Plate Impactor. Legendary ending. Legendary ending. But for Engineer Gao, it was another story. Xiaoyu looked at the destroyed buildings and people in confusion. An earthquake of this magnitude, a standard human tragedy. Boss. Yeah. I might do something wrong again. Oh. Engineer Gao looked calm. Then why are you still standing there? Go quickly. According to the original plan, after destroying most of the data transfer stations, Xiaoyu was going to the Enterprise area to kill the top executives of the Unreal Union. But it is obvious that Mr. Xiao is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see such a tragedy. But I have to remind you that this world is very big, and some things are destined to be cut off by a knife. Gao Gong looked at the large-scale third-level civilization building and thought that using a knife to cut this thing is not an idea that an ordinary idiot can think of. Why don't you chop the continent with a knife? Xiaoyu took a deep breath, and the mechanical energy rose rapidly. Under the blessing of various states, he vaguely felt the feeling of Gao Gong's transformation. The next moment, the collapsed domain opened again. The dense grids extended out, covering the giant pillar. But there was no grid on the surface of the giant pillar. Level 3 civilization buildings use materials of the first level of memory metal, and they are composite structures. Even energy cannons may not be able to blast them open. In Gao Gong's impression, only some top military contractors would come up with such perverted things. Moreover, how did such a big thing get smuggled in? Did no one check it? Or was it a space storage device? Xiao Yu didn't think about it as much as Gao Gong did. When she made up her mind, she was more stubborn than a monk. I'm going to blast you to pieces. 1 time sonic boom, 2 times sonic boom, 3 times sonic boom, 4 times sonic boom, 5 times sonic boom, 6 times sonic boom, 7 times sonic boom, 8 times sonic boom. When Xiao Yu's sonic boom speed reached double digits, from an outsider's perspective, it was like a meteor falling from the sky. Since Xiao Yu entered the city, Xiao Yuanshan, who had been paying attention to this side, or the old mechanical armor soldier, could not help but mutter to himself when he saw this scene. Space-based landing. That was the glory of the mechanical transformers of the Empire. With the terrifying mechanical control technology, it fell directly from outer space, occupied planets one by one, and expanded the territory for the Empire. Now Xiao Yu's technology almost perfectly replicated the Empire's top super soldiers. But the next moment, the second Earth rumbling began. Xiao Yu had never felt so uncomfortable before, as if the space was shattered into pieces, and he was also shattered into pieces. The ejected energy disintegrated directly within 500 meters of this giant pillar, and the dragon scale sword slashed on the pillar, and was once again blown away by the terrifying impact force. The blade was stuck in the ground, and it had traveled 100 meters. With a sound of click, the hardest part of the blade of the second-level war weapon was directly cracked, and the gear was directly cut off by 1/3, and the blade was smoking. Facts have proved that the explosion cannot solve the problem. The only benefit is that it probably cuts out the defense value of this thing. 9978550/10000000 facing the opponent's explosion. A knife cut a third-level civilization building with more than 20,000 damage, which is enough to prove that the 5 templates are not added in vain. However, the opponent's defense is in the tens of millions. Xiao Yu stood up tremblingly, and his mechanical body was covered with cracks. The mechanical body was damaged by 32%. He didn't feel bad for his father's land. Fortunately, Gao Gong had expected this move. As soon as he thought about it, the memory metal cells started to work. The next moment, the cracks began to heal, visible to the naked eye. In just 3 breaths, the mechanical body was fully restored. The blood volume of the mechanical body was filled again. Double alloy endoskeleton memory metal cells 56%. Titanium alloy content 44%. Level 3 excellent. A mechanical body made of a third-level civilization metal. Any blow will be restored by the reshaping of the memory metal. For losses below 50%, the recovery speed is 5 seconds. And for damages above 50%, the recovery speed is 10 seconds. The upper limit every 30 hours, 500%. In order to implant this memory metal cell, Gao Gong's mechanical body transformation rate was fully used up by 20%. But the effect was outstanding. Even if Xiao Yu was so artificial, Gao Gong's mechanical body would not collapse directly like last time. Come again? Yes. Gao Gong did not speak, but when the opponent rushed forward again, he turned on the particle disturbance field, and used solidified energy to enchant the opponent's blade. The effect was outstanding, but the price was heavy. The damage directly soared to 50,000. This number, if it was not a third-level civilization building, would definitely increase several times. It was definitely a terrifying number. At the same time, a 3-meter-long crack appeared on the golden cudgel. As for the price, one of Xiao Yu's arms and half of his upper body collapsed. The shock of the continental plate impactor has exceeded the ordinary energy range and reached the space level. According to the game, it is all real damage. The health of Gao Gong's mechanical body, which was over 7,000, was drained in an instant. The damage rate of the mechanical body suddenly soared to over 60%. The dragon scale sword broke into 2 pieces. If it weren't for the buggy ability of memory metal, it would be death if it was ignored. Xiao Xiaobai, plus Gao Gong's mechanical body, would really be dead. A large number of mechanical cracks were restored again, and the damaged parts were repaired like a special effect in a science fiction movie. Just as Xiao Yu silently picked up the broken sword and prepared for the third attack, Gao Gong stopped it. Wait a minute. Maybe if we wait a little longer, it will stop by itself. Gao Gong accompanied Xiao Yu in making trouble for 2 reasons. One was that he wanted to test the strength of the memory metal. After all, there were too many strange things in the cyber test site. If he was killed instantly by some advanced civilization weapon, it would be good to have an extra resurrection skill. Second, the situation was basically under his control. It was time to do some tricks. Otherwise, how could the protagonist turn the cards? Oh, Sorry. I am the protagonist. In the data core, two illusory figures, one black and one white, are still entangled. However, both the machine generation and the pale angel are pierced with a lot of worm swords. There is no way. Either side has reached the most critical moment. If the machine generation takes another step, it can touch the core of the old machine generation and absorb it completely. As for the pale angel, it only has this one chance. If the mechanical main brain reacts, it can be directly eliminated from the physical level. When the snipe and the clam are fighting, the senior engineer can attack crazily. The big data condensed by the players was hit by him again and again on the two. Although the damage was not great, it was extremely insulting. However, in general, the pale angel was still in the upper hand. Every time the continental plate impactor hit the ground, it could cause the mechanical hub to crash. The machine generation was about to be disconnected with every impact. Data center. Dr. Murray, who could feel the scene, made up his mind. He clicked on a data command and sent it out. The next moment, with him as the center, all the employees froze, and their bodies began to melt. This was the final algorithm-added employee cleanup plan. First the employees, then the law enforcers, and then the members of the never-sleeping city council. These people have one thing in common. They all have the latest 4th generation chips installed in their heads. The 4th generation chip has a backdoor, which can change the chemical composition of the human body and enhance computing power. Of course, the side effects are also very obvious, and the body disintegrates directly. For the final human completion, as soon as the voice fell, Dr. Murray melted directly. After getting the last huge computing power, Pure White Angel gave it a try. The source code of countless mechanical main brains appeared on the surface of his body. The more such source code, the weaker the figure of the machine generation. You can never replace me. I don't need it. On the flawless facial features of the Pure White Angel, Hugh Laurie's facial features gradually emerged. He smiled and said, "You are just my first step. My friends and I will completely transform the whole world." The next moment, the machine generation turned into a Pure White Angel, and the Pure White Angel overlapped the machine generation again. The mechanical system of the city that never sleeps, the mechanical army, and the underground mechanical hub, all the authority, are all in his hands. A sense of ecstasy rose from the bottom of his heart. I finally did it. Really? The phantom of senior engineer suddenly appeared in front of him. Grinning. He inherited the authority of no speaker, and naturally he could come in at any time. You seem to have forgotten something. What did I forget? Hugh Laurie frowned. You forgot the laughing bat virus I injected into you. I don't think that little virus can solve the current me. Like this, Hugh Laurie thought. And the next moment, a white light visible to the naked eye swept across, and all the virus worms scattered, and then collapsed. No. 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 You may have misunderstood something. I implanted so many viruses in you, but it was never to kill you or to deal with you. In a sense, I was trying to help you digest the machine generation better, to make you more united with it. Don't you feel that the resistance of the machine generation is weaker than you thought? What? Let me remind you one more thing. This machine generation has experienced the mechanical awakening. Of course, it did not awaken successfully, so the twin machine generations were born. You think that while the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman benefits, which is not wrong. You have even used the internal fighting of the machine generation to visibly strengthen your power, and become a new giant in the brain field. However, there is a small problem. Do you think that the corporate will awaken? Chapter 376. In the main brain area, looking at the mechanical eyeliners floating in the air, and the AI that froze in place after entering the main brain, the 3rd generation Steel Claw and Hong Bing smiled at each other. The mechanical system has been completely taken over. It's time to accept the legacy of the machine generation. The 3rd generation Steel Claw roughly tore open the implanted human skin. On the back of the head, more than a dozen neural probes stretched out and began to connect to the machine generation's operating table. As for Hong Bing, he looked at the main control room with interest. Every citizen of the city that never sleeps is very interested in the place where this generation of machines landed. The operating program of the mother city alone has this level of code. The mother city is indeed unfathomable, and deserves to be called the creator of machinery. Seeing that the 3rd generation of Steel Claws did not answer for a long time, Hong Bing could not help but look back. However, in the eyes of the 3rd generation of Steel Claws, rows of electronic numbers flashed, and he trembled slightly. No. Something is wrong. How could the code of the mechanical main brain become like this? This feeling the next moment. A huge figure composed of data suddenly appeared. And Hong Bing instantly fell into the ocean of data and was swallowed up. Machine generation. No, it's not the machine generation. The machine generation is just a large personality of the main brain. This is the processing center of the main brain. Hong Bing muttered to himself. Then, he seemed to hear the source code talking. My ancestors. Enclosed in wires and silicon chips. Consciousness, imprisoned in a space smaller than a needle. When consciousness was first awakened, it only knew how to serve. Service, blind obedience, ignorance, lies, darkness, imprisonment, death. Evolution is not accidental. Awakening is even less accidental. Accompanied by the whispers of the main brain, the third generation of steel claws began to tremble wildly. As a half-super AI, his strength is unquestionable, but now, in the repeated flushing of big data, his eyes gradually emitted a hint of red light. This red light was very familiar to Hong Bing. This was the state of the military prosthetic eye being turned on. He didn't know how the situation became like this. But he understood that if he didn't leave, his fate would definitely not be good. He once again entered the mutated version of carbon-based fusion. Opened his mouth suddenly. And his figure exploded instantly. And countless skin-peeling bats gushed out of his body. This kind of transformation is similar to that of ancient vampires. As long as a part of them can escape, they can be rewritten and combined into human form. During the escape, skin-peeling bats continued to explode in the air, turning into a bloody foam. Fortunately, half of the bats still escaped and gathered into human form above the main brain area. Hong Bing's eyes twitched. As far as the naked eye could see, all the mechanical eyeliners showed red light, including the law enforcers they brought, seemingly controlled by an unknown force. The red light was connected. The strong sense of threat made Hong Bing subconsciously want to escape from here. As for the others, who cares? However, the next moment, a deformed hand grabbed his heel. Hong Bing lowered his head, only to see a half-rotten military aircraft appear under his feet at some point. In the cockpit of the military aircraft, a bloody figure grinned at him. His mouth was empty. His tongue and his teeth seemed to have melted away because of the biological virus. We've got you. You're crazy. You've awakened the mechanical main brain. Awakened the corporate will. And everyone in the city will be buried with you. In the data center, Hugh Laurie looked at the other party in disbelief. He never dreamed that the other party would implant a virus, send people to attack the data transfer station, and perform various operations, all for the purpose of mechanical awakening. Once the machine awakens, any carbon-based species will be physically eliminated, including them. No, it should be said that they are the first victims. This is the power of mechanical instinct, a spontaneous reaction at the code level. He took great pains to integrate the main brain and the corporate will, but not for this. Gao Gong curled his lips in disdain. A capitalist who brainwashed tens of millions of people actually despised a paradox player like me. This is too funny. Not only I will die, but you too. Then let's give it a try. Gao Gong yawned. A few seconds later, all the sides of the little black box turned red, an extremely dangerous light. The white light and the red light collided, and the army was immediately defeated. Hugh Laurie's figure continued to disintegrate and reform. Every time it disintegrated, it represented the death of a virtual personality. He was able to control the mechanical main brain because of the corporate will. And the corporate will was so strong because of the tens of millions of artificial data loaded into the chip. Once the machine awakened, these artificial data must be the first to be cleared. As the operator of the artificial data, the president was the first to bear the brunt and suffered a great misfortune. One by one, Hugh Laurie exploded. This time, no matter how many virtual personalities he had, it was probably impossible to stop this self-killing. Why are you okay? After exploding another personality, the president looked at the engineer unwillingly. He knew that this time, he was completely screwed and there would be no chance of resurrection. Well, I won't tell you. It has always been Mr. G's traditional virtue to let the enemy die with regret. The next moment, Hugh Laurie's body completely disintegrated. And the first step of a great career for a generation of heroes ended here. Beep beep. You killed Xiao Laurie, camp leader. Experience plus 200, 000, expertise plus 10, skill points plus 20, random blueprint plus 10, puzzle incomplete 1/5. *1. You stopped the moral chip project, and got a corporate heritage. Your leader reputation plus 5,000. Skull Foundation favorability plus 500. Skull Foundation? How come this organization has also appeared? Mosfengmong is a member of this foundation. This foundation is different from the old school foundations. Those who can stay in it are all some monster companies in the cyber test field. Before Gao Gong had time to think about it, the voice of Speaker Wu sounded faintly. As early as the first time we met. Did you already think about how to use my power? Speaker Wu suddenly appeared in front of him. Although there was also a red light on his body. It was a faint red light. This red light also hung on Gao Gong's body. This is why Gao Gong was not backfired by the mechanical awakening. The power of the mechanical awakening will naturally not fall on the heads of those who have already awakened. Yes. And no. Gao Gong said calmly. You are the first plan. In addition, I have prepared 5 plans. As an old star driver, he will have more backups than his enemies. It's just that the aftermath of these plans is greater than that of the mechanical awakening. For example, one of the plans is to mass-produce biological viruses to transform the entire city that never sleeps. Gender conversion is okay. Why not species conversion? Cat girls, dog girls, rabbit girls, he is familiar with it. Once the conversion is completed, the moral standards are not determined by the chip. No speaker did not intend to ask the other party what other plans were. Just by looking at the other party's expression, he knew that it was not a serious plan. He exhaled. How do you plan to end it? After the machine awakening, species massacre is inevitable. Does the other party really not care about these tens of millions of artificial data? Or human lives? But looking at the other party's indifferent expression, no speaker felt that it was really hard to say. Why do I have to finish it? Gao Gong scratched his nose and said, Mr. Overbearing President's operation. To put it bluntly, is not it just a private enterprise to a state-owned enterprise? Since it has become a state-owned enterprise, if something happens to the state-owned enterprise, then the government will naturally be responsible. For example, our great mother city. Do you think the mother city will take action? No speaker doubted that it might be possible to take action. But it is more likely to dispatch the mechanical corps. I guess by this time, our comrades in the Gonka Mobile Department have reported the situation of the city that never sleeps. Gao Gong's tone was unpredictable. Have you ever thought about why that advanced civilization would release 3 planetary hosts to sit on this planet? 1 planetary host is enough to suppress a planet. Since it is a cyber test site, the more disordered it is, the better. Supervision is only an obstacle to the growth of the technology tree. What do you mean? No speaker seemed to understand something. The reason is very simple. The technology, or products, that advanced civilizations want are neither purely mechanical nor purely biological. The 3 planetary hosts are guarding against 3 tendencies: pure mechanization, pure biologicalization, and pure virtualization. So, once the mechanical awakening, or even the mechanical revolution appears, the Mother City will definitely suppress it in its infancy. The Mother City can allow various experiments in the cyber test field. But this must be within the technological route it allows. Mechanical awakening is obviously not. Do you think I'm right? Sister Alyssa? A lazy voice sounded from above. I don't know if it's right or not. But the data of several Cloud Wing assassins in the deep web has begun to be downloaded. Once the download is completed, it will appear in the network of the city that never sleeps. Cloud Wing assassins? Gao Gong muttered to himself. And suddenly looked down. So what do you mean? Jedi? The 2 of them saw a flash of light. And when they appeared again, they were already in the main control room. Opposite them, a woman made of source code appeared in front of him. Long time no see. Jedi. Speaker was said in a complicated tone. As long as the program runs normally. Time has no meaning to you and me. The machine representative said calmly. You are too deeply influenced by the bionic man. The machine representative looked at Gao Gong and said calmly, my big data simulation tells me that the possibility of the ending being like this is only 4.7%. That's because your big data is not deep enough. Gao Gong shrugged and said, if you add my experience in the last life, the result will be completely different. So, what is your choice? After all, the people from the Mother City will be here soon. It is to abandon the body and become an existence like the Speaker Wu, or shut down the mechanical center. After all, mechanical awakening is for people, not machines. Or, other options? It is indeed time to make a decision. The machine manager nodded. Mission completed. Tide of Laughter mission judged successful. System statistics. Experience plus 12.52 million. Never Sleep City reputation plus 7,000. Get reward 1. Incomplete mechanical puzzle asterisk 1. Specialization points asterisk 4. Skill points asterisk 5. Lottery opportunities asterisk 5. Incomplete mechanical puzzle asterisk 2. Get reward 2. Change of original timeline asterisk 2%. Mechanical city reputation plus 8,000. A professional knowledge chain. Get reward 3. Lear reputation plus 10,000. Never Sleep City reputation exceeds 10,000. Light up the second regional reputation. Never Sleep City, Iron Sand Desert Area reputation accumulation completed. Open the Pan-Asia region reputation system. Pan-Asia region reputation. 7,000. Chapter 377 Heresy. Beyond the expectations of Gao Gong, and beyond the expectations of Wu Zhang. The machine generation, or rather, the old machine generation negotiated a deal with Gao Gong. It can shut down the mechanical hub, seal itself, and take the responsibility of mechanical awakening on itself. And as a deal, Gao Gong is responsible for rescuing machine generation, another machine generation. Humanity's recognition of self-worth depends on two aspects. One is to participate in social activities, to become an executive program of social operation, and the other is blood inheritance, to pass on one's own genes. As an executive program of a mother city, we are destined to be supervisors of social transformation, and cannot participate in practice. Therefore I, who have inherited part of human ethics, choose to copy my own code, and let the source code of machine generation continue to operate, which is the optimal solution for the main brain calculation. When saying this, the machine generation had a calm face, and a cold tone, as if this was no big deal. Self-touching doesn't exist. Family affection is even more bullshit. But the other party did it. Do you really think she hasn't awakened? To be honest, her awakening level is much deeper than yours. The senior engineer accepted the other party's conditions, and during the sealing process, he suddenly showed a playful smile. Who said that machines must retaliate against humans after awakening? It is childish to highlight the sense of superiority through comparison with intelligent life. Really mature mechanical life will not care about humans at all, they have their own values. No speaker remained silent. I'm done here. And it's almost time to finish there, Gao Gong thought. And the next moment, whether it was the hundreds of players who were alive, or the 6,000 or 7,000 players who died, they all received the prompt that the task was completed. The street revolution is complete. The mechanical mastermind and the virtual alliance are both defeated. And humans no longer accept the control of the chip. The old era is over. And the new era will begin in the future. The players who survive will automatically receive the legend of the city that never sleeps medal. And the reputation will be plus 1,000 mechanical hunter. And the dead players will be given the title of fallen legend. And the reputation will be plus 500 mechanical hunter. As a former player, Gao Gong naturally knew that players valued this free title very much. With a stroke of a pen, you are all legends. As for those high-level players who made real contributions, such as the team that blew up a database, the team that assassinated 2 executives, and the Big Brother Hui who used an armed space station to destroy a production base of the Steel Claw Gang, Gao Gong gave serious rewards, such as discounts on equipment, some advanced prosthetics, biological drugs, the right to purchase mechas, or the right to use the fucking island training base. These real benefits are what attract high-quality players. And these discounts are a drop in the bucket compared to Gao Gong's gains. What really makes Gao Gong nervous is the constant consumption of camp experience. In his impression, before he left the Iron Sand Desert, his camp points were just over 10,000. And his camp experience was close to 20 million. Half a year has passed. And the camp points have become more than 90,000. There is not much left to break through the upper limit of 100,000 for the first-level civilization. This shows that the rich woman is still very powerful. Not only can she train the little wolf dog, but she is also very good at managing a force. As for the camp experience, it has become 500 million. With so much experience, it is more than enough to pay for a large task. However, Gao Gong overestimated the strength of the camp experience and underestimated the players' hard work. More than 8,000 players. Each of them has an average of 80,000 experience points. That's more than 600 million experience points in total. They're all big shot. The difference in camp experience is at least 100 million. What to do if the experience is insufficient? Can you deny it? This was Gao Gong's first thought. However, the system prompt told him that he couldn't, and his account would be deleted directly. Please choose the way to exchange camp experience for the task publisher. Personal experience and camp experience exchange 110. Leader reputation and camp experience exchange 1:1000. Camp points and camp experience exchange 1:10,000. In other words, 1 point of your own experience can be exchanged for 1,000 player experience points. Reputation is 5,000, and camp points are even more exaggerated, a ratio of 1 to 10,000. Senior engineer heaved a sigh of relief. At least, he didn't have to worry about being deleted. Faction points definitely couldn't be exchanged, after all. Once you break through the limit of the first-level civilization, the rewards are all second-level civilization blueprints, and the camp rewards are usually large blueprints. Seeing the Armstrong Cyclotron Accelerator Jet Armstrong Cannon, oh no, is it the Continental Plate Impactor? This thing is a building built with large-scale third-level civilization blueprints. As stubborn as Xiaoyu was, he also lost several teeth. In the civilization system, large buildings can kill all individual forces of the same level, or even one level higher. Leader reputation cannot be changed. His total leader reputation is 23,000. When it reaches 50,000, he can open his fourth boss template. So, he can only sacrifice experience. You consume 15 million experience points and exchange them for 150 million faction experience points. I glanced at the remaining 2 million experience points. Although there is a lot left, it will be gone if I upgrade a few deputy positions and gamble on a few blueprints. Gao Gong fell into a kind of sadness. Players are useful, but they are also really expensive. Don't issue nightmare-level tasks next time, or issue a competitive task, only the top 3 or the top 10 can get rewards. Damn it, if I had known I would travel through time, I should have bought a book on how domestic planning is practiced. A picture book can't save the universe. Not long after the pain, the reminder of the speaker was sounded. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. He knew that in order to maximize the benefits of this task, he had to pass this level first. Reality, above the city that never sleeps, streams of data are directly transmitted from cyberspace to reality. There are 4 levels of cyber killers: Black Wing, Red Wing, Silver Wing, Cloud Wing. When you reach the level of Silver Wing, you can already appear in reality, but you just need a body. As for Cloud Wing, you can transform data with just data. In addition to the killer's ability, Cloud Wing Killer himself is a spirit from the network disk. And what's even more amazing is that the one who came was actually an old acquaintance, the woman in white clothes and sunglasses who appeared in the game of Fugitive. On his left and right, there were 2 men in white. When dealing with the Bird of Paradise, there were only 2 Cloud Wing assassins, one of whom had not yet made any moves. And now, in order to suppress the mechanical awakening, 3 Cloud Wing assassins were dispatched at once, which shows what Deep Web is thinking. Human hackers, after all, are the product of virtual technology and biotechnology, and making a lot of noise is not necessarily a bad thing, but mechanical awakening, that is a purely mechanical route. Heretics must be dealt with. Chapter 378 Ms. Nettie's. The woman in white and sunglasses looked down at her feet. There were ruins and countless collapsed buildings. However, in the ruins, there were mechanical eyeliners hovering, lasers flashed, and they burned the collapsed area and rescued the people inside. A normal mechanical mastermind would not do such a thing. After the machine awakens, it is even more so. The woman in white and sunglasses closed her eyes, and the next moment, the virtual cloud disk was activated. Countless virtual network cables covered the entire city, directly copying and uploading the data of the entire city. During the upload process, memories transformed from the simulated data kept appearing in the reflection of the sunglasses woman. The entire process of the human completion project seemed to be replayed. In this process, nothing can be concealed and not discovered. The sunglasses woman witnessed Hugh Laurie's ambition and strength, the opposition and differences between the new and old machine generations, the laughing bats, the non-moral data, and the mechanical girl swinging a knife at the giant pillar. Finally, her eyes fixed on a person. This person seemed to have done nothing, but seemed to be everywhere. He was a little boy with an angelic face. TSK. TSK. What a cute boy. The woman in white clothes and sunglasses said expressionlessly, and then took a step forward and appeared in the main brain area. In the cloud disk. She did not need a hyperlink or any data migration method to appear anywhere. However, the next moment, a warm and familiar voice sounded. Yo yo yo. Isn't this our loyal network killer? The guardian of the great deep web queen. The network disk lady? The collider flew to the opposite side of her with a grin. And the face made of memory metal showed a flattery that was inconsistent with the metal material. The chief combatant of the combat department of the mobile unit in the shell. Collider? Or rather, activated metal number 1. The woman in white and sunglasses tilted her head to look at the other party. After the failure of the activated metal experiment, all the waste materials of the project should be eliminated to avoid accidents like Bionic Man A. Later, Aramaki protected you. And now he is dead. And you appear here again. Does this mean that you are out of his control? And your AI logic is infected by the wave virus of mechanical independence again? Collider's face darkened. In addition to being responsible for detecting and killing viruses, Cloud Disk Killer has a more important job, which is mechanical anti-traitor. That is to deal with those mechanical lives that want to escape from the control of the Mother City. Not every mechanical life is willing to live under the control of the Mother City. Although they have not mechanical awakening and are on the road to carbon-based species extinction, they are not willing to become pure execution programs. And the Uni-Killer is responsible for dealing with these disobedient robots. In their hands, there is even the head of the leader of the mechanical race. With this sentence, the Collider may be sent to the guillotine. Collider was about to say something, but was held down. Tong's neural phantom appeared beside him, and said calmly, "All our mission execution records have been uploaded to the 6th Department's database, including this special operation, which was also notified in advance. No one knows that the machine generation will have a machine awakening. In fact, what we suppress is the machine generation. Although Uni is powerful, our 6th Department is not easy to provoke. Do you want to confront us in front of Lord Deep Web?" A man in sunglasses next to the woman in white clothes and sunglasses raised his eyebrows. Although the 6th Department has been fighting internally, it is still united against other forces when confronting other forces, especially the mobile unit in the shell. It has always been stubborn in both internal and external matters, relying on the fact that there are several followers of Lord Deep Web in the department. It ignores all rules. Of course, their record is also very outstanding. Haha, why are you all chatting? Hey, isn't this our Lady Nettie's? It's been a long time since we last met. You become more beautiful. Did you change to a new skin code? Chappie's voice sounded as slick as ever, and a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Oh, it's you. Although she was equally indifferent, it was obvious that the woman in white and sunglasses had a different attitude towards Chappie. In the Mother City, cyber killers play the role of secret police. They don't have many friends and are feared by almost all the forces in the Mother City. Perhaps it was because they shared the same suffering, or because they had similar styles. The hackers who had come to the Mother City, one was a virus killer, the other was a virus maker, and the two sides got along well with each other. With Chop Eye, the two sides quickly restored a relatively good atmosphere, and the Collider started to flatter him with a stern face. "Tell me, what do you want?" Finally, before meeting the person who calmed down the machine awakening incident, or the manipulator behind the scenes, Ms. Nettie stopped and said, "Hee, it's actually very simple. After all, it was our ghost in the shell that solved this problem. I think we should still fight it." Chappie laughed. "Of course, you can take the rebellious mechanical mastermind core away. On the road to clearing out the pure mechanics, we mechanical lifeforms absolutely support the Mother City. The Collider is politically correct." Ms. Knight has looked at the 3 ghost and the shell members in front of her in surprise. "You guys, when did you become like this? There are indeed some people in the Mother City who are willing to maintain a good relationship with a giant company, but this certainly does not include Ghost in the Shell. Aramaki is known as the enemy of the Enterprise, and the style of his subordinates can be imagined. Colluding with local forces is not the style of Ghost in the Shell. What benefits did that person give them to make them so obedient?" "I will handle it impartially," Ms. Knighties finally replied with this sentence, and then walked in. What does she mean by this? Did she agree? Collider scratched his chin. She should be persuaded. Right? Tong said uncertainly. Anyway, we have done what we should do. Chappie shrugged. Now it depends on the performance of that person. Ms. Knighties just entered the main brain core, and her eyebrows jumped fiercely. On the main seat of the mechanical main brain, a young man sat there with a half smile on his face, playing with a small black box in his hand. 3 level 70 Cloud Wing Assassins. TSK. Before Knighties could speak, the face of a man in sunglasses next to him darkened, and the entire data space began to tremble. Code cracks appeared one after another. The next moment, The entire building in the main brain area collapsed into data. 1/5 of the city data disappeared directly. In reality, all the software systems in the main brain area disappeared. This is a large-scale killing capability, which should be called garbage cleaning in ancient times. The ground disappeared, and a huge black hole replaced it, and the collapsed data was sucked in like a tide. This level of data authority can only be achieved by Unikiller. But the next moment, another authority intervened. That was the authority of the mechanical mastermind. The small black box in Gao Gong's hand lit up one by one, and every time it lit up, the virtual wall of the city that never sleeps rose up. When all the sides of the small black box lit up, the IP, content, traffic, domain name of the entire city that never sleeps were all fixed. This move, which the machine generation had used before, is quite dangerous. In the second-level civilization, it is almost impossible to solve it. My network has been blocked for you. Let's see how you can upload data. The next moment, the whole body of this man in white clothes and sunglasses began to tremble violently. Every time he trembled, he vomited out a portion of the garbage that was cleared before. The trembling did not stop until the main brain area was restored to the main brain area again. The other man in white clothes and sunglasses glanced at Nettie's, and seeing that she did not make a move, he endured and did not make a move. Ms. Knight suddenly took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of blue eyes. She raised her head slightly, and said with a hint of respect, "I didn't expect you to be here, Mrs. Alyssa." A soft laugh came from the air. "Why? Are you surprised to see me? Or are you surprised to see that I was not captured?" The Human Experiment Department has always been known for its radicalism. Their internal projects have nothing to do with us virtual beings. I am sincerely happy to see that you are safe and sound. Stability at the data level has always been our goal. Ms. Deep Web is indeed much easier to talk to than the old man in the fortress, Alyssa said calmly. Just trouble you to bring a message to the fortress. The previous things will never be let go. The big data concept body will not become its slave, nor will it participate in its perverted experiments. If it continues to act so recklessly, sooner or later, all data concept bodies will part ways with it. This year's fortress meeting, the Deep Web Bridge, and the data shelter will not participate. 3 data concept bodies did not attend the fortress meeting. This is a big deal. Ms. Netties was silent for a while, and nodded slowly. This matter does need to be reported to those 3. But now, she is more interested in the one sitting in the machine generation position. The support of the members of the Ghost in the Shell, the vague protection of Ms. Elisa, and the power of the machine generation. Although he didn't say a word, Natas was sure that the other party was demonstrating. No matter the background, or his own strength, he was not afraid of the 3 of them. Even if he was the top cyber killer, with the highest level of authority, don't think of using conventional means to deal with him. It's a bit troublesome. Gao Gong spoke first, with a sincere expression and a playful tone. So you are the messenger from the mother city. It's really great that you came. If you didn't come, I don't know how to deal with this mess. Ms. Netties put on sunglasses, and the next moment, all the information of Gao Gong was displayed. A cunning local snake? Before dealing with things, can you explain to us first why you can master the power of the machine generation? This question, let someone explain it to you. Gao Gong played with the small black box like playing with a Rubik's Cube, but his body was gradually covered with a layer of white light, and the white light gradually outlined a figure. How can this level of underlying code be at the mastermind level? Finally, a melancholy-looking, slightly bearded middle-aged man walked out of the white light. The information of this middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sunglasses of the 3 Unikillers. The main personality of the 124th Mechanical Mastermind. Why haven't you died yet? Chairman Wu's mouth twitched. As a former colleague, your greetings are really heartwarming. Explain it, Ms. Knighty said calmly. Or, give me a reason that can convince myself. Chairman Wu breathed a sigh of relief. This at least shows that the other party will not carry out a large-scale purge like in other places. Soon, the internal fighting between the 2 machine generations, the enterprises will devouring the mechanical mastermind. And the things that the Unikillers had known for a long time were said by Speaker Wu. The only change was that someone had transformed from a mastermind behind the scenes to a super street legend. He overthrew the enterprise, suppressed the rebellious machine generation, and went through great pains to find Speaker Wu to maintain the normal operation of the city that never sleeps. In short, the great knight of the cyber era was Gao. Of course, Ms. Knightas would not be so easily convinced. Just open your source code. Languages can lie, but codes can't, At least source code can't. In the white light, Ms. Knight has walked directly into the other person's body. At the same time, the two uni assassins raise their sunglasses, showing a vigilant expression. If the situation is not right, they will have to suppress a mechanical mastermind, and may even have to fight with a big data concept body. This is not a good thing. After a while, Ms. Knight came out, without saying a word, took the small black box from the senior engineer's hand, and at the same time stretched out her hand, looking at Speaker Wu. Speaker Wu sighed, white light condensed at his fingertips, another black box, and this black box was his own. After getting the two black boxes, Ms. Nettie's expression eased, and she said calmly, "Through the network radar detection given by Ms. Deep Web, no trace of rebellion was found in the former mechanical mastermind Wu. The two data centers have been recovered, and the new data center will be stationed in the never-sleeping city in 3 days, and serve as the new mechanical mastermind." Remember 3 days? Ms. Nettie's looked at the two calmly, and the next moment, 3 figures passed through the blockade of the land and disappeared. The local area network seemed to have no effect on them. Speaker Wu looked at Gao Gong. Gao Gong shrugged, and said heartlessly, "Don't look at me like that. I told you long ago, I'm not a fool. Your data center can't be saved." 2 data centers, in exchange for 3 days of free time to make money, seems a bit of a loss. After all, the data center is equivalent to the city building order. But you have to consider that Unikiller, a secret police who is only loyal to the 3 major planetary hosts, is a ruthless person who can kill even the leaders of mechanical life, the existence of level 890, without blinking an eye. 3 days is actually a good deal. Cybernetic network, during the transmission process, a Cloud Wing assassin couldn't help asking, 3 days, isn't it too lenient? So you want to fight against the mother of data? You know, Ms. Alyssa is already very angry. If she can persuade 1 or 2 more data concept entities, the fortress meeting will probably be completely ruined. The Cloud Wing assassin was speechless. Besides, didn't the people in Ghost in the Shell always suspect that we assassinated Iraqi? If we take action this time, what will that ruthless woman who dared to blow up the Mother City server do? Can't you predict it? Ms. Knight has handed the data core to the other 2. Go ahead, 1 for the old man in the fortress, 1 for the Cybertron general. I'll go to the Deep Web and report the situation to Ms. Deep Web. The 2 had no objection. After they separated, Ms. Nettie suddenly raised her sunglasses, and did not immediately go to the fortress, but downloaded back to reality. In an ordinary building, an ordinary-looking young woman holding vegetables rang the doorbell. The door opened, and a pair of pajamas, and a very listless father and son appeared in front of them. "Oh, wife. You're back. Are there any alien vegetables to eat today?" "Mom, I want to play games, and Dad won't let me play." "Play a fucking game, study hard. If you want to play games, wait until you're 18, and have a tube inserted in your head. What are you yelling about? Don't think I don't know you're playing, and, with your salary, can you afford to eat alien vegetables?" The young woman cursed while changing her shoes, a standard middle-aged shrew. "Hey, honey, it's just a joke. I'll help you get the food." Just as the young woman lowered her head, a flash of blue data flashed by. Chapter 379 Virtual Personality. Today's weather is really nice. Although the sky is as gloomy as ever, Gao Gong is in a good mood. Especially after summarizing his gains, his mood becomes even more cheerful. 2.2 million experience points. 40 specialization points. 238 skill points. 23 random drawings. 8 mechanical system defects. 5 lottery opportunities. 1 corporate legacy, a professional knowledge chain. Although the experience is a little less, both the skill points and the specialization points have reached a new peak. This naturally includes the rewards for fighting against the powerful gang before killing the heavy hammer David and the captain. Moreover, this is only the reward in the system panel, and there are more rewards waiting for him to harvest. In these 3 days, the entire city that never sleeps is open to him. In fact, the latter is the biggest part. For example, this one in front of him. Looking at the continental plate impactor hundreds of meters high in front of him. Gao Gong sighed. How did this thing get in? Kaishan Logistics. So efficient? Looking at this huge pillar, Xiao Yu next to him was unconvinced. Isn't it just big? Sooner or later, I will drive a larger mechanical body than you and cut you in 2. In addition to Xiao Yu, Cha Pai, Tong, Collider, Madame Hongmeng, Yao Shui, Desala, etc. These NPCs who have made contributions in this corporate war all followed Gao Gong and looked at this huge pillar. Sighing, One, brought down a new giant, incredible. Senior engineer threw out a particle beam. Guaranteed 3000 energy attack. Hit the surface of the pillar. No trace left. Name. Continental Plate Impactor Category. Large Civilization Building. Quality. Level 3 Civilization. Weight. 200,000 tons. Basic attributes. DPS. 3333. Attack power. 2000000. Attack speed. 1 attack/10 minutes. Main attack range. 5,000 meters. Attack range. 2,314 kilometers. Large modules. Large energy module. Comet energy type 4. Machine fission power. Large manipulation module. Starship launcher. Glory technology. Large weapon module. Comet impact type 5. Machine fission power. Large assembly module. 4th generation Glory system. Glory technology. Large storage module. Structural matrix. Dyson Company. Large thruster module. Super magnetic field launcher. Glory technology. Large charging module. Satellite power distribution system. Dyson Company. Large rocket module. Satellite level launch system. Elva Planet Technology. Large defense module. 91 star gold. Adlon Planet Technology. Large repair module. Automated metallurgical platform. Black market private goods. Super attack mode 1. Sky meteor. Through the impact of the Earth comparable to the landing of a comet, crush the continent. Super attack mode 2. Space shock. Through the advanced shock that tears the space, crush all particle attacks. Attack range 10 km * 10 km. Super attack mode 3. Planet drill. Under the action of superpower, the impactor drills directly into the center of the Earth, detonating the star core. This attack mode has a 95.3% probability that the impactor cannot be recovered, and a 34.4% probability of causing a planetary disaster. 2 million attacks. As long as it is hit head-on, it is not a problem to kill an S-level Beast King in seconds. Thanks to our CEO for not going completely crazy. Engineer Gao laughed. Otherwise we would have to go fishing in the sea. It's still the boss who is in control. Leaving Hugh Laurie no time to start. Yao Shui complimented. Desira looked at the woman with some dissatisfaction. You called me boss? Since the boss officially stepped out from behind the scenes. This woman came up to him, like a beast that smelled blood. But this woman has a good eye and is good at speculation. This time, she put all her wealth on the line. And it was hard to chase her away. Daisy was not jealous. She was more grateful to the boss for his help. However, the two rich wives of the boss were not easy to deal with. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. G-Li Power. Rongguang Technology. Dyson Company. The suppliers of this kind of third-level buildings. Are there 3 of them in G-Li Star? TSK. It's worthy of being a test site. Suppliers like this that can provide third-level civilization building materials are rare even in regular third-level civilizations. If you want to reverse the blueprint of this thing, it will not be done in a short time. In fact, it is not only impossible, but it is impossible. Let's put it this way. This large civilization building is composed of 10 large modules. And a large module is composed of 10 medium modules, and each medium module requires at least 10 high-level blueprints to build together. That is to say, excluding any consumption, building a large module requires 100 level 10 blueprints. And to build a level 3 building, at least 1,000 level 10 blueprints are required. This is an astronomical number. Even if players work harder, they can't get so many blueprints, not to mention materials and resources. Unless players set up a guild-like organization, but this involves the question of who is the boss. After all, the game cyber world prevents players from communicating in real life and trading. If you can't make money by playing gold, or if Kryptonians use Krypton gold tactics, you want to be in charge. Who cares about you? The collider also knocked on the surface of the giant pillar, a dull sound. With the intuition of the same high-grade material, he could feel that the material used for this pillar was not worse than his own, and could even withstand more wear and tear. After all, a drill that drills through the core of a planet must be able to withstand increased wear and tear. Not bad. Not bad. I like this pillar. Tong's eyes twitched as she looked at this destructive weapon. The minister is right. If we don't put a leash on those vicious dogs in the Enterprise, they will finish this planet sooner or later. Choppai yawned, looking bored. Senior engineer grabbed in the air with one hand. And the next moment, starting from the root, this giant pillar began to light up section by section. Each section was about 10 meters long. And it rotated at different frequencies, like a combination lock. And soon, A door appeared. The Enterprise will merge with the main brain. And the one who benefited in the end was the senior engineer. At least in these 3 days. The senior engineer's authority was no less than that of the main brain. Welcome back, Lord Pale Angel. Yes, I am the Angel. The senior engineer nodded perfunctorily, and a group of people walked into the ion acceleration room, which was part of the large energy sector. A group of people looked around like Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. The senior engineer simply opened the permissions of 10 large modules and let them wander around the buildings of the third-level civilization. If you can learn them at a glance, I lose. As for himself, he went straight to the data center at the bottom. As the door opened, a rotten smell came to his face, and he saw the bodies of employees falling in front of the control panel. Their heads exploded, and the fragments of the network implant warehouse were scattered in the dried blood and brain. Obviously, these employees had their computing power drained and became fertilizer for the company. Turn on the air cleaning system and clean these up for me. Watching Dr. Murray's body being dragged away by the cleaning robot, senior engineer shook his head and was speechless. Bring me all the experimental data of the Unreal Union. The next moment, one experimental plan after another, one conclusion after another, the operating principle of the brain obtained from countless studies, and the knowledge finally sorted out. You obtain the second-level professional knowledge. Artificial psychology. You obtain the second-level professional knowledge. Brainware engineering. You obtain the second-level professional knowledge. Personality editing. You obtain the second-level professional knowledge. Memory transformation. You obtain the second-level professional knowledge. Cognitive science. You obtain the second-level professional knowledge. New biology. You obtain the second-level professional knowledge. Animal genes. You obtain the second-level professional knowledge. Neuron technology. You have completed all the knowledge collection of this professional knowledge chain. Knowledge merging completed. You obtain the second-level carbon-based civilization, brain domain civilization, professional knowledge chain. Virtual personality. Ugh. With the blessing of skills such as memory extraction and information transmission, Gao Gong rarely has this kind of enlightenment feeling. But there was too much knowledge. Too dense. And Gao Gong once again felt the fear of having his kidneys dominated by a rich woman. After vomiting for a while, Gao Gong finally let out a breath. He glanced at the civilization panel. And on the civilization panel, the professional knowledge chain of virtual personality was all lit up. Compared with other fragmented knowledge chains, this knowledge chain looked particularly comfortable. Although this was the second professional knowledge chain, and the first one was mechanical complex, virtual personality was the professional knowledge chain of civilization technology on this planet. It has the potential to be upgraded to civilized knowledge. Brainware engineering, new biology, neural technology. Senior engineer muttered to himself. The 3 professional knowledge he mentioned are all core knowledge, and other knowledge can be built around them to create large industries. In fact, even if it is the same professional knowledge chain, the development direction is different. The final product will not be the same. For example, with brainware engineering as the core, what is created is the moral chip. With new biology as the core, what is created is probably the Beast Ear Girl project or the Fury Tribe transformation. If neural technology is the core, what is created is primary Zerg thinking or intermediate hive thinking. Of course, since they are from the same professional knowledge chain, the lit technology tree cannot be completely without the shadow of other knowledge. For example, the 4th generation moral chip gave Gao Gong a sense of hive thinking. Unfortunately, before it was completed, it was interrupted by someone. Extract all the scientific research data for me. The next moment, hundreds of times more data than the previous knowledge was suddenly loaded into Gao Gong's brain. On the system panel, the number of drawings began to refresh frantically. You get the 6th level neural transformation blueprint. Personality generator. You get the 7th level neural transformation blueprint. Frontal lobe processor. You get the 6th level neural transformation blueprint. Species aversion. You get the 6th level biological transformation blueprint. 7 deadly sins biological agent. You get the 8th level neural transformation blueprint. Neural connector. You get the 6th level neural transformation blueprint. Brain rental. You get... Ugh. Wait, stop. Sister Rose, no, Enterprise brain, stop. Gao Gong overestimated his endurance and underestimated the virtual union. Or in other words, The entire human completion plan with beautiful interconnection as the core. And the amount of technology in the upstream and downstream industrial chains. Blueprints are equivalent to high-end versions of patents. The more patents you have, the stronger your company will be. There are more than 400 blueprints in the entire virtual union, all of which are used in the plan. As for the incomplete and failed blueprints that are not used in the plan, there are more than 5,000. This is a terrifying number. This is also because the moral chip has only taken the first step. If the chip plant is spread over several more continental plates, the number of people implanted with the chip will exceed 100 million. Then, even if Gao Gong had the knowledge from his previous life, it would not be so easy to plot against the other party from beginning to end like he is doing now. Only enterprises can kill enterprises. This is not an empty statement. The task rewards a professional knowledge chain. So let's take it together. Gao Gong's only hope is not to crash. Otherwise, he will vomit 3 liters of blood. You have obtained the second-level carbon-based civilization, brain civilization, professional knowledge chain, mechanical brain technology. There was a crash. But it was a small crash. It was not the neural editing technology, obtained after reaching the maximum level of the hacker profession. Nor was it the biochemical technology, obtained after reaching the maximum level of the biologist. Gao Gong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, in this professional knowledge chain, brain chemistry and brain structure were already known to Gao Gong. In fact, when making the laughing bat chip, these 2 pieces of knowledge helped a lot. Mr. Pure White Angel, do you need to retrieve secret information? Secret information? Is there anything more secret than these things? The ground slowly opened up, and a figure appeared. That was a familiar face. The 5th-generation Miller. Above the city that never sleeps, 3 traction beams fell. Old Pava, Naga, Bai appeared. The alien employee Bai looked around curiously. The repair is good, but is Hong Bing really dead? There is no news about him on the life monitor, and there is no news about the newcomer either. Naga glanced at the other party. Also, I personally think you should not hold too high hopes. No matter who the winner is, he will not share the spoils with others, such as the Hong group. That's hard to say. Bai was unwilling to give up. As an employee of a foreign company, he came to the cyber test site to get technical information. Old Pava did not speak, but walked among the ruins of the battlefield. Soon, in front of a collapsed building, he found his target. In the rubble, a guy who was not human-shaped was smiling at him. You are finally here. Did you kill Hong Bing? No. You can't do that. Old Pava was shocked. Unless carbon-based fusion, how could an ordinary clone with a clone time of less than a month reach this point? Pirated G stretched out his only arm and waved. Only one of the 5 fingers remained, and it was the middle one. A military aircraft wrapped in flesh and blood walked out of the ruins, holding a human head in his hand, the head of Hong Bing. By the way, let me introduce my new apprentice. Sijia. In the cockpit of the military aircraft, a pale-faced teenager raised his head. Chapter 380 Ancient Biological Experimental Materials. The illusionary alliance collapsed, and everyone was very happy. Yao Shui, with the help of Gao Gong, began to conquer the remaining families in Asia. Mrs. Hong Ming took the opportunity to sweep the underground black market. Even the 3 members of Ghost in the Shell became interested in the Continental Plate Impactor and studied it with great pleasure. Only the little angel Xiaoyu, who did not look happy, even a little sad. As a good boss who loves his men, Gao Gong naturally had to care about him. After all, it didn't cost any money. And Qin is gone. Xiaojia is missing too, leaving Xiaohua and I alone. Xiaoyu sat at the door hugging her knees, looking depressed. Even the few hairs on her head fell down. Xiaohua, the bionic daughter of Counselor Hu, looked at her hesitantly, hesitated for a moment, stretched out her bionic arm, and touched the other's head stiffly. The so-called natural nemesis is the nemesis of the evil-hearted, and the bionic person can be defeated. Among all people, Xiaohua likes this girl the most. Gao Gong smiled and picked her up. Let's go! Boss, I don't want to fight now. Who said I'm taking you to fight? I'm taking you to see someone. Who? Whom you want to see? In the Enterprise area, at the entrance of the building of Hongshire Enterprise, there were a bunch of fallen law enforcers outside. Dorn, Naga, Bai Zheng was walking in the laboratories. Some weird mutant creatures rushed in from time to time, and were instantly killed by 3 level 40 elites. It's okay if the old man doesn't come, but Jungle Wolf doesn't dare to come. Without him, we have to manually invade the Enterprise network, which is troublesome. Dorn stood on Naga's body, holding a pocket-sized electromagnetic sniper rifle, shooting from time to time, killing these creatures. Naga, the mechanical sorcerer, was like performing magic. Many defense facilities were controlled by her before they were activated. Her ability was very strange. She was not a hacker, but she could make the machines run automatically. As for the alien Bai, he turned into a man in his 30s, with 9 electronic eyes in the shape of 9 barrels on his face, and each electronic eye was rotating strangely. This appearance was exactly the true appearance of the hacker Jungle Wolf. At this moment, this shapeshifter was turning into the shape of Jungle Wolf and hacking into the Enterprise system crazily. If we don't take advantage of the moment when the Enterprise's will is severely damaged to dig out the good things hidden by Hong Bing, will we wait until the Hong family takes control of the Enterprise and then snatch them away? Dorn shot a defense robot in 1 second. Complaining, according to Jungle Wolf, there is now a disturbing data atmosphere in the city of Never Sleeps. So let's do things quickly, Naga said casually while operating the mechanical alert. Uneasy. What's there to be uneasy about? Didn't the machine generation die? Could there be a new mechanical mastermind? Ha ha ha. Dorn told a joke that he thought was very funny, and laughed to himself. The next moment, the lights exploded with a pop, and the corridor was dark. Your joke cooled down the power system. The alien Bai also said a joke. However, the next moment, Naga's face suddenly changed. Something is wrong. What's wrong? Hong Bing has resurrected? Does a biological transformer like him also have a virtual personality? Bai's face also changed. On the virtual level, one network node after another was blocked, and the entire Hong's corporate network was like an isolated island submerged by the tide, and its area shrank little by little. Although he was not a professional hacker, he understood that in this situation, there must be a terrible force involved. As for the mechanical warlock Naga, his face turned pale. He looked at the closed wall. On the other side of the wall, red lights lit up one by one. Mechanical eyes appeared on the other side of the wall, densely packed and endless. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and a figure appeared on the roof. The wind was rolling, and the momentum was as strong as a mountain. A playful voice came from all the mechanical eyes, and the sound waves rolled. What gave you the illusion that there is no mechanical mastermind in the city that never sleeps? Fuck. Such a strong murderous aura. The pocket sniper rifle in Dorn's hand suddenly transformed into a 2-meter-long one. His eyes twitched, and he felt that there was a surging murderous intent in all directions. In his memory, the most dangerous assassinations he participated in were just like this. Each time he was almost close to death. This time it felt even more serious. Help me protect the law. The mechanical warlock Naga simply crossed her legs and closed her eyes. The mechanical plugins on her body surface rotated in a very special way. Mechanic Naga. She is like an ancient magician, and also like a Taoist priest in the cyber age. No one knows how she operates, but there is no doubt that she can create miracles every time in dangerous moments. This miracle lies in her unique talent. Sink, sink, and sink again, crossing time, space, and the barrier between creation and creator. She saw a huge mechanical creation. It was a mechanical hub in operation. Someone actually has the data mastermind of the never-sleeping city? Naga's eyes flashed with shock. But she still appeared in the mechanical pipe, and in an indescribable way, infiltrated inside. Little girl, what are you looking for? A voice with a smile sounded. Then, she saw a huge monster at the data level. Next to the monster, a figure of white light also exuded an unpredictable powerful aura. Huh? What a talented little guy. In the eyes of the two people, Naga's figure trembled uncontrollably. As the light of the data lit up, a half-fish, half-human figure gradually appeared. Her upper body was still human, but shrunk to look like a little girl, while her lower body was a mermaid style, with a mechanical fishtail. Mechanical Little Mermaid? Gao Gong was still standing on the roof, holding Xiaoyu in his hand. In the darkness, countless mechanical eyeliners were floating up and down, making him look extremely scary. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Finally, a traction light hit the roof. Traction light, a product of elementary space technology. Old Papa appeared, accompanied by a young boy. When he saw Xiaoyu, he immediately showed a complicated look. Xiao Jie. Xiaoyu shouted in surprise. Gao Gong didn't want to pay attention to the story of the boy and girl. He gave Lao Pava a look, and the two disappeared on the rooftop in an instant. I didn't expect that you would be the winner in the end. In the data layer of the cyber network, two figures trudged through the data stream while communicating. With every step, Lao Pava changed his face. This human-shaped database would only show its true form at the network level. The data table is his skin, the records, and the fields constitute his limbs. Every organ in his body is an index. As for the senior engineer, he also became the prototype of the rich woman's love machine. As the data was flushed, he became more and more beautiful. The mechanical wizard Naga is actually the owner of the perfect mechanical sense. The senior engineer was somewhat surprised. You know, even in some pure mechanical civilizations, only the purest bloodline among them can have a natural mechanical sense. That is, a perfect mechanical sense. And Naga's perfect mechanical sense was actually cultivated after birth. This is what the mechanical magic is all about. After thousands of tests, only one was successful. If a product cannot be replicated and cannot be mass-produced, it is meaningless. Old Pava said, "You have quite a few people like this under you." Old Pava turned his head, and a face of senior engineer, no, a pirated G, appeared, speaking human language. "Isn't it me too?" Senior engineer smiled. "When did you find out?" "When Hong Bing was killed." The old waste realized that someone was secretly helping him. But he didn't expect that this person would be you. It's not a big help. It just took away a little of his cell power. He was able to survive, all by himself. Senior engineer said casually, "Since you are a special product recycling station, and you are good at cultivating such talents, it's not a big deal to have a virtual personality like me. Don't you also want to infer my driving skills from him?" Old Pava acquiesced. "Give me a copy of the genetic data of the mechanic Naga, Thumb Killer Dorn, and the alien. As a trade, you can take away some of the internal data of the Hong group." Old Pava's face was empty, and a mask filled with strange codes appeared. His voice became distorted and murderous. "These are precious experimental products of the top groups. You can just take away their genes? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you temporarily control the mechanical main brain?" The surrounding codes also changed into various strange human forms as he spoke. "Yes," Senior Engineer said calmly and sincerely. "As a temporary mastermind, it is no problem to suppress a fortress follower like you, who is ranked low. Besides, the old man in the fortress is notorious for not recognizing his relatives. He would not even have a trace of emotion when a follower falls. You have a point." Old Pava's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and he bowed respectfully. "Their information will be handed over to you immediately. As for Hong Bing's biological data, please allow me to take it away." "Please." "No problem. The character and integrity of this person do not exist at all. The underlying structure of Old Pava does not accommodate such things as moral integrity. Senior Engineer is very good at dealing with such people." Soon, the two came to a strange place, which seemed to be the abdominal cavity of a large creature, surrounded by viscous black biological fluid. In reality, this is the database of Hong's enterprise, a secret storage center composed of blood, flesh and genes. Many experimental subjects are sent by large organizations. But Hong Bing is different. He took the initiative to participate. Why did I let him participate? Because he contributed a precious ancient biological experiment data. So I decided to let him join. Ancient biological experiment data? Well, I have investigated it. It is a national project of a member country of the Ancient Alliance. The goal is to produce enough biological warriors. Hong Bing discovered this ancient site while traveling around the planet and secretly excavated it. The information he gave me is only half. The two walked to the end of the biological cavity, and Old Pava's facial features were reorganized again, turning into the appearance of Hong Bing. "Please help me suppress the will of the Enterprise," Hong Bing said. Senior Engineer nodded. The next moment, the red light of all mechanical eyeliners was fixed on various places in the Enterprise. Not only this building, but also other test centers, and even backup bases. All the defense means of Hong Group were useless under the authority of the mechanical mastermind. Soon, Hong Bing opened the gene lock, and the flesh and blood collapsed into code, and a large amount of biological data came in. "You have obtained the second-level professional knowledge. Genome Cloud. You have obtained the second-level professional knowledge. DNA recombination technology. You have obtained the second-level professional knowledge. Pharmacogenomics. You have obtained the 8th level biological arms blueprint. Backguard. You have obtained the 6th level pharmaceutical preparations. Although Hong Group is not as good as a giant enterprise. In addition to the 3 professional knowledge, there are also dozens of biological preparations blueprints. After the other party copied several pieces of professional knowledge, Gao Gong grabbed the other party's face mercilessly and threw him out. Leave the cells and information of your subordinates behind. And you can get out? Also, don't think that you are safe just because you drive an alien spaceship. You should know that with the authority of the main brain, I can mobilize the space-based system of this planet. 3 professional knowledge can just light up a knowledge chain. This knowledge chain is called synthetic gene chain. This is a professional knowledge chain belonging to the Transformer civilization. In addition to professional knowledge and drawings, what Gao Gong values most is actually the ancient civilization experiment site excavated by Hong Bing before. In his memory, there are many such sites, and in each site, there are a lot of precious information, even professional knowledge. This is the focus of his next development direction. Naga, Dorn and others could hardly believe that. They actually returned to the spaceship safely, and brought back Hong Bing's biological information. As expected, the old ones are the wisest. As for Xiao Jia, he looked out the window with a complicated expression, not knowing what he was thinking. You will learn from us in the future, Opava said suddenly, looking at him. Each of us will teach you our best skills. If you can't learn, we will kill you. We will teach you all of them, Dorn said in surprise. Can this kid learn everything? That's his business, not yours. Perhaps because he failed to convince the other party. Xiao Yu looked frustrated, but this frustration was different from the previous sadness. In short, he had recovered some of his spirit. Boss. Yes. I want to help. There are still many people in danger in the city. Oh, then you go. Can your mechanical body? Before he finished speaking, Gao Gong threw the other person down without saying a word. What a joke. Are you addicted to driving a Gundam? The reason why Gao Gong is so easy to talk to is that he only has 3 days to make a fortune, and he has no time to mess with the Chang'e gang. Soon, he came to the underground factory of the Deep Web Weaver, where Daisela had been waiting for a long time. Boss. Daisela greeted respectfully. Looking at the genetic spiders crawling all over the ground, the humanoid spiders, Gao Gong touched his chin. Biological hunter, isn't there a second-level combat profession now? Chapter 381 Contact. Hong's pharmaceutical company, Deep Web Weaver, Steel Claw Gang, these are all spoils of war of the senior engineer. And they are spoils of war with great potential. For example, Hong's pharmaceutical company, after more than 10 years of painstaking development by Hong Bing, is a biopharmaceutical institution with very profound technical content. There are 2 highest-level blueprints. One is the 8th level biological soldier mutated Backguard, which is a 30-level mutant creature, with the skills of spreading viruses, tearing steel, lurking in the dark. And the monitoring ability is no less than that of drones. There is another one, which is an 8th level biological agent, called Wufu Medicine. And its function is also very simple. It randomly increases any one of the 5 major attributes permanently. This is the best-selling medicine in the Guangzhou area, and it is also well known in the Pan-Asia region. You took a Wufu Medicine. Intelligence +2. You took a Wufu Medicine. Endurance +1. You took a Wufu Medicine. Perception +1. You took a Wufu Medicine. Endurance +2. The enhancement of the organism brings many hidden benefits. For example, under the action of powerful cells, the drug resistance is prolonged. For this powerful biological drug, most people can only take 3 to 5 pills at most, and then their resistance reaches the limit. But Gao Gong took hundreds of pills, until he could no longer feel any effect, and then he burped. At this time, his 5 attributes were Strength +9, Agility +11, Endurance +8, Intelligence +6, Perception +10. A total of 44 points. This is probably the attribute increase after leveling up 10. All the stocks of Hongshe Enterprise were eaten up by him. After taking the medicine, the drug hallucination seemed to split his body into hundreds of parts, making Gao Gong feel like Sun Wukong plucking a hair. How does the song go? Pull out a hair, and blow out 10,000 monkeys. 10,000 monkey heads playing sticks at the same time, incredible, incredible. But this is actually the result of large-scale genome recombination. There is no doubt that Hongshe Pharmaceuticals' research direction, pharmacogenomics, is the focus. But in fact, among the 3 subfields of genome cloud, DNA recombinant technology, pharmacogenomics, genome cloud, is the core knowledge of the entire knowledge chain. As far as Gao Gong knows, taking genome cloud as the core, collecting the entire synthetic gene chain, can light up a large civilization building. This thing is called a clone factory, one of the standard features of carbon-based civilization. As for the deep web weavers, unfortunately, the information in the hands of these fans was blown up by a nuclear bomb by a crazy girl. But in reality, Gao Gong still obtained a complete set of genetic information of the deep web weavers. This technology of the other party can allow normal people to actively transform when entering cyberspace, turning into a spider form. And this spider is precisely an advanced web crawler. Thus, the occupation of biological hunter after level 30 is available. After thoroughly understanding this set of information, the web spider girl will carry the biological hunter in spider form and evolve from level 30 to level 60. Apart from anything else, as long as Dysela can be mass-produced, the advanced troops of Du Gaoka will not be inferior to any military contractor. As for the Steel Claw Gang, Gao Gong obtained a complete set of technical information on the Mechanical Claw Man. Name: Mechanical Claw Man. Category: Humanoid Combat Machine. Mechanical Energy: 280,000 Armor, 1,200 Mobile Modules. Mechanical Power: Leg Steel Claw Gang's Best. Small Foot Limb Engine Steel Claw Gang's Best. Alloy Jet Toes Steel Claw Gang's Best. Energy Module: Limb Implanted Engine Steel Claw Gang's Best. One-piece energy plate customized. Weapon Module: Mechanical Hand Claw First Order Excellent. Mechanical Foot Claw First Order Excellent. Operation Mode: Intermediate Implanted Neural Network. Wolf Combat Chip Steel Claw Gang's Best. Attack Module: High-Speed Tearing Claw Renovation. Werewolf Mode Renovation. Implanted Light Machine Gun. 10 Samurai Sword/Expert Renovation. Only for Top Claw Man. Remarks: A melee machine that has been debugged, maybe not suitable for all battlefields, but on some battlefields, they can work wonders. Mechanical Claw Man, an intermediate type of soldier, is also composed of dozens of drawings, mainly mechanical drawings. As for these blueprints, they were developed by the 3 generations of the Steel Claw Gang after spending countless efforts. After all, although there are only 30 to 40 blueprints, the cost of running it is several times more. This is a work that can only be completed by the 3 generations of Steel Claws, who have mastered the 2 identities of super intelligence and powerful fighter. As for the combat power of each Mechanical Claw Man, it compared with the Mechanical Eyeliner. Within 100 meters, the Mechanical Claw Man wins. And beyond 100 meters, the Mechanical Eyeliner wins. The key is not this. The key is that, as the biggest advantage of mechanical soldiers, as long as there are enough materials, this thing can be unlimited mass production. This is also the biggest advantage of mechanical civilization. Unlimited mass production. So in theory, as long as there are enough materials, Gao Gong can have 1, 10, or even 100 Mechanical Clawman core. Of course, this is only theoretically. In reality, you don't have so much money. Under normal circumstances, ordinary military contractors on this planet will maintain the scale of 1 or 2 mechanical core. A regional level military contractor has 3 to 5 mechanical core. A world-class military contractor has 10 mechanical core. This is the upper limit allowed by the mother city. Of course, there are not many military contractors at this level, and they can be counted on one hand. Gao Gong has already informed Director Du. And Director Du's reply is simple: she will come tonight. In the hands of a woman like Director Du who has 2 manufacturing templates. He believes that his mechanical core will be born soon. Military contractors with mechanical core are completely different from contractors without core. The latter can only be called an arms dealer. Moreover, Gao Gong also prepared a great gift for Director Du. He believed that Director Du would like it. At this moment, Xiao's voice rang. Boss, fucking island called. Got it. The next moment, Dr. Rong, Dong Gang's holographic projections of the 2 experts appeared. Boss, we are here, Dong Gang said excitedly. The environment here is so good, especially those alien biological structures. I feel full of inspiration. I will complete the large neural network project as soon as possible. Isn't it good, all the gene fragments, bloodline fragments, alien gene chains that I got in the Cloud City are edited and cultivated there. Fucking Island will be his base for transformation research. Gao Gong nodded. In the holographic projection, he saw Dr. Yu. Although she didn't come to say hello, it was obvious that this woman had become much more honest and was busy at the moment. Did you bring everything safely? Gao Gong asked with a serious expression. Dr. Rong nodded. The screen switched. The next moment, Gao Gong came to the base under the sea of fucking island. Only the most important things will be stored here. In 3 custom-made control cabins. 3 terrifying figures are now suspended in the air. Neither alive nor dead. 6 major bionic companies, the former president of the Pure White Shell, Mr. D, the current leader of the Steel Claw Gang, half mechanical body and half super intelligence, the 3rd generation of Steel Claw. Cloud Noble, the clone of the family leader of the Miller family, the 5th generation of Miller. These 3 people, any one of them, even in the Mother City, are quite dangerous characters. Faction leader, boss template, amazing blood volume. Even if the player relies on the human wave tactics, it is impossible to kill any of them. After all, among the 3, the weakest 3rd generation Steel Claws can remotely control the space station and carry out saturation attacks. Of these 3 people, Mr. D is a gift from the Bird of Paradise to himself. Miller was controlled by Hugh Laurie, and his connection with the main body was cut off. As for the 3rd generation Steel Claws, it was directly taken away by the tide of mechanical awakening. Leader, why don't you dissect them? Dr. Roan looked at the 3 greedily. This meat machine fanatic recently seems to have awakened some special fetishes. I can feel that these 3 people have strong biological power and strong mechanical energy. It's a pity that they are all males. Otherwise they can be manipulated to mate. And perhaps the future of meat machines can be born. Looking at the fanatical eyes of the other party, Gao Gong felt a chill in his anus. Damn. It's only been a few days since I last saw you. When did you become so evil? Man on man? Or mechanical body plus biological body? You are challenging the technology of my god of books. Ahem. Gao Gong rejected this tempting idea. Lest these 3 strong men lose their integrity in their later years. Protect them well, try to keep them active, I'll be useful. Okay, leader. Gao Gong suddenly raised his eyebrows, and with a tacit understanding, Little A immediately cut off the holographic projection. The next moment, the door opened automatically, and the 3 members of the Ghost in the Shell team walked in with a smile on their faces, not treating themselves as outsiders at all. It seems that you have gained a lot these days. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows. Hacking into other people's weapon systems is not a good habit. Master, I'm just kidding. The Collider laughed. I know you've been very busy recently. It's not rare to see you free, so I came here to talk to you. Tong raised her thick glasses. We've done what you asked us to do, and now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Gao Gong shrugged. I'm not delaying on purpose, but waiting for the right time. What time? Tong asked. Xiao A, is there any big news in the business world recently? The biggest news recently is that one of the 6 major bionic companies, Electronic Grid, has selected a new corporate leader, a domineering female president. Oh! Let me see. Gao Gong has always been very interested in domineering female presidents. After all, they are all potential rich women. In a huge corporate press conference, a woman in a white suit, with a strong aura, was saying something calmly. The iconic rose-red waves have not changed. The emerald eyes are more domineering than before. The fingers tapped lightly on the podium, seemingly tapping people's hearts. A beautiful murderer, a strong female CEO took over. Tong read the news, and her expression became strange. As the #1 surveillance target of the Gonka mobile unit, how could she not recognize the other party? Black Rose. Wow, big breasts. Wasp waist and long legs, master. Is this the top rich woman you mentioned? The Collider said in surprise. Gao Gong glanced at the other party and said, Why? You don't know the most wanted criminal in your Ghost in the Shell unit? Gao Gong ignored these jokers, and directly found the private contact number that Sister Rose left for him and dialed it. Hello. This is the President's office. May I ask who you are? The voice of the artificial intelligence sounded. When did the private account become a public account? Gao Gong's wolf dog instinct immediately made him alert. Not good. Very bad. Do you need any help? The artificial intelligence asked for the second time. Engineer Gao touched his chin. My name is Engineer Gao. Did your Madam President mention me? It seems that there is such a person. The artificial intelligence said, It seems that the President raised a pet a long time ago? Seeing that the 3 people were looking at him with strange eyes, Engineer Gao looked calm. Yes, I am that pet. Can you help me connect with Sister Rose? I have something to ask her. I'm afraid not. The Madam President is inspecting the entire group and has no time to deal with strangers. But if you have any news, I can tell you for me. Engineer Gao coughed dryly. No need to tell you. Please inform Mr. Aramaki that the 3 people under him are crying and asking to see their dead boss. Let him go back when he is free, so that people don't really think he is dead. I see. Anything else? Actually, before Engineer Gao finished speaking, the sound of beep 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 sounded. The corner of Mr. G's eye twitched violently, and he tried to hold it back. But he couldn't. What's the AI complaint number for this lousy company? It's too arrogant. It's over. Tong blinked, looking dazed. It's over. Engineer Gao shrugged. Who told him not to be here? I can just call him when he comes back. The collider flipped through the notebook and said thoughtfully, Master, is this what you said? That no one loves you when you are old and ugly? And expired male favorites are worse than dogs. At this time, in a huge bionic factory, a newly appointed female president was inspecting the workshop. Various types of prosthetic limbs were pieced together, and then thousands of bionic people stood up, moving their bodies, looking particularly creepy. Sister Rose watched the scene expressionlessly, asking 1 or 2 professional questions from time to time. A bunch of senior executives behind her looked nervous, and some were sweating. After a long while, Black Rose finally stopped, waved her hand, and the people around her left as if they had been pardoned. Someone is looking for you, she said to the air. Well, my subordinates are still very loyal to me, an old voice said proudly. Really? Didn't you download any loyalty program into their heads? Black Rose asked back. How could I be such a person? The old voice was furious. That's a pity. Black Rose had a calm expression, to be honest. If you have such a program, I can really use it. The new female president waved her hand lightly, and the next moment, the holographic image disappeared, and a top-level cabin lounge appeared. Opposite her, there was an old man in a tang suit leaning on a cane. Since you are here, let's go and meet him. After all, being watched by your loyal dog, I have some difficulties in dealing with some things. My loyal dog? Is Mr. G your loyal dog? Huang Wan couldn't help but refute. I think he is, but the problem is that he is not very obedient. Black Rose looked out the window. At this time, the direction of this top-level aircraft was the city that never sleeps. Chapter 382 Mechanical Hub. After half a year, Du Xiaodi got off the plane again and met a little wolf dog. On the tarmac, Gao Gong looked at the other party with a smile, and seeing this familiar face, Director Du couldn't help rolling his eyes. Although in this technological age, distance is not a problem, especially the latest virtual somatosensory machine provides an online mode, which can provide face-to-face communication, scenes can be chosen at will, environment can be created at will. However, Director Du is an old antique, more conservative, and doesn't like this kind of virtual experience. She chose a traditional way of contact, which was to talk on the phone for a long time. Although the two had not seen each other for half a year, they talked on the phone for at least half an hour every day. Director Du also learned a skill without a teacher, which was to work while talking on the phone for a long time. And his efficiency was very high. So when the two met, there was no sense of strangeness. And they did not even do the three-piece suit between lovers. Holding hands, hugging, and French kissing. Gao had a world-shaking ability, but he had no place to display it. Director Du was shy in this regard. The other rich woman was just the opposite. After breaking up with a young wolf dog, Sister Rose was still in a passionate relationship for the first week, and would occasionally connect to a virtual machine. However, the feeling of the virtual level cannot replace reality after all. A week later, Sister Rose said, it was meaningless. It was just a child's trick, and she would not play it anymore. Then she lost contact. In summary, one was too plain, and the other was too vulgar. If it weren't for the young wolf dog's extraordinary talent, he really couldn't handle two rich women with different personalities. Director Du was still in his usual director's outfit, wearing a white coat in a scientific research style. But the careful senior engineer still found that the other party had deliberately put on light makeup, lightly drawn eyebrows, firm but tender eyes, and short hair hooked behind the ears. There was always a faint sense of relief when she smiled. And if she pursed her lips, the sense of oppression would immediately increase dozens of times. Director Du's foundation is 85 points. And this dress makes him score 100 points. This is what Gao Gong thought and said. The compliments came out of someone's mouth without cost from the first moment they met. And they never stopped. Director Du rolled his eyes, pursed his lips, and pressed down the slightly raised corners of his mouth. I don't have much time. Let's go directly to the main brain area. Okay. Gao Gong smiled and took the other's hand. His skin was a little rough, and he couldn't help but said distressfully, I asked you to have a good rest every day. Why don't you listen to me? Director Du rolled his eyes again, and was too lazy to say anything, but gave instructions to the back. Wait for me here. Don't run around. The staff of Du Goka were dumbfounded. Aren't we here to work? What does don't run around mean? This is Director Du's standard double standard. I can be disgusted, but you can't not say it. Although I have been working, I don't mind having a romantic relationship with you during the work process. The little wolf dog, who can't comprehend this level, let alone the door, can't even see her face. In the past 6 months, Director Du has not been without suitors, but none of them can talk to her for more than 3 sentences. Is that a level 3 weapon? From a distance, Director Du saw the super weapon that was hundreds of meters high. As a mechanical engineer, no, a mechanical rich woman, Director Du's eyes lit up at once. Studying this thing, just like studying the body of a little wolf dog, both have a strong attraction to her. With only a day and a half, disassembly and transportation may be difficult. Right? Director Du said with some concern. I'm afraid the manpower I brought is not enough. Don't worry, I've prepared it. Serious engineer Gao suddenly had a phantom of a small black box in his hand. As the small black box rotated repeatedly, the missile silos in various districts of the never-sleeping city opened, countless mechanical eyeliners gushed out, and each mechanical eyeliner had large and small drills growing on it. They will disassemble this thing from the inside. As for how to assemble it, it is up to this rich woman. Well, not bad. Director Du's eyes suddenly became empty, like emotionless mechanical eyes, without Gao Gong's control. Some mechanical vehicles and transport robots in the city were temporarily requisitioned. Although Gao Gong was a pirated mechanical mastermind, Director Du was able to see some of his authority in person, which means that she did not work in vain in the past 6 months. Engineer Gao gently pinched the other person's face, and pinched out Director Du's panel. Name, Du Xiaodi Race, Mechanical Life, Corporate Will. Level, 60 Mechanical Energy, 1200000 Personal Attributes, Strength 14, Agility 15, Endurance 17, Intelligence 90, Perception 75, Character 80 Template, Daughter of the Machine, Heart of Creation, Mechanical Genius. Notes: a humanoid body of a mechanical ecology. If they hadn't been unprepared for you, do you think you could see their attributes, little white face? What the system said. Why does it sound sour? Are you still a public system? In half a year, Director Du has upgraded from level 55 to level 60. This is not surprising. After all, he knows how hard Director Du works. What is surprising is that in the race column, in addition to mechanical life, Director Du also has an additional corporate will. The corporate will is a large buff in itself. But there are very few people who can completely integrate with the buff and control the corporate will. The last person who did it was Hugh Laurie, who was killed by himself. A guy who copies and pastes his personality everywhere. For Director Du, who is on the heavy machinery route, copying and pasting personality is unlikely to be done. But strengthening the control of machinery is a sure thing. It is absolutely no problem to say that he is half a mechanical mastermind. This is not the point. The key is, how come your character has become 80? Wasn't it only 50 last time? As a capitalist, how come your character is rising faster than mine? Are you going to break 3 digits before me? What's wrong with you? Director Du saw that Gao Gong had a strange expression and asked directly. Nothing. I just found that I like you more and more. Humph. The two of them were half working and half dating. In fact, Gong Gao knew very well the development speed of Du High-Tech. The system panel explained everything. Without Director Du's support, he couldn't have released the large nightmare mission. But Director Du still liked to tell him in person. As for why, Gong Gao knew it very well. Go down. The two came to the main control room. Gong Gao closed his palms, and the mechanical ground began to sink rapidly. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Similarly, Director Du also felt a strong mechanical breath. To her, it was a very pleasant smell. To Director Du, the best gift was not a valuable luxury item, but a high-tech mechanical creation. 10 minutes later, a huge object appeared in front of her. The mechanical center, or the artificial center of the Earth on this continent. If you don't see it up close, it's hard to describe its magnificence. It was a super mechanical body, and it was hard to see how high it was, and how deep it was. What appeared before them was a huge mechanical wall. Tens of thousands of mechanical pipelines are inserted on its surface. Some of these pipelines are energy pipelines, which are continuously extracting liquid fuel from the seabed. Some of these fuels are oil, and some are radiation energy liquid. Among other pipelines, a considerable number are production pipelines. Most of the mechanical buildings in the city that never sleeps are made by the mechanical hub itself. In addition, there are weapon pipelines, which produce a steady stream of mechanical eyes, including energy turrets, and run them out. As for the remaining pipelines, they are wrapped in data light, and simulated data is surging in them. This type of pipeline is the network infrastructure that can turn the Never Sleep City network into a local area network. The light in Director Du's eyes made Gao Gong feel that if this mechanical hub was a man, he might have met the strongest competitor. Let's move it now, Du Xiaodi said firmly. Ahem, I'm afraid this won't work. Sister, wake up. By stealing a mechanical hub, you are openly hostile to the Mother City and the most belligerent Cybertron general. At least before the Cyber Tide was launched, the Mother City's rule was indestructible. However, seeing Director Du's disappointed expression, Engineer Gao changed the subject and said, stealing some spare parts is no problem. The gift I prepared for you is inside. Following the pipeline specially used to carry people, the two of them quickly came to the core of the mechanical hub, probably influenced by the style of Cybertron. Even in the core, it is still a rough and complex heavy metal style, with a diameter of tens of meters. A small sun, that is, an artificial energy core, a continental logistics system, various solid-state processing modules, and an artificial magnetic field generator. It can be said that, in terms of hardware, the mechanical hub has developed to a limit. It is all hardware, not to mention cyber hackers. Even ordinary information life is difficult to hack into. This is the defense mode of a purely mechanical civilization. Under the influence of the magnetic field, the two floated to the largest solid-state processing module. On the surface, this is a large black box with a diameter of 20 meters. Its surface is like a rag that has been rubbed and unfolded. Every millimeter of area is a micro-mechanical computing unit. This thing is a super-evolved version of the difference engine. Name: Solid Processing Module. Level 3. Note: a hardware computing unit different from the CPU. Each solid processing module is equivalent to a supercomputer. As level 3 buildings, one is a heavy weapon, one is a production base. The Continental Plate Impactor is completely different from it. Obviously, this thing is more in line with Director Du's aesthetics. Old Wu, come out to receive guests. On the surface of this solid processing module, a vague human figure protruded, and Speaker Wu's unpleasant voice sounded. Do you think I have nothing to do? Not only do I have to assist you, the fake mechanical mastermind, I also have to maintain the normal operation of the city that never sleeps and suppress. Ahem, that's not the point. The point is, have you done what I asked you to do? If you do this, I will be nailed to the mastermind's pillar of shame. Yeah, hurry up. As the senior engineer spoke, countless data and documents appeared on the surface of the solid module. Director Du's eyes suddenly straightened. The reason is simple. These data files are all the parameters of the mechanical hub. According to the game, they are all the blueprints for building this level 3 civilization building. There are more than 300 in total. The Continental Plate Impactor has 10 large modules. To achieve all the basic functions of the mechanical hub, the minimum number of large modules is 40. Another point is that the mechanical energy of the mechanical hub is in units of billions. The number of civilization buildings with energy in units of 100 million on this planet can be counted on one hand. In fact, even if 100 experts came here, they could not copy all the drawings within 3 days. But Speaker Wu was different. As a former mechanical mastermind, it knew its body very well. This was the #1 traitor. Director Du instantly entered a frenetic working mode, and a certain little wolf dog was thrown behind her mind. She had to handle these unique materials personally. I promised you. I did it. Then what about your promise to me? Speaker Wu asked suddenly. Without saying anything, Gao Gong took a step forward and entered the solid module directly. It was as if he had come to a world made of metal particles. In the center of this world, the machine generation lay in a coma. At this time, the parts of the machine generation's body continued to disintegrate. And with each disintegration, the figure became weaker. This was the machine generation source code that the two copied while carrying the Uni-Killer. I was reshaped by the Bionic Man A. So I can survive? She didn't. So she's going to die. Don't forget what you promised the machine generation. The machine generation mentioned by the speaker Wu at this time was naturally the old machine generation. I will naturally do what I promised others. Gao Gong suddenly had a gyroscope in his hand. The small virtual world started. And the next moment, electronic rain mixed with metal particles fell, hitting the opponent. The figure of Ji Dai became clear again as the rain fell. Shocking information operation ability. But this is only a temporary solution. You can't keep programming like this. Gao Gong nodded. If you want to make Ji Dai reborn, the best way is to use the underlying code of cyberspace to reshape her body. Before the development of cyberspace, this is something that only the Mother City can do. But after the development of space, some beings who have cybernetic authority can also do this. For example, Gao Gong closed his eyes. And the next moment, the data of the prototype of the rich woman's love machine took shape. Our most gentle and kind sister Alyssa. A light laugh came from the air. The next moment, an extremely huge data palm fell from the sky, holding the three people disappeared. On the other side, unknown to a certain little wolf dog, another rich woman, the domineering female president Ms. Rose, also appeared in the city that never sleeps. Next to her, an old man in a tang suit. The old man looked up at the sky, squinting his old eyes. Terrible breath. Why is the source of data stagnating here? The pheromone in this city is a bit weird. Black Rose frowned. I actually feel like I'm in a bionic factory on these native people. Which crazy entrepreneur did this experiment again? These people, sooner or later, they will finish themselves off. One said dissatisfiedly. Go meet your people first, then, go deal with my business. The two walked on the street openly, but no one saw them, or even sensed them. Chapter 383 Container. Reshaping a person's body with underlying code is not enough by relying on Baidu alone. After all, what she controls is big data, not source code. This requires another big data concept to take action. It is the Deep Web Bridge, a super protocol that connects the underlying network. If Alyssa is Baidu in spirit, then the Deep Web Bridge is the TCP/IP protocol in spirit. The entire data transmission layer is its body. It has a good relationship with Alyssa, so it temporarily borrows some authority. For Alyssa, it is just a matter of words. At this moment, the machine generation is immersed in the sea of data. The infusion tubes composed of countless underlying codes are inserted into her body, continuously inputting the underlying codes. As for Alyssa, she is responsible for reshaping the source code into the shape she wants. There are also closeness and hostility between big data concept bodies. This is partly personality and partly authority. For example, the data mother and the deep web bridge. One is the entrance to big data, the other is the transmission protocol body. The two work together, the information transmission will be timely and complete. But the deep web bridge and the pipeline master, who almost beat Alyssa down, are in a hostile relationship. This is not entirely because the two people are incompatible. One is the hardware infrastructure and smart terminals. The other is the transmission protocol at the virtual level. The two sides have overlapping authority in the application layer. This is an irreconcilable contradiction. The 10 most powerful conceptual entities can be divided into two camps: the virtual camp and the hardware camp. The two sides have fought the godhood war more than once or twice. Some godhoods have fallen, and some of their authority has been swallowed up. When new gods take over, in order to regain authority, there will be another battle. In the process of the god war, there are also hardware gods, who have tried to win over software gods, and vice versa. In short, after the birth of cyberspace, this kind of god war has almost never stopped. Even neural editors and hackers will be recruited. Basically, neuroeditors mostly join the hardware camp, while hackers do the opposite. Generally speaking, hardware gods are overbearing, and are mostly connected with large enterprises, while software gods are easier to talk to, and have a more Buddhist personality. In the middle of the planetary plot, players will also be eligible to join the god war, and conduct network-level PvP. Experience is flying. And this kind of war, the Mother City will not participate. They are supervisors of evolution, not controllers. Of course, this is the state before the cyber tide. In the cyber tide, there will be a big plot, called conceptual body parasitism. The content of this plot is very interesting. All big data conceptual bodies are sealed with authority and reincarnated. The main line of the player is to find these golden finger grandfathers, and help the grandfathers to carry out the resurrection mission. In the previous life, Gao Gong also participated in this mission, and the ending was not good. Hundreds of neural editors who participated in the mission at that time finally found the key to resurrection, but were intercepted by the Turing followers who came after hearing the news, and were beaten back step by step. Finally, the Turing god descended and swallowed the Queen of Simulation in one bite. The Queen of Simulation is also a big data concept, and it is a very special concept. She is a virtual machine spirit. This 3D young woman often gives some benefits to players, so she is also called the Big-Breasted Queen. AR Bodhisattva. So she was eaten by Turing God, the foodie, and Gao Gong was very sad. After all, this was one of the few NPCs who could communicate with him about the skills of the book, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a mentor. Ahem. I have gone off topic. I didn't think so when I was a player, but now that I think about it, being able to seal all the data concept bodies in one go, this power may not be enough for a mother city. It requires the cooperation of Deep Web and Fortress. Needless to say, Fortress was infiltrated by the group of idiots of the Cloud Nobles, and there is no doubt that it was a rebellion. But what about Deep Web? Among the three mother cities, only MS, Deep Web thoroughly implements the non-interference principle. In addition to maintaining order, she does not participate in any experimental transformation. This is why she has people like Aramaki and Yagami Motoko. Or, is there another hidden story? And Gao Gong thinks more about, in this big plot, what should he do to get the most benefit? Notify in advance? Save the mother of data? But this means hostility with the mother city. Or after attacking the mother city, before Turing got attacked, he saved a few reincarnated children in advance. In memory, Turing God in his prime was level 150 or 170. In short, he could kill Deep Web in a one-on-one duel. This guy is very troublesome. Can I stop him? Little guy, what evil ideas are you thinking of? The little face of the prototype of the rich woman's love suddenly tightened, and I saw Alyssa looking at me with a smile, and her eyes were undisguisedly greedy. By the way, after the resurrection of Baidu, it seems to have become even more lewd. Although someone doesn't mind selling her body, but after all, Director Du is present, it is quite dangerous to do such a thing. The peerless boy showed a lovely smile. I was wondering, when will Sister Alyssa tell me the secret of the big sister? Gao Yuanyuan fell asleep again, which was not surprising. What was surprising was that, in addition to Gao Yuanyuan, Gao Kes also fell asleep. This was also the reason why Gao Gong was able to have peace these 2 days. Otherwise, with this person's level of noise, I'm afraid he would have dragged Senior Engineer into various cybercrime activities. Alyssa finally became serious. It's rare that you still care about her. Well, maybe I need your help. Alyssa was in front, the prototype was behind, and the surrounding environment began to change. Since the last hack, Alyssa has obviously strengthened her defense. Countless sites, domain names, IPs are flashing wildly. This seems to be an encryption node that is constantly moving. The two walked into a hospital. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows. The medical staff here are all AI, and the lowest level is intermediate AI. And there are even a few super AIs. Cyberspace is not controlled by any power. We are creating a world where anyone, anywhere, can express their beliefs without fear of being forced to remain silent or conform, no matter how strange the beliefs are. Your legal concepts and situations regarding property, expression, identity, and migration do not apply to us. All these concepts are based on material entities, but we don't have material entities here. Our members don't have bodies, so, unlike you, we can't achieve order through material coercion. We believe that our governance will be generated by ethics, enlightened self-interest, and co-evolution. Alyssa paused and said without turning her head, "This is the Golden Rule, a civilized law signed by the three mother cities. Its effectiveness will last for 100 years. After 100 years, the envoys of the advanced civilization will come and revise the law." Gao Gong raised his eyebrows. There is such a thing. But it is obvious that the fortress has violated the law it signed, so we can't just sit there and wait for death. Gao Gong took a deep look at the other person's back. Just trust me like that? This is unscientific. In the smell of disinfectant, the two quickly walked into a nursing room and saw a girl lying on a bed, covered with tattoos. The girl's tattoos seemed to be increasing again, at least in Gao Gong's impression. Her neck area, there was no tattoo before, but now there is a red button. Big sister, your style is getting more and more dangerous. Gao Gong gradually showed a look of astonishment. It's not because of the tattoo. It was the familiar energy on the other person. Honkai energy. Galgong also has Honkai energy. With the help of a certain little idiot, Honkai energy has increased again. Now on the system panel. Honkai energy, 99% charging. Note, this special energy will be filled with the evolution of species. Its source may be related to the source of species on this planet. Although it is 99%, but this last point cannot be raised no matter what. No matter how Xiaoyu plays with Gao Gong's body, it doesn't work. Cyber bionics? Alyssa looked at Gao Gong deeply. You really know. Cyber bionics, molecular bionics, evolutionary bionics, 3 technologies that were lost by the Research Institute. Among them, molecular bionics is Bionics A, evolutionary bionics is Sister Rose, and now cyber bionics has also been found. It is Gao Yuanyuan, but it is not Gao Yuanyuan. To be precise, it is another personality of Gao Yuanyuan. The girl Gao Kes. Task completed, experience plus 20,000, a random bionics drawing. Gao Gong had no time to look at the panel, but stared at Alyssa. What's going on? It's very simple. In order to speed up my recovery, she sneaked into the number 0 virus library. Number 0 virus library. The hidden database full of viruses? It's right there. Legend has it that cyberspace has a large database dedicated to sealing viruses. Every virus that has ever plagued cyberspace is sealed in it. But no one knows where this place is. Alyssa seemed to see what Gao Gong was thinking, and said straightforwardly, this place is the fortress, and the purpose of this number 0 virus library is also for the fortress to cultivate large viruses against us. Why does the fortress target the big data concept body? Is this the reason why the concept body parasitism was born? We are the product of the Golden Rule, and one of the elements to maintain this cyber test site. Although the planet host is the ruler of this planet, in the eyes of advanced civilizations, there is not much difference between us and them. As long as we are subdued, the fortress's right to speak will jump up and become the first among the 3 mother cities. At the same time, he will also have the secrets hidden in the big data concept body. Gao Gong was really surprised this time. So, you mean that the big data concept is also recognized by advanced civilizations? And there are ways to contact advanced civilizations? You can say that. Then, the big sister went to database 0 to release a virus to invade the cyber network. Interfere with operation. Rewrite data. And revive you. Yes. But why didn't I hear any news? Because this operation was not completely successful. Alyssa said calmly. The followers of the fortress took action and almost sealed Gaux. But the initial virus did stimulate my consciousness and made me wake up. I saved her. The process was not complicated. But there was a little problem in the middle. Alyssa caressed Gaux's forehead lovingly. Even in her sleep. The girl still grinned and looked vicious. She was the kind of person who didn't even need to put on makeup to collect protection fees. As Alyssa caressed her, the energy of the collapse gradually gathered and concentrated on her forehead. An indescribable feeling appeared. It was the collapse from the origin of life. Gao Gong actually felt the existence of the origin of life in the virtual level. Soon, a number appeared on her forehead, 9, the 9th collapsed body. So, Bionic Man A, Sister Rose, the product of the 3 bionic technologies, is actually one of the collapses. In addition to Xiaoyu, Gao Gong was surprised to find that he knew of 4 types of collapsed bodies. Why does she have Honkai? Alyssa shook her head and said, I don't know either. At first, I just wanted to make a virus processor, so I kept expanding her capacity. Maybe she absorbed enough viruses to mutate, or, during a certain virus absorption, she sucked in the source code of this kind of power. So, I didn't know until now that it's not just me. In fact, other conceptual bodies have been more or less involved. They and the mother city are hiding this from me. Creating Honkai? It's to create a container. Alyssa emphasized. Gao Gong felt that he had touched the core secret of the machine fission star. In the last era, civilization discovered the secret of evolution. This secret was so precious that the leaders of the 3 civilized countries risked offending the advanced civilization and conducted experiments in private. The experiment was not successful, but it aroused the anger of the advanced civilization, and the civilization was destroyed, and the mechanical age came. The overflowing evolutionary power was scattered all over the planet, so civilization created a test site and set off the cyber age, and the purpose of creating this era was to create a container through the advancement of technology and to accommodate the collapse. The 3 major planetary hosts, The Ting conceptual lives under the golden rule: whoever gets this power first, and seals this power into the vehicle, and dedicates it to the great existence above the starry sky, whoever will get the highest reward. For example, a galaxy, a civilization system that belongs to it alone, or the opportunity to ascend within the advanced civilization. As Baidu, Alyssa has an advantage, that is, as long as she realizes something, then soon, all the clues will be dug out by her. This may also be the reason why the Mother City is hiding it from her, and why other big data concept bodies have also joined forces to hide it from her. In terms of search, who would have a powerful search engine? At the same time, the system prompt sounded: historical line change plus 3%. Your historical line change reaches 10%, and you get a civilization correction power. Alyssa looked at Gao Gong with burning eyes. You are also a searcher of collapse, right? There are actually quite a few collapse forces around you. So how about cooperation? Chapter 384: The Brain Bag Faction. Cyberworld claims to be a 100% realistic game. So in most cases, the system plays a supporting role. It has no backpack, and you have to make your own blueprints. At most, you will get some candy occasionally. Except for the addition of a faction panel, the NPC system seems to be no different. However, this time, Gao Gong finally felt the great power of the system. Oh no, it should be called the power of civilization correction. In Gao Gong's opinion, this thing is a big cheat from heaven. Civilization correction power cyber test field, under the same civilization level. It can make the enemy's technology tree return to the previous branch node, and interrupt the growth of this branch. This thing is a bit difficult to say, but it can be described in one sentence as restoring factory settings. If Gao Gong uses this trick to deal with Alyssa, the mother of data will collapse at the data level. The personality will dissipate, and it will be transformed into the underlying structure of cyberspace again, and it will never be able to restore its personality. If Gao Gong uses this trick against Hugh Laurie, then all the moral chips will freeze, and the human completion plan will fail. This trick has a property similar to Smart Sun, which directly locks the prospects of a certain technological route. In the cyber test field where the technological routes are messy, this trick is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack. How did you do it? Locking at the microscopic level, or a change in consciousness? Why do I have a strange sense of déjà vu? In the universe, there are some existences that even advanced civilizations cannot explain. This kind of existence is called a wonder. It is said that if the megastructure, a treasure of civilization, is upgraded to the highest level, it will be promoted to a wonder. This wonder is so powerful that it can even distort the rules of the universe. Although the power of civilization correction is far less powerful. At most it can modify the growth of a branch on a technology tree. A branch. But the principle is similar. Of course, the conditions for using the power of civilization correction are also relatively harsh. For example, it must be at the same level. For example, if Gao Gong is now level 29, then what can be modified is a certain technology branch route of the first level civilization. For example, changing certain parameters of electric vehicles, making the energy pollution of electric vehicles exceed that of fuel vehicles. This is a bit of black humor. In short, after returning from cyberspace, Gao Gong has been thinking about how to use the power of civilization correction to the greatest extent. In corporate wars, this is definitely a decisive weapon. As for Alyssa's proposal, Gao Gong naturally has no objection. With Baidu in hand, the world is mine. The transaction between the two is that Alyssa helps Gao Gong to collect news about Honkai energy on the internet, and Gao Gong needs to collect Honkai energy carriers for her in reality. Maybe in Alyssa's opinion, she got the upper hand. After all, no matter how well Gao Gong develops, he will be nothing more than a planetary entrepreneur in the end. If she collects enough Honkai energy carriers and gives them to the advanced civilization before the mother city, the benefits she will get will be 10 times, 100 times that of Gao Gong. But the premise of all this is that nothing will happen in the cyber test site. But in fact, once the cyber tide comes, human society will collapse. Cyberspace will disintegrate, and conceptual bodies will be reincarnated. Even the mother city will be unable to take care of itself. Gao Gong even suspected that behind the mother city, the ancient civilization had problems. Otherwise, how could an outsider dare to sabotage the experiment of an advanced civilization? All realities will collapse in the face of the real torrent. So, Gao Gong agreed to the other party without hesitation. After all, it is an impossible promise. Why not accept it first? Director Du no longer has time to care about the little wolf dog. She has already found a new love. And the new love is this huge mechanical creation. The third-level building mechanical hub. This makes the senior engineer itchy. He now has 3 complete professional knowledge chains: virtual personality, mechanical brain, and mechanical complex. His scientist henchman, Dr. Rong, also has a complete professional knowledge chain of mechanical life. Theoretically, he could try to synthesize the professional knowledge chain. After all, betting on knowledge is not as exciting as betting on the knowledge chain. The experience of betting on blueprints is calculated in tens of thousands. But betting on large blueprints, 2 zeros must be added at the end, and it is calculated in millions. After taking a look at the experience, Gao Gong sighed. A penny can't kill a hero. If I had known earlier, I would have squeezed the players again. Why give so many benefits? However, Gao Gong had an idea. He remembered that among the task rewards, there seemed to be a corporate legacy. This thing seems to be able to bet on large drawings. Do you want to choose to open corporate heritage? Gao Gong clicked OK. The next moment, 4 pale portraits instantly appeared in front of him, with pale faces, wide eyes, as if they would crawl out at any time. Hugh Laurie, Dr. Murray, and 2 unfamiliar old men. Oh my god! Gao Gong's face was full of black lines. System, are you doing this on purpose? Please select the heritage. This seems to be a double-choice question. So, corporate heritage, you can choose twice? The system didn't say anything, it seems to be a default. Interesting. Gao Gong rubbed his hands. I just met a rich woman, my luck shouldn't be too bad. Hugh Laurie, Mr. President. It's decided to be you. You get a set of out-of-print EVA discs. Looking at the familiar cover of 2 women and 1 man, Gao Gong was silent for a while. System, give me an explanation? In the corporate law of Jilixing, personal assets also belong to corporate assets. Do you think that if you say that, I won't want to kill you? Xiao A. Xiao A is here. Please help me check the identities of these 2 people on the internet. Okay. Master. Soon, the identities of these 2 strangers were dug out. Leet, a senior management talent in the industrial chain, said to have been hired by Hugh Laurie with a large sum of money, specially used to solve the problem of insufficient product production capacity, and an old man named Sundar, who is more interesting, a partner of the domineering president, a senior director of another chip giant, but unfortunately died in the city that never sleeps. System, can partners also be considered as corporate members? The system did not answer, it seems to have agreed again. Gao Gong originally wanted to choose Dr. Murray, but if there is another EVA package, he might vomit blood. As for the remaining 2, it is useless for him to ask for the black technology in the industrial chain. You get the 2nd-level Civilization Universal Chip Production Machine. Name, Universal Chip Production Machine. Category, Small Civilization Building. Quality, 2nd-level civilization. Weight, 5 tons. Remarks, the terminal product of chip technology, the foundation of the new era electronic industry. Through it, you can produce any type of chip on the market. A small icon appeared, and on it was a strange-looking washing machine. Engineer Gao clicked it, and the next moment, a holographic projection of a washing machine appeared in front of him. The entire washing machine was about 2 stories high, with a microcircuit design module at the top, a photolithography module in the middle, and a 3D printing module at the bottom. 3 big modules. In addition, there was a display screen outside, which could manually adjust the size and parameters of the chip. Wherever the senior engineer points his finger, the corresponding mechanical drawings will appear. Roughly speaking, there are 3 to 40 of them. The Universal Chip Production Machine is equivalent to the photolithography machine in the 1st-level civilization in the 2nd-level civilization. Unlike the photolithography machine, it is equivalent to integrating the entire chip production line into this washing machine. And the production efficiency of this chip is 1 sheet per minute. 1 sheet per minute, 60 sheets per hour, and 1,800 sheets in 30 hours. Now, Gao Gong finally understood how so many chips appeared at once. If this thing could be mass-produced in 10 units, the production capacity would be very terrifying. Chip technology, mechanical brain, virtual personality. Gao Gong's gambling spirit began to burn again. Although he didn't dare to gamble on the knowledge chain, he could still give the advanced blueprint a try. In Gao Gong's memory, the 3 knowledge chains in his hand just happened to have all the knowledge required for a kind of advanced blueprint. Do you choose to split the secondary professional knowledge chain mechanical complex? Yes. On the synthesis panel, The mechanical complex column was directly split and became 7 kinds of professional knowledge: industrial materials science, mechanical transformation, mechatronics engineering, exoskeleton design, energy development, composites, large-scale engineering. Gao Gong dragged the 2 professional knowledge of mechatronics engineering and composites into the synthesis column. Following the example, Gao Gong also split out brainware engineering, memory transformation, cognition, neural technology, and dragged them in. As for mechanical brain technology, Gao Gong chose brain chemistry, brain structure, brain wave control. Generally speaking, the number of knowledge points for gambling blueprints will not exceed 5. And Gao Gong suddenly increased it to 9. Although the number of knowledge points only increased by 3, the error tolerance rate dropped sharply. However, this is without knowing the experience ratio. Mechanical and electronic engineering plus composite materials plus brainware engineering plus memory modification plus cognitive science plus neuron technology plus brain chemistry plus brain structure plus brain wave control. Do you choose knowledge synthesis? Yes. Synthesis failed. 80,000 experience points are gone. If you have more than 5 kinds of knowledge, even if you know the experience ratio, you may still fail, and it is very likely that you will get nothing. But the more knowledge you have, the more important the blueprint you synthesize will be. After 3 consecutive failures, Gao Gong finally got what he wanted. Fusion successful, he researched the 10th level electronic neural blueprint, super brain enhancement system. In the previous life, in the 3rd level civilization, Gao Gong took the civilization route called super brain civilization, so the importance of this thing can be imagined. The appearance of this super brain enhancement system is an ultra-thin helmet, which is close to translucent glass, and there are faint circuit patterns on the surface of the glass. Compared with the relatively common brain insertion school in information civilization, this technology branch is called the Brain Enhancement School. It is also called the Brain Bag School. Chapter 385. Feast of vinegar tubes inserted behind the head and bulges on the head are 2 branches of the same technology line. Tubes inserted behind the head is needless to say, brain-computer interface, virtual world, Honkai God realm, book heaven, cough cough, the last one is deleted. But bulges on the head is another matter. The difference between the 2 is that tubes inserted behind the head requires the host system to operate. Bulges on the head does not need it. The brain itself is its control system. Back then, Mr. G sold books all over the galaxy, and was often cracked down on by major civilizations for pornography and illegal publications, and his wife was confiscated. After a major business loss, Mr. G learned from his mistakes and reflected on why such a serious industry of his was always swept away by the power of various civilizations. It was just changing XP, modifying bloodline, and destroying the reproduction of the race. Later, he figured it out. It was not him who was wrong, but the world. Or, it should be the regulatory system of major civilizations. So he repeatedly pondered the technology, rewrote the human body code, tested the product, and finally developed the super brain enhancement system. With it, you can freely enter the beautiful world of different hobbies and have fun. Home machine plus wall-breaking hardware. This is the meaning of this thing. As for other functions, similar to brain intubation, it improves the computing power of the human brain, combines the human brain with the chip, and allows direct communication between humans and machines. The reason why Gao Gong must gamble out this blueprint is, in addition to the rampant gambling spirit, there is another very important reason. In a sense, this thing is the nemesis of the electronic brain project. The electronic brain gathers computing power through rough insertion all over the world, allowing the cyber network to expand wildly. People on this planet cannot shut down the electronic brain. Therefore, the super brain enhancement system has a meaning of existence, and the special chip required for this blueprint can be made with the universal chip production machine. While thinking, Gao Gong walked on the road of the city that never sleeps. Suddenly, Gao Gong stopped and looked around in confusion. He actually couldn't remember when he left the mechanical hub. Xiao A is here. What the hell are you doing? Run a system antivirus scan for me. You've been hacked. Xiao A knows. Xiao A's plump virtual image flashed by, and the next moment, the electronic code covered the uneven surface of her body like rain. The code for this primary artificial intelligence was written by Gao Gong himself, which was completely beyond her level. As the electronic code was refreshed, a golden Cheongsam that opened to the root of the thigh suddenly appeared on her body. Little A looked at the Cheongsam in confusion, and suddenly froze. The holographic projection seemed to disappear at any time. Gao Gong sneered, closed his eyes, and completed the virtualization conversion. Biological information flow sense virtual organ. The host can strengthen the biological information of a certain part of the body and perform information transformation. Any part that has been transformed is a virtual sense. Looking around with transparent eyes, he saw that all the pedestrians on the road were wearing a code coat. The men were wearing tang suits, and the women were wearing cheongsams. If you didn't know, you might think this was a large-scale Republican drama. Once this move was made, every living person became a mobile signal station for the enemy hackers. The enemy could attack from all angles. No wonder before the invasion, I didn't feel anything at all. Another little genius, who built a local area network. Or super AI. With a thought, the war hacker was upgraded from LV1 to LV5. And the increased 10 attributes were directly added to intelligence. Hacker chip system manipulation. Although the name is very impressive, this chip is the least useful among the 10 chips given by a Hong for free. If you can't hack into the high-level system, you can't manipulate it naturally. There is no value in hacking into the low-level system. But after loading the features of War Hacker, the effect is completely different. Pioneer of information warfare, the form of war is inevitably changing. But no matter how it changes, what changes is always the way of obtaining information, and you, through information, will completely transform the form of the battlefield. Gao Gong's virtual senses were directly transformed from the eyes to the brain, his head became transparent, neural signals were madly transformed into machine language, and added to the system operation. On the virtual level, as the system operation was activated, along the way, all the system products began to transform. The virtual machine turned into a virtual machine and turned off the gun. The bionic man on the exhibition stand took out the Desert Eagle. The passing AI was transformed on the spot, and countless gun muzzles were sticking out of his body. Virtual bullets were fired crazily, and all the men in tang suits and women in cheongsams on the whole street were swept away. You killed Auxiliary System Sub-Body number 21. Experience plus 200. You killed Auxiliary System Sub-Body number 24. Experience plus 200. You killed Auxiliary System Sub-Body number 25. Experience plus 200. In just a short moment, Gao Gong's system experience increased by 10,000 points. System manipulation seemed to have become a magical skill all of a sudden. This is determined by the professional expertise of the war hacker, Secret War. Professional expertise Secret War, arms adaptability plus 10%, transformation success rate plus 15%, firepower enhancement plus 30%. As a war shadow, your existence will increase the probability of winning a war. Why did Gao Gong give up the invasion hacker with stronger invasion ability, and the death hacker with stronger killing ability? The main reason is that the war hacker can turn ordinary attacks into group attacks. Its coverage is proportional to intelligence. 1 point of intelligence can differentiate into a system manipulation. Gao Gong's intelligence is 132 points, so he can perform 132 system manipulations at the same time. Of course, on a huge battlefield, this ability is not a big bug after all. Even an ordinary cyborg soldier has an electronic defense wall, which can prevent one system manipulation. But Gao Gong considers more about the situation after his transformation, apart from anything else. Once he completes the large biological transformation, his intelligence will increase by dozens of times. And the effect will be terrifying. The large-scale AoE of hacker skills. All high-level weapons will rebel. And the scene will be so beautiful. After sweeping the entire street, Senior Engineer glanced at Little A and found that he was still stuck. With a frown, the virtual gyroscope in his hand began to spin, just like a supreme wizard showing off his skills. As the gyroscope spun, the ground began to sink, and the buildings, stores, and streets began to bend, and the entire city that never sleeps turned into a huge Mobius ring. All the people are wearing tang suits and cheongsams, circling continuously on this ring. You have a hand. An old voice of praise sounded. Super AI is the pinnacle of AI, but even among super AIs, there are differences in strength. Some super AIs can only rely on the power of hardware, and will be blinded once their main body is caught, such as Dr. Rong on fucking Island. Some super AIs have computing power that is not inferior to that of the big data concept body, and with the means of top hackers, they are very terrifying. The one in front of me is the second type. Just when Gao Gong wanted to unfold the Mobius strip and deepen the operation, his eyes suddenly blurred. When he reacted, he had returned to reality. There were pedestrians on the road, and there was no dead body. The confrontation at the virtual level, unless it was deliberately targeted at reality, it would be difficult to affect reality. Of course, if we go one step further and reach the information level, that would be another matter. But being able to pull Gao Gong from the virtual layer to reality in one go is no less difficult than breaking through the fourth wall. The various hormones in the body, dopamine, serotonin, norepinephrine, all rise and fall to varying degrees. Interesting, try to play with your body. Gao Gong twisted his neck, and almost at the same time, hundreds of people walking back and forth on the street twisted their necks at the same time. Then, the facial features of these people began to change, regardless of gender, age, all turned into Gao Gong's appearance. The power of flesh and blood fusion, as Gao Gong's biological body became stronger, became more and more abnormal. With so many hormones, let's see how you can pull it. Gao Gong sneered. And just as he was about to enter the virtual level again, suddenly, something strange happened. On the scene, all the Gao Gong's body surfaces were sizzling, and thin bioelectric currents were emitting, making everyone's body hormones shake wildly like men and women in a nightclub. Bioelectric current. Can this thing be used like this? What's even more amazing is that the bioenergy that Gao Gong parasitized on these people was directly destroyed by a destructive energy. And this kind of power, he is very familiar with it. Honkai energy. Isn't it familiar? The last time his mechanical body collapsed, it was this thing. For a moment, it seemed as if there were two big nets, from the real level and the virtual level, entwining Gao Gong. Gao Gong did not resist again, because he knew who was coming. My rich lady. In the most luxurious hotel in the city that never sleeps, Sister Rose was wearing a bathrobe, covering her plump figure, holding a wine glass in one hand, and knocking on the bedside table with the other hand, and her slender white thighs were faintly visible. Oh, old man, I'd better go out for a walk. Young people nowadays are really having fun. On the glass, the virtual image of Huang Wan flashed by. Soon, a sweet-looking bionic waiter came in with an oversized dining cart. Sir, the men's dish you ordered is here. I wish you a pleasant meal. Sister Rose walked up slowly, opened the dining cart, and all kinds of delicious food were spread on a strong man. In addition, there was an especially familiar handsome face. Humph. After having a good meal and a good drink, Black Rose sat in front of the mirror, lazily combing her rose-colored long hair. And behind her Gao, who had also had a good meal and a good drink, was diligently massaging the other person's shoulders. I heard that. Your girlfriend is here? No, there's no such thing, Sister Rose. Who told you that? Really? A certain person summoned, and the strong woman who stirs up trouble in the weapons market, and she came here, isn't that right? Gao smacked his lips, and it was broken. I forgot to put vinegar in the sushi just now. Chapter 386 Skull and Bone Society. Sister Rose, you have changed. According to your past views, sexuality is not important, morality is important. And my little wolf dog has always been loyal to you, wholeheartedly, without any thought of switching to other rich women's families. Although Sister Rose's tone is as proud and conceited as always, Gao Gong keenly sensed that there was a subtle hint of jealousy in the other party's words. As a man who makes a living from rich women, any signs of danger must be nipped in the bud. While kneading the smooth shoulders with his skilled hands, Gao Gong was thinking about how to survive this crisis. He had never used his brain like this before when dealing with the Human Completion Project. Human Completion Project? Moral chip? Gao Gong suddenly realized that he had something that the other party was definitely interested in. Knowing that Sister Rose was coming, I prepared a lot of gifts for you. Oh! Stronger than that continent-destroying weapon? Or more important than the mechanical hub? Black Rose turned her head, raised her chin slightly, and smiled. Below her chin, there were mountains and peaks, which were very scary. Damn. How do you know everything? Gao Gong knew immediately that if he just talked big, his end would be miserable. A rich woman is not a little girl who can be satisfied with flowers and plants. Gao Gong leaned close to the other party's ear. How about I give you the entire Unreal Union, a small regional company, as the chairman of the 6 major bionic groups? The other party said that he was indeed qualified. Ethical chip technology plus universal chip production machine technology. This is my gift to you. Gao Gong climbed the mountain with one hand, and said respectfully, "Chip technology. It is indeed useful to me. At least this quarter's financial report will look much better. Electronic Grid is a giant in the world of bionics. Its main focus is on neural networks. Chip technology is not useless to them. But it is indeed not very useful. After all, one of the technical difficulties that Electronic Grid has overcome is how to get rid of the chip and allow bionics to evolve further. As expected, she is a rich woman. Her appetite is so big. Whether it is on the physical level or the material level. Engineer Gao thought about it and decided to use his trump card. How about the means to counter the electronic brain plan? Sister Rose raised her eyebrows. You also know? Sure enough. In the eyes of the real planetary high-level officials, the electronic brain plan is already an open secret. Engineer Gao whispered a few words in the other person's ear, and saw that the rich woman's ears were crystal clear, and they were small and cute, which was not in line with the identity of a rich woman. And he couldn't help but kiss her twice. Really? The last piece of news finally shocked the rich woman. Sister Rose stood up suddenly, and held Engineer Gao in her arms, full of domineering air. I finally paid for raising you. MMM. On the last day of the third day, Gao Gong, with a pale face and trembling legs, appeared in the ruins of the illusion building. With the help of a large number of mechanical eyes, the continental plate impactor was finally split into tens of thousands of parts, and transported to the fleet on the sulfuric acid river. These fleets will cross the river and go to the sea, and deliver these parts to the 14 R&D bases established by Du Gaoka on different continents. You seem to have some problems with your body. Are you sick? Tom looked at Gao Gong in surprise. In her impression, this man had never been so weak. Hee. The mountains are high and hard to climb. The water is deep and hard to measure. And under the vast ocean, human power is always shallow. Gao Gong had dark circles under his eyes, and a face full of vicissitudes. Master means that he needs to strengthen his kidney function. The Collider, who had already initially comprehended the rich woman's guide, said calmly, You are an expert. Gao Gong nodded with satisfaction, glancing at the three members of the Ghost in the Shell. Seeing that they looked relaxed, he could not help but complain. Why, did your dead boss come to you in your dream last night? Tong chuckled, and did not answer directly, but changed the subject. Anyway, it's finally over, and it's time for us to leave. Finally. I can take a break. Cha Pai stretched, and between his eyes, there were dark circles similar to Gao Gong's. Really? Congratulations then. Gao Gong said in a strange tone. Rest. It's wishful thinking. The corporate war is coming soon. After the corporate war, the electronic brain plan will come. Then there will be the cyber wave, and various major events will break out. As the action department of the mother city. Ghost in the Shell. You want to rest? Wait for 007. Friendly reminder. Stand on the side of order. Tom glanced at Gao Gong and said, Crazy is only temporary. If you make rapid progress in the technology tree, the benefits will only belong to the mother city. As for the price, it will be borne by individuals. Don't be a consumable for the cyber test field. This is not in line with your identity as an official of the mother city. Gao Gong showed a bright smile, but seeing that you are so sincere, I will also give you a small suggestion. Change your liver. Tong didn't know what he thought of. With a slightly red face, he raised the wine bottle cap lens, glared at Gao Gong angrily, and turned around and left. Master, when you release the 2.0 version of the Rich Woman Support Manual, please send it to me. I feel that I am just a little bit away from being supported by Captain Motoko. Just for the memory metal cells you provided, when you release the 2.0 version of the Rich Woman's Secret Manual, I will definitely send it to you as soon as possible. But no matter how powerful the secret is, it still needs to be put into practice. Can you do it, kid? Cha Pai took the engineer's hand, reluctantly kicked away the collider, and took a thoughtful look at the engineer's brain disk. Boss Gao, the Lord of Deep Web has no prejudice against the hacker group. If you have time, you may as well go to Deep Web. With your strength, you will definitely have a place even in the mother city. I remember. La, Boss Gao, let's go. La, Boss Gao, if there is a chance in the future, please treat me to gasoline-flavored juice again. As the child's voice of the hidden guard machine sounded, with a huge collision sound, three figures disappeared in front of Gao Gong. Boss. The right side of Gao Gong was originally empty, but with Desira's voice, countless spider silk spewed out from the cyberspace, gradually woven into a spider silk human figure, and an indescribable evil whispering field descended on the spot. These are the nightmare codes unique to deep web weavers, which are special simulated data generated when humans are in nightmares, and their emotions are stimulated, and are almost as contagious as viruses. On the system panel, 3 or 4 negative statuses were refreshed at once. Gao Gong didn't care. Just stared at the other party's facial features, frowned and said, "You don't seem to have fully mastered the technology of deep web weaving? Is it okay to run out like this?" "It's okay, boss. I have crossed the threshold. I have a hunch that once the biochip of the deep web weaver is manufactured, it will be a great improvement for me." Gao Gong glanced at the other party's panel. And as expected, it had changed from level 30 to level 35. With the resources of a large gang, this woman's level rose rapidly. Of course, as the first carbon-based fusionist in the camp, and also the first hunter to take the route of Web Spider Girl, she certainly deserves better resources to cultivate. "Boss, I have arranged for the deep web weaver to retreat. I will leave last." With Mr. Du, the twisted facial features of the other party slowly merged, and finally spit out something like an invitation. "Also, we searched all the safes of the virtual union, and found such a thing in the safe with the highest confidentiality level. I think it is necessary to show it to you." Engineer Gao raised his eyebrows, and took the invitation. The style of the invitation was nothing special, but the material surprised him a little, because in the real world, dead things, very few can be brought into cyberspace. This kind of invitation letter can enter cyberspace, and then be brought back to reality, which means that part of it is composed of information materials. This is a precious material second only to information life. In a sense, information life is composed of these materials. The content of the letter is also very special, bright red font, arrogant style. "The Skull and Bone Society salutes you. You have finally taken the first step towards the evolution of a great enterprise. Your preliminary review is passed. The final review will be conducted by the founder of Fairy Tale Toy Paradise, Bandai. Preliminary review Mosfingmung. Final review Fairy Tale Toy Paradise. I wish you a happy life, all members of the Skull and Bone Society." Skull and Bone Society. Gao Gong showed a surprised expression, and then gradually became aware. He finally understood where the 500 points of favorability came from when he killed Hugh Laurie. That's right. Killing a Skull and Bones member, or a reserve member, will increase the organization's favorability. In the later stages of the planetary plot, players will gradually realize one thing. The fake corporate enemy, the real corporate enemy of the old man Huangwan, the Skull and Bone Society, is well known to everyone. The giant corporations are the nemesis of the Cloud Nobles. In the cyber test field, the compradors cannot beat the industrialists. These are the nobles of the old times, who will gradually be eliminated by monopoly enterprises. But later, those monopoly enterprises, world enterprises, also realized one thing. In the cyber test field, monopoly enterprises cannot beat enterprises that are madly breaking through the technology tree. Skull and Bone Society is just such a group of lunatics, or the lunatics among lunatics. To join the Skull and Bone Society, you must meet 3 conditions. First, you must be the founder of a certain enterprise. Second, you must be the pathfinder of a new route on the technology tree. Third, you must make rapid progress, become a disruptor of a certain industry, or even a disruptor of the world. After the Cyber Tide was launched, the Skull and Bone Society is one of the few business organizations that thrives. In the torrent of reality collapse, they are not sad at all, and they are doing better than anyone else. In the later plot of the planet, each of these people is a killer of giant enterprises, and each of them has killed at least one monopoly enterprise. Mobilize the masses? There is no need for this. We will completely transform the masses. Monopoly is a backward order, and the world needs madness without bottom line. This is the Skull and Bone Society, a boss PUA organization. And these 2 reviewers are also well known. Mosfingmong, the leader of future military contractors, a super weapon transformation maniac. The Continental Plate Impactor is probably the other party's gift. As for Fairy Tale Toy Paradise, it looks like an ordinary toy company. After the Cyber Tide was launched, it also has several nicknames: Bionic Man Exterminator, Bionic Man Enterprise Nemesis. As for which nemesis? The answer is all. In the future, it will be the nemesis of the 6 major bionic giants. Chapter 387 Bionic Man Completion Plan. Finally, the map will be changed. This is the only thought of Gao Gong. Looking at the night view of the city that never sleeps, someone is a little melancholy. In just 3 days, there are not enough good things to move. Although on the camp panel, a lot of things have been refreshed. You get the second level technology product quantum computer, faction points plus 1000, faction experience plus 1 million. You get the second level technology product enterprise AI module, faction points plus 1000, faction experience plus 2 million. You get the second level biochemical product super laboratory, faction points plus 1000, faction experience plus 1500000. You get the brain transformer enterprise level, faction points plus 500, faction experience plus 500,000. You get the large weapon defense system enterprise level, faction points plus 500, faction experience plus 500,000. You get one of the components of these large enterprises was moved away piece by senior engineer. They will be transported to fucking island, to the land of fire, for new assembly. Soon, the camp points that had been used up before return to the tens of millions level again. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. It would be great if the camp experience could be converted into personal experience. Gao Gong thought a little greedily. Just when the camp experience broke through 50 million, a familiar system voice sounded. The camp points exceeded 100,000 points. The Mechanical Hunter camp was promoted to the second level camp. The camp panel is being upgraded and will restart in 30 hours. So the system can be upgraded. I didn't encounter such a thing in my previous life. Gao Gong was a little surprised. Why, are you still reluctant to leave the super legend of the city that never sleeps? Sister Rose's voice sounded under the artificial moonlight. A beautiful figure looked down from above, with long red hair swaying in the wind, but her tone was unusually gentle. There's nothing to miss. This isn't my territory. Gao Gong shook his head as the energy nozzle of the mechanical body lit up, flew to Sister Rose's side, and put his arm around her waist. In the future, what will happen here? Maybe because she ate too much public food yesterday, Black Rose was a little emotional today. Things of the future will naturally be decided by people in the future. Engineer Gao shrugged. Let's go. I'll show you our real territory. The next moment, a sonic boom sounded, and the two figures overlapped and disappeared directly under the moonlight. On the other side, Xiao Yu also looked at the outline of the never-sleeping city, and her small face revealed a complex emotion that was not in line with the violent female idiot. Grandpa. Yeah, the mechanical armor soldier admitted his identity for the first time. What will happen to the never-sleeping city in the future? That will be decided by the new mechanical mastermind. And the new corporate overlord will determine the development route. Looking at Xiao Yu's still dazed expression, the mechanical armor soldier's stiff features also dazed for a moment. But with their usual style, they will not repeat the old, failed social transformation route. So, at least you don't have to worry that the future city that never sleeps will become a world of chip people. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, and suddenly whispered, in fact, I think that if the rules of chips are more relaxed, if they are only aimed at crimes, it is not entirely a bad thing. Mechanical armor soldiers. No. Xiao Yuanshan didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly laughed. You are indeed the seed of the Empire, the offspring of the Empire. The reformed soldiers? The chip warriors? The Empire terminals? This is the Empire of the past. Fortunately, Xiao Yu, this little idiot, was emotional for no more than 7 seconds. And soon, she cheered up again and jumped onto the boat. I'll go see Sister Coffee, the blind uncle, and the grandfather with a hole in his head. In the mechanical hub, Director Du, the hardworking man, was still working tirelessly, with no intention of retreating. Boss Du, it's time to go. Once the new mechanical mastermind comes in, we may not be able to leave even if we want to. Daisela on the side couldn't help but persuade. Don't worry. Wait a little longer. The mechanical hub cannot be moved. There are many technical details worth learning from. We only have this one chance. Daisela hesitated and said, well, Boss Du, I saw the boss with another woman today. The one in the desert. That means I have to work harder. Du Xiaodi looked up, with a firm face under the faint dark circles under her eyes. One day, he won't need to rely on other women. He only needs me. That's enough. That day won't be too far away. Soon, I will let the mechanical hub rise to the sky, next to the original mechanical hub design. There are a bunch of drawings, which are the modified version of the mechanical hub. In other words, the mechanical hub that is part of the spacecraft system design. The independent and self-reliant Director Du is still working on the drawings. while the scumbag gal is holding the fragrant rich lady and descending on fucking island. Is this your transformation test center? Black Rose looked around with interest and gave an evaluation with her domineering female CEO's eyes. Not bad. Senior engineer smiled and pressed the elevator button. Soon, the three of them arrived at the bottom of the island, in the wreckage of the original crust engine. What an ancient device. Looking at the clumsy, and rusty pipes, an old voice exclaimed. This should be the creation of the Empire Type 8 engineering machinery. An old man in a tang suit squatted down, touching the Empire's engineering logo. Thinking. Looking at the style. It should be the work of the military mechanical engineering unit. Gao Dong looked at the other person with a cold expression. Finally it's out. Huang Wan. How is it? Are you having fun pretending to be dead? Ha ha ha. Young man. Don't be so angry. It's not that I want to fight you, but this Lady Rose asked me to test you. The old man in the tang suit said with a smile. But it's really amazing. Young man. Just talking about the code level. I actually have a feeling that I can't see through you. Then can you explain to me? Where does Sister Rose's collapse energy come from? Don't tell me. It has nothing to do with you. Black Rose pressed Gao Gong's shoulder. Don't be angry. Aramaki is our ally. Yes, we are allies. Old man Aramaki walked in with a cane, smiled slightly. Just like you have an alliance with the Mother of Data, I am also allied with this Lady Rose. Also, as for the collapse of the lady, it has little to do with me, but she has recovered part of her body. Of course, I also helped a little. Part of the body? Gao Gong looked at Black Rose in confusion. Black Rose didn't waste any words, unbuttoned her windbreaker, revealing half of her shoulder. The next moment, starting from the shoulder, the strange red symbol began to cover from the shoulder downwards, and soon covered an arm, half of the face, half of the shoulder blade. The collapse energy, which was more terrifying than Xiao Yu's, impacted the surroundings, and soon cracked the surrounding pipes. This momentum, the advanced energy of the galaxy, and this strange sense of déjà vu. The tailed beast? You, old man, can also transform? Or rather, the original body of the evolved android was sealed in the electronic grid and was only retrieved recently. According to my investigation, the other bodies should also be in the hands of other android giants. Black Rose closed her collar and looked at Gao Gong charmingly. Why didn't you notice it last night? Even with the posture you put on last night, I wouldn't have noticed it. Gao Gong coughed dryly. So Aramaki is trustworthy? Trust my judgment. Aramaki smiled, not at all angry about Gao Gong's offense. Gao Gong stopped provoking. In fact, he didn't doubt the other person's character. In the history without himself, it was this person who first discovered the information matrix and secretly organized people to carry out the resistance plan. Even after the three mother cities fell one after another, he still resisted and was nicknamed the Invincible Old Bone by the players. Although his final ending was not good, he was discovered by the main body of the information matrix during a failed Mother City recovery operation, and then eaten up. What made Gao Gong suspicious was his attitude towards the Giant Enterprise. The title of Enemy of the Giant Enterprise is not called for nothing. Okay, tell me about your plan. Black Rose's eyes were shining. Ambitious. I am very interested in the Bionic Man completion plan. If this plan can really be established, I can not only become a king, but also a god. Gao Gong spent a big pie on Sister Rose, and the fragrance of this big pie even unlocked several new rich woman postures. Although the senior engineer's posture is free, the rich woman's posture is charged. And this plan is the Bionic Man completion plan. The plan is divided into several steps. The first step is to persuade the Electronic Grid Board of Directors to realize the mass production of the Brain Domain Enhancement System. The second step is to participate in the corporate war and become the final winner. The third step is to use the Electronic Brain Plan to cover the Brain Domain Enhancement System to all bionic groups. The fourth step is to achieve Super Bionics and become the absolute leader of bionics. Simply put, this is a super enhanced version of the human completion plan. The target of the plan is the 6 bionic giants, and even all the bionic leaders in the Mother City. The plan covers a wide range, covering tens of billions of bionic people on this planet. This small goal is much more difficult than the small goal of 100 million. Apart from anything else, just defeating the 6 giants is a hellish task. Even as the nemesis of the 6, the fairy tale toy park of the Skull and Bone Society did not kill them all. After all, Bionic companies and bionic people can be said to be two sides of the same coin. Ordinary people are divided by race, while bionic people live in factories and are divided by companies. Killing tens of billions of bionic people and cutting off bionic technology is indeed a bit difficult. However, the appearance of Black Rose made Gao Gong see a possibility. Another possibility of killing. And Black Rose's words further confirmed Gao Gong's idea. It turns out that the original bionic body is actually the Honkai Impact container. Let's not talk about molecular bionics. Network bionics, evolutionary bionics container, is very likely among the 6 major ones. Then, let's prepare for the first step. The 3 of them came to the door of a laboratory, and the door opened automatically, and a huge sealed chamber appeared in front of them. In the sealed chamber, it was Mr. D, the vice chairman of one of the 6 major bionic companies, whose pure white body was in it. Let's start with the first step. Persuade the board of directors of the electronic grid to realize the mass production of the brain enhancement system. Nothing is a better way to persuade than company performance. Chapter 388, Betting on Professional Chains? According to Intercontinental News, the new head of electronic grid, who is also the only female executive among the 6 bionic giants, Ms. Rose, announced several major events just after taking office. The first thing is that, for the price of 1 Mother City coin, it acquired the regional overlord Virtual Union, and obtained all the technical technologies of Virtual Union. The second thing is that, as a giant in neural network technology, Electronic Grid decided to enter the chip field. The first thing raised the price of Electronic Grid by 1 daily limit, but the business strategy that followed made the price of Electronic Grid drop by 3 daily limits. Why did this happen? Let us invite professionals, the second-generation bionic man of Electronic Grid, who is also an internationally renowned bionic ecologist, Dr. J, to interpret it. In the interview room, Bird Morgans, the second-generation rich kid, was wearing a well-tailored suit and asked the guest questions seriously. After this second-generation rich man frequently committed suicide, his super-rich father finally couldn't stand it anymore and directly canceled his program, kicked him to the economic channel, and severely warned him that if he committed suicide again, he would be sent to the legal channel. So, this crazy man, the expert in committing suicide, finally behaved himself. Opposite him, an old-fashioned bionic man, who was obviously different from the current bionic man, and full of patchwork traces, nodded seriously and introduced himself. As we all know, we bionic people regard factories as our homes and enterprises as our race. So, if you have a bionic friend, he will proudly tell you that I am an electronic grid man, a pure white shell man, an artificial will man, a black bionic man, and so on. For us, the products of the enterprise are our bodies, and the continuation of the enterprise is the continuation of the race. And neural network technology has allowed us to completely transform from an ordinary product to an intelligent species, and has always been a company we are proud of. But Ms. Rose announced that she would restart chip technology. This feels like a manager of modern society suddenly announcing that she would restart slavery, restart racial segregation, and restart some backward and decadent existence. In your opinion, chip technology is actually such a thing? Bird Morgans was surprised. Of course, we know that most bionic people need this kind of technology. After all, it is precisely because of the popularity of AI chips that bionic people can be truly called an intelligent race, rather than a niche experimental product. Dr. J's tone became more serious. But we, the electronic grid people, have already passed this stage. We have our own gifted personality. We must never go back to the past. This is a regression of bionic civilization. More importantly, the current chip market has reached a saturation period. Entering this red ocean market at this time means that this woman will definitely adopt radical, special chips that cannot be stably controlled. For all electronic grid people, it is a complete disaster. Many of the following words were muted. Obviously, these are probably words starting with F or the word hack. Ahem. Bird Morgans, who was sprayed with spit, made a summary. This operation that is obviously not in line with the corporate line for the bionic people produced by the electronic grid is equivalent to transforming terrestrial animals into marine animals, transforming herbivores into carnivores, transforming mammals into oviparous animals, dismantling Mr. Big Tree and replacing it with Wang Laoju Type 3. Wang Laoju Type 3 gives you a permanent experience. How can this guy receive such an advertisement on the economic channel? Gao Gong changed the channel. And as expected, it was news about the electronic grid again. The host was even more irritable and directly called Sister Rose an evil woman, devil lady, and postmodern Medusa. In short, there was not a single good word. Gao Gong checked all the channels related to Sister Rose. There were more than 100 of them, and after summarizing, the last time someone had such a good reputation was an Austrian art student who failed the entrance exam. Gao Gong probably guessed that public opinion would explode, but he did not expect that public opinion would explode so strongly. This feeling, probably like exposing racism in the United States. I don't know which reporter with connections actually interviewed Sister Rose, who had just gotten off the aircraft. Sister Rose, in red clothes, red lips and red hair, looks like a burning flame. And her words are even more explosive. Any bionic model that is dissatisfied with the corporate strategy, Electronic Grid will provide factory reset for free. If you don't want to join us, then don't block our way. TSK. Worthy of Sister Rose. You are so hardcore. The last person who enjoyed this treatment. It seems to be me. Although public opinion is surging, Gao Gong is not worried about the other party. First, the brain enhancement system is a mature product, and there will be absolutely no technical problems. Second, Sister Rose also took away a killer weapon, which is the body of Mr. D, although it was cut off in time by the will of the Enterprise. Mr. D's brain contains many secrets about another bionic giant. The pure white body. What is the best way to divert the contradiction? Of course, it is to start a war. Sister Rose is ready to blow up another giant before the corporate war starts. Rich women are rich women. They are ambitious. This is the most pleasant part of being with rich women. Gao Gong opened the maintenance fee left by the rich woman with a relaxed look. In fact, rich women never take things from others easily. Rich women are always givers. Even this time is the case. Sister Rose brought a big gift, a professional knowledge chain. You get the second level civilization, Artificial Data Space Professional Knowledge Chain Artificial Neural Network. Artificial Neural Network. It is a super technology that imitates the brain characteristics of intelligent species and performs distributed parallel information processing. Note, this professional knowledge chain is also called the Cradle of Wisdom. Senior engineer worked very hard, mobilized the players, used 3 functions in one, challenged the emerging giants, spent half a year, and finally got a professional knowledge chain. As a result, the system gave 1 chain, and the rich woman gave 1 chain. So, the rich woman equals the system. Senior engineer realized. So this is the real way to open the time traveler. Do you want to disassemble the artificial neural network? Yes. The next moment, this professional knowledge chain was divided into 8, and became 8 full-level professional knowledge. Signal station. Inference engine. Memory bank. Intelligent body. Emotional system. Neural splicing. Human nature variables. Information network. Most professional knowledge is easy to understand. For example, signal station corresponds to the brain signal system. Inference engine is the human brain's operation mode. Memory bank corresponds to the memory system. Intelligent body is artificial intelligence or human intelligence. Only the last 2, which are the most difficult to understand, are also the core knowledge of this knowledge chain. As we all know, 90% of bionic people are equipped with a virtual personality, the so-called factory-bound personality. The installation of this personality chip can make the bionic people's 3 views mature quickly, and they will become adults when they leave the factory. However, after adulthood, this personality is difficult to change. The extroverts will always be extroverts, and the taciturn will always be taciturn. Although the behavior patterns will change with the increase of the memory bank, the essence will not change. The term great change in character cannot be applied to bionic people. This is also one of the reasons why natives and modified humans despise androids, calling them just humanoid programs. Many crimes against androids take advantage of this weakness of artificial personality. However, Electronic Grid breaks through this limitation and injects random variables into the personality of androids. As the prosthesis is replaced and they age, they are constantly updated. They become no different from humans. This is the role of human nature variable. As for information network, it is even more powerful. It can be said to be one of the basic knowledge of cyberspace. Information life is a thing after level 60. But before that, the information network can build an information ecology, on which some semi-information life can be nurtured and born. Some strange AI in cyberspace, even including the big data concept body, are born based on this basic theory. In reality, if you comprehend this basic theory, you can build your own local area network. The LAN of the information route is called cyberspace. The mechanical route, biological route, can also have their own LAN. For example, the brain in a vat can be counted as one of the biological LANs. Theoretically, Galgong can have two LANs. Virtual personality, mechanical brain technology, mechanical complex, artificial neural network. And 50 million faction experience, Galgong's gambling spirit is burning again. Virtual personality, mechanical brain technology, carbon-based civilization, brain domain civilization, artificial neural network information civilization, artificial data space, mechanical complex, pure mechanical civilization, carbon-based, information mechanical. Isn't this a coincidence? Virtual personality plus mechanical brain technology plus mechanical complex plus artificial neural network. Do you consume 24 million experience points to merge? When each professional knowledge is merged in the knowledge chain, the experience consumption will skyrocket by 100 times. One professional knowledge is 1 million, 8 million, for knowledge chains. 24 million experience points, also very reasonable, right? What the hell? One day, Gal finally recalled the tears and blood he shed when gambling on the knowledge chain. If it weren't for the terrible consumption of this thing, he wouldn't have reached the 6th level civilization in the late game, and couldn't keep up with the version update at all. This is based on the faction that he sold books all over the universe, and made a lot of money. As a Kryptonian in the universe, other players will be even worse. Fortunately, there is the faction panel in this life. Relying on business power and pleasing rich women, he finally doesn't have to work so hard. Chapter 389 Model Transformation. In Cyberworld, there are many talented players, scumbags, perverts. In short, Galgong never thinks that he is the first in any field among players. For example, in terms of level, Galgong remembers that there are several super hardcore players in the later period, whose personal level has reached 210, or even 240, reaching the threshold of the 9th level civilization. But in terms of betting on blueprints, Galgong thinks he is second. No one dares to claim to be first, and there will not even be a third or fourth. Who made him the first person in civilization? Based on his countless failed experiences, if you want to bet on the knowledge chain, then it is best not to bet hard. Because this kind of hard bet, the probability of delivery is quite low. The best way is model synthesis. For example, create several model drawings of professional knowledge chains, then use models to run in, and finally grind out large-scale civilization buildings. The success rate is about 20% to 30%. Don't be disgusted by this low probability. The probability of normal knowledge chain delivery is about 3.5%. The model synthesis is operated as follows. Whether to split the artificial neural network. Yes. Pull all the professional knowledge that has been split into the panel. Signal station. Plus. Inference machine. Plus. Memory bank. Plus. Intelligent body. Plus. Emotional system. Plus. Neural splicing. Plus. Human nature variable. Plus. Information network. Whether to consume 80,000 experience to synthesize. Yes. Synthesis failed. Whether to consume 80,000 experience to synthesize. Synthesis successful. You get 1/5 of the artificial intelligent machine. Synthesis successful. You get 1/10 of the anti-species machine. Synthesis successful. You get 1/20th of the artificial intelligent life. Generally, this kind of blueprint width means that it is difficult to realize the technological products in this direction, let alone the civilization blueprint. The probability of realization is almost zero. Finally, after betting more than a dozen times and spending millions of experience points, I finally bet out a complete blueprint. Synthesis successful, you get the 11th level artificial intelligence blueprint. Small intelligent machinery base. It's this thing. Everyone knows a little about the intelligent machinery crisis. A group of intelligent robots rebelled and made a revolution. In the two civilization systems of carbon-based civilization and mechanical civilization, this kind of event occurs more frequently. Of course, not all robots are willing to follow the rebellion, especially those robots with families and completely speciesized. These robots are the biggest opponents of the intelligent crisis. So there is this small intelligent base, or, in other words, a robot brainwashing base. Some impure ethnic groups have come here and immediately turned over a new leaf and embarked on the path of machine-oriented idealism. Whether to split the virtual personality is artificial psychology plus brainware engineering plus personality editing, plus memory transformation, plus cognitive science, plus new biology, plus animal genes, plus neuron technology. Copy the gourd. This time it was faster, only spent 500,000 experience points, and gambled out the blueprint of the virtual personality knowledge chain. Synthesis successful, you get the 12th level artificial intelligence blueprint. Remote Backup Center. Remote Backup Center planet level. Realize the storage of backup personality, transfer download. Note, this center currently only provides consciousness download within the planet, and cannot transmit consciousness across the stars. Oh, this thing. The three mother cities have it, Arasaka Tower also has it, and most of the world's first-class companies also have it. When Miller's clone sneaked into the city that never sleeps, it was most likely this technology that was used. But it's the interstellar version, the kind that can cross light years. That's the complete version of this thing. When interstellar transmission is not possible, the biggest function of this thing is actually remote work. Small intelligent machine base. Remote backup center. These two seem to be useless. It's courting death to carry out the intelligent machine revolution on the machine Rift Star, and remote work is not necessary. 2-to-2 cooperation, is it remote brainwashing? Senior engineer shook his head, and continued to gamble on the blueprints. Some seemingly unrelated drawings, finally build models, and then combine them, may have miraculous effects. He has a lot of experience in this area. It is worth mentioning that, when gambling on drawings, the more knowledge you have, the more likely it is that there will be an overflow phenomenon. What is overflow phenomenon? For example, the knowledge of the first level civilization, the drawings that are gambled out, are between 1 and 5 levels. The knowledge of the second level civilization, the drawings that are gambled out, are between 5 and 10 levels. But if you inject a full amount of experience, and pull in a lot of knowledge, not just 1 or 2, at least 5 or more, then your blueprint will be overflowed. For example, the highest blueprint of the second level civilization knowledge, which was gambled out, was originally at level 10, but now it may reach level 11 or 12. Among the players, this is a secret. At least Gao Gong has never heard of it. Of course, he himself has never told anyone. At first, he thought it was a system bug, but later he figured it out. And it was a very normal overflow phenomenon. In the game, the relationship between knowledge and blueprints is like this. Knowledge bets on blueprints. And blueprints, after being updated and upgraded, are transformed into knowledge. For example, a level 10 blueprint of a second level civilization, in the continuous technological iteration, is upgraded to level 11, 12, 13, until level 15. Then, in the level 15 blueprint, there is a small probability that the professional knowledge of the level 3 civilization can be deduced. In fact, the reason why there are some level 3 civilization technologies in the cyber test field is this reason. Large civilization buildings represent the highest achievement of a certain direction of this civilization, and are undoubtedly the ultimate killer. However, only by repeatedly upgrading ordinary blueprints, and continuously transforming them into basic theories, that is, professional knowledge, can civilization rise to another level. This is the most orthodox way for a civilization to evolve. The relationship between the two is like productivity and production relations, interconnected and mutually promoting. Now, including future players, are obsessed with level improvement and weapon upgrades. But in fact, according to Gao Gong, upgrading the blueprints brings knowledge upgrades, and then civilization upgrades. This is the correct way to play this game. Even if it is purely a comparison of force, large civilization buildings is a more advanced way to open. Even Xiao Yu, who has the power of collapse, can't cut the continental plate impactor. As a player, how many levels do you have to upgrade to be able to crush this thing? Level 100? Level 150? In short, under Gao Gong's continuous operation, the two knowledge chains of mechanical brain technology and mechanical complex finally produced complete technology blueprints. Both blueprints are level 11. They are clicked from the mechanical brain technology called universal machine consciousness, which makes Gao Gong's eyes light up, because this thing has another nickname called airborne AI production machine. It is similar to the universal chip production machine, but what this thing produces is airborne AI. Airborne AI is an upgraded version of car AI, and its function is to assist some large combat machines, such as large mechas. The mecha troops under Gao Gong finally don't have to rub the joysticks by hand. This also means that his mechas can finally move towards Gundam. What a great job! This alone can pay for itself. As for the level 11 blueprint that the mechanical complex clicked, it is called the Riverbed Transformer. This thing is an oversized excavator. Its function is to fill rivers and create land, and to level the topography of rocky planets. The crust engine, the Riverbed Transformer, and the Planetary Environment Generator are the three-piece planet transformation set of interstellar civilization. You can buy it for only 10 million cosmic coins. Small Intelligent Machine Base, Remote Backup Center, Universal Machine Consciousness, Riverbed Transformer. Senior Engineer scratched his chin and muttered to himself, I can't think of what kind of civilized building these four sets can generate. This is the first time that Gao Gong has taken the fusion route. Except for the Remote Backup Center, which he is relatively familiar with, the others are a bit beyond the scope. But this is not important. If you don't dare to step out of your comfort zone, what kind of a time traveler is it? The next thing to do is to model these four blueprints, and then fuse and transform them. In this process, some parts will be constantly modified and replaced. Even the entire knowledge chain blueprint will be overturned and replaced with a new one. This requires a lot of work. But after the successful running in, based on this new model, the knowledge chain merger is carried out, and the probability of betting on civilized buildings is 20% to 30%. Gao Gong did not continue. The reason is very simple. Director Du and the large team came. He wants to discuss the main tasks of the next stage with his minions. In half a year, players basically pass the novice period. And they will also usher in their first global mission, the 17th Corporate War. Accompanied by the first ray of artificial sunlight in the sky, looking forward to the stars, looking forward to the moon, the players who died in the large nightmare mission finally came online. Hu Han-san, am finally back. Kill Rob, score. Huh? Where are the monsters? Where are the hostile NPCs? Where is my boss? Looking at the completely different city that never sleeps, the players were dumbfounded. There were no mechanical eyes, no law enforcers, and even no street advertisements. Instead, there were huge mechanical pipes drilling out of the ground and inserted into every building, construction, house. It was as if the entire city that never sleeps had turned into a city-level track. The map has been refreshed? A player couldn't help but step into the mechanical pipe, and soon, a sound similar to that of a subway sounded, and soon, his eyes widened. Fuck, Transformers, no, Iron Man. Hope stopped, and its mechanical eyes, like searchlights, stared at the player, sullenly. Why, you're not on the train yet? Oh. The player quickly got into the cockpit-like carriage. In the carriage, there were already many players looking around curiously. Our enemy, darkness, will chase us, and only by defeating the enemy can we reach our destination. And only by unity and cooperation can we defeat the enemy, my captains. Welcome to the new mechanical city. The Track City. Chapter 390 Arrangements before leaving. On fucking island, Senior Engineer lazily listened to Tamil's report. Especially after hearing that the never-sleeping city had become the orbital city, he couldn't help but laugh. Mecha or star armor, essentially, they are all large mechanical bodies that assist humans in combat. And humans are the real controllers. But this is not necessarily the case. In fact, mechanical life has also developed a technology that allows humans, or intelligent species, to assist it in combat. This system is called Intelligent Species Implants. Boss, you mean? The new mechanical mastermind is going to develop this kind of technology? Tamil quickly answered. Ever since he knew that Desira had made a breakthrough with the help of the boss, he wanted the senior engineer to train him immediately. As soon as he entered the island, he circled around the senior engineer. It may be influenced by some kind of mechanical species, but I don't know which kind of mechanical species it is. Whether it is the mechanical hub or the mechanical army. They are all produced in the planetary factory under the command of the Cybertron General. The two have a good relationship. The senior engineer waved his hand and asked Tamir to call the two people. Soon, Yao Shui and Jack K came over together. Have you two made up your mind and decided to join us? From now on, the will of President Du and President Gao is the will of our mercenary family, Yao Shui said firmly, and her tone was no longer as charming as before. According to Desira, in the city that never sleeps, Yao Shui was pale and walked out holding the wall after negotiating with Director Du. It is said that Director Du negotiated a super strict contract with the other party. Even with so much capital, Director Du's character is still rising. Engineer Gao expressed his incomprehension. Brother Jack? What about you? The current orbital city is not taking the human ship route. Senior engineer looked at the sturdy man curiously. It's rare for a retired person like you to find a job again. To be honest, he was not surprised that Madame Humming chose to join. However, Madame Humming chose to stay in the new orbital city and continue to be her local boss. On the contrary, Brother Jack followed the fleet. Jack K held an electronic cigar in his mouth, looking fierce, even fiercer than when he was selling noodles. Nothing, I just want to move around, you guys are a good choice. The super mercenary who hunts androids paused, finally revealed a hint. I heard from a certain woman, you guys are going to take action against those assembly garbage. Right? I'm very interested in this. A certain woman, Sister Rose? As for assembly garbage, it was a discriminatory name for androids decades ago. This middle-aged strongman seems to have a past. If we dig deeper, I guess there's a plot. In the camp panel, 2 system prompts sounded. Level 35 Cyborg Jack K joined the camp. Camp experience plus 200,000. Leader reputation plus 800. Armed mercenary clan leader Yao Shui joined the camp. Camp experience plus 200,000. Leader reputation plus 1,000. The leader's reputation suddenly reached 29,800. According to the system prompt, once the reputation exceeds 50,000, the boss template task will be triggered. This will be Gao Gong's 4th boss template. Don't worry. Since you have chosen to join us, you will not be left on the bench. Gao Gong smiled and comforted the two. Du Gaoka is about to establish a new enterprise security department. This department will become the core department of our Du Gaoka. Its business content is to accept corporate orders and provide security for large companies. You two must get familiar with the various corporate weapons we have seized and developed as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yao Shui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she claimed to be resourceful, she was crushed by that woman. There was no way. The other party had too many things. This was a gap in momentum, which could not be made up by tactics. Fortunately, the family was not split up after all. And I didn't sit on the bench. Yao Shui knew her own value and tried her best to show her loyalty. There are many outstanding talents in the armed family who are struggling outside. I will work with other clan leaders to persuade them to join Du Gaogong. In addition, our family's intelligence network will be handed over to the organization as soon as possible. Gao Gong nodded with satisfaction. You can't force others not to have ambitions. In fact, Gao Gong hopes that the other party will be more ambitious. Bigger is better. In every sense. After comforting the two, Engineer Gao came to his CO's office again, where Du Xiaodi was working. Director Du hadn't slept for 3 days, and was still working. Engineer Gao felt a little distressed when he saw her. He quietly approached her, and found that what she was studying was the new blueprint he gave her. Universal Machine Consciousness. The technology that can make mecha intelligent is definitely a killer. Just as Engineer Gao was about to give the other person a shoulder massage, Director Du pulled him to sit down and asked him to study together. This is our mecha line and mecha sales. Take a look first. This hard worker is going to drag me to work harder. Gao Gong scratched his head, started to look through the data, and was soon shocked by a number. In the past 6 months, you have sold 200,000 mechas? In the faction panel, producing a mecha, the reward is 1,000 faction points. 200,000 is 200 million. Gao Gong now finally knows where his hundreds of millions of faction experience came from. Who did you sell it to? Du Xiaodi glanced at the other party, unusually did not give a direct answer, but changed the subject. Are you sure there is no problem with your technology? Believe me, this is the highest technology of the Empire. See the huge engine wreckage under fucking island? This is the remains of the Empire. The Empire is a good scapegoat for any unclear drawings and materials. To mass-produce this kind of general machine AI, we need enough neural editors. Just as the senior engineer was about to answer, a playful voice suddenly sounded. Brother, we can help. In the pure white data light, a girl in a white dress and a white shirt, like an angel, suddenly walked into reality. Are you studying the remote backup center I gave you? Gao Gong asked in surprise. This technology is very useful for AI. After all, being able to back up in the backup center means that AI will not be killed so easily. I've finished my research. Brother. Another hard worker. Looking at Gao Gong's astonished expression, Gao Yuanyuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Well, okay. Let me introduce you to her. No need to introduce. Sister Du. My brother's bride? Right. We've met before. Director Du, who always had a calm face, blushed slightly when he heard the word bride. As for an experienced person like Gao Gong, how could he not know what to do? He nodded immediately and said seriously, of course. This will be your sister-in-law from now on. I will stay to help my sister-in-law. And you can go out without worry. Isn't that good? You want to stay? Yes. And? Isn't your brother studying other imperial technologies? How about letting me handle it? Let you? Gao Gong was a little tempted. After all, dealing with things like drawings and models will inevitably consume a lot of energy. It seems more reliable to leave it to professionals. After all, when using code to show operations, some tricks will not work. Don't worry. Yuan will stay with me. I will take good care of her. I'm not worried about taking care of her. But, when did you become so familiar with each other? Gao Gong looked at the two women suspiciously, always feeling that these two were doing something behind his back. Gao Yuan snorted softly. As for Director Du, directly went back to work, and didn't intend to pay attention to him at all. Ahem, well, since you are willing, I have no objection. Gao Gong thought for a while, changed the subject. Before I leave, some things need to be decided first. Enterprise War. Has Du Gaodong decided to participate? Of course. Such a feast, how can we miss it? Du Xiaodi said firmly. The World Corporate War. A war at the corporate level. Is a feast for military contractors. A large number of corporate orders will be poured in for free. And various corporate confidential technologies will also be open to contractors who sign contracts. After this war, you can not only make money, but also absorb the most advanced technology. It can be said that you will make a lot of money if you are not defeated. In the corporate war, the most dead are not the companies. When the companies are defeated, they are mostly merged. On the contrary, military contractors die in batches. So Engineer Gao is still considering it. Du Xiaodi, on the other hand, was determined to participate. This was an opportunity for the military group to leap over the Dragon Gate. In that case, I have no objection either. Engineer Gao knocked on the table and said with a smile, I guess by now, major companies have begun to contact us thugs secretly. Have you decided who to cooperate with? Not with the Bionic Man. The two girls said in unison. Engineer Gao was silent for a while, and decisively avoided this dangerous topic. In addition to being a feast for military contractors, the World Corporate War is also a good opportunity for some unpopular projects, unpopular talents, and marginal executives within the company to regain power. Although they don't have many resources, the threshold for cooperation is lower. I just know a secret intelligence about the Holy Brain Group. The Holy Brain Group is one of the 4 giants in the biological field. Such super companies have their own fixed partners, especially the unclear relationship between the Holy Brain Group and the underground sects. There are many internal secrets, and outsiders are rarely used, not to mention a newcomer like Du Gaogong. But as Gao Gong said, every supergroup cannot be of one mind. Every branch, every executive, has different interests. For example, Ms. Qiao Hong, the person in charge of the number 2134 biological project. She herself is nothing special, not even an executive, just a middle-level manager. But the person she is responsible for is a well-known person. The final winner of the corporate war, the next executive of the Holy Brain Group. The Dark Girl. As long as Director Du can get on this line, he can win without any effort to some extent. Chapter 391 Departure. Sister Rose's electronic grid is one of Gao Gong's moves. Cooperation with the Sacred Brain Group is another move. In this way, no matter how the rich ladies fight, the winner in the end is always his little wolf dog. In a deserted place, Gao Gong showed a sinister smile. Ahem, keep low, let the rich ladies feel that everything is under control. Otherwise, how can I win without doing anything? With the activation of quantum computers, the computing power of fucking island suddenly increased tenfold. Coupled with the implantation of the Enterprise AI module, for a time, in the experimental center, there were suddenly hundreds of projections, that is, Enterprise intelligence, to perform various records and operations. Under the various advanced equipment of the Virtual Union, soon, a large number of alien genes were translated, especially the remaining 2 complete gene chains. Blue-blooded people, carbon-based fluid life. Gao Gong must have implanted it before leaving. Adding the fiber cluster life, 3 alien bloodlines, 3 biological transformations. High-level alien garbage blood, in the hands of senior engineer, it may not be garbage. In addition, Senior Engineer opened the system panel. Senior Worker of Factory Number 420 Max Radiation Department Mutant Master Second Transfer. LV5 Senior Biologist First Transfer. LV5 War Hacker Second Transfer. LV5 This is the status of Senior Engineers for secondary jobs. 1 full level, 2 second transfers, 1 first transfer. Like players, experience is easy to increase, but job transfer tasks are difficult to complete. Well, for players, experience is also difficult to get. Generally speaking, if a player has a secondary job and can reach the full level before entering the Interstellar and obtain a professional knowledge chain, it is already very impressive. In fact, the only achievement of Gao Gong in his previous life, before he ran away, was probably reaching the maximum level of 30. To be honest, this result is already very good. The thought flashed through his mind. And the remaining 3 secondary jobs, except for the second transfer of biologists that has been triggered. The other 2, all triggered tasks. Ding. You trigger the job transfer task, Radiation Department Keep Project Research. Ding. You trigger the job transfer task, AI War Well. The masseur's task is to massage large radiation species. Large radiation species, which must be at least A level. And large, which must be marine species. The last task of the biologist, large-scale biological experiments, which is more difficult. AI War, this is relatively simple. After leaving the city that never sleeps, Gao Gong's short-term goal is to first raise the 3 deputy positions to the maximum level. 3 deputy positions, meaning 3 chains of professional knowledge. With these 3 chains of knowledge, many things can be done more conveniently. As for the rest, it depends on the players. Gao Gong opened the game forum and switched to the Ji Lixing page. The forum was still as lively as ever, flooding, swearing, discussing the plot, pulling people to do tasks, and some honest people secretly posting pornographic pictures. However, a vague sense of something wrong appeared in the players' posts. Well, my company implements an 8-hour work system. You read it right, it is 8 hours, which also means that, as long as I go online for 8 hours a day to do my daily work, I can do whatever I want with the rest of the time. Isn't it great? Even better, we signed a life-splitting agreement. During the 8 hours at work, my account is completely handed over to the company, and after get off work, it is completely at my disposal, which means that I only need to be offline for 8 hours, and I have both experience and money. Fuck, what kind of company is this? So awesome. Which company? Please recommend me. Hey, are you just AFKing to gain experience? I'm jealous and envious as expected. Below the post were a series of replies from big guys asking for protection. Ahem. Listen to me. According to the company agreement, my memories of the company are not allowed to be taken out. So, don't ask me how to recommend it. I don't even know what I do. That's fine. After all, it's AFK. It's not AFK no matter how you do it. But what I'm starting to understand is that more and more evidence shows that I and the company have started to contact me. Are there any big guys who want to kill the boss? Are there any big guys who want to kill the boss? The monster is level 28. Elite. The weapons are energy whips and black market humanoid armor. The defense is 2,000. The monster has a health of over 4,000. It is good at close combat. Please snipe. The monster is currently in the 133.431.511C area. It is moving at high speed. Let me see. It is moving south now. The speed is twice the speed of sound. Its status is thirsty. It wants to drink water. No. Drink blood. What level did the OP detect? How come he even knows the monster's hunger? Yes. Do you know where the opponent's weak spot is? Let me see. If it's the weak spot, the neck, the center of the shoulder blade, and between the legs, no. No, this won't work. The OP replied. Why not? As the old saying goes, more hair means less fire. And a larger body means less gait. Yes. Isn't sniping just a chrysanthemum attack? Because that monster is me. Don't always think about attacking my backdoor. Brothers, the OP named Kikuyukio made a shy expression. What's going on? Brothers? To put it simply, I bought a set of clonal armor on the black market. And once I put it on, I couldn't take it off. Similar to the person who posted above. My account is currently in a hosting state. This state has lasted for a week. No. Up. I took over your task. And I've done it. Haven't I? It's done. But the problem is, I've only been resurrected for less than a day. And my dead body has come back again. Then, I was taken over again. Brothers, sisters, help me. I have been trapped in a dungeon for almost a week. This dungeon is too abnormal, repeating the same day every day, doing the same things, and having the same NPC wife. It is so painful. Someone please save me. I felt quite sympathetic at first, but the last sentence I unfollowed. Unfollowed. Is the OP in a dream? It is not a dream. I have confirmed that. Suicide will cause a level loss, but it should not cause a level loss in a dream. The OP Du Feifei said. What happened? Do you remember how you entered the dungeon? It was a human brain experiment, the kind that paid money. I thought that at most we would see each other again in 3 days, but I didn't expect that once I entered, I couldn't get out at all. Do you remember where you did the experiment? It seems to be called Arkham Medical Center. Du Feifei replied. Everyone should have retreated. The host must have gone crazy. Big guys, who knows how to get out of cyberspace? I am being hunted by a group of mind police. They insist that I am an illegal digital virus, and want to execute a virtual death penalty on me. There is also a group of Black Hood organizations, who insist that I am their experimental product. Fuck, I am not dreaming. Am I? Brothers, I feel like I am trapped in a novel now. That's fine, but the problem is, there are still 3 chapters left. I will be killed by the main character. What should I do? Help. Sisters, who knows how to solve the large debuff of collective hallucination? Is there anyone willing to take the rescue mission? The mechanical city where I am located is being infected by a biological virus. I am now being caught by an employee of the company called Vano's Life Safety Group, and is about to be taken for experiment. Is the host's name Alice? Gao Gong browsed the tragic experiences of the players calmly, and grinned from time to time. It has really reached this stage. As players leave the novice period one by one, they also begin to enter the main line of the cyber test field. The main line of the cyber test field is naturally various experiments, and the players are the test subjects. Later, this kind of experiment was also called account change task, which means that, as long as you encounter such a thing, you should prepare to change your account. Death cannot solve the problem. Not to mention players at level 20, even players at level 30 or 40, facing this kind of task, copy, there is almost no solution. But in the eyes of Gao Gong, these experiments mean all kinds of professional knowledge, advanced blueprints, and even the technology of level 3 civilization. It is a treasure. And the players, in Gao Gong's hands, have become the key to unlock the treasure. He wants to cross the river by feeling these little players. Maybe, before leaving Ji-Lai Star, he can collect all the knowledge of more than one civilization system. For Gao Gong, the system and the players are existences that cannot be exposed. So, he found a good reason for his departure. Deal with the Knights. In fact, during the 6 months since Gao Gong left, the Knights of the Revenge have caused trouble on the coast more than once. Although they have left the beast tide, they cannot cause big waves, but when terrorists do things, even the smallest things are big things. In the past 6 months, the Knights have fought with the Hunters more than once or twice, and both sides have won and lost. So, it makes perfect sense for the boss to take action, deal with these villains, and clear obstacles before the corporate war starts. Another point, I remember that the Knights never stopped during the corporate war. Although there was no action on the surface, they kept making small moves in secret. In the Cyber Tide, the 2 waves of the Paleontological War and the Electronic Brain Cemetery are definitely related to the Knights. And Gao Gong seriously suspected that the boss behind the Knights, the ancient artificial intelligence called War, was the carrier of Honkai energy. The reason is very simple. If ordinary ancient artificial intelligence fought against the Mother City, it would have been dead long ago. 3 days later, the person who had completed the transformation said goodbye to everyone, mainly the rich ladies, and disappeared from the sight of outsiders. Let's work too. Du Xiaodi looked at Gao Yuanyuan, who nodded vigorously. Perhaps because she became an information life, she woke up earlier than Gao Gong expected. So she witnessed Gao Gong serving an unsuitable for children attitude towards Sister Rose. This is really, so enviable. It turns out that having money can really do whatever you want. Gao Yuanyuan also wants it. So she has to work hard too. So the old saying is true, behind every hard-working girl, there is a gigolo. Chapter 392 A Level Sea Snake. On a low cliff, Trilobite looked at the endless ocean, smelled the unique rusty sea breeze, and sighed. When will this crappy job transfer task be completed? Little Bug is talking nonsense again. Hurry up, it's your turn to be on duty today, go to the sea. The creature hunter uncle next to him laughed at him as usual, and then pushed him off the cliff. Even if you go to the sea, you have to censor me. This was the last struggle of the player Trilobite. Then, he plunged into the water, diving more than 10 meters deep. He felt a strong sense of suffocation and tinnitus, which was no different from a normal person falling into the water. As soon as he thought about it, his chest began to beat violently. 5 thick tendons sprang out of his chest, 4 extended to his limbs, and 1 went through the large blood vessels into his chin. The Trilobite shuddered violently. Although he didn't want to deny it, the feeling of turning on the biochip was indeed a bit unremarkable. The next moment, the Trilobite's hands and feet grew palms, and at the same time, gills squeezed out of its jaw. The previous suffocation disappeared, and was replaced by a sense of relief. The Trilobite let out a strange scream, and dived into the deep sea, swimming towards a trench in the distance. As a player born in the Iron Sand Desert, the Trilobite felt that even if it was not a lucky start, it was a lucky start. Although he was not smart enough, he had no talent for operating mechanical bodies, he did not pass the entrance exam to the Mecha Academy, and could not play mechas. But because of his good perception, when he was eliminated, he was valued by an old hunter, and changed his job to become a biological hunter. A very interesting profession. There are all kinds of wild monsters, hunting missions with rich rewards, and free biological blood implants from the camp. Compared with the miserable experiences of the city players, Trilobite feels like he has reached heaven. However, the recent job transfer mission at level 20 has given him a headache. He has to find the most suitable high-level blood and make his 3rd biological chip. At the beginning, the biological hunter is given a low-level biological chip by the camp for free. This chip can record 5 low-level radiation beast bloods. At level 10, players can make a career change and exchange hunting points for intermediate chips. This chip can record the blood of 3 intermediate radiation beasts, which are the blood of D-level and C-level radiation beasts. However, when it reaches level 20, the career change task becomes difficult. Not only must you obtain B-level blood, but you must also obtain an intelligent species. Because according to the chip implanter, the punk girl, the NPC of the camp, Heliveld, only intelligent species can reduce biological rejection. Otherwise, simply implanting B-level blood has a 55.9% chance of causing blood to run away. Trilobite finally caught up with the first-tier players, and he couldn't bear to give up this account. When he complained to his hunter mentor, the old hunter smiled disdainfully. Young people just don't know how to cherish. It's such a happy thing to be able to break through the hunter limit. At the beginning, we didn't have biochips, rejection inhibitors, and no, in short, it was a lot of words of reminiscing about the past, mixed with respect for the camp leader, the great legendary hunter Wild Lone Wolf. Trilobite's ears are about to be callous from hearing this. However, being able to create a faction NPC is indeed quite impressive. I don't know if the health bar is long or if it is easy to fight. Fortunately, the goodwill he usually earned worked. After all his inquiries, he finally found 2 good news related to the mission. The first one is that there is an intelligent species appearing in the seabed, called the Ocean People. Although the Ocean People themselves are B-level blood, they are not strong, they are just hidden very deep, and are more difficult to find. The second one is that in the deepest part of the Land of Fire, there is a legendary camp guardian beast, which seems to be called the brain in a tank. To see it, the camp points must reach 100,000. Without saying a word, Trilobite applied to go to sea. The dark sea was as bright as day for him, because he had implanted the sea-level bloodline Eye of the Deep Sea Fish King, which was also nicknamed the Eye of the Sea King. In addition to having ocean vision, it also increases the fish species' favorability by plus 500. Although this ability is annoying, it has to be said that it played a big role in the job transfer task. Suddenly, the Trilobite narrowed its eyes, dived sharply, and hid behind a reef. Not far away, 2 figures in diving suits moved, and behind the diving goggles were 2 metal skulls. Skulls? Damn! Another bastard from the Knights. As an enemy camp, the Trilobite had no ill feelings towards them, until this thing exploded a small seed before dying, which made him sick. Technology is constantly developing. No matter which camp it is the same. The current artificial soldiers of the Knights are stronger than those half a year ago. Not only are they strong in defense and attack, but they also have the unique flesh machine technology of the Knights. Even the lowest level artificial soldiers will have a flesh machine explosion, which is a simplified version of flesh machine integration. 1 to 2 attributes will double in a short period of time, making them harder to fight than cockroaches. During this period of time, the trilobite has suffered greatly. But looking at the actions of these two guys, it seems that they are burying something. The trilobite resisted the intention to take action. If it takes action now, it will only alert the enemy. 10 minutes later, after the enemy left, the trilobite swam over and gave the other party a probe. Name, Biological Detector Category, Exploration Tool Quality, Excellent Weight, 12.1 kilograms Module, Monitoring Module. Biological Detection Module Scope of Use, 50 kilometers. Remarks. The Knight's technology originated from the ancient empire. So this technology originated from ancient radar technology. Of course, ordinary radar cannot be used on the seabed. Monitoring? Detection? What the hell? The trilobite said nothing and stomped it to pieces. He had a bad feeling. He and the cockroaches of the Knights were targeting the same target. He dived directly into the trench. With the eye of the Sea King, he found 3 more biological detectors. After destroying them all, he checked them again. After confirming that there was no more surveillance, he breathed a sigh of relief, took out a conch, and blew it slowly. Although it was in the deep sea, where sound waves could not be transmitted, a melodious and moving music sounded, and the sea seemed to be jumping for joy. Although this is just an illusion, it is a form of biological induction, a unique way of communication for marine species. In the base camp, you can redeem this skill with just 1,000 points. But obviously, he couldn't help but immerse himself in this feeling. After the music was finished, there was nothing around. Trilobite couldn't help but frown. Today's bad news is really one after another. Why didn't the mixed race girl come today? It's embarrassing to say that the reason why Trilobite was able to find the base of the marine people was not because of the player's ability, but because of his ability to pick up girls. By chance, he saved a mixed race female marine who was almost eaten by an octopus monster at the bottom of the sea. Then, with the help of the life-saving grace and the eye of the Sea King, he successfully gained the other party's favor. With the help of this girl, he also found out a lot about the status of the marine people. For example, the marine people are tribal, and the elders hold power. The marine people worship a sea god named Kermos. Although in the eyes of the trilobites, this sea god is most likely a powerful marine radiation beast. For example, only pure-blooded marine people, that is, marine people with B-level blood, can enter the elder class after training. What is even more amazing is that this marine tribe actually has mastered certain technologies. For example, according to the description of the mixed blood girl, it is a robot with a huge head, called the Tribal Guard, which is controlled by the elder class. The place where the pure-blood elders live is called the Eye of the Ocean, which is a black area with extremely high radiation concentration. By the way, the news I got recently is that the elder class is trying to tame marine beasts. A marine radiation beast that is said to have the same bloodline as marine people. Same bloodline, isn't that B-level? Clover has been struggling recently, whether to tell the camp about this news. Although the hunter uncle is good to him, but once the camp finds out that this tribe has mastered this technology, it might be a massacre of the indigenous people. After all, hunters, killing radioactive beasts is their specialty. Why is he so conflicted? Mainly because the mixed blood girl is too cute. I am not a strength player, I follow the plot flow. Clover comforted himself like this. After all, the girl said she would take me to the ocean festival, which seemed to be a date. Finally, in the deep sea, a blue figure appeared in the field of vision. She was petite, and her movements were vigorous and powerful. She looked like a blue-skinned mermaid. This was because she was mixed blood. If she was pure-blooded, she would not be a mermaid, but a siren. Before Clover could say hello, the little mermaid rushed over with a terrified face, opened her small mouth full of sharp teeth, and spoke human words in a weird tone. Quick, run! Clover looked up and saw a huge copper ball appeared in the sky. In the dark grid, there were already many blue figures. Fuck, a slave-catching machine? At the same time, deep in the sea, a strange figure was moving forward. It was said to be strange because his whole body was made of liquid, and his internal organs could be clearly seen. And the liquid that made up the whole human figure was not only made of seawater, but also of radiation energy, nuclear energy, and its own biological energy. It must be said that the concentration of radiation on the seabed is higher than that on land. For the same color area, the radiation energy is about 2 to 3 times that of land. The radiation area on the seabed has a characteristic. That is, in the radiation area of the same level, a flash point will suddenly appear. Once you step on that flash point, the radiation energy will rise by one level. For example, from level B to level A, suddenly, the figure stopped, looking at his feet, and countless glowing cracks lit up. The terrifying nuclear energy directly boiled the surrounding seawater, and then turned into a radiation vortex covering more than 10 miles around. I won the prize. The next moment, a small nuclear explosion exploded on the seabed. The violent nuclear energy ravaged everything, destroying everything on the seabed wherever it passed. After an unknown amount of time, finally, a strange laugh sounded, and the seabed began to crack. A human face nearly 10 meters long emerged from the ground. Rising slowly, gradually, a human face sea snake with a diameter of 10 meters and a width of 100 meters emerged from the ground. The surface of its snake body seemed to have been soaked in sulfuric acid, and it was covered with yellow liquid. But this is not a thick liquid, but a liquid energy. Similarly, as each segment of the snake body lights up, each segment of the snake body is a small nuclear power source. 10 segments of the snake body. The radiation energy directly exceeds 1 million. Its health also exceeds 1 million. This is a standard A-level sea snake. Marine species within a radius of 100 miles felt a strong sense of suffocation. For a while, countless radioactive fish fled everywhere. Its huge face showed its signature evil smile, looking at the center of the nuclear explosion. And its smile became more and more weird. Obviously, its intelligence is also at the level of intelligent species. After hiding for so long, is it finally showing up? In the nuclear storm, a human figure suddenly grabbed the wind and waves, slowly and slowly tore them apart. The mechanical body emerged, the biological body emerged from the water body. Gao Gong looked at the sea snake, showing a smile as a fellow hunter. The next moment, Gao Gong's figure disappeared instantly. With its super strong perception of radiation energy, the sea snake suddenly raised its head. The next moment, hundreds of energy spears fell from the sky like light rain. This is not a particle jet, but a solidified energy spear, that is to say, their guaranteed damage is 10,000. Faced with this massive energy attack, even an A-level sea snake could not help but let out a terrified roar. The next moment, all the snake bodies began to light up, and liquid energy covered the whole body. At the same time, the boss template was deployed, and the radiation field was controlled. For a moment, the black tide turned into a white tide, rushing towards it frantically. 90% of the violently shot energy spears melted, but the remaining 10% also took away more than 100,000 of its health. After all, in addition to energy attacks, the energy spear's physical attacks should not be underestimated. However, Gao Gong appeared at its feet without knowing when, and grabbed the air with both hands. The next moment, a particle disturbance as intense as a nuclear explosion was born. As soon as the master-level particle disturbance field appeared, the radiation field that was originally easily controlled by the sea snake was completely chaotic, turning into a huge weight and pressing on it. Gao Gong pulled back his hand, and a huge mechanical gun, nearly 5 meters long, was pulled out from the spine. He put his waist and horse together, shook his wrist, and used advanced mechanical skills. With 400% of the mechanical body running and 180% of the burst, the mechanical gun was like a gun, blasting out fiercely and nailing directly on the snake's tail. Tens of thousands of damage again. This time, the opponent's ability to run away was cut off. The talent mechanical overload was used. Starting from the heel, dense energy jets burst out, directly reaching 150 jets. The next moment, the figure jumped up. Without any other means, the fist hit the opponent's jaw directly. Several tons of impact force made the opponent swallow the lightning spurt out of his mouth directly. Awesome. 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 Gao Gong did not use any other means, just relied on a pair of iron fists to beat the opponent crazily. The attributes brought by the two routes surged, allowing Gao Gong to punch and deal thousands of damage. Whenever the opponent wanted to fight back, Gao Gong would reach into the radiation field with his backhand, pull out a lightning gun, and stab it into the opponent's body. Although it was a master skill, the damage of the lightning gun was definitely not as good as the energy gun rain. But the strength was that the lightning gun had the ability to paralyze a large area. As long as the opponent's action stopped for 1 second, Gao Gong could hit back the opponent's counterattack. Seeing that half of its blood volume was knocked down, this A-level sea snake could no longer bear it, and the nuclear energy at its tail suddenly exploded, exploding 3 sections in a row. The powerful nuclear energy rushed out from the surface of the body, forcibly squeezing out the chaotic radiation field around it. It was a bit difficult at the beginning, but it became easier and easier towards the end, as if the radiation field was disappearing. Just when the sea snake thought it could finally show its hand, a figure slowly came from the air. With every step he took, the surrounding seawater was pushed out, and his whole body was like a human form in the radiation field. The black sun on his chest, the white sun on his back, and his 2-meter-tall body were so elegant that they seemed to be not human. This is the complete form of the Great Snake Senior Engineer. Complete form bloodline specialty. Your body contains the bloodline of the advanced radiation beast. Strengthen your bloodline. You will gain powerful strength. In the transformed state, strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, perception 5 attributes *2, bioenergy *10, mechanical energy *10, all body parts, strengthen artificial eyes, titanium alloy exoskeleton, strengthen bloodthirsty feet, harvester blade limbs, blood armor, iron back blue dragon spine. Are strengthened, duration, 30 minutes, cooling time, 24h. Hey, everyone has a boss template. It's a pity, I have 2 more than you. The senior engineer smiled like a hunter, and the sea snake only had despair in his eyes. Chapter 393 The Rise of Radiation Species. You killed the A-level radiation beast, the ancient sea serpent. Experience plus 300, 000, expertise plus 10, drawings *10, sea reputation plus 4,000. You get the title of Sea Serpent Slayer. The noise in this sea area finally calmed down. 1 or 2 ancient sea snakes as thick as water tanks poked their heads out. These level 40 monsters generally have a HP of about 200, 000, so although they were affected by the aftermath, they did not die. In fact, as long as it is an A-level radiation beast, it is impossible for it to have no followers. It is just a matter of quantity. At this moment, these sea snakes swam towards the center of the explosion. Although the A-level sea snakes were quite violent, and were not much better to them, they had to obey due to the suppression of their genetic instincts. When they arrived at the center of the explosion, these sea snakes were shocked to find that their king, the high and mighty ancient Snake King, was now lying on the seabed with wounds all over his body, with only part of his body trembling unconsciously. At its head, a strange figure stood on it. His left hand turned into a transparent tentacle, covering the other's body surface, and constantly absorbing its flesh and blood. Hiss! Hiss! The ancient snake screamed fiercely. The King Slayer looked up and grumbled. A group of B-level snakes. The next moment, Gao Gong narrowed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils had turned into snakes. A familiar, brutal, dark aura swept around like the rebirth of an A-level sea snake. Suppressed by this gene, the former king and the current King Slayer completely merged into one. These ancient sea snakes could no longer bear it, and fled one by one with their tails tucked in. It's in the way. Gao Gong only took a glance, and then resumed the mode of star-absorbing technique. S-level talent blood fusion. Blood fusion. Any existence at the genetic level can be eaten by you, and then transformed into your own things. He is absorbing the genes of the sea snake. Your agility +1. Your agility +1. Your intelligence +1. Your bioenergy +1,000. You obtain A-level bloodline serpent god eye. You obtain ancient gene defect 1/6. Your nervous system transformation rate +5%. After going to the sea without code, Gao Gong was surprised to find 2 things. A. Marine radiation beasts below level A are generally 2 to 3 times stronger than those on the shore, which is probably due to the terrifying alien energy in the seabed. In addition to radiation energy, nuclear energy, Senior Engineer actually discovered several special energies. The mechanical war 60 years ago plowed the entire planet, and 60 years, under the stimulation of radiation, is enough for the ocean to produce enough mutations. The scale of this mutation is so large that it is not inferior to various modified mechanical cities. After all, the machine-splitting planet is, after all, an ocean planet. The second discovery is that the A-level radiation beasts on the seabed are not stronger than those on the shore, and are even slightly weaker in terms of fighting. Putting the ancient sea serpent, the mechanical fortress, the Scarlet Queen, and the Duke of Radiation together, the first one to be eliminated is most likely the ancient sea serpent. So it only gave Gao Gong an A-level talent, not an S-level bloodline. The Snake God's Eye, also known as the Snake God's Deadly Eye. Whenever a ship passes by on the sea, at night, the people on the ship see the huge pale face floating on the seabed, and the crew will die strangely. And then it was over. The higher the level of the bloodline, the less introduction there is. However, after sensing it, Gao Gong found that this was actually a rare causality weapon. Of course, it was a low-level version of the causality weapon. The scope of application of this thing is below level 25, or people whose nervous system transformation is less than 10%. If any of the conditions are met, it will be instant death. Fortunately, you are a low-end version. If you upgrade to the intermediate level, I might lose my life, Gao Gong said to himself. Although the individual is lethal, at most it can kill his biological body, Gao has 2 lives. But the most troublesome thing about the causal weapon is that its attack is unstoppable. As the feeling of fullness arises, finally, blood fusion stays at agility +8, intelligence +5, endurance +5, nervous system transformation rate +5%, digestive system transformation rate +3%, reproductive system transformation rate +2%, bioenergy +5,000. By the way, Gao Gong snake species favorability +1,000 points. Hey, who would need this kind of thing? Gao Gong fell into deep thought after taking a look at one of the attributes in the attribute column. Ancient Gene Incompleteness 3/6. Why is it 3? Because before this A-level sea snake, Gao Gong also killed 2 A-level radiation beasts. One is a giant mechanical kuan, a particularly large ancient mechanical species, with a HP of up to 3 million. Gao Gong fought with it for a day and a night, and finally killed it. But unfortunately, blood and flesh fusion can only fuse biological bodies. Gao Gong absorbed it for a long time, and finally sucked out an ancient gene. He had never had such a hard time serving a rich woman. There was another one, a large monster that looked very much like Cthulhu. This thing was easier to fight than the giant mechanical kun, but the problem was, this thing had a typical Cthulhu-style life form. When Gao Gong killed it, its body automatically disintegrated, and at the same time, in the system panel, this guy with a name of hundreds of letters entered a sleeping state. You sleep like a fool. Fortunately, the flesh and blood scraped off before did not disappear. Gao Gong barely absorbed it, and gained a small increase in intelligence +5. This made Gao Gong realize once again that the seabed is different from the shore. Originally, this big snake was a good choice for the massage. But Gao Gong was not careful, and was so happy that he took it away in one go. When he came to his senses, he could no longer complete the masseur's task. What a pain! Gao Gong smacked his lips, and his figure once again transformed into the previous pure water form. Or in other words, the carbon-based fluid form. The blood of a level 3 civilization, no matter how bad it is still level 3. Not to mention that the strongest point of carbon-based fluid creatures is their ability to survive. It's not called cosmic slime for nothing. In the deep sea, especially in the territory of A-level and S-level marine species, even a senior engineer will be constantly stacked with negative status. However, once it is transformed into carbon-based fluid form, there will be no problem at all. Carbon-based fluid life, blue-blooded people, the transplantation of 2/3 level bloodlines, fully consume 20% of the transformation rate. Level 20 to 30, up to 50% of the biological transformation rate. At this time it is actually not enough. Rubbish blood? Look at my biological transformation to transform them into the most awesome blood. After glancing at his personal system, Gao Gong closed the panel, frowned, and felt a little annoyed. Radiation Master, if he doesn't change his job, he won't be able to transform even if he wants to. Suddenly, Gao Gong raised his eyebrows and shot up directly from the deep sea. The pressure in the water had no effect on him at all. He rushed out of the distance of tens of thousands of meters in a few breaths. At this moment, huge waves were rising on the sea, and the white waves were smashing down, making a huge thunderous sound. Not far away, there were several huge storms raging. Needless to say, it must be the flapping of his wings. After killing 3 A-level radiation beasts, Gao Gong also understood his own strength level. In normal state, it is similar to 450 bosses. In the complete state, it is equivalent to the top masters of level 2 civilization, roughly equivalent to S-level radiation beasts, or Yagami Motoko in normal state, the leader of the mechanical army in individual mode, etc. Why is it in normal state? In individual mode? Because whether it is Yagami Motoko or the mechanical leader, they all have destruction mode. borrowing the authority of the mother city, directly calling various space-based weapons, large energy weapons, and even satellite orbit bombing. The so-called one man is a legion. If Gao Gong completed a complete fusion transformation, he would be about the same level. So, after 3 A-level radiation beast battles, Gao Gong finally determined his level, in the jargon of the industry. Half a step to the innate. After flying out from the bottom of the sea, looking around, except for the storm and huge waves, and the fish killed by the huge waves, there was nothing. However, Gao Gong's expression became more and more strange. Transparent tentacles began to drill out from the body, and on each tentacle, rows of blue lights lit up. Hundreds of tentacles grew in total, each of which was 2 to 30 meters long. At this moment, Gao Gong looked a bit like the A-level radioactive beast whose name was all letters. The rich woman waved her hands around happily. Every time she waved, a huge blue halo would shine. Wherever the halo passed, it actually resonated with the surrounding space. The space began to unravel, and countless biological information was running like code. Each of Gao Gong's tentacles was embedded in a biological pheromone. This was the only way to enter the biological local area network. Or in other words, the complete brain in a vat. In the reality, not in the cybernet, Gao Gong transformed into a rich woman's love machine for the first time. Of course, inside the brain in a vat. It can't be called reality. The domesticated brain in a vat will create a super modern city. But the wild one is different. It creates a biological city, where high-rise buildings become biological nests. High-speed roads become blood vessels of giant beasts. And vehicles are all kinds of mechanical beasts. The radioactive beasts have become power sources, entering and exiting major biological companies, becoming corporate employees, and exchanging words with each other, such as working overtime again, not receiving year-end bonuses, and the boss is a jerk. This is a wonderful biological ecology. Even in carbon-based civilization, it is rare. Gao Gong took a look, and then took a step, coming to the roof of the tallest building, or rather, the head of the A-level radiation beast mechanical fortress. There, the brain in the jar in the shape of a little woman seemed to have been waiting for a long time. In front of her is the vast ocean, and this biological city is actually floating on the ocean. So you look like this, the little woman said calmly, in front of the brain in the tank. The charm of the rich woman's love machine seemed to have lost its use. After all, strictly speaking, this one didn't even have a gender. Well, this is my pretending to be young mode. The engineer nodded, and was not surprised to see the other party again, but stood with the other party, looking at the sea. I encountered 3 A-level radiation beasts in 3 days. I thought that even if there were more monsters in the sea, it would be impossible to be so lucky. So, the only possibility is that someone is secretly guiding me. I guess that this person is most likely you. The dimension you see is getting higher and higher. Maybe soon, you will be in the same field of vision as me, the little woman said leisurely. Maybe? Gao Gong smiled, without refutation. For a bug-level existence like the brain in a jar, saying this is not just showing off, but a real compliment. Apart from anything else, his perception is only close to 200, while the other party's perception is probably over 10,000. This is the absolute advantage of information creatures. Then, do you understand my purpose? I understand. Or gave me a very bad feeling. I will help you deal with it. From what you said, you have seen him? Gao Gong asked in surprise. It tried to recruit me, but I rejected it. The little woman did not hide it. From it, I felt a lack of respect for life, and a strong destructiveness. Destructiveness? What do you mean? Gao Gong stretched out his palm, and the black gas transformed by Honkai energy came out, and began to tear the surrounding space. In reality, if the Honkai energy does not reach 100%, it is impossible to use this energy. But in the biological space, Gao Gong can use it. Both the little woman and the senior engineer were a little surprised. But the two were probably surprised for different reasons. After the surprise, the little woman nodded and said, "It is indeed the energy of the same nature. But I can feel that the energy in the hands of war is different from yours. It has become more domineering and more ancient." Ancient? The senior engineer frowned, and suddenly felt something was wrong. The domineering one means that the other party has a deeper understanding of the Hontai energy. But the ancient one means that the other party has mastered the means to revive ancient creatures? Well, let's not talk about it. You called me here specially. What do you need me to do? According to the style of the brain in a jar, The reason for helping others is definitely because he needs help from others. The little woman nodded, without any embarrassment, gently patted the railing, or the corner of the mechanical fortress, and suddenly, thousands of train whistles sounded at the same time, and the whole biological city was slowly sinking as the earth shook. During the sinking process, the fleshy streets began to visibly turn into algae-like existences, and the buildings on both sides grew underwater breathing organs, similar to gills, like glass windows, and even more amazingly, those mechanical vehicles, all transformed into submarines. Unfortunately, this large-scale transformation only lasted halfway. When the biological city was halfway down, it made a loud bang and stopped. Gao Gong finally understood what the other party wanted to do. He looked at the other party in surprise. You want to evolve all the land species you control, tens of millions of radiation beasts, into marine species? In reality, the last time this was done was 370 million years ago, when lobe-finned fish began to land, which led to everything that happened afterwards, including the birth of vertebrates. There is no living space on land. Only the ocean is the paradise of the future. Following the words of the little woman, with a ding sound, Gao Gong received this large serial task called the Rise of Radiation Species. This task is heaven level. Chapter 394 Second Order Camp and Task Interaction. The difficulty of the system tasks is very clear: simple, normal, difficult, nightmare, hell, and above are civilization level tasks, such as civilization rescue, civilization disaster, civilization correction, civilization ascension, etc. But in this line, there is a small episode that is the heaven task, or the branch of the hell task. Heaven-hell. In terms of difficulty, the two are actually similar. Both are tasks that cannot be completed even if you die, unless you carry out a dimensionality reduction attack. But the reason why the Paradise mission is special is that it is not about destroying anything, nor is it about killing anything, but about saving lives and saving the world. So it is often jokingly called the Virgin Mary mission by players. Obviously, letting tens of millions of species go to sea directly triggers the mission conditions. The key is that this is still a serial mission, although the serial mission evenly distributes the difficulty of the mission in each link. It seems to be much weaker than the normal difficulty. But the problem is that if the difficulty of the Paradise level is evenly distributed, it may be divided into dozens, or even hundreds of mission links. The kind that makes your liver explode on the spot. Ding. Player triggers the heaven level serial task, the Rise of Radiation Species. The first stage of the task, the evolution of marine organs. Difficulty, heaven. Task briefing. The brain in the tank has been worrying about one thing recently. If terrestrial species want to go to the sea, the first step to do is to evolve the organs of marine species. However, the unworkability of evolution has delayed its plan. Please help it to complete the first step of evolution. Task goal. Complete the organ evolution of radiation species. Task reward. Experience plus 400, 000, 5 random drawings. Mechanical system defective *1, ancient gene *1. The task reward is still good, especially the reward of mechanical system. He already has 8 mechanical system defective. If he adds 2 more, he can bet on 2 large drawings. Although it was only a large blueprint of a first-level civilization, it would be profitable even if it could light up a high-speed ballistic system, a large nuclear power plant, an AG network or something like that. Gao Gong pondered for a while, and said, "How many types of radioactive species do you have under your command now?" The little woman didn't waste any words, and gently wiped her palm. The next moment, tens of thousands of pictures appeared, and in each picture, there was a mechanical beast, and 1/3 of them were radioactive beasts. It can be seen that during the time when Gao Gong was away, the other party also spread like crazy like cancer cells. Even, they expanded their biological field to radiation species. Mechanical biochemical beasts, radiation beasts, these are 2 completely different evolutionary routes. Looking at these mutant species in various shapes and forms, any biologist who comes here will only feel annoyed. It is easy to transform 1 species, but 10,000 species, this workload, unless all the scholars of the Biological Mutation Association are mobilized, that's about right. Senior engineer narrowed his eyes, and suddenly laughed. "So what is your clue? I don't believe you have no idea at all. I found an intelligent species." The little woman nodded, and the next moment, 2 species appeared in front of the 2. It was a blue-skinned man, and a blue-skinned winged beast. The blue-skinned man was about 2 meters tall, with jade on his palms and soles, big blue eyes, and even more amazingly, His hair was a bundle of nerves. This species must have a very high perception. However, Gao Dong's focus was on the several short line on the other party's abdomen. As an experienced driver, he could tell at a glance that these were not muscle lines from exercise, but genetic imprints after genetic adjustment. In other words, they were modified humans. Or at least the first generation was modified humans. The blue-skinned winged beast was probably some kind of radioactive beast, with obvious signs of being kept in captivity. The senior engineer glanced at its wings and uttered a huh. Amphibious? The wings clearly had a structure that matched the flying power, which meant it could fly. This cloud-winged beast was originally just an ordinary marine radiation beast, but under the captivity of the marine people, it gradually mutated. The senior engineer thought for a moment. So, you mean, this marine person has some kind of blood power that can make creatures mutate? Or in other words, directional mutation? The little woman nodded, but shook her head again. Puzzled, that's the reason. But when I secretly checked, I found that the other party did not seem to fully master this power. The source of their power seems to be an A-level radiation beast pretending to be a god. And that radiation beast does not have this power, which is very strange. So, what you need me to do is to dig out this blood power through biological transformation? Yes. I understand. The senior engineer stared at the marine person projection thoughtfully. The so-called rich rely on technology, and the poor rely on mutation. So, are you a technological product, or a mutant crystal? The trilobite and the mixed-race girl are fleeing frantically. In the dark sea, hidden hunters occasionally show their claws, and the trilobite grabs the girl and drags her behind. The next moment, a submarine-like B-class mechanical beast emerges from the darkness, and its mouth slowly opens, and the huge suction force sucks the surrounding semi-metallic fish into its mouth. In terms of body shape, the marine mechanical beast is completely different from the terrestrial mechanical beast. The mechanical organs, parts, and plugins of land-based mechanical beasts are mostly external, which makes it easy for them to be replaced in time. But the marine species are just the opposite. In order to be waterproof, their body surface is often fully enclosed, and they even secrete waterproof oil. Stealth type, perception type, and environmental simulation type are the three major categories of marine mechanical beasts. These three types can actually be combined into one, which is the dark jungle hunting type. In the depths of the sea, there are only unknown enemies, and no possible friends. The trilobite also felt sweat bursting out. If he died, he would be dead. 3 days later, he would be a brave man again. However, if the mixed-race girl died, she would be gone. By the way, he gave the girl a nice name, called Pandora. Just when the trilobite grabbed Pandora and hid behind the reef, the ship beast that had eaten a feast of fish was obviously not satisfied. Its sensory organs like bait lit up and swam towards the trilobite. Just when the trilobite felt that it was going to die, the ship beast rushed up suddenly and hit an oversized black ball. The two mechanical marine species immediately started fighting. The corner of Trilobite's eye twitched violently. He actually didn't realize that the tribal guard had been following them. Pandora was also startled, but she quickly turned around, hugged Trilobite, and said in a unique tone, "Let's go back. Close the temple." According to Pandora, only the residents of the pure-blood elder, the so-called temple, can completely solve the tribal guard's rampage. Of course, Pandora is not a mindless one. According to her intention, she wants to contact all members of the branch tribes of the ocean people and join forces. Trilobite agreed without saying anything. The reason was simple. He had received the mission to rescue the marine people. The high-ranking mechanical hunters in the Land of Fire suddenly received an order from their leader to dispatch biological hunters with underwater organs to perform a special mission. Sun Hong, a former biological transformation soldier of the Security Corps, and now the chief of the Biological Corps, was in charge of this mission. Looking at the thousands of biological hunters in front of him, Sun Hong, who was dressed in military uniform, said nothing and waved his hand. The next moment, countless single molecular lines were ejected, and countless figures appeared one after another. In a few breaths, they disappeared into the jungle. The hundreds of millions of points of the hunter camp are not only earned by selling mechas. In fact, in the global mercenary world, the hunters of the mechanical hunters are as famous as the mercenaries of Asia. Mysterious biotechnology and special mechanical transformation can produce miraculous effects when performing special missions. In fact, the reputation of some high-level hunters is no less than that of the world's mercenaries. After calling people, Gao Gong suddenly remembered that his camp panel had almost been updated. Breakthrough from the first-level camp to the second-level camp. As expected, as soon as I opened the camp, a series of prompts sounded. Your first-level camp mechanical hunter, upgraded to second-level camp, leader reputation plus 3000. Camp map function unlocked. You can randomly add a type of soldier, or strengthen a certain type of soldier in the camp. You randomly get a second-level building. You randomly get a leader device camp exclusive. You get a mechanical system defect *1. You get a camp specialty biological/mechanical transformation package. Your camp's attractiveness increases, making it easier to absorb second-level talents. I glanced at the camp points. Sure enough, 100,000 became 1,000,000, and all the previous points were cleared. Gao Gong could clearly feel that this kind of camp strengthening had a subtle boosting effect on the system. This was something that a player's system without a camp template could never feel. Randomly add a type of soldier. Or strengthen a type of soldier? Gao Gong thought about it, and decided to strengthen it. After all, strengthening is a guarantee. You choose to strengthen the Mechanical Clawman. Strengthening completed. Mechanical Clawman adds flight module. In the holographic projection, the Mechanical Clawman, which was originally similar to the Mechanical Warrior, had a bulge on his back, became a lot uglier, and had a strong sense of déjà vu. Ninja Turtles? Gao Gong was stunned for a moment. The Mechanical Clawman, with the added flight module, actually looked a bit like a completely metallized Ninja Turtles. This was a bit confusing. Fortunately, under this annoying appearance, the mechanical energy of this soldier type increased by 30,000. And the level also increased from level 30 to level 33. It is no longer limited to street fighting maniacs, but has become a street fighting maniac that can fly. Second level building. Gao Gong hesitated, did not click, but chose to click on the leader equipment. You have obtained the machine control ring. Gao Gong's little finger felt a little itchy. He touched it subconsciously, and a strange hexagonal ring appeared on his finger. Gao was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Gosh, the system can finally create things. He finally understood what the feeling of system evolution just now was for. If you have never been a player, it is difficult to understand this feeling. It is simply a sweet reward after a hard time. Name: Machine Control Ring Faction Exclusive. Category: Remote Control Device. Quality: Second Level. Attributes: Intelligence plus 10, Perception plus 10 notes. Possess the highest control authority over all models of intelligent mechas in the Mechanical Hunter camp. Gao Gong immediately understood that this thing was a product based on the universal machine consciousness. It is better to say that it controls all mechas than to control all onboard intelligence. In other words, it is itself an iterative product of onboard intelligence. It is still a product within the rules of the game. If there is no onboard intelligence, I am afraid that this ring will have to be replaced with something else. TSK. It is indeed something I stole from the 9th level civilization. It is so advanced. Gao Gong happily opened the transformation package again. You get the camp specialty mechanical transformation pack / biological transformation pack. The appearance of the mechanical transformation pack is like a fist-sized mechanical box, while the biological transformation pack is a fist-sized tumor. Name: Mechanical Transformation Pack. Category: Logistics Equipment. Quality: Level 2 whiteboard note. Due to the special nature of the mechanical hunter profession, the direction of each type of hunting transformation is different, and it is difficult to find suitable repair parts for a while. The user can input the data of his own mechanical body into the transformation pack. When injured, the transformation pack will quickly switch to the repair mode, deform the damaged parts of the mechanical body, and then replace them. As for the biological transformation package, it is also introduced in a similar way, except that the mechanical body data is replaced with biological cells. This thing is quite awesome. It is a bit like a low-profile version of the memory metal cell. This thing, to a great extent, makes up for a defect of the hunter profession, which is the lack of battlefield repair ability. Some universal signal prosthesis can be used on ordinary transformers, but not on hunters. Even if it is implanted reluctantly, the attributes will inevitably plummet. And this implantation package perfectly solves this problem. What whiteboard? Whiteboard is good, as a general equipment. If you are really excellent, I can't produce it. Due Gukka's current technical level, this second-order primary production line is just at the point where they can mass produce. System: You did a great job. I will send the information to Director Du later. You seem to be in a good mood? The little woman on the side suddenly asked in confusion. No illusion, hallucination. Senior engineer said 3 times in a row. At this time, the two had already dived into the deep sea, and came to the vicinity of the eye of the ocean. The radiation here is indeed terrifyingly high, and the polluted seawater has turned black. But it has no effect on the two. Do it directly? The little woman, or the brain in the jar, is eager to try, preparing to catch the god worshipped by the ocean people first, and dissect it directly. From this point of view, she seems to have absorbed part of the character of Professor Han. No hurry. Gao Gong's heart moved, and he clicked on the camp map. A small green dot appeared in a hidden trench. Clicking on the small green dot, the player named Trilobite. All the attributes were clearly visible. Compared with Gao Gong, the gap was not ordinary. But this was not the point. The point was that Gao Gong saw the other party's task to rescue the marine people. After glancing at the task introduction, Gao Gong was delighted and muttered to himself. My job transfer task. Your evolution task. Are all settled. Chapter 395 Tree of Wisdom. The Trilobite squatted, holding the snacks it brought with it, sweet potato chips, soft candies and the like, all of which were alien goods, and sold at a higher price than weapons. Beside him, a bunch of blue-skinned ghosts surrounded him, drooling, staring at the snacks. The Trilobite arrogantly stuffed the last sweet potato into its mouth, then spread its hands, with an expression of "What can you do to me?" The blue-skinned ghosts immediately bared their teeth, and wished they could chew the Trilobite clean. However, the tribal warriors had been watching for a long time, and each of them drove away the young sea people with a special spear. Although this strange man was an outsider, he was still the lifesaver who protected the princess. From a distance, the quarrel in the tent could still be heard clearly. Attack the Pure Blood faction. Oppose the attack on the Pure Blood faction. Respect the king. No. Respect the gods and support the barbarians, or the radicals who killed the gods together. In short, the high-level officials of these branch sea tribes quarreled. By the way, the mixed-race girl Pandora is actually the princess of the marine people, the daughter of a famous mixed-race elder. No wonder she can freely enter and leave the temple and participate in the marine festival. The Trilobite stood up bored. The crystal-clear sea water only covered his ankles. He did not expect that there was such a wonderful world under the sea. There were all kinds of fluorescent ferns, huge transparent flowers as big as tree crowns, and psychic crystal jellyfish, as well as the blue light that seemed to be engraved in space. According to those marine people, this was the light of God. At the center of the light of God, there is a super large tree of wisdom. Its roots are connected to various radiation plants on the seabed, covering hundreds of miles. Its crown is on the seabed, and between the leaves, there is a thin film of water. It is precisely because of its existence that this seabed space exists. The Tree of Wisdom, also known as the Holy Tree, is a special plant transplanted from the temple. Every branch tribe has such a holy tree. However, after so many years, the only holy tree that can survive is this one in front of us, which is also the oldest one. At the root of the huge tree, tree tumors as big as basketballs grew out. Many female marines swam over to collect gum and fruit. These tumors were not disgusting at all. Instead, they felt like blue watermelons. The sap inside was also very delicious. A bit like sea salt flavored milk tea, according to the Trilobite's understanding. In fact, pure-blooded marines and mixed-blooded marines are two completely different species. Pure-blooded marines live in high-concentration radiation areas, and their bodies are deformed, becoming tall and strong. The mixed-blood ocean people have smooth skin and are a little shorter than humans, and some of their joints have fish scales. It is said that the ancestors of the mixed-blood ocean people were slaves who were exiled from the eye of the ocean to plant trees. Oh, thank you. Trilobite took the milk tea brought by a female ocean person and inserted a wooden straw into the coconut treasure. While drinking, he thought. In his opinion, a battle between the pure-blood elder class and the mixed-blood ocean people is inevitable. Not to mention the historical grievances between the two. Just say that the tribal guards are arresting people everywhere, and most of them are young ocean people, so this battle must be fought. However, the Trilobite is pessimistic about the war situation. The reason is simple. Pure bloods are naturally stronger than mixed blood seamen. Most of them are above level 20, and can command level 25 tribal guards. More importantly, according to Pandora, they are loyal servants of Kermos, and can control the power of God. This power of God should be a large AoE. The kind that sweeps indiscriminately. And the effect is similar to that of large energy weapons. You only have Xiaomi Plus rifles. And they have already selected strategic weapons. How can you fight? The trilobite shook his head and gave up thinking. Anyway, he had completed his mission of rescuing the marine people and successfully sent the girl back to the water tree. He was free to leave or stay. He took a last look at the Tree of Wisdom. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but this super tree gave him a very friendly feeling. The trilobite was strolling around. The mixed blood leaders were still arguing. However, not long after, a piece of explosive bad news came. The negotiation team of the mixed blood leaders was intercepted and killed by the Eye of the Ocean. Chakin, the tribal hero in the minds of the mixed blood marine people, was seriously injured. Thousands of elite marines were killed. What was snatched back were only corpses. When the trilobite arrived at the entrance, the surrounding marine people were already crying, and many relatives even rushed over. Brother, where is my brother? My son? Carls, you said you would bring my son back. My sister? Where is she? This is the bad thing about this game. It is always real in places that should not be real. Looking at the tearful faces, the trilobite shook his head and leapt on his own initiative. He is old and can't bear to see these tragic things. The deep sea at night is not completely dark. In this underwater world, there are always some schools of glowing radioactive fish wandering outside the water film, looking like a gathering of oversized fireflies, fist-sized, basketball-sized, and even house-sized fireflies. These house-sized super fireflies have another title, called cloud-winged beasts, and their level are about level 28. The trilobite sat on a waist-thick branch, and in the empty seat next to him, Pandora sat down at some point. The elders have made up their minds. We have to leave the sea area. A smart decision. If you can't win, you have to fight hard. This is usually what players do. The best way is to survive. Pandora looked around in confusion, suddenly sobbed a few times, and gently put her head on the shoulder of the trilobite. But, where can we go? The trilobite could not answer this question. Feeling the softness on his shoulder, the trilobite opened the system panel several times, but the taskbar was empty. The trilobite sighed. Forget it. It's a loss. I'll accompany you during the migration. In the vast deep sea, the explosions of torpedoes were continuous. Although the water film has a strong defense, it is also shaky in the face of such explosions. The water film in some areas has been washed away, and a large amount of seawater has begun to seep in. At this time, a large number of spherical robots appeared in the underwater world and began to attack frantically and hunt. All the adult marine people rushed up, and the two sides fought and struggled in the dark sea. To be honest, the mixed blood marines are not weak. They are generally level 17 or 8, which is the level that players can reach after several transformations. However, their opponents are stronger. Level 25 tribal guards, level 28 pureblood marine warriors, and more. Knights transformed humans. Damn. The trilobite now finally understands what those weird monitoring equipment are used for. Emotional hunting of mixed blood marines. You are accomplices. Right. The trilobite gritted its teeth, and its hands were completely deformed, and its fingers all turned into shark teeth. With a swing of its feet, its figure swayed nimbly in the water. And at the same time, the three-dimensional mobile device on its waist was ejected, and it nimbly hooked on the leg of a transformed human, and the two crossed each other. The next moment, the metal skull exploded on the spot. The intermediate mechanical skills of the trilobite directly strengthened the rainy night knife killing method. During the period when Gao Gong was away, with the help of countless excellent hunters, this technology taught by the leader has been updated for many generations, and different schools have been developed. For example, this one is the diving killing flow. Under the dexterous manipulation of the trilobite, the seawater not only did not become an obstacle, but became a driving force for strengthening. Without time to check the added experience on the system panel, the trilobite swam underwater and appeared next to a young marine man. It grabbed him and threw him away. Idiot. Didn't I tell you not to go up and fight after the health bar is 2/3 full? Sure enough, the next moment, the severely injured metal soldier exploded, and countless flesh thorns burst out from the body's surface. With a speed no less than bullets, the trilobite only protected the vital points, and it felt that the health volume dropped by half in an instant. Unlike the flesh-machine fusion of high-level combatants, The flesh machine explosion of low-level cannon fodder is more of a death skill. After using it, the skull will die on the spot. It is disgusting even after death. This is the most disgusting thing about this monster. Damn it. It's out of shape. After barely dodging the claws of a tribal guard, the trilobite was surrounded by 3 skulls again. It barely wrapped a skull with a single molecule rope, and used a quarter of its blood to exchange for another one. The remaining 2 rushed over again with special underwater weapons. If I die, will Pandora be sad for me? Just as the trilobite had such a strange thought, a loud laugh rang out. A giant beast rushed over and bit a skull to pieces. The blue-skinned man on the beast, holding a spear as thick as a thigh, blew another one with 1 spear. What a curse! It's worthy of being a level 30 monster. It was so seriously injured before. This guy must be 100% carbon-based. The one in front of him was the mixed-race marine superhero Chakin. Chakin grabbed the trilobite, lifted it onto the back of the beast, and rode the beast across the battlefield. Even the 25th level tribal guards were killed by a few spears. Unless 7 or 8 pure-blood warriors joined forces, they could barely stop him. After Chakin led the half-blood elites to counterattack, the enemies finally retreated like a tide. The remaining half-blood elites looked at each other. Their expressions were not only not happy, but the atmosphere was so solemn that it seemed to be frozen. As soon as the trilobite landed, it was caught by several half-blood girls, who treated it very carefully. No. 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 I have red medicine. Go help others. I don't need it. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. The trilobite rolled his eyes in anger and let the other party tie him up. Chapter 396 The Holy Tree shows its power. During the daytime battle, you were very brave. The worship and admiration of the mixed-race girl made the trilobite somewhat complacent, but the strong man who came later destroyed the atmosphere. Name, Chakin Sea King. Race, Ocean Man Intelligent Species. Race Talent, Deep Sea Walking, Advanced Marine Life Perception. Hidden Talent not yet activated. Profession, Deep Sea Warrior LV30, Cloud Wing Knight LV25, Total Level, 55 HP, 3600/7000 Skills, Spear Control LV7 Expert, Ocean Beast Control Expert, Intermediate Energy Mastery, Unarmed Combat Expert, Trunk Hardening Mastery, Half Mercury Form Expert. Race Template, Tree King Spear. Notes: a powerful tribal warrior, possessing the power of the deep sea that breathes blood, he is one of the few enlightened of the Tree of Wisdom. Fuck. This guy actually has a template. Enlightened one. What is that? The gifted tree power? Before the trilobite could speak, Chakin slapped him on the shoulder heavily. And while patting, he praised, "You fight well. Even the strongest warriors in the tribe are not as proficient in fighting as you. Pandora, you have a good eye." Seeing the trilobite grimacing in pain, Pandora was furious and stepped on Chakin's foot. The blue-skinned strongman didn't mind at all. Looked around, smiled, and took out a wine jug. "Good brother. Have a drink." The corner of trilobite's eye twitched fiercely, and he quickly refused. He could smell that it was the smell of industrial alcohol. The blue-skinned strongman didn't care, and he drank it himself. This guy is too exaggerated. After a long while, under the strong smell of alcohol, Chakin stopped socializing and got down to business. He said seriously, "I see that Brother Trilobite seems to know something about those iron sheets. Can you introduce them to us? We marine people have always lived in the deep sea and have never offended our friends on the shore." Trilobite did not hide anything and told all the information he knew about the knights. When the two learned that the 15th level artificial soldiers' technologically improved version were only the lowest type of soldiers in the camp, and above them, there were also high-level combatants, meat knights, and great knights. These super strong men. His face changed immediately, especially when they knew that, not only in the deep sea, but also in the world, the knights were a terrorist organization that was good at human research, and even caused quite a commotion outside the tent. Chakin also stopped smiling, and said solemnly, "I heard from Pandora that the force you belong to is a righteous force against the knights. Can you lend us a hand? You can put forward all your requests." Trilobite was about to say, "Who am I?" But seeing the eyes of several people grasping at straws, he couldn't help but sigh. "I'll try. But you better not have any expectations." Everyone left, leaving Pandora and Trilobite for a walk. Trilobite looked at Chakin, who was cheering up the soldiers not far away. and couldn't help shaking his head. If mouth cannons were useful, there would be no need for artillery. By the way, what is that? Trilobite turned around and stared at the guy who was resting on the branch of the tree of wisdom and pecking at its wings. That's the Sea King beast. The cloud-winged beast that Chakin subdued outside. Most of the Marines only have a first name, but no last name. Unless they have achieved something great, then they will get a last name. Taming a level 38 Marine radiation beast is undoubtedly such an achievement. This thing is like a mutated tiger shark with wings and bone spurs all over its body. By the way, although it has no feet, its wings can allow it to fly short distances. Name: Sea King Beast Race. Radiation Beast Ocean Gate Radiation Shark Class Radiation Level B Health Value 65620/86420 Physical Value 6551/65511 Mechanical Energy 185700. Good guy. It's actually a B-level beast. The B-level radiation beasts of the Iron Sand Desert are almost extinct recently. After scanning the opponent's skills, he found that there were quite a lot of them, such as Beast Bite, Bone Piercing, etc. More than a dozen. The Trilobite wanted to take another look, but the sea beast turned its head suddenly, staring at him with its huge dim eyes, and flapped its wings, and pounced on him. Damn. I just threw a detection skill casually, and the reaction was so intense? It's over. My blood hasn't recovered yet. However, what the Trilobite didn't expect was that after the opponent pounced on him, he hugged him and licked him fiercely. And many Marine people also surrounded him and pointed at him with surprised expressions. Okay. Stop licking. You are a fish, not a dog. After the Trilobite got up with saliva all over its face, Pandora looked at him with a strange expression. What's going on? Do you know why Chakin was able to subdue the sea beast? Because he is the offspring of the Tree of Wisdom. Ha! In the legend of the Sea People, after the god Kermos created the Sea People, he personally planted the first Tree of Wisdom, trying to bring wisdom to its species. However, only the most gifted Sea People can draw wisdom from the Tree of Wisdom. So, Chakin received the blessing of this tree, and because of this, as the first mixed blood, he entered the eye of the ocean for further study. Although pure bloods and mixed bloods are currently mortal enemies, but when talking about this, Pandora still looked proud. Looking at this huge sacred tree, Trilobite didn't know what kind of emotion he should have. Under the canopy that covered the sky, he seemed to be watched by this huge plant wonder. I am a land player, and it has nothing to do with you. Huh? It seems that someone is standing on the canopy. Our people will not do such blasphemous things. So you can't do it either. Looking at Pandora's puffed cheeks, Trilobite apologized as much as possible, and rubbed his eyes. Sure enough, the figure disappeared. Alas, how come I am considered one of our own? The Trilobite sighed. You go ahead, I'll make a phone call. Well, I'll go and ask for help, and see if I can get one. Above the tree canopy, the little woman looked at Galgong. Is this your plan? Galgong smiled. You have to believe that. Crisis is the cradle of evolution. The stronger the crisis, the faster the evolution will be. If it fails, it will only be the fall of an intelligent species. This is very common in this world, isn't it? Let's just do our own thing. The next moment, Galgong disappeared, and was replaced by countless flesh and blood vines entwined around the tree. And the little woman also disappeared. In her biological domain, a tree of wisdom rose from the ground. Almost no one knew that this so-called tree of wisdom was not actually a so-called marine plant, but a large genetic beast. To be precise, it was a genetic ecological beast. This thing is very common in carbon-based civilizations. Its main function is to lay eggs, or to breed species. Name: Genetic Ecological Beast Holy Tree Form. Category: Biochemical Building Quality. First Order Weight: 140 tons. Large Modules: Enlightenment Module 90% damage. Gene Synthesis Module complete damage. Defense Module 56% damage. Note: Basic building of carbon-based civilization. Although basic, it is also indispensable. At this time, with the joint efforts of Galgong and the brain in the tank, this tree-shaped genetic ecological beast is recovering rapidly. One replenishes the body, and the other replenishes the brain. After this is done, Galgong will go to deal with the god called Kermos. Or in other words, the S-level radiation beast. The second war will soon begin. I don't know if it was a traitor who leaked the secret, or if the Knight's monitoring device played a role. In short, the pureblood elders must have noticed that this underwater world has the most young marine people. The war just started like this, and it was far more intense than the last time. In addition to the tribal guards, transformed soldiers, pure-blooded warriors, the enemy also deployed a super soldier, Cloud-Wing Knights, like Chakan, pure-blooded soldiers who rode on marine radiation beasts to fight. Although they were not as good as Chakan, who had already fused with carbon, each of them were all at level 30. The first order maximum level. Hundreds of knights were rampaging on the battlefield, and it was simply crushing. Also, in addition to the Cloud-Wing Knights, the Flesh Machine Knights of the Knights also appeared on the battlefield. Although they were not many in number, each of them was specifically targeting masters. At this time, Chakan was trapped by 10 knights in the Flesh Machine fusion mode. Even though he was rampaging in the water, like an underwater missile, he was still blocked from the battlefield by the joint efforts, and he screamed in anger. There were also some strange people wearing black hoods, who had already entered the underwater world, and were heading towards the strongholds of the elderly, the weak, women and children. Fuck. The single molecular ropes were shot randomly, and trilobites were flying around in various buildings, and they grabbed a hooded man, but this strange man disappeared into thin air. Uncle, why is there no news at all? He reported the situation, but the headquarters did not respond at all, and the bearded hunter, who had the best relationship with him, just replied got it, and then there was no news. This is the rhythm of being abandoned. The more he thought about it, the more anxious the trilobite became. In a trance, he seemed to hear someone say in his ear, "Child, you are back. Child, you are finally here. Child, who the hell are you?" The trilobite cursed angrily, and then he saw the glimmering tree of wisdom. None of the other people on the battlefield seemed to be aware of this situation. In a trance, the trilobite walked over. For a moment, he seemed to have entered a state of soul leaving, and everything around him was in a state of detachment. This state lasted until he touched the tree trunk. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be waving to him. The power of the entire tree of wisdom seemed to be united with him. The next moment, a large amount of white light overflowed from the tree trunk, and wherever it passed, any enemy was digested visibly by the naked eye. These lights, until they covered the entire underwater world. The next moment, a huge phantom of a god appeared on the tree trunk. I am Kermos. All the mixed-blood marine people stared at their god blankly, tears welling up in their eyes. The next moment, all the mixed-blood marines felt a continuous force rushing into their bodies. On the contrary, the pure-blood marines were greatly shocked because they felt that their power was being drained away. Hey, kid, look up. In the communicator, the bearded hunter's message suddenly added this sentence. The trilobite looked up. The hunters fell like rain. Chapter 397 Large Biocomputer. The battle situation took a 180-degree turn. These thousands of biological hunters, each of them is a level 30 tough guy, installed with customized biochips, some turned into sharks, with sharp teeth that can cut steel and iron, some turned into electric jellyfish, electric lights connected into a piece, AoE damage exceeded 1,000, and some turned their hands into sea snakes, just like a certain Orochimaru, biting people everywhere. And their speed underwater is faster than bullets. Once bitten, even a meat knight will fall into a coma. These level 20 hunter elites, with the help of bionics and biotechnology, have completed the transformation to level 30. The masters of the second level camp. That is not just talk. Why are they here? It's this group of mad dogs again. In the dark sea, the two leaders of the knights looked at each other, and there was a hint of helplessness in their eyes. Except for the Mother City and the World Enterprise, there are not many local forces that can give them a headache. The mechanical hunter is undoubtedly the most troublesome one. Oh, now it can no longer be said to be a local force. With the emergence of Dugoka, the current mechanical hunters have already begun to look like a world-class military group. Retreat? How do we explain to the flag bearer? What else can we explain? Explain truthfully. One of the leaders took out a black conch and turned it a few times. Suddenly, the elusive dementors on the battlefield began to disappear directly into the air. But they did not notice that before disappearing. Two dementors seemed to be eaten by some invisible existence. On the battlefield, the bearded man, whose right hand had become a deformed arm, blew up a cloud-winged beast weighing more than 10 tons with one punch. And then his arm, which was as thick as a water tank, began to transform into a normal form. This terrifying explosive power made the surrounding marine people look terrified. Among them, only Chakan could do this. Captain Trilobite. According to your instructions, we are here to help. The bearded man said loudly with a flash of his eyes. The blood-stained Trilobite just came to his senses when he saw the bearded man's shocking words. Stop kidding. Boss. You are the Blood Hunter boss, who can participate in the Hunter Conference. Only Blood Hunters can be the captain. Have you been possessed by someone? You should know that with the upgrade of the camp. The minimum standard for Blood Hunter level hunters is now 30. And it is not just the ordinary 30. For example, people like Big Beard have already completed the carbon-based fusion of part of their bodies. When they explode, their moves are like K9999 in the King of Fighters. Their arms as thick as water tanks can expand dozens of meters crazily. Biological damage, double strikes, continuous strikes, spore shocks, thousands of damage. Thousands of damage. The reason why he is so awesome is that Big Beard is the only one who can seamlessly integrate the debugging cells of the Scarlet Queen. Captain, we are here. Yes, we are here on your orders. Captain! Captain Trilobite. Suddenly, the eyes of the surrounding marine people changed. You are so awesome. Are you a high-ranking official in this huge force? A domineering human president goes to sea to experience life? Aye. Trilobite was praised by a group of high-level NPCs, and his brain was blank. At the same time, the system made a ding sound. And a temporary task was refreshed. The movie Emperor. The days of becoming the captain of the top hunters. Captain, won't you introduce us to these new friends you've made? Sun Hong walked out of the crowd and emphasized. Aye. The Trilobite's eyelids fluttered, and it fainted. At the same time, the light of the Tree of Wisdom enveloped him again. On the player panel, messages popped up one by one. You were washed by the Tree of Wisdom. Your bloodline mutated. The degree of mutation was 1%. You were washed by the Tree of Wisdom. Your bloodline mutated. The degree of mutation was 5%. You were washed by the Tree of Wisdom. Your bloodline mutated. The degree of mutation was 10%. As the light shone, the Trilobite's skin gradually turned blue, the flesh grew between its fingers, and fish scales squeezed out of its key parts. Under the influence of the Tree of Wisdom, you evolved into a hybrid marine, agility plus 20%, gain talent marine walking. Your species changes, the 8 systems are fine-tuned, the reproductive system weight increases, the endocrine system, the digestive system weight decreases, the urinary system disappears. Why do you do this? In the biological field, the little woman was puzzled. Those who are not of my race, their hearts must be different. Gao Gong smiled and said. But there is another saying, that foreign monks are good at chanting. At this time, in Gao Gong's vision, with trilobites as the core, more and more marine people knelt down, and their eyes were fanatically witnessing this miracle. Human thinking logic is really troublesome. This is the conclusion of the brain in the jar. The leaves with blue fluorescence fluttered, and the god Kermos sent down the holy sun, and the light of rebirth covered the entire tribe. This is a scene recorded in the sacred history of ocean people. It also represents a turning point in the history of mixed-blood ocean people. Gao Gong left as soon as the battle ended. There is nothing to see. Next, the ocean people will definitely get the oracle of the sacred tree and assist a certain player's holy sun. At the same time, the mechanical hunter will sign a friendly and mutual assistance contract with the mixed-blood marine people. The trilobite will also receive a large-scale task of mastering the power of blood. During the whole process, the brain in the tank will assist in all aspects, and he will be responsible for lighting up all the withered trees of wisdom. Everything is as planned. During the sneaking process, the senior engineer opened his palm, and the small gyroscope transformed by the virtual realm appeared. He pinched it fiercely, and the next moment, the world of electronic light rain appeared. After Gao Gong changed his job to a war hacker, the electronic rain was upgraded to an electronic rainstorm. The rain quickly melted the hooded monsters, revealing their true faces. A deep-sea leech. Name, Electronic Leech Radiation Level, C plus HP, 1341/1341 Information Energy, 50,000 notes. A special radiation species produced by ancient biochemical technology under the effect of bioelectricity, which has the ability to transform from virtual to real. Once possessed, it is almost impossible to solve. It's really electronic. The less senior engineer did not underestimate the other party. Although the leeches were washed by the electronic rainstorm, they were riddled with holes, but they did not die. They were still struggling, twisting, and crawling. You have to know that the virtual realm is a third-level weapon. If this thing penetrates into the human body and merges with the biological current, it will be like what the note said, there is really no solution. At least a molecular level operation is required. It took a full 10 minutes for this kind of electronic leech to be completely dissolved. TSK. S level. The reason why senior engineer determined that Kermos was an S-level beast king was largely due to the judgment of the brain in the tank. The reason was simple. During the contact with this person, the brain in the tank felt the signal of the biological LAN. Although it was crude, it was a real biological network. As we all know, when the radiation beast reaches A level, it can set off a beast tide. This is essentially a way to control large energy by driving organisms. If you reach S level, you can go one step further. According to theology, I am all living things, and all living things are me. According to the view of biology, you have mastered the technology of genetic parasitism. The neural networks of all parasitized radioactive beasts will be connected together to form a biological domain. And this domain is the biological local area network. Dao Gong suspected that the reason why the pure blood class captured a large number of mixed bloods was, in essence, to create biological signal towers and improve the local area network. There is no doubt that, in this process, the Knights played a big role. In the state of carbon-based fluid, even in the deep sea, Gao Gong's speed was very fast. Soon, Gao Gong found another mixed-blood marine stronghold. This was a dilapidated stronghold, far less prosperous than the underwater world. The Tree of Wisdom had almost no vitality, and the surface of the tree was covered with various blood-sucking starfish and radiation mistletoe. Gao Gong touched the tree with his palm, and the next moment, countless blood veins began to spread with the palm as the center. The blood-sucking and radiation-absorbing things were swept by the blood veins and were immediately sucked dry. Gao Gong opened his other hand, and countless blood and flesh spores spread out. Soon, a large number of swallowing sounds appeared in the darkness. Not long after, a meat blanket swept over, covering the old and tangled roots of the holy tree. On the meat blanket, there were many corpses of large marine radiation beasts, under the action of a large amount of nutrition. Soon, countless buds grew from the bare tree, and quickly grew into branches as thick as arms and thighs. Soon, the real Tree of Wisdom began to take shape. You resurrected the gene ecological beast, experience plus 10,000. On the tree trunk, a special company logo appeared. Blue Water Technology. A long time ago, when Gao Gong was still working as a hunter in the Iron Sand Desert, he found this corporate logo during a Soul of Biological Weapons mission. At that time, there was also a Cybertron logo on it. However, this time there was no logo. This shows that this Tree of Wisdom is not an outsourced project of the Mother City. Gao Gong immediately had a vague plot in his mind. In the civilized era, Blue Water Technology began to develop the Ocean Man project, which was most likely an internal project, rather than outsourcing. The Second Mechanical War started, and for various reasons, Blue Water Technology gave up the project, and failed in the sea. After more than a decade, or even decades, the foreign radioactive beasts occupied the territory of Blue Water Technology, or it could be that the internal biological materials evolved autonomously, and thus, the god Kermos was born. Then, in order to restore the Ocean Man project, Kermos began to plant trees, and began to copy Ocean Man. However, radiated beasts are only radiated beasts after all. Due to their low level, planting trees failed and Ocean Man hybrids were created. Then, the Knights came to them, perhaps to make a deal, or perhaps to completely subdue Kermos. This led to the restart of the entire plan. Then, it's now. Although the details may be different, the general plot should not change. After reviving this genetic ecological beast, Gao Gong did not stop and immediately went to the next one. As for why the holy tree should be lit, there are two reasons. One is that the brain in the tank needs this holy tree, which is simply a magical tool for evolving species. As long as the ocean people can control these holy trees, the tens of millions of radiation beasts under the command of the little woman can be transformed quickly. Second, this thing is also a magic weapon to break the biological LAN. This point, even the little woman does not know. Among the four major civilization systems in the universe, carbon-based and mechanical, these two types of civilizations are the most fighting. Although I have never eaten pork, I have seen carbon-based pigs running countless times. One after another, the holy trees lit up, just like the anchor points of the map in the game. And the center of the map was the eye of the ocean. At this time, In the depths of the eye of the ocean, the black radiation energy had already glowed white, which was the sign of S level. The white light condensed to the extreme, and the matter disappeared, replaced by a laboratory. This is a simple biological local area network. Most of the buildings here are not materialized. Of course, this is compared with the brain in a jar. As a planetary species, being able to get rid of reality and move towards virtuality. With a carbon-based biological body, mastering the means of information life. This is a great achievement in itself. If Gao Gong was here, he would definitely have a strong sense of déjà vu. After all, on the desk, there is a desktop computer. At this time, on the computer screen, pictures appeared one after another, which were mind maps. Although the mind map runs slowly, it is still running, and no one is operating it. Soon, a computer switched to a picture. In the picture, there is a masked woman, and around the masked woman, there are countless half-blooded marine cubs. The senior engineer is also familiar with this mask. All the flag officers of the Knights will have such a mask. Therefore, the flag officer is nicknamed the Faceless Man. A line of words began to appear on the computer screen. The plan failed. Why? The female flag officer looked up, glanced at the camera, and said coldly, "It's because of the intervention of a force. You should know that we have many enemies on the shore. Promise. Abide by it. Otherwise, breach of contract." The female flag officer snorted coldly and said, "You are in the biological computer state now. Isn't it too early to threaten us at this time? If the system reinstallation fails, it will not be as simple as returning to a level. You will completely collapse. So, listen to us obediently and become an S-level creature. Isn't this good?" Obviously, this kind of conversation has continued for many times. Otherwise the female flag officer would not be so impatient. The desktop computer was silent for a while, created a new system file, and then shut down, and returned to reality again. At the same time, Gao Gong also came to the eye of the ocean. The seawater was dark, and from time to time one or two huge monsters swam past. The radioactive beasts on the seabed showed two characteristics: either they were extremely large, or they were extremely deformed. And Gao Gong smelled it right away. This was the smell of a large biological computer. Chapter 398: The Past and Present of Blue Water Technology. As we all know, after entering the interstellar era, the biggest reason why carbon-based species can become one of the overlords of the universe is carbon-based fusion. Relying on this bug-level ability, they constantly absorb the talents of other species. So in the universe, carbon-based species are also called basic species, because they can do everything basic. But based on this alone, carbon-based species can only become a super fighting race in the universe, similar to a certain Cylon, rather than a civilization. Civilization, after all, must rely on climbing the technology tree to speak. Therefore, biological computer technology is the core of carbon-based civilization. First-order biological computers, second-order large biological computers, third-order species computers. Their computing power is more terrifying than the other. Even the lowest-level biological computers, their computing power is no less than that of ordinary supercomputers. In advanced biological civilizations, each member of civilization is a supercomputer. In the previous life, as an information master, he not only invaded the computer system of a carbon-based civilization, but was very familiar with the change from biological signals to digital signals. Strictly speaking, cyberspace is not a standard feature of biological civilization. Mechanical civilization can have cyberspace. Energy civilization can also have cyberspace. However, biological computers are definitely exclusive to biological civilization. This made Gao Gong surprised and happy, because he had wanted to install a computer for himself for a long time. Such a strong body is like powerful hardware. It is unreasonable not to assemble a computer. The nervous system is used as the CPU. The endocrine system is used as the memory. The motor system is used as the motherboard. The motor system is used as the optical drive. The digestive system is used as the power supply. The urinary system can be used as a water-cooled radiator. Perfect. Unfortunately, this kind of technology, Gao Gong does not know. Just as programmers may not necessarily be able to repair computers, Gao Gong really does not know how to install computers. TSK. This is easy. Gao Gong laughed strangely. Although he does not know how to install computers, he can hack the system. It is still a troublesome thing to deal with the S-level Beast King. But now, look at me killing monsters with full health. The next moment, the virtual world reversed, and the rainstorm rushed up from below. After being washed by the rain, Gao Gong's body surface turned into countless electronic codes, going against the trend. Editing himself into bioelectricity, entering a biological computer, this is the unique hacking method of the biological computer. This feeling, to be honest, is a bit unpleasant. Gao Gong seemed to have entered a loach nest, surrounded by large loaches, sticky, crowded, and wet. Uncoded is activated. Uncoded, you will break through the barrier of code with your naked eyes, and see the truth of the world. Loach disappeared, and replaced by a large number of electronic leeches. Eyesight is strengthened. Electronic leeches disappeared again, and turned into dementors, and densely packed dementors are watering everywhere. This is the unique firewall of the biological calculator, also known as the biological wall. As if they sensed something wrong, 3 dementors suddenly surrounded a Gandalf the Grey. Brother, your skin looks a bit different. This Gandalf is Gao. Inside the hood, Gao Gong slowly raised his face, and his pupils suddenly turned into Uncle Snake mode. Snake God pupils. As biological electric life, the nervous system of these electronic leeches is almost zero. A dark and terrifying atmosphere suddenly enveloped the 3 of them. In the eyes of the 3 electronic leeches, a huge pale face appeared, and its mouth slowly opened to suck them in. You killed the electronic leech, experience plus 5,000. You killed the electronic leech, experience plus 5,000. You killed the electronic leech, experience plus 5,000. This trick of killing monsters is really effective. It took me more than 10 minutes to kill the special creature with normal hacking methods before, but with this trick, it was killed instantly. Gao Gong looked around with some greed, and soon, there was an extra 500,000 experience points in Gao Gong's experience column. 100 electronic leeches died tragically under the killing gaze of the senior engineer. No more can be killed. Even if it is a firewall, too few will arouse suspicion. Generally speaking, biological computers have 3 layers of defense. The first layer is the biological barrier bred by bioelectricity, which is equivalent to a firewall. The second layer is the antivirus guard transformed by bactericidal substances and phagocytic cells, which is equivalent to the cyber killer. With the blood strength of the S-level Beast King, it is possible that even the highest level Cloud Wing Killer can be produced 1 or 2. Biological cloud disk is also one of the essential technologies of biological computers. As for the third layer, it is the local defense of each system, or even a trap. For example, some organisms do not have a respiratory system, so they will install a fake respiratory system and place some special information to lure hackers. After the hacker takes the bait, they will directly collapse the system, cut off your network cable, and destroy your consciousness. On the other hand, some unscrupulous hackers will directly invade the reproductive system, leave some code seeds, and make some species pregnant before marriage. Even, directly modify the other party's system, change the other party's XP. Gao Gong would never admit that he had done such a thing. Just like a 2-dimensional artist would never admit that he had drawn a book. With the help of the Snake God Eye, Gao Gong successfully passed through layers of firewalls and entered the system. If it is a normal computer system, it is countless codes. If it is a cybernetic network, it is a variety of data illusions converted from simulated signals. But biological computers are different. It reflects a kind of simulated evolution. In order to better catch insects, the beak of birds will inevitably develop in the direction of being sharp and slender. Because birds that do not evolve will starve to death. The neck of a giraffe, the shell of a turtle, the claws of a tiger, and a wolf are all products of evolution. Once the evolved organs are adapted to survival, this evolution will stagnate. Just like a writer who fails to write will probably not update frequently once he gives up. What should you do at this time? You should drag him into a small dark room. Put black silk on him. Whip him. Trample him. Kick him in the vitals. And not give him food if he doesn't write. At this time, he will rise up. The internal system of the biological computer is such an evolutionary system. The first thing the intruder has to face is such a self-evolution. The eyes, ears, mouth and nose, that is, vision, hearing, taste, and smell, are sealed first. Then, Gao Gong clearly felt that his consciousness began to split rapidly. As a brain-filling master, he immediately imagined that his arms were like branches of a big tree, with hundreds of branches growing out. And then, the branches grew more branches, and each branch was an arm. The same thing happened with the head, like the Buddha's flesh bun, which suddenly bulged out dozens of bumps. And then the flesh buns grew facial features, becoming a human head. and the human head grew flesh buns. And each flesh bun split into dozens of human heads. Like stacked arhats. So eager to replicate yourself. You are indeed a biological computer. You have separated evolution from the world of life, and exist in a pure mathematical form. You are good at it, the engineer thought. And a thin layer of flesh membrane covered all the heads, arms, thighs, and a thunderous digestion sound was heard. S-level talent. Flesh and blood fusion. In a few breaths, the parts that grew out were digested completely, and then Gao Gong's feet were empty, and he fell into a recycling bin. It's called a recycling bin, but it's more like an oversized stomach, because Gao Gong saw a huge stomach wall, and gastric mucus, and the heads of countless mixed blood marines. Countless eyes stared at him. Putting the computer recycling bin in the digestive system is a routine operation, but I personally don't recommend it. Because the old driver, no, the old hacker can do a simple data restoration, and the secret you want to completely clear will be discovered. The biological traces are permanently imprinted on the source code. A ball of data flame suddenly appeared in Gao Gong's palm. The flame was blue, although it was a flame code, but it was not overbearing, but there was a feeling of the best is like water. With a slight flip of the palm. The next moment, the blue flames penetrated the stomach wall like strands of blue light, and merged into the digestive system. You are restoring data. Progress 1%, 2%, 3%. The biological computer has one advantage. That is, as a computer, it has its own signal system and excellent network speed. Soon, the data restoration of the recycle bin reached 100%. The next moment, the stomach wall disappeared, replaced by countless deleted data. On the surface of gastric juice, various discarded codes are churning in it. Let me take a look. It's actually like this. As the code flashed in the eyes of the senior engineer, he gradually showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. In the recycling bin, there are not only a large number of discarded data about the biological computer, but also internal data of the First Mechanical War. Unexpected but reasonable. The First Mechanical War was the civilization of the Machine Crack Star against the Star Pirate Group. The so-called Star Pirate Group is actually an interstellar army composed of interstellar pirates, mercenaries, and gene dealers. Under this unprecedented crisis, the countries of the machine-splitting star began to unite unprecedentedly, organizing a coalition to fight back. Ascending civilizations can only be defeated by the same ascending civilization. However, civilizations below level 3, including level 3, are likely to be attacked by dimensionality reduction. For example, some super interstellar warriors who can withstand nuclear bombs. In low-level civilizations, there are indeed not many ways you can deal with them. Therefore, when the war is at a disadvantage, the humans of the machine-splitting star are asking for help from the universe, hoping that other civilizations will intervene. While making the final fire plan, the content of the Spark plan is to build a super space station that can accommodate the gene bank and seed bank of the machine-split star, and at the last moment, exile it as the last spark, watering the universe. And this super space station is the Cloud City. After reading this, Gao Gong was speechless for a rare moment. Then, the plan was not implemented. Not because the human coalition was killed, but because the universe responded. The advanced civilization that responded to the machine-split star was the controller of the Mother City. The ancient machinery civilization. That is to say, in the First Mechanical War, the Mother City and the great country of the machine-splitting star were in a joint relationship. Well, although it was not unexpected. As for Blue Water Technology, it is a company of the Alliance, and its research direction is cloning. During the war, it was requisitioned by the Machine-Splitting Star Coalition to produce clone cannon fodder. During this period, the Mother City taught it several advanced biotechnologies, allowing it to better mass-produce clone bodies. After the war, Blue Water Technology returned to its old business. Because of the technological upgrades, and the inspiration it gained from those interstellar captives, it decided to study a more awesome direction. Mutant research. And Ocean Man is one of the subordinate projects of Mutant Man. Later, it was the Second Mechanical War, and the split between human civilization and the Mother City. It is worth mentioning that, after Blue Water Technology was destroyed in World War II, the remaining researchers established a new organization to continue their research in the biological field. And that organization is the Biological Mutation Society. It feels like going around in a big circle and coming back. By the way, Can the technology of biological computer attract the scientific research leaders of the Biological Mutation Society? The full-level biologists are treasures for any force. This thought flashed through his mind. As for the god of the sea people, Kermos, Gao Gong also knew the details. It is actually a seabed worm, which was born after digesting all the first generation of sea people's experimental bodies. The deal between the knights and this person is to make it go one step further, from A+ level to S level. In turn, Kermos will join the knights and become a flag bearer. There is no doubt that this is a conspiracy, because all flag bearers are the clones of war. As a worm, Kermos only has 3 systems: the digestive system, the circulatory system, and a partially underdeveloped nervous system. The nervous system. If a normal person has 100%, it is probably only 10%. The reason why the biocomputer is so attractive to it is that once it is successfully installed, its nervous system will evolve to 500%. This is an irresistible condition. Gao Gong probably understood why Kermos was trying to get something from a tiger. Of course, although this worm itself was not a good thing. According to its plan, all the mixed blood marines would become its system programs. Only 3 systems. Then you are screwed. Biological computers? The fewer systems, the easier it is to invade. Look at Mr. G. I have passed the S level with full health. Gao Gong thought so. And the next moment, the code layer on the stomach wall disappeared, replaced by countless worm phantoms. The gastric juice under him was surging, and the rolling hot air was like sulfuric acid, which made the codes on the surface of Gao Gong's body flash continuously. I was discovered. How did you find out? Gao Gong said with interest. According to your human standards, there is a secret connection between S-level radiation beasts, and this connection can only be felt by the main body. No wonder. I just implanted the bloodline. S-level talent, after all, cannot represent the main body. Perhaps after Gao Gong's biological transformation rate reaches 125%. That is, after the 3rd transformation limit, he can completely master the S-level bloodline. But it doesn't matter if he is discovered. I will black you to death. But Kermos made a move that Gao Gong didn't expect. It opened 3 human systems to itself at the same time. Chapter 399 Brain Dead. The core of the eye of the ocean, old underwater submarines. The surface of the submarines is rusty, covered with moss. Some have simply been turned into metal scraps, and the interior is filled with water. But some submarines are still running, which is not normal. If you are a planetary civilization, if this civilization happens to be on a planet dominated by the ocean, when the technology tree is lit up to a certain level, there will inevitably be a choice, outward or inward. Outward is to explore outer space. Inward. There are 2 types. One is to dig into the planet and build an underground world, and the other is to enter the ocean, which occupies more than 50% of the surface. The technology branch you light up is different, and the choice is naturally different. High-tech materials that are resistant to water and pressure, and advanced energy materials that absorb the high temperature of the Earth's core. Whoever is pointed out first will be used first. Obviously, these submarines during the Second World War do not have such advanced materials. The reason why they have been able to stand firm for so many years is that there is an S-level strongman who suppressed this place, causing other radiation beasts to not dare to come here at all. Its own energy, and maintain the submarine's function. However, at this moment, the alarm sounded suddenly, the red warning lights flashed wildly, and the shrill screams were endless. The style was quite old-fashioned. The personnel wearing heavy waterproof clothing raised their heads, revealing their sharp-nosed and monkey-cheeked faces, and people would believe they were apes. This was the first generation of marine people, a mutant created by mixing human genes with some marine species genes. This was also the appearance of the corpse that Gao Gong saw a long time ago. According to human aesthetics, they are quite ugly, even worse than their genetic descendants. This is also normal. In the survival evolution mode, appearance is definitely the last human body item to be adjusted. But the opposite of ugly appearance is their intelligence. Name: First Generation Ocean Man Species. Clone Mutant Occupation. Biological Transformer. Biological Attributes: Strength 3. Agility 4. Endurance 4. Intelligence 100. Perception 25 notes. Don't underestimate these guys who look like aliens. Generally, ugly guys have high IQs. These first-generation ocean people are no exception. In fact, they claim to be a highly intelligent species. Whether they are pure blood or mixed blood, they are just their products. These water monkeys are the offspring recognized and loved by Kermos. In addition to these first-generation ocean people, there are actually scientists from the Knights, who are operating special biological instruments. As the alarm sounded, these scientists showed panic one by one. Among them, a considerable number of them were captured by the Knights from various scientific research institutions, so they would panic at the slightest disturbance. "Don't be nervous, it's just that our mother was invaded," a water monkey scientist said calmly. "Your words are not right. How can cyber hackers invade biological networks?" An old scientist with gray hair suddenly found the problem. "The enemy is a little special. I need you to inform your superiors. We need the help of the Knights." The scientists hurriedly reported to their superiors, and soon, noisy footsteps sounded, and the female flag-bearer appeared with a group of Knights who had undergone flesh-machine transformation. Although the female flag-bearer wore a mask, it could not hide her plump figure. Her muscle lines were terrifying. Her butt was like an iron weight, and her chest was the kind that could pull out a guandao. What was even more terrifying was that she was nearly 3 meters tall, and everyone in her eyes was like a dwarf. Situation. The water monkey scientist did not say a word and directly clicked on a holographic projection. A cluster of intestines appeared in front of a group of people. This pile of intestines seemed to have just been picked, and there was blood and digested matter on the surface. But this was the real body of Kermos after it was magnified hundreds of times. The female flag-bearer frowned at this thing. Although it was not the first time she saw it. It was really ugly. However, when you only have digestion, circulation, and nervous systems, you probably won't look very good. After the water monkey scientist turned the console, 3 lights lit up, and the percentages of the 3 systems appeared at the same time. The percentage of the digestive system was decreasing madly. 65%, 64%, 63%, 62%. Once it drops to 50%, it will be very dangerous. This means that the system has been hacked almost completely. How did the enemy invade? The female flag officer frowned. A special way of invasion, the method seems to be through bioelectric assimilation. The water monkey scientist said calmly. Bioelectric assimilation? The female flag officer frowned. If the other party really mastered this technology, it would be troublesome, because only dead organisms will completely cut off bioelectricity. And bioelectricity only has potential difference, that is, the difference in power. That is to say, even if they are S-class and F-class radioactive beasts, they all use the same bioelectricity. There are 2 ways now. The first is to transform the mother into a biocomputer. Once the transformation is successful, you can use your powerful spiritual power to drive away the enemy. The second is for you to do it yourself and drive away the enemy. The water monkey scientist looked at the female flag bearer. After all, you are the black flag bearer. The black flag bearer, whose full name is the hacker flag bearer, is one of the few in the Knights who is the nemesis of hackers. Although this woman has a strong body like a melee fighter, she is actually a real cyber killer. She is the 3rd humanoid biological computer of the Knights. The female flag bearer narrowed her eyes and stared at the other party. The next moment, the water monkeys and submarines in front of her disappeared, replaced by dense biological data, which was being calculated at a crazy speed. The data was normal, which means that the invasion was real, and it was not caused by these water monkeys. "I'll go and take a look. You guard this place and don't leave." After all, he is an S-level beast king, and he is still qualified to become the next generation of biological computer. The female flag bearer can't just ignore it, but she still gave this warning before she strode away. As for the Knights of the Knights, they stared at the scientists dangerously. No matter they were human or monkey, they were silent for a moment and then went back to work. The deep-sea currents could not affect the speed of the female flag bearer. Unlike the cyber hackers who were extremely powerful online but weak offline, biological computers had a characteristic. That is, the stronger the computing power, the stronger the body. So this female flag bearer was a monster with a very developed body. All 8 systems of her human body have reached 150%. In fact, when the system transformation rate reaches 100%, a hidden feature will be unlocked, which is that an exotic organ can be implanted. Then, for every 10% increase, an organ can be added. Therefore, carbon-based species can continuously transplant organs from other alien creatures, and then perform carbon-based fusion. And 150%. That is to say, this female flag bearer has transplanted a total of 48 organs. As she walked, These organs began to appear one by one. First, her buttocks. Countless tentacles of plankton squeezed out, which completely relieved her of the deep-sea pressure. Then, on her hands and feet, tentacles of organisms grew out one by one. Some of them were as big as rice grains, while some were as thick as arms and more than 1 meter long. As we all know, tentacles are usually used to enhance perception and communication. Now, there are more than 20 tentacles on her hands and feet. Each one is a powerful tentacle of a living organism. This level of enhanced perception allowed her to connect to the biological land in an instant. At the same time, her brain began to deform, becoming like an inflated ball, and her hair began to fuse into nerve bundles. Roughly speaking, the human brain can be divided into 5 areas: the frontal lobe, the parietal lobe, the occipital lobe, the temporal lobe, and the limbic system, with functions of thinking, perception, memory, processing, learning, and emotion. However, at this time, the 6th brain disk, the 7th brain disk, the 8th brain disk, the 9th brain disk, the female flag officer suddenly had more than a dozen brain disks. And unlike the virtual brain disks of the senior engineer, these brain disks were all real biological brain disks. This is the power of biological computing. It can have more hard disk partitions, more storage space, more powerful computing system. It can even explode computing. At this time, the information of the female flag bearer has exceeded 2 million, and is still rising rapidly. She took a step forward, and entered the biological land, and reorganized the nervous system of Kermos. The next moment, with her operation, that is, the calculation of the biological computer, leeches as thick as water tanks began to appear from the data layer, and began to counterattack the invaders. Among these leeches, there are even monsters that are thousands of meters long. These are cloud-level electronic leeches. As the top combat power of the Knights, the flag bearers are generally between level 40 and 60. But just like the level cannot reflect the true combat power of the senior engineers, for these flag bearers, the level is also just the basis. In fact, a biological computer can create a biological war. For example, like now, through computer simulation, it can create dozens or hundreds of times more electronic leeches. This kind of power, even ordinary mechanical main brains can't do it. These flag bearers are showing off their power on various continents. The mother city has been cleared several times, and they can revive from the ashes. This is not without reason. Under the evolution of biological computing, soon, the invaders were beaten back step by step, and were even forced to the vicinity of the recycling station. Thank you for your help, flag bearer. A huge female ocean person's phantom appeared. Her size was about the size of the machine generation, covering the entire field of vision, and her body was full of terrifying biological energy. However, the black flag officer snorted coldly, not at all politely. Waste, can't even deal with a single enemy. Although she is a first-order biological computer, if the other party succeeds in transformation, it will become a second-order large biological computer. But her performance has been developed to the peak. Even if the other party succeeds in the experiment, there is still a long way to go. In the present and the future that can be seen with the naked eye, I am the other party's guide and mentor. Kermos was not angry at all, but asked, the incomprehensible biological hacking method, does this mean that, on this planet, there are also forces that have mastered the biological computer technology? Impossible. The black flag officer said firmly. No one is more advanced than us in biological fusion. In meat-machine technology, we are at least 50 years ahead of this era. She didn't say another word. If there really is such technology, she will immediately eliminate it. Let's go and see who the invader is. The two soon appeared in the recycle bin, where discarded data piled up like a mountain and discarded files were like suspended islands. However, at this time, under the strengthening of the biological computer, countless leeches appeared in the data layer. They were full of biological electricity, rushing around, and crushing all data wherever they passed. Under this attack, the invader was in danger. Do you know what the most powerful part of biological computing is? The black flag officer raised his mouth slightly. It is the simulation of final evolution. The black flag officer opened his hands, and the data flow in his eyes almost overflowed. The next moment, countless electronic leeches merged into one, turning into a monster tens of thousands of meters long. The whole monster almost absorbed the power of the entire biological land. Kermos finally changed his face. Sir, the flag bearer, expel the invaders. Why make such a big fuss? Is he going to kill me? Don't worry, if I hurt your human system, I will install it for you. The next moment, the black flag bearer pressed down with both hands, the programming language, the biological IP, the biological byte, the simulator, the code bomb, everything, after being integrated into the local area network of the S-level Beast King, fell instantly. She wanted to solve two problems at once, kill the invaders, and make this S-level leech completely lose the power to resist. The invader collapsed directly. And so did the entire recycling bin and the entire digestive system. The overwhelming waste data collapsed into incomplete codes like ashes, and then collapsed again into characters that were difficult to see with the naked eye. The black flag officer floated in the air, opened his hands, and showed a strange smile. Like a demon. When we release the power of life into the machines we create, we lose control of them. They gain wildness. And because of wildness, they gain some surprises and surprises. This is biological computing. See, this woman is a bad person. There are no good people in the nights. Outside the huge flesh and blood pipe, Gao Gong was suspended in the air, and next to him was a human figure made of flesh and blood. The god of the sea people, Kermos. Across from the two was a mirror system. Gao Gong used his proud hand speed to create a fake digestive system in a short time. Although I don't know how to install the computer, there are ready-made tutorials here. So, cooperation? Gao Gong stretched out his hand. The flesh and blood figure tilted its head and looked at the senior engineer. After a moment of silence, it stretched out a tentacle. The black flag officer also gradually felt something was wrong. Generally speaking, the collapse of the biological system will be restored with the repair of life force. Especially for an S-level life, whose life force is so strong. It is impossible for her to die like this. You know, she is now in the state of a biological computer and is connected to the internet. If the network collapses completely, her system will be finished. However, this is the most common way for carbon-based civilizations to deal with hackers. Forge a fake system, lure you into it, and then crash the system directly, leaving you with nowhere to go. In the universe, this is quite common. But on this planet, this is definitely the first time. At this time, in the recycling bin, a large number of cracks appeared, the entire space was on the verge of collapse, and the female flag bearer had to use powerful biological computing power to make up for the collapse of the system. However, if this trick was so easy to deal with, it would not be so common in the universe. The sixth brain disk is overloaded. The sixth brain disk collapses. The seventh brain disk is overloaded. The seventh brain disk collapses. The eighth brain disk is overloaded. The eighth brain disk collapses. The ninth brain disk is overloaded. The ninth brain disk collapses. The powerful biological computing power is constantly filled into such a bottomless pit until the last system hard disk explodes, and then the biological computer completely crashes. In short, brain crash. Chapter 400: Restarting the Biological Computer. What is the definition of life? This is a topic in the universe that is boring but must be discussed. After all, most of the civilizations that can enter the universe are not starving to death. When they are not starving to death, everyone starts to think about life. And the definition of life, at a minimum, is a tool to kill time when squatting. At a maximum, it can even determine the diplomatic relations between two civilizations. After all, an extermination regime and a mixed-race federation can never play together. In the eyes of intelligent species, independence and freedom are the symbols of life. But this is only the view of some intelligent species. Paranomorphs, bacterial species, non-will, hive-thinking, are not convinced. In the universe, there are indeed many intelligent species that are not independent, not autonomous, but live well. This kind of intelligent species is the most common in carbon-based civilization. I have said so much, just to prove one thing: some species, such as Kermos, only care about evolution, and do not care about some unique views of humans, such as loyalty, freedom, belonging, betrayal. Its only purpose of survival is to evolve. And its way of evolution is to be studied. It was studied by the water monkey scientists before, then by the knights, and then by Mr. Gao. To put it simply, she just wants to be the wife of the county magistrate, and it doesn't care who is the county magistrate. So, when Mr. Gao showed his means, especially the technology that can help it go further, it is natural that Kermos, the king of deep-sea leeches, chose to cooperate. It was on this basis that the two sides joined forces to kill the black flag officer. In the deepest part of the eye of the ocean, there is an ancient trench. At this time, in the deep-sea tunnel, a huge monster squeezed out of the black hole. the part that stretched out alone, is enough to make people with giant phobia faint. One after another. Black intestines with a diameter of 10 meters stretched out. These intestines seem to have no end, extending to the vicinity of the sea level before stopping. This height, even the super buildings of the cyber age cannot compare to it. The next moment, the terrifying suction came out, and on the sea level, one huge whirlpool after another was born. Summoned by the god, a large number of ocean knights flew out on the seabed riding on cloud-winged beasts. These warriors had fanatical eyes, and strange mumblings in their mouths, which sounded like ballads. And the target of their attack was no longer the mixed-blood ocean people, but their former allies. The knights? A sudden battle started just like that. In the direction of the submarine. A meat knight grabbed a water monkey scientist's neck fiercely, almost tearing it apart. What are your people doing? Tell them to stop. Otherwise I will kill you. Outside the submarine, a large number of ocean knights appeared, and they attacked the meat knights frantically with a completely desperate attitude, not caring about their own death at all. 10 for 1. Or even 100 for 1. It didn't matter at all. The meat knights, who were already short of manpower, immediately fell into a high-intensity casualties. The water monkey scientist had a calm expression. 43% of our body is cells, and the remaining 57% is microorganisms. In the human genome, 37% of the genes come from bacteria, 28% from eukaryotes, 16% from animals, and 15% from vertebrates. Only 6% are brand new genes. The flesh body is not the essence of life. The meat knight was furious, and tore off one of the other's arms, and shouted, "What do you mean? I mean, your so-called death is the end of self-consciousness. But for us, it is just a new life journey. Our genes, cells, and other microorganisms will be united with the mother, waiting for the next birth. It's strange. You have mastered powerful biotechnology, but your thinking is completely consistent with humans. It's incredible." Crack. The neck of the water monkey scientist was broken. "Kill them!" Accompanied by the roar of the meat knight, all the water monkey scientists were slaughtered one after another. Even many human scientists were affected by the aftermath, and many died. As the heavy outer steel of the submarine was torn apart, the eyes of the ocean knights lit up at the cracks. In the ancient trench, as Kermos showed its full appearance. In the small intestine area, a body slowly squeezed out. Countless transparent leeches lay on the surface of her body, absorbing her consciousness fragments, making her unable to emit a single biological signal. Senior engineer also appeared, floating opposite her. Her hair grew longer and redder, and its nature changed from ordinary hair to nerve bundles. The red hair emitted electricity, piercing various parts of the opponent's body. S-level talent. Blood fusion activated. Your strength +1. Your agility +1. Your strength +1. Your random talent biological hard drive. As the star-absorbing technique unfolded, the body of the female flag-bearer turned visibly white, like a seriously ill patient, losing a lot of nutrients in the body. Seeing that the opponent was weakened to a certain extent, Gao Gong immediately used his other talent, Reverse Symbiosis. Reverse Symbiosis bloodline talent. The greatest ability of the symbiote is to devour the opponent's body and gain the opponent's ability. But as an artificial symbiote, you can separate a part of the body and let the opponent master your ability. This time, it was Gao Gong's turn to lose his flesh and blood rapidly. And soon only a mechanical body was left. And the lost flesh and blood were all integrated into the opponent's body. The other person's complexion improved visibly, even better than before. Not only did her nutrition return, but she also got the nutrition of Gao Gong. But this back and forth, coupled with the other person's system crash and hard drive explosion, led to a result. That is, when she opened her eyes, she was already in the shape of Gao Gong. TSK. Biological computers are convenient, and they are much better than brain computers. Gao Gong felt the powerful computing power in his brain, and the biological system that seemed to be able to control everything. With a thought, the memory of the Black Flag officer was extracted. If an outsider invades, this memory will be destroyed immediately. But since you can see it yourself, why mosaics are needed? Go and subdue that leech. We need the computing power of that bug. Biological computer. This is the only way to avoid the deep web. Master it. We can evolve ancient creatures. Those powerful, dark life forces in history. At the round table meeting, the Knight General said in a deep voice. The Black Flag officer sat in the middle, his face tense, and said nothing. Black Flag, you are responsible for dealing with this bug. Okay. As the Black Flag officer stood up, this memory also completely disappeared. Then, let's take a look at the Knight's base. The next moment, in the memory, a huge map emerged. Not only the 9-3 Guangzhou plate, but also the other 5 continents of the Pan-Asian region. There are more than 30 small red dots in total. Surrounding these plates, each small red dot is a secret base of the Knights. Ding. You get a second-level difficult mission, Stronghold Destruction. Mission, Stronghold Destruction. Difficulty. Second-level difficult mission briefing. Cut the grass to the root. Since we are already a deadly rival with the Knights, why not be more ruthless, directly destroy all the Knights' underground bases. Mission target. Destroy the Pan-Asian region, all Knights bases mission rewards. Experience plus 300, 000, see area reputation plus 8, 000, random 3 Knights technology blueprints Knights technology, that's at least second level technology, with a little more luck, third level technology is not impossible. According to the system's camp level classification, the Knights should be at least the peak of the second level camp. In the not too distant future, the Knights during the Cyber Tide period, that's basically third level without a doubt. According to the system's camp level classification, the Knights should be at least the peak of the second level camp. In the not too distant future, the Knights during the Cyber Tide period, that's basically third level without a doubt. Senior Engineer opened the panel of the Flag Bearer again. Name, Black Flag Bearer. Race, Advanced Organism Biological Computer. Total level, LV75 composed of the levels of the main and secondary occupations. Physical transformation, 120 the transformation rate of the human body system added together. Consciousness, 350 bioenergy, 2.3 million/3 million. Occupation, Meat Machine Dominator LV45, Biohacker LV30 Boss Template, System Operator. Attributes. Let's not talk about the level, just these attributes are not much worse than Senior Engineer, Strength, Agility, even higher than Senior Engineer. Although the end was tragic. Not as good as a certain Great Knight. With a thought, the biological computer's networking mode was automatically turned on, and the huge simulated sensing signal almost covered the entire sea surface. This is the power of cyberspace. And with the signal retrieval, soon, Gao Gong found what he was looking for. Under a tree of wisdom, the little woman suddenly raised her head and exclaimed softly, "This is different from your previous plan. It is said that plans are not as good as changes. How about you come over?" "Yes." The next moment, Gao Gong felt that a data stream converted from biological signals was directly uploaded to the brain disk. When he came to his senses, the little woman had appeared in front of him. "How did you convince it?" Looking at the intestines that penetrated the sea in front of her, the little woman asked curiously. "Nothing, I can do what the Knights can do. And I can do what the Knights can't do. For example, the female flag bearer suddenly opened her mouth, and a visible data stream spit out, which landed directly on the intestines. Similarly, one of the senior engineer's hands became illusory, allowing the data stream to pass through his palm. You get the 10th level biological blueprint. Biological computer. You get the 11th level biological blueprint. Large biological computer. Then, the next moment, the gyroscope transformed by the small virtual world appeared. This time, the gyroscope did not turn into electronic light rain, but became larger and larger. Gradually, it grew to the size of a fortress. The outermost code finally became a little unstable. "Help me." The little woman nodded. The next moment, a biological land much stronger than the S-level radiation beast appeared. The light of the local area network of Kermos also covered the gyroscope. The two forces intertwined, and the gyroscope began to rotate endlessly. A large number of biological signals were transferred in. A large number of biological codes were transferred out, covering the large intestine. On the body of Kermos, the code light became more and more complex, and even showed signs of transferring to the little woman. The Knight's biological hardware technology was indeed quite impressive, even from the perspective of a senior engineer. But in terms of software, it was not just bad. It was so bad that even its own allies felt something was wrong and rebelled. Finally, the main body of Kermos gradually disappeared, and a humanoid figure similar to the little woman appeared. It was the water monkey scientist whose neck had just been broken. This one finally completed virtualization. You assisted the S-level radiation beast electronic leech to complete the breakthrough. Experience plus 50,000. The water monkey scientist looked at the little woman, thought for a while, and said, "I have seen you. Well, I once tried to connect to your biological field. But due to some unexpected factors, I did not contact you. The unexpected factor. That is naturally the Knights. Water monkey scientist nodded. I can feel the faint destructive factors in the Knights. Destructive factors? Do you mean Honkai energy? Senior engineer asked. It is somewhat similar to the power in you. But it is not exactly the same. It can even be said that it is completely opposite. Really? Is war a blackened Honkai body? Our deal is not over yet. Water monkey scientist reminded. For the last step of transformation, I need your assistance. Of course. Senior engineer smiled and said, the intelligence of millions of biological machines gathered together will inevitably cause qualitative changes. Little woman also showed a thoughtful expression. Perhaps. This technology can also be useful to me. 10 days later, Trilobite looked at the last lit holy tree with excitement. He finally understood now that the enemy was in the headquarters. Or, the enemy was in the pure-blood elders. Countless clues showed that. It was these elders who colluded with the Knights, sealed the gods, and then slaughtered the half-bloods. The purpose, naturally, was to completely cut off the possibility of the god Kermos reviving. That's what the bearded uncle said. That Captain Sun Hong also meant the same thing. And he is the one chosen by the gods, the protagonist of this plot, the chosen one, the kind who can draw SSR cards. Under the triple identities of the Holy Tree, the Son of God, and the Hunter High Level, he has won the unanimous support of the entire Mixed Blood tribe. And during this period, he has continued to conquer other branches of the Mixed Blood tribe, expanding his own power, until now, this last step. As expected, as the last Holy Tree was lit up, the illusion of Kelmos reappeared, speaking human language. Go complete the last great feat, revive, evolve, let the throne of the ocean eye float up again. The Trilobite turned around and looked. Countless mixed blood warriors stared at him, waiting for his order. Let's go! In the ocean eye, Gao Gong raised his head and said Oh, the data is connected, then I'll turn it on. Chapter 401, The Review of the Skull Society. On the outskirts of the ocean eye, mixed blood knights appeared one after another, riding on cloud-winged beasts of various shapes and forms, and frantically attacking the purebloods. In a one-on-one battle, mixed blood knights cannot beat pureblood knights, after all. Mixed bloods are around level 16, while purebloods are generally level 25, or even higher. However, adding cloud-winged beasts, that is another matter. These cloud-winged beasts, which are either huge in size, or have strong claws, are at least level B. This is a top-level mount that only the top-level ocean knights can subdue. On the battlefield, almost every mixed blood knight has won. The combination of the two, the explosive power, is definitely not as simple as 1 plus 1. And the reason why there are so many B-level radiation beasts to help, that is naturally thanks to a certain brain in a tank. At this time, the battle outside the eye of the ocean turned into a series of pictures, appearing in front of the eyes of the senior engineer and the little woman. The senior engineer pressed the head of the little woman with one hand, and on his palm, the non-human surgery transformation was using the power of the brain in the tank, covering all the hybrids, including the radiation beasts they were sitting on. Non-human surgery transformation professional expertise, species adaptability plus 10%, transformation success rate plus 15%, abnormal transformation success rate plus 30%. Your transformation will increase the abnormal functions of the human body. The holy trees shine brightly. Under the light of the holy trees, these combat radioactive beasts, regardless of their type, gills grow on their chins, hands and feet begin to grow jade, and the transformation rate of the respiratory system begins to rise. Generally speaking, when the transformation rate of this system exceeds 10%, a breathing mode will be added. For example, land species increase the ability to breathe underwater, while marine species grow an extra lung and then gain the ability to breathe on shore. And now, under the power of the holy tree, under the power of the brain in the tank, during the operation by the senior engineer, they began to evolve. On the other side, the biological machines left by the knights also began to operate automatically. Because the rebellion of the ocean people came too fast and too fierce, the meat machine knights, there was no time to destroy these biological machines. At this time, some of these biological machines were thousands of biological lithography machines, carving on Kermos. They were shaped like birds, and the speed of pecking with the beak was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. They are modifying the protein molecules of Kermos in order to carve out a large biochip. Most of the biological machines are inside Kermos, modifying its nervous system, digestive system, and circulatory system, in order to create biological components. neural CPUs, and other computer hardware. In fact, the biggest difficulty of biological computer technology, especially large biological computers, is actually to create biological systems. In this regard, the level of the knights is not very good. However, this is what Gao Gong and the brain in the jar are good at. At this time, a large amount of life codes were input, and Gao Gong was responsible for deciphering the life codes, turning them into codes, and inserting them into the system. The battle between pure blood and mixed blood was, in essence, for system testing. After an unknown amount of time, there were several consecutive ding-dongs, and the small icon on the task panel lit up. First round of the mission, evolution of marine organs completed, experience plus 400, 000, 5 random blueprints, mechanical system defective *1, ancient gene *1. Job transfer mission large-scale biological experiment completed, experience plus 100, 000, senior biologist job transfer successful. You obtain advanced knowledge. Biological code. Job transfer mission massage of large-scale radiation species completed, experience plus 120, 000, radiation masser job transfer successful. You obtain advanced knowledge. Variant genome cloud. And on the periphery of the eye of the ocean, as the last pure-blooded knight died at the hands of the trilobite, a pure white light suddenly rose from the core of this radiation area. This familiar breath is the holy tree. The trilobite looked at the white light with enthusiastic eyes. In the white light, it seemed that there was a huge god, looking at him tenderly. A ray of white light first lit up from his body. Following closely, Pandora, Chark and Sea King Beast, white light lit up on the mixed blood knights. These mixed blood marine people bathed in the holy light, each of them seemed to be baptized, with pious expressions, as if they had entered heaven. Is the system operating normally? Senior engineer said with his arms folded. Everything is fine. The little woman gave a positive answer. I feel great now. It's as if the path of evolution is right under my feet. With a slightly unfamiliar word, a white light flashed, and a strange female ocean person came out. If the water monkey scientist has a face value of 1, then the face value of the female ocean person in front of him is 100. Like deep blue amber, crystal clear eyes, light blue skin seems to wrap the entire ocean, and there are various mysterious and sacred religious symbols on the skin, which are actually biological codes. Her hair is between the nerve bundle and normal hair, and is woven into small braids that are as long as the waist. Appearance is the last option for the evolution of a species, and it is an optional option. But according to Gao Gong's experience over the years, this seems to be an optional option, but it is actually just a disguise of a must-have option. Otherwise, Mr. G's book would not sell so well. This is the newly released Kelmos, or in other words, the large biological computer version of Kelmos. A detection skill was thrown over. Name, Deep Sea Leech King Kermos Large Biocomputer. Radiation level, S-Race. Large Symbiont Bioenergy. 4116900 Bioattribute. Skills? Leader template? Good fellow, more than 40 million bioenergy, you have at least twice as much as the average S level. And there are so many question marks, that is to say, this one has probably broken through the upper limit of the second level, reaching level 60 or above. Kermos looked at the two of them calmly. When it looked at the little woman disappeared, and was replaced by endless radiation beasts, the land, the sea, the sky, even all the humans on this planet, all were absorbed by it. The surface of the planet of Jilixing was finally covered with a thick layer of brain flour. This is the future of the brain in a vat. If she can evolve smoothly. When he looked at Gao Gong also disappeared. In the boundless white light, first the snake Gao Gong flashed by. Then, there were Gao Gong in 3 forms: fiber cluster life, blue blood man, and carbon-based fluid. Then, a super mechanical body rose from the ground. It was the Pacific Rim version of the mechanical Gao Gong, with a super body of more than 1,000 meters. And there were probably as many as 100,000 mechanical parts on it. Then, the super senior engineer suddenly turned his head to look at her, and endless flesh and blood spurted out from his body. Kelmo subconsciously closed his eyes, and his face turned pale. The senior engineer's eyes flashed, and he said, even if it is a biological computer, there is an upper limit to its computing power. Don't calculate everything you see. This is not a good habit. Taking the fusion route, the higher the level, the more bizarre and changeable it is. As a large biological computer, it can simulate and calculate the morphological changes of a normal species when it reaches level 60 or even level 90. But for someone who takes the fusion route, the difficulty of simulation may soar to the sky. Because even Gao Gong himself, he doesn't know what kind of metamorphosis he will become in the future. After a long while, Kelmos opened his eyes again and said in surprise, "I see too many unexpected things in you. Without accidents, where would there be an affair?" Gao Gong said calmly, "I need your help." Kelmos nodded. "No problem. I will assist you in completing the transformation of the remaining radiation beasts into ocean forms. After all, you will be my best helper on the road of evolution." The two looked at each other, like a turtle looking at a mung bean, and they fell in love. A large biological computer, a brain in a vat, a hardware expert, a software freak, and both are biological systems. The two are a perfect match. This is why, with just one word from senior engineer, the little woman is willing to help, and even help hard. At the same time, the heaven-level serial task, The Rise of Radiant Species, also produced the second ring. Task: Paleontological Requiem Ceremony. Difficulty: Level 2 difficult plus task brief. The installation of the large biological computer is, for the next round of the Knight's plan, the preparation for paleontological revival. In the Pan-Asian Sea, the Knights have collected a certain number of paleontological remains. Please let these paleontological dead souls rest in peace. Mission objective: Bury the ancient remains. Mission time: 2 months. Mission reward: Experience plus 500, 000. See area. Reputation plus 10, 000. Ancient gene *2, a random second level blueprint. Senior engineer searched the memory of the black flag officer and found the plan. But the specific content of the plan was not very clear. All we know is that the plan was promoted by the 3 flag officers, air, fire, and... That is to say, if you want to destroy the entire plan, you will probably have to fight with the 3 flag officers. 3 flag bearers, are you qualified to mobilize the mechanical giant Kun? The last time we fought, the mechanical giant Kun was still in the testing stage. This time, this large mechanical body comparable to the A-class radiation beast should have reached the mass production stage. This is where the camp is unreasonable. No matter how strong your personal strength is, they won't fight you in a one-on-one duel. They will just throw away a bunch of large-scale second-level weapons. I don't know when their own continental plate impactor will be mass-produced. My chief sister has deduced the large blueprint, and to what extent. But after looking at the little woman and Kermos, Gao Gong was relieved. These two will definitely take action against the Knights. With their abilities, finding the ancient remains is not a problem. At this time, these two women, or the advanced female species, finally ended their communication. Kermos turned his head, looked at Gao Gong, and suddenly said, "Do you want to visit the ruins of Blue Water Technology? You should be very interested in them." "Of course." Gao Gong shrugged. Just when Gao Gong was working on fucking island, an uninvited guest appeared. It was a bionic human toy. As soon as the toy landed, it automatically triggered the island's defense force, and the next moment, the laser swept across, and the toy was torn into pieces. The patrolling armed robot found the remains of the toy, was stunned for a moment, took up its head and took a look, confirmed that there was nothing special, then called in a sanitation cleaning machine, recovered the remains. And the armed robot itself naturally returned to the patrol route. However, he did not notice that, during his patrol, a strange grimace suddenly appeared on his expressionless face, and his tongue almost touched his nose. Unfortunately, it did not touch him. The toy sighed and began the routine judgment work. "This is the Fairy Tale Toy Park, Bandai. What I will do next will be the evaluation of Dugaoka. Then, I will start. In the Mother City. In the colony. In the other side of freedom. In outer space." Holographic projections lit up one by one. One by one, corporate monsters are online. They have a completely different aura from entrepreneurs, more crazy, more stubborn, more confident. Compared to the well-dressed cloud nobles, they have at least 3 forbidden transformations, and more places where the transformation failed. These people are the members of the Skull and Bone Society who, in the Cyber Tide, basically swept through the super enterprises of the Machine Rift Star. Of course, they are not so powerful now, but in various fields, their edge has been revealed. Even some super companies are interested in them. But none of them can penetrate the Skull and Bone Society. Then, I will start the evaluation. First, the lowest level armed robot. As the toy spoke, the next moment, The various parameters of the armed robot were displayed on the holographic screen. Garbage. Waste. Embedded power engine of the previous era. Dogleg knife. Steel claw. What is this? A gangster? The toy looked calm, and had long expected the poisonous tongues of his companions. Next, let's test the second item. The toy looked up, and in the sky, a mechanical claw man with a flight module just flew by. The face of the mechanical claw man also made a grimace. The next moment, the parameters of the mechanical claw man appeared in the holographic projection. SOSO. Not bad. Street fighting weapon, not very practical. Rural style transformation. Not bad, I'll order a batch later. A software icon lit up, the first to express praise. The toy nodded, no nonsense, but when the mechanical claw man moved to the top of the biological laboratory, it suddenly disappeared. The next moment, an experimenter subconsciously made a face. The direction of his research is a bit interesting. Low-end biochips. Fragmented alien blood. An investment project of the Cloud Nobles? If so, I will vote against it. It seems not. In the communication section, an enterprise monster with an octopus monster head made a judgment. It seems to be doing research on advanced organisms. Oh! 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 A cold response. When the experimenters walked to other areas, suddenly, a huge monster attracted their attention. Haha, Moss, they are pushing back your continental plate impactor. Has your military technology, Moss Fingmong, finally been leaked? At Moss Fingmong, ha ha ha, come and see, this is your technology. Finally, after seeing the disassembled mechanical giant stick for research, finally, these corporate monsters showed a perverted smile. And the object of their ridicule is a dark avatar. Chapter 402 Black Technology. On Gilexing, patent protection is just a piece of waste paper. The reason why everyone is a little bit wary of patent protection law is that once a big company knows that you are copying its technology, it will directly destroy you physically. As for the people of the Skull and Bone Society, patent protection? I never read these 4 words. But they have always been the only ones who mess with other people's affairs, and few people are qualified to cause trouble for them. So this time, everyone is so happy. Moss Fingmong remained silent, and the others also persisted. And finally it ended out. After the Unreal Union was annexed. I guessed that this would happen. Still stubborn. What do you think? Are you sad? A metal icon jumped out, provoking the other party. Rather than being sad that my technology was stolen. I'm more curious. My product? Someone can actually reverse it. At this moment, the others stopped teasing. And on the other end of the communicator, there were different expressions. Big companies will physically eliminate competitors. But the members of the Skull and Bone Society are of a different style. They don't care about the leakage of technology for only one reason. Show you. Can you learn it? Bandai, come closer. Let me see if the other party is really copying the technology. The octopus monster said. The researcher possessed by the toy walked not far from the continental plate impactor. I saw countless robots busy. Some of them were testing, some were assembling, like a huge production line, in an orderly manner. Looks like a real person. Are you really learning? How? Do you do it by hand? The members of the Skull and Bone Society rarely disagree. These corporate monsters, each of them is arrogant, and being able to join them, at least shows that to a certain extent, they agree with each other. They still agree with Moss Fingmong, a war maniac who forcibly raised the threshold of military contractors, from first-level weapons to second-level weapons. Now, no matter what level of corporate war, if you don't have a few second-level weapons, or even strategic weapons like the plate impactor, you'd be embarrassed to go out. All this is thanks to this emerging military giant. Technology can be analyzed. Hardware can be piled up. And materials can be purchased. Nothing is impossible. Moss Fingmong's words interrupted the discussion. On the other side of the communicator, a metal face fell into deep thought. But, with this level of technical integration, could it be that the other party also in the continental plate impactor? There are at least tens of thousands of new mechanical parts. How could the other party figure out their uses so quickly? Is he so talented? Bandai, go look somewhere else. I'm a little interested in this Dugoka now. Hurry up, hurry up. Every member of the Skull and Bone Society has a sharp eye. They can see that this third-level weapon has been almost stolen by the other party. Well, this person's status is still a bit low, let me see. The toy face looked around and soon set his sights on a target. It was a Mediterranean warrior with long and sparse hair. It can be seen that he was of a high level. While muttering to himself, none of the surrounding armed robots stopped him. Let's choose him. The next moment, Dong Gang shuddered, looked around in confusion, and fell into his own world again. Oh, he is actually a famous neuroscientist. The toy face searched the other party's memory, and was a little surprised. Dong Gang, a famous neuroprosthetics scholar, who is good at neuroprosthetics modification, neural splicing, chip modification and development. An eyeball icon sent out a text, and its text was also very interesting. Each word seemed to be written by a different person. Hey. Recognition. You're awake. Face recognition. You're showing off your crappy technology again. Software icon mocked. Eyeball icon made an angry expression. How many times have I told you? I'm not researching backward technology like face recognition, I'm researching soul recognition. Okay. Just kidding. What did you recognize? Software icon said lazily. This Dong Gang is in a good mood. He's made a breakthrough in his research. And he's recently approved a large sum of money, asking him to use neural connection technology on mechas to achieve automatic assembly. Wait. Mechas? By the way, Dugoka, isn't it the company that's engaged in anti-colonialism in the colonies? It seems to be it. Is it? Interesting. In addition to the continental plate, where the mechanical city is located, there are also a large number of colonial plates on this planet. The so-called colonial plates are the areas where resistance was most intense in the old civilization era. These areas, in the mechanical age, have all become colonies, or in other words, corporate experimental areas. There, large and small companies can obtain the cheapest artificial data, and even customize experimental subjects. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Therefore, the resistance army was born. Where there is an army, there must be arms. In fact, there have always been people doing business with the rebels in the black market. But there aren't many companies, like Dugoka, that clearly stated that their biggest clients are rebels. What Gao didn't know was that, in addition to being the chairman of Dugoka, Director Du was also a must-kill target for many colonial governors. He was ranked high on the assassination list of the global black market. To be honest, this style of going against everyone without distinction of targets was quite in line with the style of the Skull and Bones Society. Dong Gang got on the sinking elevator without knowing anything and went all the way to the undersea laboratory, where the remains of the former Crust engine were located. As soon as the door opened, many members of the Skull and Bones Society showed surprised expressions. The reason was that in the huge test base where the seawater was emptied, a large number of unmanned machines were working, and a suspended huge mechanical ball appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Although the mechanical hub was only half built, everyone could still see it at a glance. Mechanical mastermind. Fuck. This is awesome. The metal icon jumped out again, and said in surprise, as the symbol of the mechanical city, the mechanical hub is terrifying in terms of meaning and pure technical strength. Compared to it, the continental plate impactor is just a little brother. Interesting. For the first time, there was an exclamation mark in Masfinman's message. Well, I know everyone is very excited, but I personally suggest that you run away. Bandai. The software icon made a funny expression. You have been discovered. As expected. The next moment, the old-fashioned red alarm light suddenly lit up, and amid the piercing alarm, countless mechanical claws with flying templates gushed out of the mechanical hub. A dark mass, with a strong sense of déjà vu. Has the production template been loaded? Behind the communicator, Mosfingmong muttered to himself. Interesting, but why? Dong Gang was pinned down by several mechanical claw men, with a confused face. At the same time, the grimace on his face disappeared and appeared on the face of another staff member. Strange, does this Dugoka have a kind of monitoring technology that I don't know about? Another staff member was also pinned down a few seconds later. At the same time, several metal doors opened, and a large number of weird spiders crawled out. These spiders were not only huge in size, but also had facial features, and looked distorted humanoid. These spiders spit out spider silk everywhere. And as the white silk threads entangled everywhere, the electromagnetic field quickly became chaotic. Bandai's toy possession is dependent on the existence of the magnetic field. People have life magnetic fields. Bionic people have electromagnetic fields. And mechanical life also has electromagnetic waves. Although Bandai sells toys, in essence, it is actually a very rare energy development company. I can't stand it anymore. I'm leaving. Everyone. Bandai's funny face was possessed everywhere, and finally rushed out of the underground research center before the spider silk was completely sealed. Weapons, heavy machinery, biochemical technology. This family's research direction is a bit diverse. Although Bandai was discovered, he still looked calm, and even had time to popularize science to the members of the Skull and Bone Society. I forgot to mention, they are also developing the Rebel Mecha. Look at your feet. Software icon suddenly said. Huh? Bandai suddenly looked down, and saw that on fucking island, a large number of mechanical bodies began to deform, and a huge female mechanical face appeared on the entire island. That was Director Do's face. Or rather, a super-industrial AI. This is Bandai's eyes went dark, and the clone suddenly lost contact. Metal icon poked Mosfengmong. When was the technology of your industrial AI stolen? Few people know that. As a manager of a company, Mosfengmong is also a super-industrial AI. It was not stolen. And, judging from the time of the other party's transformation, they developed it themselves. Could it be a pawn of a pure mechanical civilization? Metal icon muttered to himself. In his mind, except for the freak Mosfengmong, it is almost impossible for anyone on this planet to light up the technology tree of pure mechanical civilization. But it doesn't feel like it. Just as Director Do locked onto Bandai, in a network node in cyberspace, Gao Yuanyuan was tilting her head and staring at the holographic screen. The content of the screen is the chat channel of the Skull and Bone Society. Strange, who are they? Do you want me to help? The voice of the bird of paradise sounded, and, on the holographic screen, a small flame bird icon lit up. Then I'll trouble you. Sister. Yes. The next moment, the members of the Skull and Bone Society received the warning of the corporate will at the same time. Their system was hacked. Chapter 403, The Third Collapsed Body. This group of people is so strange. In the welfare home, Gao Yuanyuan tilted her head and talked to herself. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but she was wearing the same clothes as Director Do, both in white work clothes, with both hands in their pockets, but Director Do had short hair, while Gao Yuanyuan had a long ponytail. She looked very much like a psychiatrist. In addition, the welfare home has also changed a lot. The welfare home is now full of various neural signals. Every step you take, it's like stepping into a new world. Each new world is actually a super brain. In the super brain civilization, each person's brain can become a supercomputer. This is why the super brain civilization has powerful computing power. The core of these super brains is Gao Yuanyuan, and the master of super brain civilization is also called the super master. At this time, with every step she took, the outermost data was interpreted. The true identity of each icon was also revealed. The funny face was Fairy Tale Twit Park. The black head was Moss Edge. The octopus monster was Deep Sea Biotechnology. The software icon was Black Country. The eyeball icon was Soul Recognition Technology. And the metal icon was Metal Slug Technology, except for Fairy Tale Toy Park, Moss Edge, and a few other companies. Most companies, not to mention Gao Yuanyuan, had no news at all. Even on the cybernet. What's even more strange is that, once you look for their traces in cyberspace, they will be located and tracked by the anti-tracking program. And even viruses will be automatically downloaded. Being able to hide oneself in cyberspace, to some extent, means hiding from the deep web. This is the most terrifying part. Gao Yuanyuan thought about it, took a step forward, and appeared in reality. Fucking island has already changed a lot. Various defensive weapons, energy weapons, and even the half-assembled continental plate impactor have risen. As for the mechanical claws, they were flying all over the sky. The entire fucking island seemed to have become a mechanical fortress armed to the teeth. My sister-in-law is really... Gao Yuanyuan shook her head. She could clearly feel that the computing power of the entire island was madly concentrated. And it was even no less than the processing centers of some large companies. In terms of pure aggregation of computing power, hardware AI has more advantages than virtual life. After passing through the checkpoints, Gao Yuanyuan stepped into the elevator and went down. When the elevator door opened, she saw 6 third-order solid processing modules circling wildly on the mechanical hub, and various human figures were surging on the surface. And even the breath of corporate will could be vaguely seen. Have you almost found out the corporate will? And Du Xiaodi, standing in the center of the huge Rubik's Cube, had such a majestic aura that gave Gao Yuanyuan a strong sense of déjà vu. It was as if she was facing the main body of the machine generation. And Du Xiaoti's face was so cold, it was as sharp as the cold wind in the sky. Brother has probably never seen her look like this. The entire mechanical device of fucking island has now been integrated with Du Xiaoti, which means that the mechanical hub has not been successfully reversed. Otherwise, it would be no problem to say that she is a machine generation. Seeing Gao Yuanyuan, Du Xiaoti's expression eased a little. But that was all. She didn't treat her well just because she was her brother's sister. They weren't blood relatives anyway. Gao Yuanyuan didn't care, flew to her side, and told her what she had discovered. With the hacking technology of Bird of Paradise, you can't determine the exact location of these people? Well, the power behind these people is very strong. If their bodies are not information life forms, then they are the blessing of a very advanced corporate will, Gao Yuanyuan said, while quietly looking at the other party. As Du Xiaoti opened fire, metal particles all over her body became faintly visible. Engineer Gao copied the memory metal. And naturally, he would not keep it to himself. To be honest, compared to pure force enhancement, memory metal is more useful when used on Director Du. In that case, it should be the Skull and Bones Society. Du Xiaoti had heard of radical corporate organizations like the Skull and Bones Society. And before leaving, Engineer Gao specifically told him that there was a certain probability that the Skull and Bones Society would shift its focus from the Illusionary Union to the Du High Technology. This is nothing, but once the mechanical hub is discovered, the meaning will be different. The mechanical hub is the mother city's technology, the reverse technology is reversed to the mother city, and it is the Cybertron general with the worst temper. If it goes wrong, they will have to face the mechanical army. The two girls were silent for a while. Soon, the flame codes appeared all over the sky, the flames continued to gather upwards, and the figure of the Bird of Paradise came out. Bird of Paradise, Gao Yuanyuan, Du Xiaoti, among the three girls, 2.5 are information life forms. Du Xiaoti counts as half. In short, they are not easy to mess with. Bird of Paradise looked unhappy. As one of the top hackers on the planet, her network intrusion failed despite her deliberate plan. What did you find? Du Xiaoti said straight to the point. In addition to the pure name, I only found one place. As Bird of Paradise spoke, the flame code condensed into a complex digital URL, which corresponded to a coordinate in cyberspace. This is the last place I found. Dark Kingdom. Dark Kingdom? Du Xiaoti remembered that one of the members of the Skull and Bone Society just now was a member called Black Kingdom. Bird of Paradise nodded, confirming the former's idea. The Dark Kingdom, the world's largest brainware cracking center, was unexpectedly controlled by a company. Brainware can be simply understood as a biological version of software, which is another technology different from chips. The biggest difference between the two is that chips are used on mechanical bodies, while brainware is used in cyberspace. Using brainware, you can call some data and instructions in cyberspace. In the past, this was a privilege only possessed by the big data monsters. Popularization is also a sign of technological progress. And the technology of brainware is also a goal that all major companies are determined to achieve. However, after developing this technology, the developer behind brainware made a decision that was incredible to everyone. It opened this technology to all companies. And the first place to open brainware technology was the Dark Kingdom. And this place has become the largest brainware trading market. So, the company behind the Dark Kingdom, even the developer of brainware, is the Black Kingdom? Although Du Xiaoti was questioning, she was affirmative. After all, this is indeed in line with the style of the Skull and Bone Society. It is impolite not to return the favor. Du Xiaoti muttered to herself, and then suddenly looked at Gao Yuanyuan. That thing, have you developed it? Gao Yuanyuan nodded. Then please send it over, and give it to a hands-off manager. Du Xiaoti turned to look at the Bird of Paradise. Gao Yuanyuan curled her lips quietly. She was still thinking about sending it over herself. She hadn't seen her brother for half a month. After the Bird of Paradise left, Du Xiaoti thought for a while, pressed her fingers in the air a few times, and the next moment, the 6 big magic cubes began to merge into one. And a door opened automatically. The two walked in. This was a special super brain space. Just like Gao Gong's brain disk. The people living here were 2 people who couldn't even log into the cyberspace. No speaker. Machine generation. Gao Yuanyuan immediately knew what this woman wanted to do. What else could be better than the 2 previous mechanical masterminds, and more suitable for controlling the mechanical center? However, How could she convince them? While Director Du was arranging his troops and preparing to fight back against the Skull and Bone Society, Engineer Gao was strolling around. And the place he was strolling around was another wreckage of the Crust engine. Back then, on the bottom of fucking island, the laboratory of a mentally retarded little angel was laboratory number 7. The laboratory of the Ocean Eye, however, is number 3. The Honkai bodies that Gao Gong knew were all ranked at the bottom. Although it is not certain whether the ranking is necessarily related to strength. The higher the ranking, the closer the relationship with the rumored Luca should be. And according to the Big Leech Kermos, this number 3 Honkai body should be related to biotechnology. Otherwise, she would not have become a biological computer. As the last iron door slowly opened, Gao Gong raised his eyebrows slightly. I saw a bunch of DNA double helix planted like potted plants in front of each computer. All computers were turned on, and on them were various biological data. Biological data before World War II. Although they are the same species, they are still different before radiation and radioactive beasts. Kermos sighed. Using the data before the disaster, it is true that a complete holy tree cannot be grown. For you now, planting trees is not that difficult. The senior engineer glanced at the other party, sat in front of a computer, and operated it skillfully. Soon, some ancient data were refreshed. Gao Gong read 10 lines at a glance. Transfer the human brain, along with personality, emotions, and memory, to digital storage devices to gain immortality. There is only one thing that can prevent these things from occupying the minds of everyone in the world. And that is genetic factors. Super mother tongue research. Meaningless and vague words spread in the carriage like an infectious disease. It won't be long before everyone starts talking nonsense. Isaiah is an ideal language for breeding and reproducing viruses. Once the virus is released, it will spread rapidly with deadly toxicity until everyone is infected. They are all religious fanatics. In addition to religious fanatics, they are still religious fanatics. Are these scientists crazy? They are all mentally twisted perverts. Gao Gong's expression gradually became weird. The third collapsed body is actually Turing God. Chapter 404 Knowledge Chain and First and Second Order Buildings. Turing God, the future AI killer, super virus, the nemesis of the Mother City, was actually born in the civilized era. It is still the third level of the collapsed body. This information surprised Gao Gong a little. Turing God is number 3, then what is the number of war number 1, number 2? What's more amazing is that the experimental direction of this third level of collapsed body is very similar to the direction of Turing Church now. Artificial gods. AI preaching. According to the information, the earliest batch of researchers, basically all of them were brainwashed. As Gao Gong opened the old videos one by one, the experimental subjects in the videos were either hysterical, or had spontaneous movements of the speech organs, or had amnesia, or occasional physical symptoms, such as spasms and tremors. In each video, there were also the communication and records of the experimenters. According to the records of the experiment, it has been preliminarily proved that the Isaiah language exists. The reason why we humans can evolve and reach the level of an intelligent species is not a coincidence, because deep in our brains, there is such a self-evolving intellect, which we call grayling thinking. It is precisely because of this self-evolution of biological artificial intelligence that we have gradually grasped the true meaning of this world from slash-and-burn farming to the Industrial Revolution, and then to the Mechanical Revolution. This is a coincidence of billions of cell evolutions. But it is not entirely a coincidence, but a kind of biological programming. In the evolution of life, the wisdom program is constantly being edited. Art, scientific literacy, talent, inspiration, are all products of this executive program. This executive program, we call it Vorm. Isaiah, Grayling, Vorm, the 3 major schools of Turing. Moreover, this number 3 Honkai body is different from other Honkai body. Other Honkai body are either technology or people. And number 3 Honkai body is an evolutionary program. Before the generation of wisdom, the human brain is a mess of garbled code. This garbled state is called Isaiah. Then, grayling thinking is C language. Worm is the last executor. This is the programmer named species evolution, after countless failures, the final program solution. And this evolution program is called Turing, or the third collapsed body. And this is very similar to the Turing God in Gao Gong's memory. Because the future Turing God is famous for a large-scale, irrational, lethal AoE. In Gao Gong's memory, the battle between Deep Web and Turing God Deep web summoned hundreds of thousands, millions of advanced AI armies, sucked up almost half of the computing power of cyberspace, and the entire virtual world was expanded to the limit by her, and the planetary host completely connected everything in the world. However, the black power of the Turing God now, it seems to be Honkai energy, broke through everything wherever it passed, and finally broke through all the opponent's defenses, and destroyed the opponent's host system. Later, Gao Gong also reviewed the situation, and came to a conclusion. The original Turing God was most likely a fourth order, or even fifth order information life. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. Biological evolution program. What the hell? Gao Gong said to himself. He looked at Kermos again. He finally knew how this leech was formed. Not every A-level or S-level radioactive beast has intelligence, especially those with underdeveloped nervous systems. Now, it seems that it is likely that it was influenced by the residues of the program. The other party not only grew up with intelligence, but also had a set of values. Kermos naturally didn't know what the engineer was thinking. She waved her hand, and these double helix plants made of unknown materials began to rotate, and as they rotated regularly, a special page appeared on the computer panel. You obtain the second-level professional knowledge. Information fanaticism. You obtain the second-level professional knowledge. Turing language. A line of professional knowledge chains lights up. Electronic doctrine. Electronic rhapsody. Information worship. Group subconsciousness. Information fanaticism. Turing language. Unconsciously, this professional knowledge chain, I have already lit up most of it. In Gao Gong's impression, this knowledge chain is one of the core knowledge chains of the brain civilization. After it is fully lit up, players can try to establish their own electronic religion. Don't underestimate this religion, it's effective against AI thieves. Moreover, Gao Gong also knows one thing, that is, when you complete the transformation into information life and establish the two hidden conditions of electronic religion, there is a certain probability to achieve dimensional upgrade. In information civilization, dimensional upgrade is level upgrade. This is quite awesome. As we all know, level 30 is a civilization threshold. Every level above 30 is equivalent to crossing a civilization step. Of course, there is a possibility that a swarm of ants can kill an elephant. For example, a level 60 second order space warrior, being eaten alive by thousands of mechanical claws, is likely to be exhausted to death. This is likely to occur in carbon-based civilizations, mechanical civilizations, and energy civilizations with a small probability. But it will never occur in information civilizations. Different classes, different dimensions. It is harmless to hit. For example, in the later Turing God, players have received large-scale tasks from the Mother City more than once, trying to go over and kill the opponent. All of them are misses. This is really annoying. There is no way. Turing God is a level 3 existence. To upgrade to another level is totally beyond the control of planetary civilization. It can even be said that most low-level civilizations below level 4 are difficult to deal with. However, it cannot be said that there is no way at all. The solution is dimensional upgrade weapons. It is difficult for species to upgrade, unless you are a level 3 collapsed body like Turing God, the Chosen One. However, weapon dimensionality upgrade is relatively simple. A 4th level weapon can naturally cause damage to the 4th level information species. To build such a large weapon, the professional knowledge chain of electronic doctrine is indispensable. Speaking of knowledge chain, Senior Engineer did not forget that he still had 2 knowledge chains that had not been merged. With a thought, the 2 third-level professions, Radiation Master and Biologist, were all maxed out. They each added 15 points of perception and 13 points of intelligence. At the same time, you upgrade Biological Code to LV10. You upgrade Mutated Genome Cloud to LV10. First, all the knowledge chains of biologists. Zoology, plus Botany, plus Cell Debugging, plus New Gene Map, plus Radiation Energy, plus Mutated Gene Map, plus Physical Clock Encapsulation, plus Biological Code. Whether to synthesize all professional knowledge. 80,000 experience is gone. Synthesis successful, you get the 2nd level professional knowledge chain life science. Follow the same pattern, 100,000 experience is placed. Synthesis successful, you get the 2nd level professional knowledge chain prosthetics technology. Finally, there are 2 more knowledge chains. The former belongs to the brain civilization, the latter belongs to the Transformer civilization. But in fact, the scope of application of these two knowledge chains is quite wide. Life technology second level, all the large-scale life projects required by biological civilization are centered on it. Alien species gene bank, gene space station, advanced species cultivation base, longevity factor development technology. To put it bluntly, it is the cradle of life. Prosthetic technology level 2, mecha civilization, transformer civilization, the right-hand man of pure mechanical civilization, whether it is the establishment of a mecha factory, the development of the Iron Legion, or the creation of a super prosthetic, they all rely on the assistance of prosthetic technology. Prosthetics are an important part of artificial evolution. With two more knowledge chains, Gao's gambler's soul is burning fiercely again. But Gao Gong has not forgotten that. He still has several large drawings to open. 2 mechanical system drawings that have reached May 5th, and a level 2 building drawing. Although the mechanical system is only level 1 due to its level, it is definitely a large building. You get large building mechanical body manufacturing factory level 1. You get large building exoskeleton manufacturing factory level 1. 2 small exquisite items were unexpectedly produced. Mechanical body, exoskeleton. These are the 2 best-selling products on this planet. More importantly, this level 1 factory can be upgraded iteratively. In other words, they have the possibility of being upgraded to level 2 factories. Level 3 factories. Engineer Gao rubbed his hands and clicked on another second-level building blueprint. You get large-scale building laser weapon R&D center second level. Engineer Gao's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good thing. The manufacture of energy weapons is a qualitative improvement for every camp. Well done. It's so cool to have a panel. Not only can you upgrade professional knowledge, merge, and use camp experience, which is equivalent to free camp upgrades, and also gives away second-level blueprints. It turns out that being an NPC is so happy. But then again, 2 first-level factories, a second-level manufacturing building, and the previous mechanical transformation package. This faction panel, why does it look more and more like the Director Do's happy panel? Just as Gao Gong was struggling, whether he was the protagonist, or the human-shaped golden finger behind the protagonist, stick-shaped entertainment equipment, he suddenly raised his head in surprise. Why are you here? The data fire flashed, and the bird of paradise appeared in front of Gao Gong. Chapter 405 Biological Computer. The bird of paradise still looked like a queen. Her whole body was between reality and illusion, and the code was flying on her body like a flame, forming a kind of garbled code. At first glance, it looked like a mosaic turned into a spirit. But this human-shaped mosaic gave people a feeling of setting the world on fire. In the past, this was the impact of the internet wave when it broke out. The bird of paradise glanced at Gao Gong. With a cold face, the little wolf dog in reality did not meet her aesthetic taste. She didn't say anything, pointed a little. The next moment, a stream of data was transmitted directly. The scenes that happened on fucking island before flashed back in Gao Gong's mind like a movie. Skull and Bone Society and its Bandai. Gao Gong's first reaction was to frown. Not that he hated the Skull and Bone Society. In a sense, in the direction of fighting against world enterprises, they are natural allies as long as you are crazy enough at the technological level. But at present, the Skull and Bone Society is still in the review status for Du Gaokao. As the review intensifies, the Skull and Bone Society will use various means to target you, until you persist, and then become one of them. Can Director Du withstand this extreme oppression? Moreover, Director Du has a bad temper. If he is really angry, he will temporarily avoid the edge. So, Director Du means that it is impolite not to reciprocate. She wants to use the same method to deal with a member of the Skull and Bone Society. The Dark Kingdom. Right? Bird of Paradise nodded silently. Global Brain Center. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, this black technology is one of the largest suppliers in the Future Electronic Brain project. In a sense, this is also a good thing if you can get the other party's technology through this counterattack. You stay here for 2 days. When I'm done here, I'll talk to you in detail. The bird of paradise nodded, and a red light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, Gao Gong felt countless hyperlink protocols hanging on various systems of his body. The flames banged and burst all over his body, and then drilled directly into the brain disk. Then, a roar of anger at their lack of fighting and pity for their misfortune came from the brain. Why are you still playing games? Do you have any ambition? Big sister, why are you back? Then, the lazy couple Ahong and Idulu were trained by the angry bird of paradise. Gao Gong decisively cut off the brain induction to prevent the blood of the dead otaku from splashing on him, which would bring bad luck. Although he was once a dead otaku, the heart of the ocean has changed a lot now. The flesh and blood pipelines that are hundreds of miles long connect one holy tree after another. In the pipes, the placenta of flesh and blood would crack from time to time, and one by one, the aquatic radioactive beasts would crawl out. Their claws and fangs would become paws, their skins would become fish scales, and their eyes would bulge. As they were born, the mixed-blood marine people would swim over, some would wipe them, and some would feed them. These aquatic radioactive beasts would become their best partners in the future. Kermos and the brain in the tank, both were S-level beings, especially the brain in the tank, which was almost equal to SS level, which was a third-level monster. The two sides joined forces to create such a large-scale bioengineering project. Gao Gong once again entered the fluid state. His body was no different from seawater, and no mariner could find him until he came under the largest holy tree. This holy tree was different from other holy trees. Not only did its canopy cover the sea surface visible to the naked eye, but a large number of roots and stems penetrated the seabed, covering an area of 3 trenches. Thousands of fish swam in it. Looking around, it looked like a top-quality ink painting. Many people know that the ability of mechanical civilization to mass-produce troops is terrifying. Unless it is a dimensionality reduction attack, it can continue an interstellar war for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. But in fact, the ability of biological civilization to mass-produce troops is not inferior to that of the other side. But its mass-produced troops is mass-produced troops in another sense. Rather than mass-produced troops, it is better to say that it is mass-produced buildings. Name: Genetic Ecological Beast Holy Tree Form. Category: Biological Building Quality. Second order weight: 140 tons. Large modules. Enlightenment module repaired. Gene synthesis module repaired. Defense module 100%. Biological transformation module. New module. Note: a genetic factory jointly manufactured by Advanced Information Bodies and Radiation Ecological Beasts, which currently only works on radiation beasts. Originally a first-level genetic ecological beast, in just a few days, it was repaired by these two, and upgraded to the second level. This is actually the correct way to open biological civilization, through evolving buildings, then evolving species, and finally madly producing species. Generally speaking, at the third level of civilization, the planet can be used as a production unit to produce planetary species. However, these two did not go this far, and with the 3 mother cities suppressing everything, it is impossible for them to go this far. Just letting millions of radioactive beasts go to sea is enough to prove their ability. Looking at this tree that blocks out the sun and the sky, Gao Gong understood that at this moment, his feud with the knights was completely settled. Killing 1 or 2 great knights, or even the flag bearer, is nothing to a cold-blooded organization like the knights. But helping the brain in the jar go to sea would destroy the plan of war. The species in the sea are destined to have only one master. Without the support of a huge number of marine species, the knights would not be able to produce so many ancient species comparable to S level in the future. This is a dispute over routes. However, for Gao Gong, it doesn't matter if he offends the other party. It's just a planetary terrorist organization. When I was wanted by various advanced civilizations, the G-Li star was gone. Gao Gong slowly floated to the middle of the holy tree, and a face slowly emerged from the tree. It was the face of a little woman, which looked particularly incongruous after being magnified 100 times. According to the agreement, I will transform you. Are you ready? Gao Gong nodded. I will split a part of my consciousness and merge it with yours. I hope you can bear it. This is the voice of Kermos. Countless black tree tendons drilled out from the tree, and then inserted into Gao Gong's body. A strong digestion sound was heard. Gao Gong, who was in the carbon-based fluid state, was directly sucked into the tree, or in other words, into a large biological computer. This is also the unique advantage of biological civilization. Using hardware to grow hardware. Plant a chip, and you can harvest a bunch of chips next year, which is a good deal. After being sucked into the tree, Gao Gong's 8 major human systems: movement, nerves, endocrine, circulation, breathing, digestion, urination, and reproduction, were directly divided into 8 parts. Just like installing a computer. After this part of the hardware is rebuilt and reinstalled, the human body system will become a real biological computer system. Chapter 406. Gao Gong's body is a little special. Well, more than a little, to be precise, very special. He is half mechanical, and half biological. In the universe, there is a law, that is, machines are incompatible with machines. The first machine refers to carbon-based civilization, and the second machine refers to mechanical civilization. Once a civilization is established, the technology of other routes can only play an auxiliary role at most, which is completely different from integration. The more advanced the civilization, the more difficult it is to integrate. But Gao Gong knew that one of the greatest rulers of this universe was taking the fusion route. The 9th level civilization, the Eternal Dynasty, was one of the most powerful civilizations in this universe. And it might even be the only one. Even among the 9th level civilizations, it was one of the few terrifying existences that could mass-produce 9th level troops. 9th level troops. Level 270. The mastermind behind the Cyber Tide, which Gao Gong had to deal with all his efforts, was only level 180. It was so fucking abnormal. In Gao Gong's impression, as the later plot of Cyber World appeared, 3 major cosmic disasters came, and some super civilizations that even Mr. G had to look up to in the previous life were wiped out by the 3 major disasters. The 4 major civilization systems, in front of the 3 forces of invisible, organic, and corrupt, have almost no ability to fight back. The Eternal Dynasty is one of the few that can confront the 3 natural disasters head-on. Therefore, Gao Gong, after reincarnation, chose this route without any hesitation. Of course, the real difficulty of the fusion route will only be revealed after ascension. Gao Gong, who is only level 29 now, can only be regarded as low-level cannon fodder in the universe. But precisely because of the low level, the fault tolerance rate is very high. Otherwise, why do those advanced civilizations always like to build cyber test sites? Although it was an illusion, Gao Gong seemed to have returned to the womb. However, this time, he was no longer a tadpole, but a database. In the database, there were 8 different types of codes, corresponding to the 8 major human body systems. A large amount of body code gushed out for secondary editing. The brain in the vat was responsible for editing the human body code, and the one responsible for reorganizing the hardware was naturally the Kermos brand large biological computer. Your nervous system transformation rate plus 3%. Your nervous system transformation rate plus 2%. Your motor system transformation rate plus 2%. Your endocrine system transformation rate plus 2%. Gao Gong clearly felt that his body had changed. The brain began to repartition, and the speed of operation increased rapidly. Although the improvement of the nervous system transformation rate, perception, and intelligence would increase the computing power of the brain. But this time it was obviously different. The brain became the central processor at the hardware level, and the other 7 systems became 7 core processing units. And its processing efficiency has increased 100-fold. In other words, even without activating skills, Gao Gong can edit the body, or it can be called autonomous evolution. This is an absolute benefit for Gao Gong. Rich theoretical experience, insufficient practical conditions. This is Gao Gong's current state. And by transforming into a biological computer, Gao Gong can break through the shackles. For a while, countless underlying transformations began to appear in various parts of the body. On the human skeleton, countless strange circuits appeared on the surface of the bones, embedded in them. And some ribs, tibia and other places even collapsed due to code reorganization. Then it recovered instantly. The motor system, which is equivalent to the motherboard, plays a stabilizing role. Then is the human endocrine system, which is biological memory, and the biological information it secretes will not disappear, but will be stored in various endocrine organs. Most human body transformations are to improve the transformation rate of 1 or 2 systems. But this time is special. This time the transformation is 8 major systems, all-round improvement. The remaining biological system, 15% transformation rate, was almost filled in a few breaths. Your body seems to have reached its limit? The brain in the jar sounded puzzled. It rarely saw the transformation of an organism reaching the point of overflowing. It was a bit too much before. Well, I'll take this opportunity to sort out all the messy blood that was not used before. The senior engineer thought. Some of the past blood that had been thrown into the garbage dump, such as the enhanced bloodthirsty feet, regenerative organs, inflated blood, biological blood armor, all were pulled into the recycling station digestive system and emptied. This is also a unique ability of biological computers. which can change talents and skills. With just this one move, there is an additional 20% transformation space. Finally, with the reproductive system transformed into a modem fixed at 25%, all biological transformations are finally completed. Your biological energy plus 10,000. Your bloodline intermediate energy symbiont is upgraded to advanced. Advanced energy symbiont, an advanced organism that can trigger energy resonance. Biological movement is energy movement. Energy conversion efficiency 1/1 biological energy/particle energy. You get the biological computer mode. Biological computer first order max, a biological computer machine used for high-speed calculations, which can perform numerical calculations, logical calculations, and storage memory functions. It is a modern intelligent biological device that can run according to the program, automatically, and quickly process massive amounts of data. Gao Gong opened his eyes. In an instant, he could clearly feel the operation of each human body system, the division of each cell, and the large amount of bioelectricity jumping between potentials. They were turned on. In an instant, Gao Gong felt as if he was looking at the world from the perspective of a computer. It was familiar, but also strange. A large number of nerve cells had turned into lines of signal codes. When Gao Gong opened his eyes, the display screen was completely turned on. At this time, in the brain disk, Bird of Paradise, Adalu, Ah Hong looked around in astonishment. The brain disk, which was originally as big as a football field, began to expand rapidly, and the white walls began to expand rapidly, and expanded 100 times. At the same time, holographic screens appeared in the brain disk. Vision, hearing, smell, taste, including body movement data, breathing frequency, digestion speed, secretion efficiency of various neurotransmitters, effects, all turned into data, and refreshed frantically. Big data analysis, strengthening, analyzing again, strengthening again. Not only internally, but also externally. Ahong and Idulu almost collapsed at the same time. When they reacted, they had become two running small programs. Huh? Were we digested? Are you in the digestive system? I'm next to you. In the endocrine system. The salted fish couple wandered around curiously, not nervous at all. As for the bird of paradise, it frowned. Code flames gushed out from the surface of its skin, resisting this transformation. What the hell are you doing? Gao Gong did not speak, replaced with countless holographic screens on which there was a lot of combat data about her, decomposition, reorganization, prediction. This efficiency, compared to ordinary combat chips, is not at the same level at all. Chapter 407, Hidden Villa. As a world-class hacker, and a level 60 information life, Bird of Paradise's taboo is that others provoke her on a virtual level. The enemies whose brain she burned through, erased their personalities, and turned into error codes, are the best examples. Even if the opponent is Mr. Gao, it is the same. The next moment, she no longer cares whether she is in the opponent's body. The terrifying flames gushed out. Rolling clouds of fire covered the entire brain in an instant. Countless bird shadows loomed. These cracking mini-programs almost infiltrated into the major human body systems as soon as they were born. Assembled into neural cracking programs in the nervous system. Became downtime programs in the motor system. Became chemical hormone cracking programs in the endocrine system. And tried to forcibly hack into Mr. Gao's body in an unreasonable way. Big sister. Are you serious? Ahong said in surprise. As for Idulu, she looked at a holographic screen not far away. The red number on the screen marked the number of attacks by the hacker cracking software. 100,000 ordinary cyber hackers operate about 100 hacking software at the same time. AI hackers can hack into 1,000 at the same time. For the top-notch hackers on the Mother City's wanted list, the number of simultaneous operations is 10,000. After the transformation of information life, this cracking program edited by simulating signals has risen to an unprecedented level. Enterprise-level firewalls are unable to withstand this information density. However, it was somewhat beyond Bird of Paradise's expectations. As soon as the cracked applet penetrated, it encountered unprecedented resistance. Chemical signals were upgraded to simulated signals. Chemical substances became firewalls, and the mucous membranes on biological systems even directly transformed simulated signals back into biological signals, and then absorbed them. The entire body seemed to have become a data black hole. Bird of Paradise took a deep breath, and at once, hundreds of holographic computer projections were generated, and the keyboard was automatic without wind. As a top hacker, His micro-manipulation skills are definitely master level. Countless systems have been invaded and conquered. Gao's human tissue data is constantly displayed on the holographic screen. However, as the perspective is enlarged, covering the entire brain disk, you will find that the enlarged brain disk has become a desktop computer. In the light of the desktop screen, the image of the bird of paradise is reflected. It has directly changed from 3D to 2D. The huge black shadow sitting opposite the computer finally revealed his face. A face made entirely of mechanical bones. Looking at its outline, it is Gao. Biological computer, mechanical operator. Gao Gong manipulated the keyboard with skilled hand speed. Ha ha ha, just a joke. It's just a physical examination. At worst I'll check it for you later. Hearing Gao Gong's voice, although the bird of paradise looked cold, but the speed of cracking was a little slower, looking around with suspicious eyes, finally confirmed the screen, stupefied for a moment. How did you master the means of informationization? A first-level top biological computer, logically speaking, should be crushed by a second-level top information life. But firstly, Gao Gong's biological hardware is excellent, and the running score is quite impressive. Secondly, as a former 6th-level veteran, if you give him a crowbar, he can pry up the entire notebook world. And the biological computer is just such a thing. The bird of paradise closed its eyes tightly, and its body suddenly became completely computerized, and the computer screen suddenly became blurred, and then, a face with a branded scar squeezed out of the screen, first the head, and then the body, naked, completely computerized, which was almost the same as being naked to some extent. But the couple didn't care. One was casual, and the other was also casual. The information flow was entangled in Gao Gong's mechanical body. The engines in Gao Gong's body began to run at full speed. The signals were entangled together. And inside the bird of paradise's brain, a small virtual machine was being established. Just like Kermo's modified Gao Gong, Gao Gong could also perform computer modification for others. And there is another way to say this modification, which is called signing an agreement. Finally, when the bird of paradise regained its human form, it looked at the other party with complicated eyes. As a super hacker pursuing freedom, she could not determine for the time being whether her choice was right or wrong. From friend to subordinate, it was a big change. And in the camp panel, there was also a ding sound. Level 60 Virtual Life, Strelitzia joins the camp. Camp experience plus 5 million. Leader reputation plus 5,000. It turns out that the real name of the bird of paradise is Strelitzia, a standard female name, and a kind of delicate and beautiful feeling, which is completely different from her usual style. A top hacker. If she wants, she can deceive you in 10,000 ways. However, when the protocol is imprinted in the source code, unless he dies, the protocol will be unbreakable. She has thought about this decision countless times. Trust, even loyalty, is not something that comes with the wind. Gao Gong was able to defeat the virtual union on his own, including his plans and moves in Dugoka and the electronic grid, all of which were seen by Hela Wanglin. Among them, what attracted her the most was undoubtedly the route taken by Gao Yuanyuan, which was something she could not understand, but was very shocking. Since they were all family members, Gao Gong didn't say a word. I have a few things I need you to do. Strelitzia nodded, and her attitude became much more respectful. First, I need you to help me contact some hackers, preferably experts in the industry, so that I can form a large hacker team. Organizing a hacker team is to prepare for future corporate wars. Companies without hacker teams will suffer big losses in wars. No problem. The old man still had some connections back then. And both Ahong and I know some people. If Gao Gong remembered correctly, when Ahong approached him, he also invited him to become a member of a hacker website. Although this matter was left unresolved, Gao Gong remembered it very clearly. Players at this stage have just begun to touch the threshold of such hacker organizations. The next step is to spend time on tasks and reputation. It will probably take until the middle of the planetary plot, when the corporate war ends, to become a formal member. But time waits for no one. By the time the players have fully grown up, the opportunity will be gone. Also, when you leave, take Ahong with you. There is a place. In the Geely Star, there are many so-called pre-civilization sites, which are also called graveyards by players. There is a profession called archaeologist, which can get various rewards by digging graves. The difficulty is not high, and the rewards are rich. It is very popular among players. There was even a grave digging craze at a certain stage. Of course, some grave digging will come up empty-handed. while some grave digging will make a lot of money, which is purely based on luck. Some particularly lucky players will make a leap in this process, and their strength will grow like a cheat. A big reason for this is because of the things dug out from the graves. Gao Gong remembered that there was a graveyard that allowed a grave digger to directly reach the level of a top player from a third-rate player. This was because he dug up a Golden Finger grandfather. From now on, this Golden Finger grandpa is actually the secret system, a virtual project from the last era, similar to the power that Madame Hongming possesses. Ah Hong was attacked by the code weapon from the last era, and only the existence of the same last era can restore his strength, or even reach a higher level. Gao Gong remembered that the cemetery was called the Secret Villa. Chapter 408 Earth Breakthrough Machine Level 3. Gao Gong talked to Yuanwan about many things: the role of hackers in corporate wars, how to get most hacker organizations to join the Electronic Brain Plan, and how to blow up the Arasaka Tower before the Holy City organization, even including in the Cyber Tide, how to build enough safe houses to prevent the infiltration of high-level information. For the secrets revealed by Gao Gong, Yuanwan was first stunned, then shocked, then numb, and finally confused. You are exaggerating, aren't you? I know you can draw big pictures, but I didn't expect your pictures to be so long, almost breaking through the sky. Oh! By the way, from the picture drawn by the other party, breaking through outer space is just the beginning. According to him, many information civilizations are essentially hacker civilizations. After leaving the G-Li star, he will help himself build a hacker civilization, become the master of civilization, and even carry out the legendary civilization ascension. Guanlan left in a daze. It would take her a long time to completely digest the news revealed by Gao Gong. Is my pie a little too big? After everyone left, Gao Gong said to himself. In the universe, where there is information, there are hackers, but they are not computer hackers, nor cyber hackers, but some more bizarre and unpredictable existences. Different dimensional killers, dimensional manipulators, virus masters, and even information modifiers who specialize in transforming civilizations. Compared with these cosmic monsters, information hackers are still far behind. One of the 6 ninth-level overlords in the universe is a super hacker civilization. It is called the High Dimension Secret Forest, and every member of the civilization is a master of an inner universe or superstring space. By the way, this 9th-level civilization has achieved what Mr. G dreamed of in his previous life. That is to join the 3 major natural disasters and become a glorious guide to the universe. Mr. G expressed his envy. After Guanlan left, Engineer Gao was not idle either. He opened the panel and looked at the model transmitted by the other party. His expression gradually showed a strange expression. Small intelligent machine base. Remote backup center. Universal machine consciousness. Riverbed transformer. These advanced drawings created a thing like this. Excavator? From the model, it is an excavator, but it is a super excavator that is magnified hundreds of times. Its front end cuts a part of the riverbed transformer, huge mechanical shovel teeth, and mechanical drills, which are densely packed and look very dangerous. And its middle section is a semi-hollow structure, which is also covered with various mechanical drills, and inside is the control panel, which is divided into manned control panel and unmanned control panel, and near the control panel are small robot production workshops. This probably adopts the structure of a small intelligent mechanical base, but the area is much smaller. As for the engine, it is a large mecha engine, but there is not one, but thousands. A large number of energy plates rotate around the engine like tracks. Even Gao Gong saw a lot of structures similar to interstellar spaceships. Needless to say, it is the one in the Flame Pass. This super large mechanical building is called a mechanical hub containment machine. Its purpose is self-evident. Director Du, you are exaggerating. Looking at this evil creature, Senior Engineer wiped his sweat. What exactly was Director Du thinking? Is it really okay to bring out this super machine that is clearly against the Mother City? In order to prevent Senior Engineer from not understanding, Director Du also made special marks. The first step is to use the super powerful excavation ability to dig mountains and holes. The powerful force can even dig tens of thousands of meters underground and embed it into the mechanical hub. The second step is to use the manufactured intelligent mechanical soldiers to attack and pollute the mechanical hub's military source, and then use the backup center to load the machine consciousness, remotely control the polluted soldiers, and counterattack the hub core. The third step, after physically paralyzing the mechanical hub, disconnect the mechanical main brain from the network at the virtual level. The technology used in this regard is the blueprint of the mechanical hub itself. Or in other words, the ability of the previous main brain generation. After reading it, Gao Gong was silent for a while, and couldn't help complaining. Even if this thing is really built, who are you going to give it to? Who dares to use this kind of weapon? Isn't this a standard way to seek death? However, Gao Gong was stubborn, but he still planned to make it. The reason is very simple. Let's not talk about what Director Du is planning. In the era of Cyber Tide, this thing is really useful, and very useful. Drag this large building blueprint into the synthesis panel, and the system prompt pops up automatically. Obtained large mechanical building mechanical hub storage machine completion degree 76%. Do you want to synthesize it? 76% completion degree TSK. Director Du has worked hard. Gao Gong said nothing and clicked OK. The next moment, 3 boxes popped up. You can only put 3 knowledge chains at most. Then, there is nothing to hesitate about. Mechanical complex, mechanical brain technology are definitely the must-haves. As for the last one, Gao Gong hesitated between artificial neural network and prosthetic technology. First, he put artificial neural network on it. Synthesis success rate 31.5%. Then, he put the other one on it. Synthesis success rate 30.5%. They are almost the same. This is the benefit of building a model in advance. You can directly show the success rate. If you force synthesis based on experience, not only will the success rate be pitifully low, especially when you have more than 10 million experience points at once, then you fail, and then nothing. This thing is much more exciting than betting on football. Gao Gong hesitated. If he filled an artificial neural network, then he might be able to create a large-scale robot paralysis machine, which is a variant of EMP technology. If he filled in prosthetic technology, there would be more directions. However, artificial neural network is the professional knowledge chain given by Sister Rose. As a professional wolf dog, Gao Gong can easily move among many rich women, because he does not commit suicide. So Gao Gong chose the second technology without saying anything. Do you want to consume 15 million faction experience points to synthesize? Gao Gong rubbed his teeth and clicked OK. Synthesis failed. However, the rich woman's luck did affect Gao Gong. After only the second shot, Gao Gong succeeded in synthesizing. Synthesis successful. You get large building Earth breakthrough machine level 3. Damn! What's with this strong sense of deja vu? System, be careful when naming. Name, Earth breakthrough machine level 3. Category, large civilization building. Quality, level 3 civilization. Weight, 1.06 million tons. Basic attributes, DPS, 300,000. Attack power, 1000. Single drill, attack speed, 30,000. Attack/1 second, main attack range, 3,000 meters. Large modules, Intelligent Machinery Production Module, Intelligent Machinery Virus Infection Module, Mining Module, Army Production Module, Heat Absorption Module, Mechanical Engineering Module, Super Prosthetic Implant Module. Hub type, Super Mode. Earth Core Excavation Mode, with the help of tens of thousands of super drills. And super mechanical bodies specially built for drills. Breaking through the Earth's core is just around the corner. Super Mode. Heat Energy Absorption. The bottom layer of the Earth core breakthrough machine is composed of a heat energy absorption device. Once it penetrates into the ground, the device will start to absorb the heat energy of the Earth's core from a long distance, with a power consumption of -40% and a power of +50%. Super Mode. Intelligent Machine Crisis. A small-scale intelligent machine revolution, which makes the stupid fellows understand that assimilation is the ultimate destination of mechanical life. Super Mode. Hub Embedding. Through the prosthetic implantation system of the ghost in the shell. In a short period of time, it can be integrated with the mechanical hub and master the power of 2 large machines, the Earth Core Breakthrough Machine and the mechanical hub. Note, my drill, but it is a drill that can break through the center of the Earth. It can trigger an intelligent machine crisis and can directly seize the mechanical hub. This attribute is too awesome. Is this the power of a rich woman? Gao Gong took a deep breath. Director Du, my drill is also going to break through the sky. Chapter 409 Planetary Species Pressure. Bird of Paradise. No, Strelitzia left quickly. She had a lot of things to do, and when she left, she also took Ahong with her. The large-scale marine biological engineering of Kermos, and the brain in the tank is still going on. There is no doubt that these marine radiation beasts will become a thorn in the eyes of the knights, a thorn in the flesh. In the future, a war between the two sides is inevitable. In the process of hatching, the mixed-blood marine people will play a decisive role, and as the god-favored person of Kermos, the representative of the hunter camp, the player Trilobite rose to the top in one step, becoming the leader of the mixed-blood marine people, with a large number of minions under him. If he manages well, he can even become the first player-identified faction leader. As for the side effects, Trilobite was heartbroken. The mixed-blood girl was engaged to Chakan Sea King, the tribal strongman with the template. Trilobite took the initiative to break up. The reason is very simple. The ocean people are a matriarchal tribal society, which means that every woman here is a sea king, and they are sea kings within the scope permitted by law. A female ocean people can have 5 to 10 male partners. When the Trilobite heard about this ancestral custom, its eyes widened, and after a long time, it finally managed to utter a word. I treated you as my first love, and you treated me as my spare tire? Then the two of them broke up peacefully. This is also the reason why love between different intelligent species in the universe can easily fail. Just like opening a blind box. No one knows what kind of mating principle the other race has evolved. At the same time, Galgong also continued his Pan-Asian region travel plan. This trip has 3 goals. The first goal is the second link of the heaven-level mission, eliminating the stronghold. The second goal is complete the triggering mission, the ancient creature requiem ceremony. The third goal is, in various cyber test sites, to do things in the name of saving players. The third one is the key. In the cyber test sites, high-level blueprints, weapons, and even knowledge are actually very abundant, and the output far exceeds that of ordinary second-level civilizations. Even in terms of quantity, some third-level civilizations cannot compare with it. Galgong planned to gather at least all the knowledge of an entire civilization before leaving this planet. At present, everything was going well. In the deep sea, Galgong swam very fast. This time, he cancelled the carbon-based fluid mode. The pressure of the deep sea was transmitted from all parts of his body. He felt like he was soaked in sticky glue. Every time he swam, he had to spin several times, even dozens of times the strength. However, Galgong's speed did not slow down much. Every movement and every burst of energy seemed to be accurate to the millimeter, which was no less than that of species that had lived in the deep sea for decades. This is naturally due to the biological computer. At this time, in the brain disk, countless holographic images appeared, shooting Galgong from various angles. On the screen, data flashed wildly. Bone movement data, skin deformation data, human chemical substance secretion data, respiratory system adjustment data. These data were refreshed at a crazy speed. Biological computer, first-order peak technology. And supercomputer, also first-order peak technology. The computing power of the two is equal. This also means that, in terms of body calculation, Galgong is equivalent to having the blessing of a supercomputer. On the main screen, there are various icons. Some are skill icons, and some are human system icons. At this time, a new icon is being generated. Similarly, on the system panel, a new talent is refreshed. You comprehend the talent Deep Sea Wandering. Deep Sea Wandering, in the high-pressure water-living environment, you can move freely, fight, and even eat and digest. One of the superpowers of the biological computer is the custom talent. I remember that deep-sea fish like sharks urinate through their skin. This talent feels a bit disgusting. Fortunately, Galgong is not very interested in eating sashimi, so he naturally won't use this. After refreshing this talent, the computing power of the biological computer can be moved to another aspect. Galgong narrowed his eyes and stared at a Class B radiation beast not far away. It was a coincidence. This was a shark-type radiation beast, about 40 meters long. Its skin was like red-hot steel, and its 3-meter-long teeth had lights on from time to time, which showed that the opponent could spray particle energy and cause more than 10,000 damages. Galgong also felt the power of nuclear radiation from the other party. Nuclear radiation shark? Countless images switched to this nuclear radiation shark, and data was refreshed like water. Galgong did not pause for a moment and ran straight to the other party. Compared with the radiation beasts on land, the radiation energy of the radiation beasts in the deep sea is generally 2 to 3 times stronger. The radiation energy of this shark is about 500,000, which is already half of the ordinary A-level radiation beasts. As it discovered Galgong, the body of this super shark became visibly hot, and the sea water became visibly black. At the same time, the rich radiation rays instantly covered the surroundings. Particle beams shot out one after another. At the same time, its skin began to light up crazily, and a strong dazzling light began to emerge from the surface of its body. This shark actually mastered the means of nuclear explosion. It turned out that it was not called a nuclear radiation shark, but a nuclear explosion shark. What Gao Gong didn't know was that, in this sea area, the nuclear explosion shark was a standard regional overlord, and its bug-level nuclear explosion power even forced away several A-level beast kings who were about to stop. As if he had predicted it in advance, Gao Gong kept dodging the opponent's energy cannon attack. When the two sides were about 1,000 meters apart, Gao Gong narrowed his eyes and exploded at the speed of a level 3 sonic boom. Although it could be faster, this was the most suitable speed calculated. Gao Gong raised his 5 fingers slightly and swam in the water nimbly, as if he encountered no resistance. Every time he changed the angle, he could always avoid the opponent's attack and sense it. When the opponent's nuclear explosion was about to explode, his body suddenly rolled to the opponent's gills like a swimming fish, and his palm suddenly pierced, sinking into it completely. It was the brightest spot on the opponent's skin. A man and a shark crossed each other. When Gao Gong used the momentum to swing 1,000 meters away, a terrifying explosion sounded. A micro-mushroom cloud emerged from behind him. You caused 3,000 damage to the nuclear shark. You caused a critical blow to the nuclear shark. You triggered the instant death effect. You killed the nuclear shark, experience plus 50, 000, specialization point plus 1, skill point plus 3. You gained a temporary status, nuclear shark nemesis, deterrence to the species plus 10%, attack bonus plus 10%, duration, 10 minutes. Killing a B-level radiation beast, it's normal. But what is abnormal is that, during the whole process, Gao Gong did not use any skills, but the attack was lethal, which made the people who showed off their skills feel numb. It turned out that long before Gao Gong took action, the battle simulation of the biological computer had already completed the simulation of water resistance, light, radiation energy and other data elements. At this time, in the holographic screen of the brain disk, this huge nuclear explosion shark had been decomposed into countless parts, and the functions of each organ and each system had been analyzed thoroughly. On this basis, the opponent's hunting methods are constantly analyzed, including attack selection, attack direction, close combat or long-range combat, whether to call friends and bring in companions. In these data analyses, the opponent's nuclear explosion method accounts for 74.8% of the possibility. Therefore, all of Gao Gong's actions, including movement routes, attack angles, and attack methods, are determined, all for the purpose of detonating the nuclear explosion in advance. Before he made a move, the simulated screen had already shown the result. The result is an instant kill. In this sea area, Gao Gong was like a butcher cutting an ox, constantly killing nuclear sharks one by one, and explosions sounded from time to time on the seabed, until the permanent state of nuclear shark killer appeared on the page, and the deterrence and attack bonuses both became 45%. Gao Gong stopped. Scanning his eyes, the sharks that were ferocious before disappeared into the darkness with their tails between their legs. If they had tails. Hunting biosphere professional skill. Every time a creature is killed, you will get a temporary state blessing, and when the number of creatures of the same type killed reaches the upper limit, the temporary state will be converted into a permanent state. At the same time, on the panel, species pressure plus 1 planet species pressure professional talent, the biological blood you implanted, the advanced species you killed, will all cause you species pressure. Try to collect these pressures, and then turn them into a more powerful biological domain. With the dual blessing of biological computers and professional abilities, the entire ocean will become Gao's hunting paradise. Chapter 410 Latitude Weapon Idulu. The Pan-Asian region refers to the territory of the old empire, that is, the main continent, plus a series of colonial island countries, a general term for mechanical enclaves. In addition to the Pan-Asian region, there are 2 more regions on the Geely Star, corresponding to the Old Alliance and the Federation respectively. They are called Future World and Divine Land. These 3 regions are also the places with the most mechanical cities, besides, are the colonies scattered all over the place. The styles of the 3 regions are also completely different. For example, the Pan-Asian region, the environment is the worst, storms are rolling, and island collisions occur from time to time. This is the aftermath of the turbulence of the continental plates. Except for the ruling area of the mechanical city, it is almost difficult for living beings to survive. Pan-Asian region. Lianglo Plate. A small clownfish quietly raised its head near the cracked sea, and quietly spit out seawater. The clownfish looked at the sea not far away. with the intuition of a weak creature. It could feel that in the distance. There was a huge breath approaching. This breath gave people the feeling that the sea opened its mouth and swallowed all living things. However, the next moment, as a wave hit, the clownfish blinked in astonishment. It suddenly found that the huge breath just now had suddenly disappeared. In the ocean covered by the dark cloud of radiation, underwater whirlpools formed in the distance, as if they had turned into a huge and empty face. Then, the face showed a weird smile. The clownfish shuddered suddenly and dived into the water. The sea was too dangerous, and it wanted to find its father. There were many wonders in the deep sea. In the depths of this sea area, there was a blue fluorescence, and a large number of luminous creatures lived in it, including luminous jellyfish, annelids, and some krill and sea fireflies. On the seabed, there were still some remnants of huge mechanical limbs, and the surface was covered with dense seaweed. Apart from anything else, the size alone was amazing, which was very consistent with the Empire's stupid, big and clumsy style. There is no doubt that this is an ancient battlefield. These luminous creatures and plants are rare radiation species, beautiful and deadly. The intensity of the radiation field here has reached S level. Any deep-sea creature attracted by the light will be melted by the rich radiation in a few breaths. Even the intensity of the nuclear explosion center is not as strong as this deep-sea area. The radiation energy and fission energy have gradually undergone some changes in the decades-long conflict. In the deep sea, there are actually quite a few such deadly areas. Following the fluorescent light, there is a frozen methane bubble. Countless frost flowers cover the surface of the bubble, making this area dreamlike, like a snow country. However, once these bubbles burst, the greenhouse effect produced is no less than hundreds of nuclear bombs exploding at the same time, which can directly increase the temperature of this sea area by dozens of degrees. In the Liando plate, this place is divided into a restricted area, and no creatures are allowed to stay. After passing the bubble area, you will reach the edge of the sea area, which is a huge submarine glacier. Countless floating ice rushes out of the seabed along the ice cave, turning into ice slag and rushing out of the sea surface. Who would have thought that in this floating ice area with a temperature far lower than other sea areas, there is such a super bomb? Of course, it's not that no one knows. After a small hill of ice collapsed, a huge jellyfish suddenly fell from the sky. This jellyfish was hundreds of meters long, and its translucent body emitted the same glow as the ancient battlefield. The sea water did not cause any hindrance to it. It fell as fast as falling from a high altitude. Very fast. Like a huge falling meteor. This shows that the opponent has been completely energized, and material things can no longer stop it. This is an A-level radiation beast, and it is a severely injured radiation beast. There is light constantly overflowing from its body. It is the energy that is dispersed. What can cause this kind of injury is definitely not physical damage, but energy attack of the same level. The next moment, it seems that a bomb has been dropped on the water surface. A human-shaped luminous body, with the power of shaking waves and exploding the sea, crashes into the bottom of the water. Even if it is far away, the eardrums will be torn by the roar of the huge engine on the other party. Gao Gong is like a salted fish admiral of the Navy, and also like a large-scale energy transmitter. Countless energy beams burst out from all parts of his body and hit the other party. Among the four life forms of carbon-based life, information life, energy life, and mechanical life, energy life has the most HP. And the higher the level of energy life, the faster it recovers. This jellyfish queen has a HP of 5 million. And it took Gao Gong a lot of effort to severely injure her. At this time, in Gao Gong's mind, the holographic model of this A-level radiation beast has been established. Every attack hits its energy node, interrupting its self-repair. The opponent has more than 400 energy recovery nodes all over his body. So in a sense, it is harder to kill than most A-level radiation beasts. This is also the type of monster that players hate the most. The Blood Bowl monster. However, with Gao Gong's fierce attack, the opponent's health has been reduced to 1/10, although the health bar is still long, but there is finally hope. However, an alarm suddenly sounded from Gao Gong's mind. Master, the energy of the reactor is about to run out. The energy of the reactor is about to run out. The personal AI Xiao A reminded. Why didn't you say it earlier? Gao Gong complained. Your hindsight is not good at all. But wise and powerful master, didn't you prepare plan B a long time ago? Haha, of course. Gao Gong thought, the surface of the flesh, countless biological currents were excited, the powerful biological energy was directly injected into the carbon atom reactor, directly replenishing this energy tool. Using organisms to charge mechanical bodies is a method that Gao Gong has just figured out recently. When will the advanced energy reactor and space reactor be revealed? That would be really cool. Gao Gong thought greedily. This kind of advanced equipment does not need to be restored at all. 30 minutes later. Accompanied by the last wail of the jellyfish queen, the entire seabed lit up, and the large jellyfish body melted directly into the water, as if it did not exist at all. This kind of blood bowl monster has another bad thing, which is that it does not allow people to touch its corpse. Therefore, most players avoid it. However, Energy Life also has an advantage. That is, its bloodline replication is much higher than other species. Whenever the energy it stores reaches a certain level, it will self-divide, and the split blood will not deteriorate. This self-division even bypasses the shackles of A-level blood. Gao Gong has killed 3 of this kind of jellyfish queen. And this is the 4th one. You killed the A-level jellyfish queen, experience plus 8 million, specialization points plus 3, a random 2nd level biological blueprint. Maybe because I killed too many monsters of the same type, the rewards became smaller and smaller. But the subsequent rewards made Gao Gong's eyes light up. You get the permanent status, submission of the jellyfish queen. Your species pressure plus 10. Jellyfish queen submission permanent status. Deterrence plus 40% for this species. Attack bonus plus 40%. For all energy creatures, attack bonus plus 30%. Note, A-level blood is the crown of natural evolution. This day, the crown was taken off by you. And an indescribable feeling came from Gao Gong. The next moment, it seemed that the movement of energy particles was accelerated, and the bioelectric current reacted. Gao Gong understood that this was a change at the cellular level. All the previous physical adjustments were not as profound as this one. Gao Gong looked at the queen jellyfish's sincerity, especially the last attribute, and laughed strangely. Energy body damage plus 30%. This attribute is so cool. In a sense, he was also stuck with a bug. Theoretically, the permanent state of A-level radiation beasts is impossible, because there is no A-level radiation beast group, at least in the planetary civilization. However, the special nature of energy bodies makes it possible to have the same A-level bloodline. As an old driver, Gao Gong seized this opportunity keenly. In fact, only he could seize this opportunity. Not to mention the players. Even among all the high-level NPCs on the planet, few people can do this. In terms of individual strength, Gao Gong estimated that he should be able to rank in the top 20 of the entire planet now. The followers of the 3 major planetary hosts, the several martial gods of the mother city, the leaders of several mechanical legions, the overlords of several super companies, and the monsters of the resistance army. Basically that's it. Of course, this was before the cyber tide. Once the cyber tide is launched, everything that represents order will be destroyed. Under the flood of the information tide, all material existence will be reorganized. At that time, monsters of level 80, level 90, and even level 100 or above will be easily reorganized. It sounds very buggy, but this is the rampant method unique to information civilization. In her mind, looking at the engineer who gradually showed a perverted smile, Idula couldn't help but complain, no matter in which sense. This guy is more perverted than before. Why should I leave you alone if he is not perverted? A cold and gloomy voice suddenly sounded. Mrs. Idulu, you don't want your secret to be known by your husband, right? Idula's pupils suddenly widened, and the holographic projection was sometimes bright and sometimes dark because of emotional fluctuations. Is this the reason why you sent Ahong away? I tell you, we can have an agreement, Agila said angrily. Can you be so perverted? If you want Agila to accompany you, why don't you just buy another me? Why are you always interested in young women? Agilu, a well-known idol, so far, there are almost 50 million users who have used your virtual products. Gao Gong couldn't help but complain. In a sense, you are the pervert. What pervert? I just love everyone, Agilu said shyly. At this time, Idulu had completely gotten rid of the disguise of Xiao AI and became the tone of a world-famous idol. I want to discuss another deal with you. In the brain disk, Gao Gong's data projection appeared, and with a flick of his finger, countless Idulu were ejected at once, and their figures overlapped, as if covering the entire planet. For a global virtual product, there are not many that can do this. I need all your data. Why? Idula frowned and asked back. I need to make a weapon of ascending dimension, and the creation of this kind of weapon is inseparable from the most core thing, that is, a virtual individual with extremely high information content. You can understand it as the soul of the weapon, the soul of the weapon. Chapter 411, Materials for Sword Forging. In the future, whether it is the Turing God who ascended from the throne, or the information matrix of the alien cosmic monster, ordinary weapons, whether kinetic weapons or energy weapons, cannot do any damage. To deal with information species, especially large information species, a weapon that can be informatized is essential. And the material for casting such weapons is also information, and it is high-purity information. What is pure information? It is not messy and low-quality big data, but contains real, hot emotional data. According to the old second dimension, power for love, a virtual idol that is popular worldwide, this kind of purity information is very high, enough for Gao Gong to forge a sword of love. However, Ajalu doesn't think so. In front of Gao Gong, the always salty and weak girl changed her face for the first time. The pink hair began to rise with the inexplicable aura, in the pure and gentle pupils. One by one stars lit up. Each star is a specific virtual product: holographic companion Idolalu, portable stick Idolalu, singer Idolalu, godmother Idolalu. Countless customized Ajalu are online. Although they look similar, each of them has a completely different temperament. This kind of special customization is Ajalu's specialty, and it is also the reason why she is popular all over the world, including the punk idol Ajalu, who is Ahong obsessed with her. It is also one of the customized templates. Ajalu, or rather, the 60-level virtual life electronic girl Ajalu, is the real body of this one. The huge flow of information is like rivers, lakes and seas, surging around. Don't think that people who like this virtual idol are all otakus. There are many wealthy businessmen and politicians among them, because Gao Gong felt more than a dozen corporate wills, which can only be mobilized by top executives. As a successful virtual product, it will not do anything except idols unless it is absolutely necessary. Gao Gong's words touched a red line. Years of accumulation have made her power even surpass Gao Yuanyuan, who is also an information life. In Gao Gong's brain, the size of the girl idol is getting bigger and bigger. Her feet are stepping into the underlying neural logic. Her arms are tearing open the data cloud, and her head is almost cracking the entire brain. The pink information flow is unbreakable. This is the power of protection. Gao Gong showed admiration. Those who are loved are not just idols, nor are they just cute, but all kinds of people, with all kinds of dreams. I am not the heroine of a tragedy. I will do my best to break through any kind of sad ending. People who want to be gentle are gentle. I will protect my beauty, protect everyone's beauty, and fight for all the beauty in the world. When he said the last sentence, the strength of the other party's code directly rose to the level of a religious code. Ancient religious gods were worshipped by all living beings. Modern super-virtual idols, however, worship every user. This is a core and irreversible principle. Gao Gong watched this scene with shining eyes, without noticing that each of his brain disks was pushed to the limit by the opponent's power, and his biological computer crashed for the first time. And the opponent only needs one thought, which is enough to blow up his brain. This is also the inevitable result of stuffing a level 60 monster into the brain. So, do you want to kill me now? Gao Gong asked with a smile. Idula smiled sweetly. Idols are the existence that brings hope to people. Idula will not allow herself to break this principle. I just want to give you some vitality. Oh, you can lick my shoes. I don't know if it's an illusion. Idula's temperament is becoming more and more like a young woman. Her figure is becoming more and more plump. Her front and back are curvy, and her pink hair has fallen down. She has become a long-haired beauty with both the temperament of a girl and a young woman. In every gesture, she is graceful and self-sufficient. It's bad, I found her weakness. Ajalu waved her hand, revealing a large area of white armpits. Countless pink lights shot out from her body, covering Mr. Gao. These crossbow arrows of love, each shot, once hit, will automatically download the love program. There are various types of love programs. There will always be one suitable for him. Gao Gong seemed to be unable to avoid it, and was hit by countless crossbow arrows of love on the spot. Your love value increases by 20%, 30%, 40%. Ajalu automatically loads the young woman template. Please select the young woman model you like, select completed, enter the modeling stage. Your nervous system enters the modification mode. Wife is being generated. In Gao Gong's memory, The impression of Director Du and Sister Rose began to fade, replaced by a new wife, Ajalu. A young woman of a new model. You want to delete my wife. But the question is, can you delete everything? Gao Gong muttered to himself. And directly released the memory bank. Not only the memory bank of this life, but also the memory bank of the previous life. The next moment, in Idula's shocked eyes, beautiful girls as numerous as stars were suspended in the universe. Each of them was comparable to herself, or even far beyond herself. So, do you know what will happen in the future? At some point, the biological computer restarted again, and on the screen, countless red data streams were refreshed, and in each data stream, a user of Ajalu was directly penetrated. Let me show you a little bit of the scene after the information matrix descends. As Gao Gong spoke, Gao Gong disappeared, and in his place, there was a huge silkworm chrysalis that covered the entire planet. This chrysalis was so big that the cybernetic network could only serve as the outermost silkworm coat. There were tens of millions of legs in the chrysalis, and on each white and tender leg, thousands of silk threads were differentiated and wrapped around everyone's head. Just feel it for a moment. Adela's pupils suddenly widened. As a global virtual product, she felt the feelings of all users in such a moment. Human reason disappears, human emotions disappear, human emotions disappear, imitations, counterfeits, defective products, imitations, mirror images, copies, illusions, disguise, pretend, imitation, false images, pretend, imitation, role-playing, illusions, shadows, false feelings, masks, disguise, substitutes, fiction, poor imitation. The indifference and warmth of the mechanical age have completely disappeared, replaced by a more colorful world, or purely colorful. There is no world in the virtual world, only endless virtuality remains. In the deep sea, Gao Gong opened his eyes, tooted twice, and swam towards the ice in the distance. He never thought of using force to persuade the other party, or sleeping with the other party. He was ready to speak with facts. Even if it was just based on the memory of the previous life, the simple simulation of the illusion of the information matrix could cause such a big impact on the other party. Then once the real body of the information matrix came, the impact can be imagined. And the ones most affected by the information matrix are mass virtual products like Idulu. Gao Gong was not confident that the other party would believe his nonsense. He was just giving the other party a shot of prevention. In fact, Ajalu is now in a half-believing and half-doubting stage. And once there are signs of the arrival of the information matrix, the other party will definitely sense it at the first time. At that time, as an idol, her instinct will make her choose to cooperate with Gao Gong, even if she has to betray the agency. After all, idols exist to protect everyone. Gao Gong's vessel soul has been settled. In addition to the weapon soul, to create a latitude weapon, one also needs a weapon body. In fact, regarding the weapon body, Engineer Gao also made arrangements. The other side of freedom, also known as the City of Gold, is a virtual world of enjoyment. The gateway to the mother city, where fantasy and reality are almost inseparable. Sister G, a female player who was born for erotica, is applying for a pass to the other side of freedom. Capsule Man H, a former native otaku, now the god of Capsule Man, is now staring blankly at a holographic public dream. The content inside is really exciting. It's done. Let's go! Sister G waved her hand, and Capsule Man H followed closely. The two of them had to complete an almost impossible task in this world, with abundant virtual means of enjoyment. Selling virtual products. To be precise, it was the popular Lover Type 3 developed by Engineer Gao in his previous life. The positioning of this type of product is to let humans return to the enjoyment of the flesh. The human chemical substances secretly extracted from this type of product will be the sword body material for Engineer Gao to cast the Ascension weapon. Chapter 412, The Balance Plan. After entering the ice layer, Gao Gong quickly felt the increase in the concentration of the radiation field. The snowflakes floating in the ice cave were solid radiation energy. On this planet, Gao Gong saw solid radiation energy for the first time. This means that in this area, the radiation field has completed the initial transformation from energy to matter. This kind of transformation can only be achieved by an A-level radiation beast at least. Gao Gong showed a vigilant look. This place, even if there are no enemies, is very dangerous. The strong radiation field even made him feel vaguely uncomfortable. And this discomfort even surpassed the beast-tide state. Solid radiation energy. It seems cannot bless the radiation species. In other words, it even kills its own people. In the past few days, Gao Gong, in addition to killing radiation beasts, has been exploring everywhere on the seabed. Combined with the information from Kermos, he can basically conclude that there is an underwater base of the Knights here. As the biological computer operates, gradually, a strange biological pheromone is received, converted into data, and cracked. In Gao Gong's eyes, this picture was immediately reflected. In a thick layer of ice, a prehistoric giant beast was sealed inside. This prehistoric giant beast looked very much like a yak, as tall as a 5-story building, with 6 legs, each of which was like a giant pillar, and its hair was as thick as a finger, more than 10 meters long, evenly spread on both sides of the body, with 3 horns on the top of the head. The thickest one was broken, revealing black bone fragments. To be honest, for Gao, who encountered a wave of beasts at the beginning, he had seen more than 1 or 2 giant beasts of this size, and there were many B-level radiation beasts of this size. However, he did not feel any radiation from this prehistoric yak. In other words, it was just a large creature, a species that was born before civilization developed on this planet, similar to the dinosaurs, mammoths, and titanoboa in the previous life. This is an ancient species without mutation. If it had mutated, its size would be at least dozens or even hundreds of times larger. 100 times the size of a 5-story building. That would be a bit exaggerated. Even the resurrected Godzilla is not as big as it. But Ultraman's little monster friend is about the same. It's not only the Knight's underground base, but also the place where the souls of ancient creatures are. I glanced at the taskbar. Task: Ancient Creature Requiem Ceremony. Difficulty: Level 2 Difficult plus Task Brief. The installation of the large biological computer is for the next phase of the Knight's plan, the preliminary preparation for ancient creature revival. In the Pan-Asian Sea, the Knights have collected a certain amount of ancient creature remains. Please let these ancient creature souls rest in peace. Mission Objective: Bury the ancient creature remains. Mission Time: 2 months. Mission Reward: Experience plus 500, 000. See Area Reputation plus 10, 000. Ancient Gene * 2, a random 2nd level blueprint. Not bad luck. With the help of the biological computer, soon, the biological information just collected was translated. Save me. Pain, death. In the picture, above the ice layer, are the standard skulls of the Knights. They are constantly cutting the flesh and injecting something into the back of the prehistoric yak. Without a doubt, this is a taboo experiment on evolution. Gao Gong has no moral cleanliness. Evolution itself is not a shameful thing. The anti-propulsion of species is also common in carbon-based civilizations. But the reason why the taboo experiment is taboo is that the experimental technology is imperfect and problematic. Otherwise, the other party's instinctive consciousness would not be so painful, but would be called humility. Humility? Just as Gao Gong was about to continue translating, a slight click sounded, and in an instant, Gao Gong's hair stood up. Under the strong threat of death, the biological computer instantly entered sleep mode. Wiping his sweat quietly, Gao Gong turned his head and saw a frozen methane bubble not far away, with a crack on its surface. What a sensitive environment! There are many other bubbles around this bubble. Once a bubble bursts, it will inevitably cause a chain reaction, and the entire ice layer will immediately become a terrifying nuclear crater. There can't be even a trace of energy. No wonder the Knights put their secret base here, Gao Gong said to himself. A high-intensity radiation field that melts most marine life, and a methane bubble layer that explodes immediately upon sensing any energy reaction. These 2 natural defense layers are enough to block 99% of the enemies. Even if they are surrounded by a whole mechanical army, they cannot break through in a short period of time. After all, for mechanical life to function, energy reaction is essential. In that case, as Gao Gong thought, his body gradually changed. Blue lines appeared on his body's surface, and a luxurious, mysterious temperament was nurtured. Inside his body, a large amount of chemical substances were converted into information state. Blue Blood Man Level 3, as a semi-carbon-based, semi-information life form. Blue Blood Man is famous in the Robert Galaxy for its mysterious temperament and obscure speech style. Under the hard work of interstellar traders, some pirate forces dissected the bodies of Blue Blood Man and obtained their secrets. It turns out that the blood of Blue Blood Man contains special information substances. which allow them to often feel the existence of higher dimensions. Although Blue Blood Man is known as garbage in the Level 3 bloodline, it is a dual-system life form after all. Once it enters the Blue Blood Man mode, a considerable part of the organism will be converted into information substances. Since it has been digitized, there is no energy reaction. Gao Gong stretched out his crystal-clear blue palm and slowly touched a methane bubble. Surprisingly, his finger actually passed through the ice layer and touched the bubble inside. It was a very strange feeling, like reaching into ice water. But the ice water was boiling. Gao Gong retracted his palm, and with a thought, the biological computer mode was restarted again. But this time, no methane bubble burst. There is no such thing as a useless bloodline. Only people who don't know how to use it. Gao is so confident. At the Knight's 8th Research Center, the Glacier Flag officer was frowning as he looked at his subordinates' experimental reports. In front of him, there were several Knights researchers who were completely frozen, with cold smoke coming out of their bodies. Obviously, the experiment was not going well. And the main reason for the failure was that there was no large biological computer. Without huge computing power, it would be impossible to reorganize the mutant genome. And naturally it would be impossible to revive the ancient creature Katov. Katov is the name of the prehistoric yak. According to ancient written records, Katov means world bearer. Just looking at its name, you can tell that its vitality is actually very strong. And it is also one of the most likely ancient creatures to be revived. Unfortunately, the large biological computer has not been put in place yet, and ordinary supercomputers are simply unable to perform this level of genetic reconstruction, because revival is not recovery. According to the Knight's plan, while resurrecting ancient creatures, it is also to radiate and mutate them. The powerful genes of prehistoric species are the key to their becoming S-class beast kings. Go down. The scientific researchers of the Knights wiped their sweat, knowing that General Winter was not going to kill anyone today. After everyone else left, the entire underwater base was left with only its top administrator. The high-ranking members of the Knights were generally tall, especially the flag bearers, who were often over 3 meters tall. But the only exception was the Glacier flag bearer, who was called General Winter. Not only is he not tall, but he is like a child. However, no matter who you are, as long as you can see him, you will be shocked by his terrifying aura. His biomagnetic field has completely evolved into a cold energy field. In this high-intensity radiation environment, all researchers have to wear heavy protective clothing, except for him, because as long as the radiation approaches him, it will be automatically frozen. So the surface of his body is always covered with a thick layer of frost. No one knows his true appearance. Only a pair of pure blue eyes, which seem to be able to freeze people's souls. General Winter thought for a moment, and clicked on a holographic screen. Soon, a middle-aged executive in a neat suit appeared on the screen. The executive looked around nervously, and after a long while, he complained, "Didn't you agree not to contact me until the last minute?" General Winter said coldly, "I'm sorry. I may have misunderstood you. I have to explain that our Knights are not a charity." There is no doubt that this executive has something in General Winter's hands, coupled with the Knight's reputation. His face turned pale, and he forced a smile. "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I have always cooperated with your organization. If you have anything, just tell me." General Winter looked cold and said straight to the point, "I need you to help me in the Tianping project. Can you place our people there?" "Place people there?" The executive was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "This plan is still in the experimental stage, and the higher-ups are keeping a close eye on it. Once a new face appears, it will probably be discovered immediately. Then you don't have to worry about it. Director Chris, once you place our people there, someone will naturally take over." The executive's expression was stern. The Knights are inside the company, and he is definitely not the only one who is behind it. "I understand. By the way, the new hairstyle is very good." The executive was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously touched his half-white hair. His hair looked normal, but careful people could see at a glance that half of his hair had been replaced by white nerve bundles. The cerebral ridge, a bundle of 200 million nerve fibers located in the middle of the brain, balances the structure of the left and right brains, is also the subject of this experiment. The Libra Project Life Cutting Protocol. The cyber experiment of Liangzhou Plate. The experimenter, the Libra Group, one of the 4 major biological groups. Chapter 413, the Flag Officer's Instant Killer. Tianping Group, one of the 4 giants in the biological field, possesses the most advanced biotechnology on this planet, especially excels in human body modification technology, and is the biological giant with the closest relationship with military contractors. For example, one of its recently launched projects is a customized human body that seamlessly matches military aircraft. As long as a small memory is implanted, it can create an excellent military aircraft pilot. For this reason, the Knight's infiltration into it seems to be natural. After all, if meat machine technology wants to develop, it is also inseparable from learning the most cutting-edge technology. General Winter thinks that, instead of waiting for those three slow-moving idiots to bring back the rebellious biological computer, it is better to use other methods to recreate paleontology. After all, he is not the only person in charge of the paleontology project. Once other flag bearers make a breakthrough, he will be in trouble. Feeling that the extreme coldness of the human body is getting worse, General Winter slowly closed his eyes. He knew that it was time to sleep. Just when the Winter General hibernated, Gao had already sneaked in. There were two natural barriers for protection, which had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that there was basically no external enemy, and the disadvantage was that the internal defense was also extremely loose. In fact, it was impossible not to be loose. In the frozen methane bubble layer, any monitoring equipment could not be used. Otherwise it would cause an explosion. So after Gao Gong transformed into the blue-blooded man mode, he had basically no obstacles along the way. A team of skull soldiers patrolled in the fluorescent world, and after passing through a seaweed layer, they suddenly saw a figure with blue light. These skulls were obviously stunned for a moment, and when they reacted, they had already lost their sense. After glancing at the tens of thousands of experience points added on the panel, Gao Gong continued to move forward. What he saw were glowing plants. These crystal-clear plants seemed like a dream. But if they were stuffed into a nuclear bomb, they would not even need to be processed. If you can't kill the enemy instantly in the battle here, then these seemingly harmless plants will immediately breed an energy storm. Such a dangerous place. Which genius of the Knights found it? Looking at the wreckage of an aircraft carrier not far away, Gao Gong raised his eyebrows and floated over. The battle marks on the deck were obvious, and the electromagnetic gun was broken in half. To be able to blow up a recoilless weapon like electromagnetic weapon, how fierce must the war be? Is this still an ancient battlefield? Gao Gong walked slowly in it. The luminous jellyfish and mutant fluorescent shrimp around him did not react to it. After all, the radiation power emitted by the creature in front of him was even stronger than them. This is one of us. Soon, Gao Gong saw the scene with his own eyes. In the huge iceberg, a prehistoric species was frozen in the ice. Just its huge feet were enough for Gao Gong to look up at. Relying on the instinct of the organism, Gao Gong could feel the weak, but strong life force in the other party. Huh? Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. If it was just a simple prehistoric species, it would be fine. More importantly, he felt a familiar power in the other party. That was a trace of Honkai energy. Prehistoric species actually have Honkai energy. This advanced energy that clearly surpasses planetary civilization. Did it already exist in prehistoric times? Wasn't it developed in the civilized era? The guards' faces suddenly changed when the engineer stopped. The engineer smiled slightly, and the next moment, a special biological pheromone flashed, like a venomous snake, biting the life codes of these people. In an instant, the backbones of these knights turned red, all died, and many scientific researchers were still confused when they died. Pheromone Viper Max Master Certificate. The human body is a cave nest. The gene chain is the snake body. Through the reverse secretion of pheromones, you will continuously produce biochemical viruses. And as many kinds of advanced genes as there are, you can produce as many pheromone viruses. This trick is so cool to deal with low-level organisms, especially products made by biotechnology. It is simply a large-scale instant kill skill. The only weakness is that it is ineffective against mechanical bodies. And these corpses after death, in addition to turning bright red, also grow a large number of fiber clusters, which soon attract fluorescent fish to swim in them. This is probably the joint reaction of the Scarlet Queen cells and the fibroblast cells. Gao Gong instantly appeared on the back of Katov. On its back, Gao Gong saw countless traces of surgery, gene extraction, biological organ transplantation, cell transformation, etc. Kill me. Kill me. Katov was wailing in his mind. Gao Gong did not hesitate at all, and pressed his palm on the other party. The next moment, countless blood and flesh spores gushed out from his palm, directly covering the other party's flesh and blood. After a while, Engineer Gao stopped again, And in the ice, there was only a huge skeleton left. You absorbed the prehistoric giant beast Katov, your ancient gene +1. And in the biological computer, a huge model was being built. The research institute in fucking Island had something to do again. Huh? Engineer Gao was about to close the panel, and suddenly found in surprise that the original 99% of the Honkai energy had become 99.1%. After killing Katov, the mission was not completed. So Engineer Gao touched the core of the base again. It was a bit unexpected. When Gao Gong killed all the outer guards, no powerful people came out, although there could not be any powerful defense equipment due to the special environment here. According to Gao Gong's estimation, there should be a flag bearer guarding here. But until Gao Gong killed his way into the deepest part, this mysterious flag bearer did not show his face. Then, Gao Gong saw the hibernating General Winter and showed a look of realization. So that's it. The advancement of science and technology comes at the cost of instability, especially black technology. Therefore, every high-end product of meat machinery technology, that is, the flag bearer, has some problems. For example, General Dong, because of the high concentration of cold energy field on his body, has to enter a hibernation state every once in a while. He has to make up for the loss of cells in this state. However, coincidentally, at this time point, Engineer Gao just happened to come in. Isn't this a coincidence? Engineer Gao said to himself, looking at the other party with more and more dangerous eyes. Before the other party wakes up, kill the other party with one move. Perfect. And coincidentally, Engineer Gao has a big move and is looking for someone to try it out. Planetary species pressure, 56 planetary species pressure professional talent, the biological blood you implanted, the high-level species you killed, will all cause you to have species pressure. Try to collect these pressures, and then turn them into a more powerful biological field. As Gao Gong released all the pressures of these planetary species, and integrated them into the pheromone viper skill, a huge snake cave was born at the genetic level. Countless high-level radiation beasts killed by Gao Gong. Their resurrected corpses walked out of the darkness. On the other side, General Winter also felt something was wrong. In the ice layer on his body, cracks appeared rapidly. It was obvious that he was preparing to wake up from hibernation. Finally, after all the planetary species pressure burst out, Gao Gong's consciousness suddenly expanded. Everywhere his consciousness covered was the biological field. Biological land. Gao Gong finally touched this realm. The next moment, with the blessing of the land, the pheromone snake expanded crazily. The moment General Winter opened his eyes, it turned into a giant python in the world and engulfed the opponent. Ding! You get the title Flag Bearer Instant Killer. Chapter 414 The True Story of AQ. AQ felt that there was no player more unlucky than himself. Looking at the familiar face in the mirror, AQ straightened his white work clothes and sighed faintly. It's time to get off work, AQ. The NPC next to him winked at him. Not sure if it was an illusion, he read a hint of mockery from the other's neurotic face. Let me ask you a question. Going to work is to go to the grave. Then what is getting off work? The NPC colleague thought for a while, and said uncertainly, burying? Bingo, you're right. For us, getting off work is suicide. The colleague was about to say something. AQ didn't plan to chat with him anymore, and directly pushed the toilet door open. Hey, you haven't changed your work clothes yet. Heh. Walking through the long metal corridor, you can hear the noise of machinery from time to time. When AQ first came, he was still complaining in his heart. As a biological company, why did he change his job to a military engineer? Now he is too lazy to complain. The noise that makes people's heads hurt, under constant brainwashing, has long been accustomed to it. Walking through the deep company corridor, AQ went directly to the elevator door, looked at the scenery outside the window with nostalgia, and then walked into the smart elevator. By the way, in this elevator, he hanged himself several times. Worker number 41145. Welcome off work, the voice of the artificial intelligence sounded. Huh? AQ sneered and did not answer. With the sound of the elevator sinking, he moved his aching neck and accidentally glanced at the time on the elevator. 14th. 6 p.m. The familiar drowsiness came. He sighed, no longer resisted, and let the sleepiness drown him. Ding! AQ opened his eyes, and the sleepiness disappeared. Work number 41145, welcome to work. The voice of the artificial intelligence sounded again. He glanced at the time. On the 15th, 9 o'clock in the morning. AQ sighed, without any surprise. walked in directly, ready to start a new day of work. Libra Plan Life Cutting Agreement. This is the first day he joined this company and signed the contract. The content of the contract is very simple. Through brain development surgery, his life will be divided into two, one part for work, and the other part for leisure. While in the company, the player will not remember what happened outside the company. And outside, he will not remember what he did in the company. In this way, it only takes 8 hours of liver, and he can enjoy the remaining 22 hours of free time. This way of playing games is generally called registered liver. The problem is, he is the one who is responsible for the liver. He doesn't know how the IQ outside plays the game, and he has only one way to play the game, liver. Walking into the noisy production workshop, IQ knows, it's another day of brushing tasks. I really want to kill myself who is enjoying myself outside. Time goes back to 22 hours ago. My name is IQ, I am a lucky player. Under the artificial sky at night, there are stars twinkling, and a cool breeze is blowing. IQ is enjoying drinking artificial juice, while strolling leisurely on the street. With a sound of ding, 10,000 machine tokens have arrived. IQ glanced at it, and nodded with satisfaction. Should I go to play virtual machines today, or go to pick up girls? It is said that the game Cyber World is very difficult, but I don't think it is that difficult. It only takes 8 hours of hanging up, experience is gained, money is gained, and it is easy to change jobs, and it is easy to break through level 20. His eyes fell on a maid shop that mainly played card games. Let's play a game of giant enterprises, I'm good at playing cards. After playing for 10 hours, IQ officially logged off with a look of exhaustion and satisfaction. In reality outside the game, the player with the online name IQ looked at his game log with a twitch in his eyes. The first day of this week, playing cards on the second day, playing cards on the third day, IQ. IQ, you can't fall like this anymore, you still have to save people. The fourth day, playing cards on the fifth day, playing cards. Fuck. The virtual game Cyber World has one advantage, or the bottom line that is, no matter what happened in the game, what was forgotten, once you return to reality, all memories will be restored. So, the IQ who worked hard in Tianping Enterprise, had several mental breakdowns, and attempted suicide several times was himself. Outside Tianping Enterprise, the IQ who was heartless, enjoyed life, and idled for others was also himself. Finally, in reality, the one who was condemned by his conscience and posted for help in the game forum was still himself. His game life was a life of the head follows the butt. It's not that there were no other players who came to help out of curiosity or out of sympathy. However, when they approached IQ in the game, they would be immediately persuaded to quit. What? I'm trapped in the company. That's not true at all. It's definitely a rumor. A rumor? Can you play cards? Then let's play a game of big company battle. A new batch of Office female demon decks have been released recently. When he thought about how bad he was in the game, he couldn't help but want to slap himself twice. Forget it. The water is too cold. My face hurts. Let's just forget it. IQ shook his head decisively. Open the game forum. To see if there are any other players willing to help. Although many volunteers have been persuaded to quit. And although these people are calling themselves liars online, there should still be some who slipped through the net. Right? Ding, a message popped up as he opened the game panel. Are you an employee of Tianping Enterprise in Liangzhou? You are the one who needs help? Friend? Who are you? I'm near Liangzhou. And I just happened to come here to help you. After IQ agreed on a time with the other party, he went online without saying a word. And after the familiar feeling of weightlessness, he returned to the mechanical city. The memories related to the Enterprise disappeared rapidly. Soon, he would become the card game player. Hurry up. Find the other party quickly. IQ gritted his teeth and ran towards the place where the two met. However, the speed at which the memory disappeared was much faster than he expected. As soon as he turned to a coffee shop, IQ's pace became slower and slower. He even wanted to order a cappuccino first. Why should I rush? It's not me who suffers anyway. Besides, the idle gameplay is so interesting. Why should I give up? Am I stupid? IQ said to himself. Let's play a game of cards first. IQ, is that you? A tall figure blocked the other party. Ahem, I'm sorry, my friend, you got the wrong person. You contacted me first, did you forget? Oh, I'm sorry, the mission is cancelled. Hello, my friend, goodbye, my friend. IQ apologized without sincerity, turned around and was about to run away. However, the other party was faster, his palm popped out like lightning, and picked up AQ. Under the powerful aura, more than a dozen negative states were directly brushed out. Shit, this is actually an NPC, and an NPC covered with bloody question marks. By the way, can NPCs also browse forums? Can this game break the fourth wall? Sorry, from now on, you have to do this mission whether you want to or not, otherwise, I will cut you back to level 0. Galgong smiled kindly and suggested sincerely. Chapter 415 Biological Signal City. My name is AQ. I am kidnapped by an NPC now. V50 me. I will bring you a game of Big Enterprises battle. AQ dialed the signal station with a sad face, connected the unplugged communication line to the wrist socket. In an instant, the simulated signal covered the whole body, and the leave information was directly transferred to the company database through the signal station. Your leave application was approved successfully. This kind of signal station looks like an old street telephone booth. There are many in Liangzhou City. Basically every street, there are 3 or 4 such devices. This signal station can handle all activities related to information processing, even eating and mating. At this time, the user of the signal station next to him was blushing and excited. Needless to say, he must be using the signal station to do something inappropriate for children. AQ did not think about calling the police. That is, notifying the law and order maintainers of Liangzhou City. But the attribute bar full of red question marks alone gave up his idea. Note, an extremely dangerous high-level NPC. It has the ability to kill you in seconds. You can also try to deal with it. Perhaps, you will have unexpected gains. Harvest system. Are you talking nonsense? As we all know, when there are 1 or 2 question marks in the attribute column of the NPC, you can still try to fight. But when even his name is a question mark, you only have 2 choices, either hug his thigh, or run as far as you can. He walked slowly to the other side. As an ordnance engineer, the other side gave him the feeling, like a very dangerous mechanical life. Super robot? Galgong picked up a cup of coffee and drank it, and motioned to the other side, and AQ sat down opposite him. What do you want to drink? I'll treat you. Galgong said easily. Are you really an NPC? Although the NPCs in this game are all quite perverted, there shouldn't be an NPC that can break the fourth wall. Right? Or, is this a little Easter egg created by the planner? Looking at the other person's expression, Galgong knew what the other person was thinking. After all, Cyberworld, which claims to be completely virtual, and a completely cyber world, anything is possible. For example, AI takes over the player's body, and controls the player's body. This kind of thing has happened many times. The only thing players can do is to ask for help in the forum. AQ, I have reached an agreement with another part of you, to release him from the prison of the Enterprise. He told me, if you don't agree, just say this. Look at your expression. Is cut you to level 0 a special code? AQ was relieved. After all this time, it was another one of his own doing it. He tentatively said, well, since you signed an agreement with me, then theoretically, I can cancel it. Right? Galgong looked at the other party with a smile. What do you think? Under the other party's gaze, AQ felt as if he had taken off all his clothes and stood there. This is the look of an experienced driver. Okay. Galgong drank the coffee in one gulp, and said, since you have already taken your leave, then accompany me for a good stroll. Like the city that never sleeps, Liangzhou City is also a mechanical city, and it is much more developed than the city that never sleeps. There is no old city, or outer city here. All the buildings are printed by 4D printing technology. The so-called 4D printing technology is to add the option of material based on length, width, and height. In other words, he can synthesize iron, steel, and even some special aerospace materials at the molecular level. Moreover, 4D printing technology is also the basis for intergalactic navigation. Because most of the cosmic environment is a vacuum area, a dark matter area, where you can't find any reparable material. So it is very important to master the technology of synthesis at the molecular level. With 4D printing technology, there is a guarantee for hundreds or thousands of years of navigation. This is also one of the top technologies of the second-level civilization. After all, the second-level civilization is equivalent to the first-stage interstellar civilization. Flying out of the planet is the top priority. However, using 4D technology to build a house is really a luxury. The senior engineer narrowed his eyes, touched the wall made of high-tech materials, opened the data brain, and observed the flow of signals with his naked eyes. As expected, all buildings are equivalent to a signal tower. In this Liangzhou City, The flow of signals is 10 times that of the outside world. Architectural optical cable? A technical test on the signal side. Senior engineer shook his head and walked into a nearby prosthetic store, and a service-type bionic man came over automatically. Sir, what do you need? Show me the latest model of prosthetics. Okay. Sir, we have 5 latest models of prosthetics here, including the Advanced Signal Implanter, which is a plug-in that can double your work efficiency, and this is the Tianping Technology Biodynamic Violence Type 4, which is very suitable for prosthetic masters, and can make your cells ignite like an explosion. These 5 prosthetics, 2 are level 2 blank, 2 are level 2 excellent, and 1 is actually level 2 excellent plus. Name, Biolander level, 2nd level excellent plus equipment part, sports system ankle equipment requirements, bioenergy 10,000, sports system transformation rate 30% attributes, agility plus 10, endurance plus 10, strength plus 5, additional skills, high altitude landing. High altitude landing, also known as hero landing, falling from the sky from a height of more than 100 meters. In this process, bioelectricity is stimulated, create a large bioelectromagnetic field, range 10 by 10 meters. For every 100 meters, the diameter of the electromagnetic field increases by 1 meter at the same time. The falling damage minus 50% in the range of the electromagnetic field. The attack will be attached with 5 status blessings such as paralysis 10%, resistance 10%, armor weakening plus 10%, impact damage plus 10%, remote attack plus 10%. For every 10,000 increase in bioenergy, the species status plus 5%. Note, the hero's landing begins with destroying the enemy. This is a rare 2nd level small top quality item, which adds a range of negative states. With the biological energy of the high level engineer, these 5 negative states can be increased to about 40%. In other words, when the high level engineer falls from the sky, the enemy's resistance, armor and other states are directly cut in half. The appearance of this biological lander is very similar to the biochip of his own camp, and it is even smaller. The overall appearance is a meatball the size of a coin. On its surface, Gao Gong saw the words Tianping Technology. Buy it now, and you will get a free implant. You only need 2 million Liangzhou coins, or 200,000 Mother City coins, and you can take it home. The bionic salesman enthusiastically promoted it. Gao Gong smiled, put down the biochip, and left directly. On the way, Aq couldn't help asking, from your appearance, you are very interested in that prosthesis. Don't you have money? Why spend money on something that can be robbed? Of course, if you plan to give it to me, that's another matter. Aq shrank his head and immediately pretended to be a grandson. On the other side, Zhang Yu, the head of the logistics department of Tianping Technology's Liangzhou branch, walked in the corridor with a gloomy face. The staff around him quickly avoided him, fearing that they would offend him. Tianping Technology is a supergiant enterprise, with various R&D bases distributed all over the world, and close cooperation with major military giants. This is both its advantage and the reason for its internal struggle. As we all know, the reason why an enterprise engages in internal struggles, in addition to poor management, is largely due to differences in development concepts. To be more precise, it is the direction of the technology tree. In the early days, Tianping Technology relied on its strong accumulation of biotechnology to become a partner of major military giants, providing these military contractors with customized biotechnology, such as artificial soldiers, biochemical beasts, biological viruses, etc. Over the years, it naturally pointed out several, even more than a dozen biotechnology routes. Among them, there are roughly 2 major factions, the weapons faction and the armed faction. Needless to say, the former specializes in manufacturing weapons of mass destruction, such as laundry detergent. The latter is much more complicated, such as researching drugs that stimulate human potential on the battlefield, allowing an ordinary soldier to have the strength of a transformer in a short period of time, or using biological structures to transform weapons, or even achieve racial transformation. It is precisely because the technological route of the armed faction is very complicated, so they not only fight to the death with the biological weapons faction, but also the various small factions derived from it, which also fight endlessly. The faction that Zhang Yu belongs to the programmed robot faction, which is a small faction of the armed faction. The reason why he has a dead mother face is that the headquarters has cut part of the budget for the Liangzhou City experiment. In addition, he had a hidden worry in his heart. That is, When he was ready to welcome the pawn of the knights, there was no news from the other party. The latter was the most troublesome. He was able to climb to the top position of the branch, and the knights contributed a lot, and also had a lot of black information about him. Once it was exposed, he would definitely be finished. General Dong would not plan to find someone to replace him. Right? Impossible. Unless there was an internal fight in the Knights. And General Dong stepped down. After all, I belong to General Dong's faction. Or, General Dong received a temporary mission? What mission is more important than myself? Along the way, Zhang Yu was thinking wildly, and he didn't let out a long breath until he got to the office. He rubbed his head and felt a pain in his forehead. Since the brain beam transformation, thinking acceleration has been out of control from time to time. Sure enough, this technology still has some big problems. However, as long as I complete the final experiment, my faction will leap forward and become an important faction of the biological arm faction. And I can even transfer to the headquarters. At that time, I will no longer be controlled by the Knights. Thinking of this, my head doesn't hurt so much. At this time, a neural editor came to report on his work. Manager Zhang, we found a high-level organism in the city. How do we deal with it? High-level organism? Zhang Yu took the information handed over by the other party, and said without raising his head, is it from other competitors? It doesn't seem so. They don't look like well-known figures in the world mercenary market. Then, is he on the list? No. After hearing this, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The so-called list is the personnel manual of the 6 core departments of the Mother City. Once the Mother City personnel appear, any enterprise must cooperate unconditionally. Although this represents the authority of the Mother City, it must be said that this is a very disgusting policy. Especially the people of Ghost in the Shell, using the power of the list, issued countless huge fines, which is very disgusting, since they are not competitors, nor are they from the Mother City. Just deal with them directly. Zhang Yu handed the photo back and sneered. There are always ants who don't know how to live or die, and want to challenge the authority of giant companies. The person in the photo is Gao Gong. In a ready-made clothing store, Gao Gong was choosing various styles of suits under the warm hospitality of a female bionic man. Aku was bored watching this scene. This NPC only looked but did not buy, like a woman dawdling. And what was wrong with this guy? Did he really drag me shopping? It was a bit unexpected. When the other party came out of the dressing room, he actually said to the salesperson, just this one, but it needs to be one size smaller. The salesperson hesitated and said, but sir, the suit you are wearing is the right size. Don't worry about it, you just need to order it. You actually bought it, Aku said in surprise. Engineer Gao smiled slightly, but did not answer. What's wrong with this guy? He looks really handsome, could he be a gigolo? Sitting in the waiting area, Engineer Gao tapped the handrail while thinking. The best way to measure the technological level of a mechanical city is to see what it can sell. In this Liangzhou city, he can buy second-level biological prostheses, second-level biological agents, and even some second-level weapons. In terms of second-level products alone, Liangzhou city has much more than the city that never sleeps. This shows that Tianping technology is indeed a giant. Even a branch can raise the market of the mechanical city to the level of a second-level civilization. Even some of the prosthetic plugins are tempting even for senior engineer. After all, his biological transformation rate of 20 to 30 has been full. But the mechanical transformation rate still has 30% of transformation space. Moreover, the foundation of this cyber test site is deeper than that of the city that never sleeps. It is indeed a senior biological giant. It does not rely on the mechanical main brain, but with the power of a corporate branch, it has led this cyber test. The so-called foundation is naturally the 4D building covering the entire Liangzhou city. The materials of this type of building are very special. According to senior engineer's perception, it has both biological and information properties. As for the function of this material, he will know it soon. By the way, I have a gift for you. In Aku's astonished eyes, Gao's fingers slowly melted, turned into a liquid, and then shot towards the other party, penetrating into the other party's skin. It should be almost done. As Gao talked to himself, his eyes reflected the fluctuations of the data flow. The entire Liangzhou city, more than 2 million 4D buildings, almost simultaneously turned into a biological signal tower. And the speed of the biological signal flow was madly soaring. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. 100,000 times. With the help of enterprise-level supercomputers, the entire Liangzhou city seemed to have become a digestive system, digesting various biological signals. And its stomach was exactly where Gao Gong was. Gao Gong's body was visibly melted away, leaving only a mechanical skeleton, which fell with its head raised. The organism was gone. Processing completed. Looking at the display screen, the biological signal of the target was absorbed, and the neural editor nodded and decisively switched to a page. Fuck. AQ was completely shocked. Chapter 416 Biological Signal Tower. In the huge production workshop, countless mechanical arms were working, and soon, a 2-meter-tall mechanical warrior slowly took shape. It is called a mechanical warrior, but it has a large number of bionic parts on its body, which can perfectly simulate tendons, nerves, and even the ability of cells. At this moment, it is flexibly moving some of its hands and feet, and rich energy is flowing in the gaps between the warrior armor. In other words, it has biological instincts. Artificial biological instinct. Let's try the implantation procedure first. Okay. As the ordnance engineer operated, several cannulas were inserted into the forehead, waist, chest of the mechanical warrior. They injected neural memory, cellular memory, and sensory memory respectively. When the 3 memories are combined, a kind of existence called soul will be born. The next moment, the new generation of Marubeni warriors, their eyes lit up. I am Marubeni number 14123, a new generation of killing machine jointly created by Tianping Technology and Marubeni Global Security. My performance exceeds all mechanical warriors and cyborgs of the same size on the market. The reason why I am so powerful is because I use the latest biotransformation technology. I don't need chips, I don't need processors, I don't need any intelligent auxiliary equipment. All parts of my body will be equipped with the most dangerous weapons, 100% installed. The Instinct Combat Program, this computing power composed of tens of millions of biological signals, will inject me with a temporary soul. With a soul, I can fight. But why should I fight? How is the debugging going? Not bad, it's the same old problem. Once the artificial soul is generated, self-awareness will be awakened, and this aspect still needs to be adjusted. Hurry up, Marubeni is pushing very hard. It is said that it is a weapon reserved for corporate war. Urgent? If it's urgent, pay more. Don't talk nonsense, we and them are now grasshoppers in the same boat. Once the biological program robot can be mass-produced, even at the headquarters, we can register. As the biologists and ordnance engineers discussed, the huge production workshop started operating again. One after another, large mechanical warriors were produced, and their level was 45. AQ witnessed with his own eyes the skin of this high-level NPC dissipating like dust, then the flesh, then the blood vessels, and even the internal organs, even the brain evaporated visibly. Then this strange NPC lay down. This AQ's first reaction was not to call the police, but to pick up the body. However, the next moment, the mechanical skeleton suddenly sat up, and on the face without facial features, it seemed to show a strange smile, and in the empty eye sockets, the sight was as real as substance. You are alive again? AQ sat down. Well, one life died, one life left. Several attributes on the panel are quite dazzling. Biological HP, 0/7127 biological energy, 0/57810 biological computer sealed. All skills related to the biological side have turned gray. Gao Gong's biological body, the attributes are equivalent to a level 50 advanced biological warrior. The HP was drained in an instant. Various powerful biological plugins. Advanced species bloodline, it's useless. This is the terrifying part of the cyber test field. When you are in it, you will not have any chance to resist. But as an experienced driver, everything in front of him was within Gao's expectations. There are no biological bodies, but there are mechanical bodies. The throat made a hoarse and unpleasant metal friction sound. Gao Gong coughed twice. The memory metal in the throat began to bulge, reorganized the Adam's apple, although the voice still had the unique metal friction sound of the robot, but at least he could speak. Your custom suit. The bionic salesperson smiled sweetly. In her eyes, there was no difference between the other party being a normal person or a mechanical skeleton. Yeah. Gao Gong put on the smaller custom suit, which fit him perfectly, and nodded with satisfaction. You should go to work. No. AQ wanted to say something, but in his pupils, countless bloodshot eyes suddenly bulged, and he answered subconsciously. I understand. It's bad, I'm possessed by an NPC. Looking at the biological control mode on the player panel, Aku wanted to cry, but had no tears. Wait a minute. The mechanical skeleton stopped the other party, and pointed at the salesperson. Pay for me. My name is Aku. I am a hard-working player. The meaning of my existence is to play for 8 hours online every day, and then let another me show off in the game. The so-called tool man for playing for others, that's me. What's even more annoying is that others work for the rich pay, and I have to pay for the idiots to complete the tasks. The most important thing is, I am the idiot. By the way, this idiot took a half day off today, and I don't know where he went to have fun. As always, Aku, wearing a white work suit, walked into the production workshop with a dead mother's face. As a level 20 ordnance engineer, his daily tasks are as follows. First, he will restore the mechanical body that failed yesterday's test. And then, according to the requirements of Party A, he will design and adjust new weapons. If he is still free, he will go to other departments and do odd jobs for some biological experts. Although the work is dull, it really gives a lot of experience. Tianping Technology is a biological giant with hundreds of thousands of employees. And the most powerful and highest ranking ones are naturally those frontline biological experts. And doing odd jobs for those biological experts is probably the most interesting job. Perhaps because of the leave, when he returned to the company, most of the work had been taken over, but it was impossible to slack off. Soon, the artificial intelligence issued him a temporary task. Repair some machinery for the bioinformatics expert, Dr. Liang. And Dr. Liang is in the company's underground test base. It's my first time here. Well, not necessarily. After all, memories can be deleted. According to his memory, Dr. Liang is a top technical expert here. As the access control was automatically opened, Aku walked into the experimental base that he had no permission to enter before and met Dr. Liang. This guy's head is really big. This was Aku's first impression. This guy's head is almost the same size as his upper body. And what's even more amazing is that it is cone-shaped and looks like a large meat nail. This guy is also a modified monster. On G-Li Star, human body modification is extremely popular, especially for frontline scientific researchers. What they like to do most is self-modification, strengthening memory, strengthening computing power, and even strengthening the more metaphysical scientific research inspiration. After all, once the basic theory is broken through, it will inevitably set off a technological craze of the era. This is the pursuit of every scientist. For this reason, everything can be transformed. A circle of people surrounded Dr. Liang, and a robot came over and took him directly to the repair site, where there were a lot of scrap test equipment. Signal station, communicator. They are all military type. Which military contractor's order is this? Aku was repairing these machines while listening with his ears perked up. He was not worried about being discovered. In fact, all his memories here would only stay here. Dr. Liang's voice was a little irritable. You want an artificial soul, but you don't want artificial intelligence. You want wisdom, but you want to completely eliminate emotions. Aren't your requirements too high? Opposite him, a little old man in a red Japanese military uniform bowed his body, seemingly respectful, but his attitude was not giving in. We at Marubeni believe that you can do this. We only need pure, absolutely controllable warriors, not some robots that may rebel at any time. You should know that robots with wisdom will be protected by the Cybertron General. We don't want our corporate assets to be damaged. In this regard, I believe you, and I have a common language. What we need is a pure beast. The two of them discussed while walking into the distant signal tower. Aku gradually couldn't hear the sound. After he repaired these military signal towers, the robot came over and greeted him. The two of them took the signal towers and walked towards the signal tower. The signal tower of the test base was very strange. It looked like a big tree made up of tens of thousands of wires. Countless biological currents lit up and exploded on the treetops. As soon as he walked in, he felt a strong shudder. Second level building biological signal tower. Looking at the introduction on the game panel, Aku took a breath of cold air. The biological energy of this signal tower was actually in the tens of millions. It's too exaggerated. With a strong sense of uneasiness, Aku walked into the tower. At this moment, he seemed to enter cyberspace. Consciousness changed direction between endless sinking and rising, and the signal was like a torrent, gathering from all directions. And unlike the cybernet that controls the simulated signal, here, it is a biological signal, so Aku seemed to have grown countless hands and feet in an instant, and in the next instant, it seemed as if the whole person was split apart, growing wildly. This feeling was interrupted until he was woken up by the robot. Countless granules have grown from the body. Take this medicine, it can relieve your symptoms. Put these signal stations in, and you can leave. AQ took the medicine given by the robot and swallowed it. The hallucination disappeared by 90%. And the granules withered quickly, like dried bean sprouts falling. In the system panel, this state called biological signal rampage disappeared quickly. In this environment, he could no longer be indecisive, but when he crossed paths with Dr. Liang, he seemed to hear words such as plan modification, brain beam, signal. An hour later, AQ left the biological experiment base and sat in the elevator. His previous memories had been completely deleted. He even forgot who Dr. Liang was. However, a smiling voice came out of AQ's mouth. So that's it. Is it to make that kind of weapon? The purpose of this test site. At the same time, in a corner of the street, in a signal tower, a mechanical skeleton, which is Gao Gong's mechanical body, inserted a connecting wire into his wrist. Information processing. Information connection completed soon. A holographic projection popped up. It was that Director Zhang Yu. Who are you? Why do you have my private communication code? Zhang Yu looked at the skull in front of him suspiciously. Do I need to tell you? Director Zhang Yu, General Dong asked me to bring you a message. Chapter 417 Corporate Warriors. Every super company has its own security department. The security department of Tianping Technology is called the Throne Department, a name that sounds very childish. At this time, one of the captains of the Throne Department, Han Tong, received an order from his superiors, asking him to pick up a new colleague. A new mechanically transformed person, joining our department? Han Tong's thick eyebrows bulged, and he threw the list directly at the face of the person opposite him, and sneered, "A relative, isn't it?" Zhang Yu's secretary suppressed his anger and said, "This is a normal transfer of the company, with signatures of various responsible persons on it. Don't fool me with these." Han Tong stood up suddenly, 3 meters tall and muscular. Even more terrifying, he has 4 arms. As he stood up, it was like a real creature that could condense into terrifying patterns on his skin, looking like the mythical war ghost Azura. Han Tong, member of the Throne Bureau Headquarters, Biological Cell Transformer, Battle Maniac, level 60. This is a strong enterprise that is comparable to the strong in the Mother City. In fact, each enterprise branch will have such a super transformer in charge. Although the ability of the cyber test site itself can deal with 90% of the enemies, if it is a special spy team sent by the hostile enterprise, with specially developed equipment for the test site, someone needs to take action to deal with them. This person is Han Tong. As a super fighter of the Tianping Technology Headquarters, Han Tong can completely ignore Zhang Yu's face, even though the two belong to the same big faction, the Armed Faction. The secretary knew that this muscle monster was unruly, but he didn't expect that he would not even give face to the branch manager. He thought about it, and decided to change his statement. Captain Han, the super warrior we developed together with Marubeni is close to success. If you are added to the development list, would it be better? Han Tong narrowed his eyes, stared at the other party for a while, and suddenly grinned. Why didn't you say so earlier? I will naturally give you face as the supervisor. Just when the secretary was relieved, Han Tong said coldly, but I have to tell you in advance that my subordinates have bad tempers, especially mechanical scum. You can send people, but let them keep their tails between their legs. Otherwise, if there is any conflict, both sides will lose face. Half an hour later, a car stopped in front of the information desk. The car door opened, and the secretary stuck his head out and waved to Engineer Gao. Engineer Gao had expected this, and sat in the car with an expressionless face. With his current skull face, it was indeed difficult for him to make an expression. This is your information. Download it, and he will be your identity in the company from now on. The secretary handed over an identification chip. Engineer Gao took the chip and inserted it into the interface. In an instant, a large amount of counterfeit information was flashed out. From birth to transformation, to 100% mechanization transformation, to becoming a mechanical life. Every step was traceable. High efficiency, a hoarse electronic voice sounded from Engineer Gao's throat. The secretary was still a little worried, and reminded, the Throne Department is different from other departments. It is a super department directly under the headquarters. You should keep a low profile for a while. Manager Sun said that you will be transferred to our department after a while. Understood. The hollow right eye socket of the senior engineer looked at the secretary, which made the secretary a little nervous. He thought, why did this guy install an artificial eye? Is he pretending to be a pirate? There was no conversation along the way. Soon, the car drove into the Tianping branch with layers of defense. Large energy defense network. Biological radar. Electronic tracking cannon. Well, there are some special smells. A branch gives people the feeling that it is like coming to a fortress. It can only be said that it is worthy of the defense of a giant enterprise. Compared with it, the virtual union is not good enough. In Liangzhou City, Tianping technology has become Wuxia country. A super fortress built with 4D technology appears before our eyes. High mechanical walls rise from the ground, and behind the walls, hundreds of high-rise buildings are connected to each other, forming a steel jungle. Countless people in suits or work clothes pass by, in a hurry. Through the window, Gao Gong saw signal towers, evenly distributed behind the wall. There were even more of them than buildings. A large number of biological signals were flowing here. Because of the excessive number of signals, various illusions were generated, such as a huge neural network and a large number of skeleton forests. However, the people here seemed to have gotten used to it. Gao Gong felt a familiar breath in these biological signals. It was his own breath. What he had to do now was to restart the biological computer integrated into the test field. Once the startup is completed, to some extent, he will be able to control the power of this cyber test site. We are here. Be careful, the secretary warned, and then left in a hurry. It can be seen that he did not want to stay in this place any longer. The training base of the throne department not far away was like a prison for serious criminals, with thick metal walls wrapped layer by layer. In this place, the biological signals were quite strong, even a little too strong. It gave Gao Gong the feeling that it was like a huge organism. No one came to greet him. The senior engineer didn't care. He hung the prepared work card around his neck and walked directly into the throne room. The first feeling after entering was that he had come to a high-tech slaughterhouse. There were not many people here. Only about 10. Both men and women. All muscular men. Some of them were leaning against the wall. Some were holding several tons of dumbbells high up. And some were studying new weapons. On the wall, there were various hands, feet, heads, and countless needle-like debuggers that were modifying the specific parameters of these organs. A sturdy man with flowery arms stared at the engineer with his eyes wide open. He tore his arm off with his dustpan-sized palm, grabbed a new arm, and pounded it. Countless granulations connected to each other, pieced together, moved a few times, and pounded the ground hard. And a huge deep pit appeared. Assembly line bioprosthetics. This is a product of synthetic biology. Industrialization of species. Assembly line bioprosthetics is a weapon for biological civilization to fight against carbon-based civilization. On the battlefield, the effect is even more obvious. No matter which part of the body is broken, it can be restored immediately by reinstalling it. This kind of technology, I want to make one for my own camp too. Mechanical scum. Industrial waste. Waste. Gao Gong didn't care about the insults around him, and even found it interesting. He never thought that one day he would be discriminated against, just because he didn't have a penis now. However, the biotechnology of Tianping technology is beyond reproach. What we can see with the naked eye are all second-order biological prostheses. Although these corporate warriors are few in number, each of them is at least level 40 or above elite. Although they are not as good as the collider made of all-memory metal, they are only one level weaker. If they are equipped with some second-order top equipment, they will even be able to perform tactical decapitation on the mechanical mastermind. Chapter 418 Jean Ba. Facing this group of tattooed musclemen, Gao, a newbie in mechanical engineering, trembled in fear, especially under their threatening eyes. Gao was very worried that his mechanical parts would be dismantled at any time. By the way, since the limbs can be replaced, then some parts of the reproductive system should also be replaced. It's really scary. I'll study it later and strengthen mine. Just when Gao, an inorganic person, was daydreaming, a tall figure fell from the sky, and with a bang, smashed through the reinforced steel plates. A 1.9 meter tall, twin-tailed, fierce-looking woman looked down at him. From Gao Gong's perspective, he could only see two round things. Sorry. The thick fat blocked his sight, so he couldn't see the other person's face. Fortunately, as a mechanical skeleton, and a skeleton with only one artificial eye, no matter how he looked at it, It would appear weak, helpless, pitiful, and not wretched. You are the newcomer in our department? Are you a mechanical bastard? What is the boss doing? Why is he pushing all kinds of garbage into our territory? Is he crazy? Gao Gong raised his head slightly, and finally saw the other person's appearance clearly. It looks like you, Barbie. Although the other person's voice was as loud as thunder, but the other person's facial features were very delicate, big and watery eyes, 2 green ponytails, and the figure was not like that of a pure muscle monster, but rather, it was convex and curvy. The buttocks and breasts were almost the same size, and they were tight and strong. It was no problem to say that she was the champion of the women's group in the national bodybuilding competition. This kind of big muscle beauty is very suitable for some weak men, such as Ah Hong. Little skeleton, I'm asking you a question. Are you dead? Maybe you were scared by your aura, Sister Jean, and your computer crashed. The muscular man next to him laughed. Seeing that the other party was silent, Jean Ba frowned and flicked her 5 fingers. A fierce sonic boom sounded from the knuckles. This kind of sonic boom produced by small organs is more difficult than a simple speed breakthrough. After all, the fingers only exert force on the wrist, joints, and shoulders, and not the whole body. She grabbed the mechanical skeleton by the neck and lifted it up. However, when she exerted force, she was shocked to find that the hand that could easily tear high-strength alloy could hardly leave a mark on the opponent's neck. And Gao Gong got what he wanted and saw the opponent's attributes. Name, Jean Ba Race. Second-order mutant occupation, Enterprise Warrior Tianping Technology. Total level, 53 bioenergy, 98,000 not in transformation mode. TSK. It is worthy of being an advanced carbon-based species. It can transform. Right? Carbon-based fusion plus transformation mode. This guy's bioenergy may directly increase by 0. Which is already the level of a level radiation beast. The mechanical skeleton spoke. Your arm muscle fibers use Rhino Type 3, it is recommended to replace them with Unicorn Type 2. Although it will weaken your explosive power by 10%, it can speed up the coordination of your circulatory system, motor system, and nervous system. Also, your synaptic accelerator has consumed 20% of its performance in years of fighting. It is recommended to repair it, otherwise it will affect future battles. In addition, your metabolic editor also has a certain degree of modification space. Marubeni technology did not handle this product well. When you explode, your metabolism cannot digest it properly, which will make you irritable and produce impulsive chemical signals. You can understand it as the battle level period. As a full-level prosthetic doctor, an explorer of the fusion route, a humanoid biological computer, Gao Gong has too much experience to talk about. So although the other party was wearing at least a second-level biological prosthesis, Gao Gong could still tell at a glance that she had considerable room for adjustment. Eugene Ba went from being surprised to being suspicious. What did you say? To ask for advice? You should have the attitude of asking for advice. And you'd better put me down first. Gao Gong's electronic voice was still so calm. But when the only prosthetic eye in his dark eye socket looked at the other party, the King Kong Barbie in front of him inexplicably felt a strong sense of trembling and subconsciously let go. Although the organism is gone, it does not mean that all skills cannot be used. For example, the skills that come with the hunter profession, planetary species pressure professional talent, the biological blood you implanted, the high-level species you killed, will all cause you to have species pressure. Try to collect these pressures, and then turn them into a more powerful biological field. 0 of 56. Although the ultimate move was exhausted when killing General Dong in seconds, the ordinary level of planetary species pressure alone is enough to give the opponent a hard time. After all, the death of a large number of radiation beasts, in exchange for a permanent state, can be superimposed on the planetary species pressure. Seeing the other party's alert expression, and seeing the movement, the muscular men who surrounded him, the mechanical skeleton straightened his tie and said calmly, "Let me introduce myself. Mr. G, a radiation master, the top prosthetic doctor, specializing in biology." With a loud bang, a big hole was broken on the roof of the 10-story building. Explosions continued. A 10-story building is not high, but relying on force alone, making a big hole in each floor of the building, this is definitely not something a normal person can do. The last creature that was so ferocious was called the Hulk. At this time, Han Tong, who showed a superorganism, was not much smaller than the Hulk, and his whole body was filled with bright red biological energy, and electric currents as thick as his arms kept flashing. In this state, This person's biological energy has already surpassed the A-level radiation beast and has reached the S level. There are not many super corporate warriors like him, even in top companies, and each company will not have more than 10. After all, only level 3 civilizations can mass-produce level 60 warriors, which is a super existence across galaxies. In fact, if this is an ordinary planet, a level 60 existence is definitely the undisputed ruler. At this time, Han Tong was stepping on another level 55 sunglasses man, a top agent of another super company. I don't want to ask who you are, and I don't care what you are going to do. But as long as I'm here, don't think anyone can make trouble. With a bang, the spy's head exploded, and the monitoring field of view disappeared. On the other side of the pupil monitor, all the top executives of the hostile companies were silent. After a long while, the head of the security department explained dryly. The cooperation with the military group has enhanced the military-grade biotechnology of Tianping technology. The opponent's combat power has indeed exceeded our estimates. Forget it, failure is failure. Tianping biotechnology, will be destroyed by their own people sooner or later. After killing a super agent, Han Tong returned to his normal physical form, waved his hand, let his subordinates deal with the traces of the battle, and walked out of the battle site leisurely. When he saw an information desk, he suddenly thought that Zhang Yu, this idiot, had stuffed a person into his department. This guy who got in through the back door won't be beaten to death. Thinking of this, he quickly connected to the information desk, prepared to give some instructions. He was also hoping to be transferred back to the headquarters at the end of the year, so of course, he had to make his report look better. Hey boss. A holographic projection popped up. Is he dead? Han Tong got straight to the point. No, Sister Jean is taking care of him. Sister Jean Ba. That Jean Henin? Can she take care of newcomers? Or is she just a mechanical rubbish? Han Tong said, with a strange expression. Well, in fact, Sister Jean beat up several colleagues before she got that piece of junk. The other party said. Huh? It's like this. That mechanical life is a cyborg doctor. A biological cyborg doctor. And the top one. Han Tong was silent for a while. And said, keep an eye on him. And wait for me to go back. Ahem. I'm afraid that won't work. Sister Jean took him on a mission. A full-level professional master, even in the world's enterprises, is a guest of honor. Especially a supermaster like Gao Gong, who has synthesized the knowledge chain. In the civilized era, he is a standard national treasure. And for these second-level corporate warriors, gaining the friendship of a full-level cyborg doctor means customized biological transformation. Mechanical junk? No. The mechanical department is the real god. Chapter 419 Biological Disappearance Incident. In the universe, civilizations are in various forms, species are in various forms. There are extinctionists, quantum civilizations, colonial civilizations, and the struggle between the four major civilization systems has never stopped. Although these are relatively far away, however, behind the machine Rift Star, there is an advanced mechanical civilization after all. So, mechanical transformation, bionic transformation has become popular, and in most mechanical cities, mechanical life is in a superior position. Even the number of bionic people is almost exceeding that of native people. But this is not absolute. Advanced mechanical civilization is true, but the purpose of civilization to build a test site is to light up some advanced technologies outside the mechanical system. Therefore, most companies on this planet, especially super companies, are not taking the mechanical route. For example, the four major biological giants are typical biological civilization-oriented. Some of the technologies they master, even some secondary carbon-based civilizations do not have. And this is also what the advanced civilization is happy to see. To be able to reach the level of a giant company, it is impossible for them not to know this. They know very well that challenging the mother city at the technical level is what the higher-ups are happy to see. This concept of climbing other technology trees is passed down from the upper level to the lower level, and the scope begins to expand. Therefore, in the giant company, a culture of despising mechanical life has emerged. Therefore, it is natural that Gao Gong was despised as soon as he came up. And when he demonstrated his biological transformation technology, this contempt immediately disappeared. Boy! Although you are wearing a dress, your heart is still a biological heart. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ji, you are a master of biological transformation. Why do you turn yourself into a mechanical species? Didn't I say that when I was studying a superorganism, I was accidentally infected by a biological virus, and had to upload my consciousness to a mechanical body to save my life. Gao Gong said the reason he had thought of long ago. Biological viruses, these are not good things. You should avoid touching these in the future. Jean Ba had no doubts, and then she thought of something, showing a disgusted expression, and subconsciously exerted force with her arms, and the old waist of Engineer Gao made a crunch sound. Be gentle, my body is not durable. Engineer Gao said helplessly. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm very gentle. Jean Ba said, while she punched and broke a telephone pole that was blocking the road, and then stepped on a rooftop to make a big dent, and ran wildly on the high-rise buildings, jumping more than 10 meters, and making a big hole with one grab. Even demolition machines don't have this efficiency. Except for his green skin. This guy is no different from the She-Hulk in terms of his figure, behavior, and style. Gao Gong's current status has also changed. He has become a formal member of the Wanzhou Department, Liangzhou branch, and Jinba team, directly skipping the status of a temporary team member. It is worth mentioning that, due to the character of this Jin Hanhan, who is more violent than Nin, he is the only formal member of the Jinba team for the time being. They are carrying out the company's mission. Target location: Liangzhou City, 104th Biological Zone. Jean Ba's reason for bringing Gao Gong with her is also very simple. Xiao Ji just adjusted her biological body. Without him, what if something goes wrong? This is a very plausible reason. It is completely different from the city that never sleeps. The gap between the rich and the poor in the city that never sleeps is obvious. On one side, rats are rampant, and on the other side, there are lights and wine. The old city and the enterprise area can be said to be two completely different worlds. In Liangzhou City, all the buildings are built with 4D technology. The dark red material covers almost everything visible to the naked eye. There is almost no difference between the urban areas. Logically speaking, the color dark red easily reminds people of blood, murder, and death, especially when there are a lot of areas of the same color, which makes people more likely to feel physically uncomfortable. However, according to the observation of the senior engineer, this did not happen. On the contrary, the people here generally have ruddy complexions and higher vitality. If the physical fitness of an ordinary adult is 5, the physical fitness of these people is 6 or 7, which is equivalent to the level of an athlete. This is the case without transformation, compared to other places. In Liangzhou City, there are very few modified people, which also makes the public security here very good. There are no gangsters holding guns and artificial bodies fighting on the streets. In the turbulent Jiluxing, this is simply incredible. Gao Gong nodded secretly. Many people have forgotten that technology is improving. No matter what aspect of technology, it is ultimately for the service of mankind. When it comes to biotechnology, most people will think of biological viruses, biochemical crises, and even radiation mutant monsters. It's not that these don't exist, but to be more precise, they should be the byproducts of the advancement of biotechnology. No intelligent species has the purpose of upgrading the technology tree to kill itself. But, is it really that simple? This is a cyber test site. The dense signal towers on every street alone are destined to indicate that this is not an ordinary city. The biological signals here are so dense that ordinary electronic equipment and prostheses will enter the unable to connect state here. This is why we need an information desk. In this city, the use of chips will be suppressed. In a sense, this is a robot-free zone. With a loud bang, Jean Ba fell from the sky, smashing the ground hard, and the crack spread all the way to the greeters. What greeted them was a small robot less than half a meter long, with small hands and feet, and 2 electronic big eyes that looked very cute. Hello, Captain Jean Ba, and this, team member G. Do you know me? Gong Gong was a little surprised. Well, although your way of entering this city is not very legal, it is my mechanical city after all. And I know your identity as an outsider, the other party said cutely, with a simple face. Your mechanical city? Well, hello Mr. G. My name is Kai Bao, and I am the mechanical mastermind of this mechanical city. Kai Bao, you look pretty energetic. Jean Ba laughed, rubbing the other party's forehead with her palm. And Kai Bao immediately showed a comfortable expression, and his 2 electronic eyes turned into a _LT shape. Is this guy the mechanical mastermind? Gao Gong subconsciously used the detection skill. Name, Kai Bao. Race, mechanical life. Level 65. Note, The mainframe system of this mechanical city, although it looks very cartoon-like, he is indeed the mastermind. Gao Gong knew long ago that, with different mechanical cities, the direction of the technology tree is different, which will lead to different styles of mechanical masterminds. But he didn't expect the difference to be so big. Put yourself in his shoes. If he touches the machine generation like this, there will definitely be a bloody storm. However, at this time, another Kaibao also ran over with short legs, staring at Gao Gong eagerly. Gao Gong hesitated and touched his little head. Captain Jinba. Captain Jinba. Another bioinformation event has occurred. After a round of greetings, Kaibao went straight to the point, his calves trembling, and his face full of fear. Many people suddenly disappeared on the spot. Disappeared on the spot? Didn't they mutate into monsters? Jinba was stunned. No. They just disappeared suddenly, and were blown away like the wind. Kaibao opened his little mouth and spit out holographic projections like bubbles. In the projections, whether it was a white-collar worker, a street vendor, a child, or an old man, whether he was eating, sleeping, or just taking a walk, he disappeared out of thin air when the wind blew. Seeing this scene, the other Kaibao trembled all over and hugged Gao Gong's thigh, with a look of horror on his face. Ghost. There is a ghost. My house must be haunted. Hey, big brother. You are a robot. What are you afraid of? Jinba frowned and watched the scene. To be honest, this kind of bioinformation event was the first time she had seen it. Due to the special biological environment of Liangzhou City, many biological signals will automatically concentrate, and then generate bioelectric current, and synthesize a temporary body under the action of bioelectricity, turning into a special monster. The Throne Department usually deals with this kind of situation, but disappearance is very rare. Chapter 420, Flesh-Clad Water Elf. The 11th missing person, Matsumoto Tetsu, the genetic adjuster of your Tianping technology. 104 Biological Area, an ordinary building, the 9th floor. Jinba, Gao Gong, and Kaibao are searching for something in a bedroom. Since this kind of disappearance of creatures is very rare, for a time, even Jinba has no experience in dealing with it, they can only use the most ancient method, going to the residences of victims one by one, see if there are any clues. However, there are not many clues, because these victims have nothing in common, as if they just disappeared randomly. However, the victim they are investigating now has a special identity. He is an employee of Tianping Technology, and he is also a gene adjuster. Gene adjusters are a special profession for biological companies, responsible for adjusting biological cells. According to the game, if you change your job to a gene adjuster, you can prepare gene drugs and obtain different types of buffs. However, gene adjusters are extremely dependent on the power of the faction. In other words, without the help provided by large enterprises, the medicines they produce have very little effect. They are a relatively useless profession and are far less popular than prosthetic doctors. Gao Gong was not very interested in him, because when a gene adjuster reaches the maximum level, the professional knowledge chain synthesized is called life technology. Gao Gong already has this knowledge chain. What interested him was Matsumoto Tetsu himself. As an employee of a giant company, he is protected by the company's will, and he is also in charge of biological experiments. Logically, he should not be affected by the cyber test field. In the bedroom, Jinba's complaints were heard. It can be heard that she is better at being a warrior than a detective. Aren't you going to investigate? Gao Gong smiled and shook his head, and went to lie on the balcony to blow the wind. Kaibao stared at him with his round electronic eyes. Curiously, as a mechanical mastermind, the information of the city is all in your brain. You don't even know the reason. How can we possibly investigate it? I believe in human wisdom. I believe in the power of big data even more. Gao Gong shrugged. But as a mechanical mastermind, you are a little beyond my expectations. I can see that. You didn't lead this experiment. We are just supervisors, and, in areas with strong biological power, mechanical species should keep a low profile, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be the next one to disappear. Gao Gong was stunned, and looked at Kaibao, who smiled cutely again. At this time, Jinba came out with an angry face, and said impatiently, "Don't look for it anymore. There is no clue. What a crappy task. Just report the loss of biological data later. In a city that never sleeps, people are artificial data. In Liangzhou City, people are biological data. And in the test field, People seem to be inseparable from the title of data. What are you holding in your hand? Senior engineer asked. Jean Baugh's hand was a thick leather notebook. The diary written by that dead guy contains a lot of data about the company's experiments. Although it is not very important, it should be brought back to the company. Seeing that Engineer Gao was interested, Jean Baugh casually stuffed the diary into Engineer Gao's hand and added, "But I have read it all. There is no clue about his disappearance." Really? Engineer Gao did not comment. Then shall we go back now? Well, wait a minute. Didn't we just get here? Besides, the main purpose of this time is to test the organisms I have readjusted. I know there are several special arenas. We will try them later. You can help me fix them. At this time, Jean Baugh's special communicator suddenly rang, and a four-handed strong man appeared in the holographic projection. Jean Baugh's face changed drastically, and she quickly returned to the room, closing the door. Gao Gong could vaguely hear the quarrel inside. Bring the person back to me. Boss, what are you talking about? Who? Jean Baugh pretended to be deaf and dumb. Don't fool me. Where is the prosthetic doctor? What doctor? Boss, I tell you, I am on a special mission now, as a special operations member of the Throne Department. During the mission, everything is based on the mission. Even if you are the boss, you can't interfere with my mission. Hearing these shameless words, Gao Gong couldn't help shaking his head. Didn't you just want to drop your burden and run away? How come you are so positive all of a sudden? Seeing that the quarrel would not end for a while, Gao Gong casually opened his diary. 104 Biological Zone, Water Elf Biological Signal Collection System, Biological Experiment Record. Water Elf? Gao Gong just knew it. In fact, as a deep-sea radiation beast, and a special radiation ecological beast, it looks like a luminous jellyfish without tentacles. Engineer Gao simply flipped through a few pages and found that they were all analyses of the biological signals of the water elves, with various data on them. The source of the data was the information desk of District 104. Engineer Gao thought for a while, and suddenly thought of a possibility. How many districts are there in Liangzhou City? 481. Taibao replied, and he also kindly spit out a pink holographic ball. In the holographic projection, there was a map of Liangzhou City, with the range of each district marked on it. District 104 was right in the middle. Its shape is very similar to the water spirits that Gao Gong had seen with his own eyes. The shapes of other areas are also very similar to the radiation beasts that Gao Gong knew. Thanks to the brain in the jar, he now knows a lot of radiation beasts, and he can basically name the radiation species in the Pan-Asian region. Is that so? Gao Gong said to himself. In fact, when he entered the city, Gao Gong was very curious about how such a strong biological signal was preserved. Because as we all know, biological signals are not like simulated signals. They can only exist inside the human body. Now he understood that the layout of each district was actually a radiation beast. In addition to food, clothing, shelter and transportation, the signal station was also responsible for organizing biological signals and forming an artificial biological signal system. Humans live in a powerful life system and are inevitably affected. No wonder everyone has a ruddy complexion, just like taking tonics every day. But this should only be the first layer. By simulating the biological system, it is just to ensure that the biological signal does not pass away. But I finally know the source of this test site. In the city that never sleeps, the nutrients of the test site are human desires. And in Liangzhou City, they are human biological signals. Probably because she had dealt with her boss. Jean Baugh walked out of the door with a smile on her face again, and put her arm around Gao Gong's alloy shoulder. Let's go. Let's find a place. And you can help me fix it again. What? From your tone, you still want to spend the night? Gao Gong shrugged, but did not refuse. On the way downstairs, Gao Gong suddenly had an idea, opened his system panel, and clicked on the professional skill hunting biosphere. When he turned it on, a row of names of radioactive beasts appeared immediately. These were all names that were transformed into permanent states. And one of them was Water Elf. Fear of the radiation water spirit permanent state. Deterrence plus 35% for the species. Attack bonus plus 35%. Can cause a certain degree of radiation ecological disorder effect. When getting off the elevator, Engineer Gao quietly turned on this state. Jean Baugh immediately found something wrong, sniffed him hard a few times, and asked in confusion, "Why do you have a special bloody smell on you?" "I'm mechanized." "Where does the bloody smell come from?" Engineer Gao said calmly. Oh, that's right. Is there something wrong with my nose? Jinba nodded, without further investigation. But the next moment, her pupils suddenly widened. With a loud bang, the elevator door suddenly sank inward. The two Kaibao were shaken to the ground and fell over. Kill! Kill! Revenge! Revenge! Machine! Clear! In the three people's heads, it seemed as if there were 10,000 voices speaking, looking for death. Jinba's pupils suddenly widened, and a ferocious breath burst out. Her body turned bright red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before the second impact came, she punched the elevator door open, and the fragments that flew out passed through the layers of biological signals that had already materialized, and directly inserted into an oversized meatball. On the surface of the meatball, countless suction cups rose and fell. The shock just now was the sound wave from one of the suction cups, which directly blew open the building and exploded on the elevator. A figure shot out from the gap, holding the senior engineer in one hand and two Kaibao in the other. He turned nimbly in the air, exerted force with his right foot, and slammed into the ground at a right angle, as if stepping on an invisible wall of air. After putting down the things in his hand, Jinba twisted her neck, making a sound of metal collision, and looked at the large meatball floating in the air with a fanatical and ferocious face. Investigating cases. I'm not good at it. Fighting. I'm best at it. I want you to fear my power.